Ding dong. Sign in to get rich. Next time, the lucky lady could be you. Mom, since I'm not your real daughter, this good marriage should go to my sister instead. Through the sound of quiet sobbing from the next room, Jong Ichu slowly opened her eyes. The bedroom was filled with red decorations. This beautifully decorated villa had been her new home for only 3 days. She had entered the world of a novel, a story about a real and fake daughter. She was the real one, the girl who grew up in the countryside. The one crying next door was Jong Sairu, the fake daughter who had lived a good life for 21 years. Now, she was Ichu's so-called younger sister. Why younger sister? Because unlike the novel's version, where the real daughter returned to her wealthy family and inherited everything, Jong Ichu's situation was much worse. To the Jong family, she was just a country girl who didn't fit in. They couldn't bear to send away the daughter they had raised for 20 years. To put it simply, they wanted both, the real daughter and the adopted one. After all, blood ties could be uncertain, and sometimes affection mattered more. The crying next door continued. Mom, why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry with me? Is it because I don't want to marry him and want my sister to go instead? Just a moment ago, she had been pretending to be generous, offering to give up the marriage. But when she saw her mother hesitate, her true feelings showed. Her eyes trembled with panic.
Mom.
Jong Saira's voice shook as she called out, trying to win her mother's sympathy. Ro, her mother said softly, her heart aching as she wiped away her daughter's tears. This marriage was arranged by your grandfather long ago. Now that the wedding is near, we have to think carefully about how to explain things to the Liang family. Don't worry, I'm not blaming you. Seeing that her mother's attitude hadn't changed, Jong Sairu finally relaxed a little. When she spoke again, her voice was still tearful, but full of grievance. What's so hard to explain? The engagement was made with the Jiang family's daughter. Whether it's me or my sister, what difference does it make? But deep down, she knew, sending the newly found real daughter to marry right away might look a little too deliberate. Mrs. Jiang frowned, but said nothing. Seeing this, Jong Sairu burst into tears. Mom, I know I'm not your real daughter, but I've been with you for 21 years. Can't you care for me just this once? Is it wrong that I want to marry someone I love? My dream already showed that if I marry into the Ng family, enough. Mrs. Jiang stopped her before she could finish. Ichu is still next door. Don't say things like that again, without proof. What if someone hears you? Mrs. Jiang tried to stop her, but it was too late. Jiang Ichu, lying in bed, had heard everything. It wasn't that the Jiang family's walls were thin, her body was simply too sensitive to sound. People who grow up in violent households often develop heightened senses. It was a kind of instinct.
The Ng family.
Jiang Ichu curled her fingers slightly, catching the surname Sairu had mentioned.
Ng?
Such a rare name. Could it really be the same? Ng. The same surname as her husband, who disappeared the day after their flash marriage? Jiang Ichu pressed her lips together.
Norus.
She closed her eyes, trying to sort out the current situation. This was her 3rd day in the Jiang household, but the 3rd month since she had entered the story. Her name was Jiang Ichu. She had once been a brilliant heart surgeon at Jiang University's first affiliated hospital. Brilliant wasn't an exaggeration. She had been the first young female doctor in the hospital's history to perform heart surgery in her early 20s. Unfortunately, she hadn't mastered the essential medical skill of staying up all night without collapsing. She had died from overwork. Before that, she had only skimmed through this novel about switch daughters, so she didn't remember much of the plot. But one thing was certain, the story had already changed. In the original version, Mrs. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang from another family with a similar-sounding surname gave birth on the same day. Both had daughters, and the hospital accidentally switched them. A year ago, Jong Sairu fell ill, and a blood test revealed the mismatch. That was when Mrs. Jiang realized her real daughter had been raised by someone else. At that time, only wealthy families could afford hospital births. Mrs. Jiang used her connections to find her biological daughter, assuming the other family must be just as well off. But to her surprise, The Jiang family turned out to be just a family of villagers. How could a child from such a background be raised well? When Mrs. Jiang received the news, she almost fainted. Still unwilling to give up, she decided to secretly go see Jiang Yichu. At that time, Jiang Yichu was still the original person. Perhaps it was a mother's instinct. When Mrs. Jiang finally arrived at the village after several bus rides, the original Jiang Yichu was cleaning the pigsty. She wore patched clothes, a bright red scarf on her head, her skin was tanned, her lips were dry, and there was a small cut at the corner of her eye. "Auntie, who are you looking for?" Jiang Yichu held a feeding bowl, and as she walked closer, the smell of the pigsty clung to her shoes. Mrs. Jiang immediately felt sick. Coming from a wealthy family, she had never seen such a scene. "And no one. I came to the wrong place." Looking at the poor girl in front of her, her own biological daughter, Mrs. Jiang hesitated. Could she really trade the beloved daughter she had raised for 20 years for this country girl? What finally made up her mind was something Jiang Yichu's foster parent said. "You lazy girl. Can't you work faster?" Jiang's foster mother shouted from the window, "If we weren't waiting for your real parents to come and pay us, do you think I'd still keep you here?" Mrs. Jiang froze, her face turning pale. So the foster family had known about the mix-up all along. They were just waiting to take advantage of her. If she acknowledged Jiang Yichu, she would be tied to this troublesome family forever. Mrs. Jiang immediately gave up the idea. In the original story, the Jiang family didn't recognize her until 3 years later. And the reason they did was to marry her off to a man 20 years older. That man was her sister Jiang Sairu's husband's superior. He was known for having a bad temper and treating his wives harshly. The Jiang family thought Jiang Yichu had grown up being mistreated, so she would be used to it. They brought her back only to use her as a tool to build connections for Jiang Sairu's family. What a tragic supporting character. Jiang Yichu sighed and shook her head. She couldn't understand why the timeline in the story had suddenly changed, and now there was even a new plot where Jiang Sairu wanted to switch marriages. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. "Chu-Chu, are you still awake?" It was Jiang's mother's voice. She must have come to talk about the marriage. Jiang Yichu got up and opened the door. "What is it?" She stood in the doorway, blocking the entrance. She didn't call her mom, nor did she invite her in. Jiang's mother frowned slightly. She was about to scold her, but when she saw Ichu's pale, dry skin, she swallowed her words. Her chest felt tight with frustration. After all, this was her own daughter. How could her skin look so dull? She felt embarrassed to take her out in public. She forced herself to stay calm, put on a smile, and looked away. "I want to talk to you about your marriage. Can we go inside?" Ichu glanced at her, paused, then nodded and stepped aside.
All right.
That tone and look, so rude and ungrateful. Jiang's mother sat down at the dressing table, trying to hide her impatience. She took a deep breath and began. "Here's the thing, Ichu. I've been looking for you for years. Normally, your father and I wouldn't bring up marriage so soon. If you don't want to, then don't talk about it." Ichu pretended not to understand the polite phrasing. Jiang's mother's face turned pale with anger. After a long pause, she continued, "But the Liang family is in a hurry." Afraid Ichu didn't know who they were, she quickly added, "Ichu, I mean the Liang family, Commander Liang's family. Most people would be thrilled to hear that." Jiang's mother looked up, expecting a reaction. But Ichu just kept her head down, silent. Fine, she thought, let it go for now. She swallowed her irritation and went on. Commander Liang has only 2 children, a son and a daughter. His son, Liang Heng, is 23. If you marry him, you'll live a comfortable life. I've already met him for you. He's handsome and well-mannered. Still, Ichu said nothing. Jiang's mother's tone grew impatient. "Ichu, you're new to the capital, so you don't understand social ranks. Let me explain. The Liang family status is far above ours. If your grandfather hadn't arranged this engagement years ago, we wouldn't even have the chance." After hearing that, Ichu finally reacted. She lifted her eyes slightly and asked, "So, you mean marrying into the Liang family would be reaching above our level?" At last, Mrs. Jiang understood what her daughter meant. Ignoring Jiang Ichu's sharp tone, She smiled and nodded.
Yes.
People from different backgrounds don't always fit together. If we delay, things might go wrong. So even though it's hard for us to let you go, for your own good, we must. If you can't bear to part with me, then let Jiang Sira marry him. Jiang Ichu interrupted directly.
Mrs. Jiang was caught off guard. What did you say?
Her face stiffened. She hadn't expected Jiang Ichu to refuse so firmly. Jiang Ichu raised an eyebrow, curved her lips slightly, and repeated patiently, I said, since it's a marriage into a higher family, let Jiang Sira marry him. That's impossible. Mrs. Jiang's face turned pale, her tone firm. You're my real daughter. As she said this, her lashes trembled slightly, betraying her guilt. Jiang Ichu almost laughed and shook her head. Pretending to sigh, she said softly, what a pity. Your real daughter can't marry him. Tilting her head, she paused for 2 seconds, then smiled innocently. Tapping her temple with her finger, she looked at Mrs. Jiang and said slowly, Oh, I forgot to tell you. I've already been married. You're married? The door burst open, and Jiang Sira rushed in. By the time she realized how rude that was, Jiang Ichu's gaze had already fallen on her face. The way Jiang Ichu looked her up and down made her uncomfortable.
What are you looking at?
Jiang Sira frowned. Nothing, just curious. Jiang Ichu shook her head innocently and said in a pure, harmless tone, I was just wondering. Back in our village, people with such sharp hearing usually stay close to the ground. She was calling her a dog. Jiang Sira's face turned pale. You. Enough. Mrs. Jiang shot her a warning look. Instead of helping solve the problem, her younger daughter was arguing again. Mrs. Jiang felt annoyed, thinking she had spoiled her too much. She slowly walked over to Jiang Ichu. Ichu, marriage isn't something to joke about, she said. A girl's reputation is very important. You can't make up things like that. I'm not joking. Jiang Ichu's smile faded. It's true. I really got married. Mrs. Jiang still didn't believe her. When they first met Jiang Ichu, she had specially called the Jiang family to make sure Ichu wasn't already engaged before letting her come back. To get a better deal, how could her adoptive parents from the Jiang family ever allow her to date someone, let alone get married? Children raised in the countryside were always full of excuses, Jiang's mother thought with disgust. She took a deep breath and sat down by the bed. Ichu, do you think this marriage is too rushed? How about we meet the person first before deciding? Too tired to explain, Jiang Ichu stood up, took out her household registration book from her bag, and tossed it into her mother's arms. The Jiang family wanted both daughters, while her adoptive parents didn't want to keep any. The two families quickly reached an agreement. The Jiang family sent 1,000 yuan to the countryside as a buyout fee, and the adoption was officially settled. After receiving the money, her adoptive parents immediately transferred her household registration out. So now, Jiang Ichu had her own registration book. When she threw it into her mother's hands, the sharp movement made Jiang's mother nervous. Her fingers trembled as she opened it and looked down. In the marital status section, the words married were written by hand, stamped clearly with a red seal. There was no way for her mother not to believe it now. Her face changed instantly, and she shouted, When did you get married? From the time she separated her registration to the time she came to the city, it had only been 4 days. And in just 4 days, such a big thing had happened. Jiang's mother could no longer keep her calm appearance. Her bright red nails pointed straight at Ichu's face. Just then, footsteps came from the stairs. It was Jiang Ziyuan, returning from work. Hearing his wife's sharp voice, he asked, What's going on? See for yourself. Jiang's mother angrily threw the registration book at him. He glanced down at it, and his face darkened immediately. Come out. We need to talk. He looked at Ichu. Bring your marriage certificate. The housekeeper was sent out to buy groceries. In the living room, the three of them sat on the long sofa, waiting for Ichu to come down. Each of them looked different. Jiang Ziyuan's lips were pressed into a straight line. When Ichu sat down, he picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Ichu, tell us, what's going on with this marriage? I got married on the way here, she said. Jiang Ichu picked up an orange from the coffee table and slowly began to peel it. It seemed like getting married was even more casual than eating an orange. Jiang Ziyuan took a deep breath and asked, "Where's the marriage certificate?" He frowned and looked at her hands.
Didn't I tell you to keep it with you?
Oh, that.
Jiang Ichu shook her head.
I don't have it. On the day they got the certificate, Ingzheng said he needed it, so she handed it to him without thinking much. You can't just give that to someone. Mother Jiang screamed again after hearing that. If the marriage certificate isn't with you, how will you get a divorce later? Jiang Ichu paused, then looked up. She had grown up in the countryside, but the sharp look in her eyes made Mother Jiang's back turn cold. The living room fell silent. No one spoke again. When Jiang Ichu finished the orange, Jiang Ziyuan glanced at his restless wife and sighed heavily. All right, your mother's upset today. Let's calm down and talk about it tomorrow. After all, without the certificate, there was no point in arguing. The four of them went back to their rooms, each lost in thought. As soon as the bedroom door closed, Jiang Ichu lay down on the bed. After working too hard in her past life, she now preferred to rest whenever she could. And she could still listen to what was happening next door. In the other room, as soon as the door shut, Mother Jiang complained, "Why did you stop me just now? The Liang family has already set the wedding date. Time is running out. If we don't hurry and get Ichu divorced, what will we offer the Liang family?" Jiang Ziyuan's voice was low and angry. He sneered, "You think divorcing her will solve everything? Use your head. If Commander Liang finds out we're sending him a divorced girl, do you think we'll still have a good life? Money meant nothing compared to power. Besides, Jiang Ziyuan's job still depended on Commander Liang's help.
So, what do you suggest?
Mother Jiang tapped her foot on the floor, pacing anxiously. The Liang family has an old engagement with us, and the Ying family has already set a date. We can't offend either side. And we only have one daughter. In the end, this is all because of your greed. Jiang Ziyuan pointed at his mother angrily. If you hadn't been so eager to make connections with the Ying family and had met them a bit later, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. So now it's my fault again? Mrs. Jiang's sharp voice rose in frustration. You agreed to the marriage with the Ying family back then too? Jiang Ziyuan was left speechless. The commander of the Ying family outranked Father Liang, and marrying into both families at once was a huge opportunity. Who could resist such temptation? 3 months ago, when Jiang Sairu had thrown a tantrum about breaking off her engagement and marrying into the Ying family instead, everyone thought she was being unrealistic. The daughter of a wealthy businessman might have money, but what was money compared to the background of a military family with deep roots? Mrs. Jiang didn't even consider it seriously and told her daughter to give up the idea. But unexpectedly, Jiang Sairu claimed she had a prophetic dream. She dreamed that the Ying family's eldest son would one day become a top military leader. When she described the dream, she even mentioned the son's name, Ingzheng, which made Mrs. Jiang start to believe her. The temptation was too great. The Jiang couple took the dream as a blessing from heaven. But the real problem was, how could they actually marry into such a powerful family? The Ying family status was far beyond their reach. Then Jiang Sairu came up with an idea. She said her dream revealed that Ingzheng was the son of Commander Ying and his first wife, and that he didn't get along with his stepmother. If their family could gain a connection with the Liang family through marriage, Mrs. Ying would likely support the match to keep things balanced. After all, a stepmother with her own son wouldn't want her stepson to outshine him. Compared to marrying someone of equal status, a wealthy young lady from a business family would be a safer choice for Mrs. Ying. Mrs. Jiang understood this logic. But there was only one problem. She had only one daughter. How could one daughter marry into 2 families? Then suddenly, a thought struck her. She remembered the daughter living in the countryside. Of course, she could have Jiang Ichu marry into the Ying family instead. A girl from the countryside would surely be eager to marry into a military family. As her birth mother, Mrs. Jiang felt she would be doing more than enough for her. It wasn't that she lacked motherly love. Every mother has it. But for her, love had to come with dignity. If acknowledging that daughter would only bring endless trouble, she would rather not do it at all. The Jiang family's adoptive vampire parents and their spoiled grown-up daughter. Mrs. Jiang had grown up in a poor family, so she understood better than anyone how much a child's environment could shape their future. Raising a child was hard, but correcting bad habits was even harder. Throughout her life, she valued one thing above all: respectability. When she compared the daughter she had raised herself with that wild girl, even her motherly affection didn't seem to matter much anymore. If her daughter could marry into a good family and bring some benefit to their own, Mrs. Jiang would be pleased. If Jiang Ichu was happy, then so was she. As mother and daughter, this arrangement would also save her from feeling guilty later. That was what she had thought. But she never expected that troublesome girl would actually marry a random man on the street. How shameless! Mrs. Jiang was furious and snapped at her husband. Hurry up. The most important thing now is to find out who that girl married. Get them divorced. The Jiang family can't afford to lose face like this. Find him? Jiang Ichu, listening from the next room, couldn't help but laugh. These days, money alone couldn't solve everything. Household records weren't even fully connected yet. Finding someone wasn't that easy. Besides, Jiang Ichu narrowed her eyes, thinking of her so-called husband. Even she couldn't find him. After all, the day they parted, Zhang had only said, "See you in the capital. I'll come find you then," before leaving in a hurry. Their marriage had been rushed. Other than his name and the fact that he was a soldier, Jiang Ichu knew nothing about him. Fortunately, Mrs. Jiang was so eager for her to get divorced that she hadn't asked too many questions. And as for why she dared to marry so suddenly, Jiang Ichu hadn't acted purely on impulse. First, Zhang was backed by the state. Second, there was no way she would let Mrs. Jiang get her way. Even though she still couldn't figure out why the timeline had shifted, the Jiang family's motives hadn't changed. They had recognized her early only to sell her off again. In the original story, she was supposed to marry a widower decades older than her, spending her life as a stepping stone and sacrifice for Jiang Sairu. Dream on. Now that she had taken over the original body, she had the duty to protect both their futures. At first, when she had just arrived in this world, Jiang Ichu had thought about running away. But that thought disappeared almost as soon as it came. The original owner of this body was delicate and weak, so she couldn't take the usual hard-working farmer route of a typical story heroine. On top of that, she had no education, no money, and even her household registration was a big problem. She had no choice but to stay temporarily with the Jiang family and deal with things as they came. Fortunately, fate favored her. On the way, she happened to save someone's life. That person turned out to be Grandpa Ing. The old man had suffered a sudden heart attack. It just so happened that this was Jiang Ichu's area of expertise. While everyone else stayed away, she stepped forward to help. Because she performed CPR in time, the old man survived. When he woke up, he insisted on repaying her kindness by introducing his grandson. That grandson was Zhang. He was very handsome. The man stood 1.85 meters tall, with sharp features. Dressed in his military uniform, his lean figure and neat appearance made him look effortlessly cool. He gave off a strong, confident energy. Compared to a blind arranged marriage, marrying a good-looking man chosen by the state didn't sound bad at all. Following him in the military life was far better than being controlled by the Jiang family. Jiang Ichu thought for a minute and agreed right away. She just wasn't sure if the grandson would agree. After all, the man looked down at her from his taller height, his expression cold and serious, clearly not someone easy to deal with. "What kind of person are you looking for?" That was the first thing Zhang said to her. His face looked stern, but his voice was pleasant. Jiang Ichu was a little surprised and blurted out without thinking, "Someone good-looking." Zhang seemed even more surprised by that answer. He raised an eyebrow and stared at her for half a minute before asking, "That's all?" "That's all," Jiang Ichu replied, shaking her head. She had spent all her time working in the hospital and had no experience with relationships, so she couldn't really think of any other standards. She lifted her chin slightly and met his gaze. Zhang had single eyelids and narrow eyes, his irises a light amber color. When half lowered, his eyes looked sharp and distant, but now they softened. Their eyes met. Warm sunlight slanted through the corridor window, falling across the strong lines of his face. After a long pause, Ingzheng finally spoke again, introducing himself. All right then. I'm a sniper. The job is risky, but the pay is decent. 92 a month. I handed in on time. He looks decent, has no bad habits. If you agree, we can get the marriage certificate today. Today? Jiang Yichu was stunned for a moment after hearing that. She couldn't help but ask, don't soldiers need to file a report before getting married? I already did. Ingzheng took a piece of paper from his pocket. The spouse section was blank, but strangely, the marriage report was already stamped. This. Jiang Yichu froze. Seeing her confusion, Ingzheng's grandfather quickly explained. Girl, don't misunderstand. My grandson is a good man. That report was arranged by his troublesome father. The old man didn't go into details. Jiang Yichu understood. He was probably another poor soul being pushed into marriage. Two people with similar fates naturally felt sympathy for each other. So that afternoon they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau and got their marriage certificate. Marriage certificate. Right. Jiang Yichu suddenly remembered something and pulled out a pendant from under her collar. Before leaving, Ingzheng had given her a betrothal gift. It was this necklace. He said it was his late mother's keepsake, and he would send the rest of the gifts later when he returned to the capital. The past 3 days at the Jiang family had been so busy that Jiang Yichu had almost forgotten about it. She pulled out the thin cord and carefully examined the jade pendant around her neck for the first time. The jade felt warm to the touch, clearly an old piece. Its color was clear and cool. It didn't look expensive, but it gave off a strangely comforting feeling. They say good jade nurtures people. Jiang Yichu didn't know much about jade. She turned it over a few times, held it up to the light, and noticed a faint, thread-like mark inside that looked almost like a thin line of red. What was that? Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Sire gave a token knock on the door, then pushed it open without waiting for a reply. Sis, I need to. Her voice changed halfway through when she saw the pendant around Jiang Yichu's neck. Jiang Sire's face turned pale. She rushed forward and demanded, Where did you get that jade? A space pendant. Something that, in her previous life, hadn't appeared on the black market until 6 months later. How could it show up now? And on Jiang Yichu's neck. Jiang Yichu raised an eyebrow slightly. In the 3 days since she'd come home, Jiang Sire had been acting like a gentle, well-mannered lady. This was the first time she'd seen her so agitated. Interesting. Jiang Yichu lowered her head and followed Jiang Sire's gaze to the pendant at her neck. Then she slowly narrowed her eyes. In a testing tone, she asked, Do you know this necklace? I don't. Jiang Sire quickly shook her head, but her eyes gave her away. Jiang Yichu began to have a guess.
No wonder.
No wonder the timeline had changed. No wonder Jiang Sire had been so eager to change her marriage. So the Jiang Sire in front of her had been reborn. Jiang Yichu figured it out in an instant. She rubbed the pendant and lowered her head in thought. She remembered that in the original story, Jiang Sire's special ability came from a magical spring space. Judging from her strong reaction, if Jiang Yichu was right, this jade was the key to that space. With her plan clear in mind, Jiang Yichu kept a calm face. She raised an eyebrow and asked, You've been staring at my necklace. Do you like it? The way she asked almost hinted at something. Hearing this, Jiang Sire's eyes lit up and she nodded hard. It's quite pretty. A proud smile appeared on her lips, and her eyes swept over Jiang Yichu with disdain. This girl from the countryside isn't that foolish after all. She knows she has to please me if she wants to fit in. Was this her way of apologizing for being rude earlier? Jiang Sire curved her lips, lifted her chin slightly, and stretched out her hand, waiting for Jiang Yichu to hand over the necklace. But after waiting a while, Jiang Yichu didn't move. Jiang Sire turned her head in confusion. Then take a good look at it, Jiang Yichu said with a smile, twirling the string between her fingers and letting it sway before her eyes. Her gaze was teasing, playful. This country girl was clearly mocking her. Jiang Sire realized it at once. Old grudges and new anger rushed to her heart, and she raised her hand, But one sharp look from Jiang Ichu stopped her.
She didn't dare to strike.
Right? She couldn't lose her temper. Mother was right. Changing the marriage was the most important thing now. If she hit Jiang Ichu, and her parents thought she was too spoiled, what if they refused to help her? Jiang Sairu took a deep breath and forced down her anger. She sneered, it's just a cheap trinket. Only someone like you would treat it like treasure. You really haven't seen the world. She was clearly upset. That small test was enough for Jiang Ichu to confirm. The pendant really was the key to the space. She said nothing. Jiang Sairu was still angry. She took 2 steps forward and lowered her voice. Jiang Ichu, remember this. I was planning to let you take over the Liang family, but you insisted on marrying a man from the countryside. Don't blame me for what happens next. A man who would rush into marriage with a village girl could only be a troublemaker or a drifter. Pride flashed in Jiang Sairu's eyes, as if she were a showy peacock. No one knew where her smugness came from. Jiang Ichu lowered her gaze and gave a cold smile. Calmly raising an eyebrow, she reminded her, really? Then why is it that after all your scheming, you'll be the one marrying into that family in the end? It was obvious. The engagement with the Ying family was only a verbal promise, but the one with the Liang family was a written childhood betrothal. One that had to be fulfilled. Now that Jiang Ichu was married, Jiang Sairu was the only daughter left in the Jiang family. Even if their mother adored her, she would have no choice but to send her to the Liang family. The words hit Jiang Sairu like a blow. Her face twisted with anger. Mind your own business, she snapped. You'd better worry about yourself. She gave Jiang Ichu a disdainful look. Marrying some unknown man. Do you really think the Jiang family will keep you around to embarrass us? With a loud bang, Jiang Sairu slammed the door and stormed out. Did she think this was a place worth staying in? Jiang Ichu let out a short laugh and locked the door. She opened the drawer under her dressing table and searched for a while before finding a fruit knife. She was ready to bind the space. The cold blade touched her skin, sending a chill through her. It hurt a little, and she couldn't bring herself to do it. After thinking for a moment, she rummaged again and found a sewing kit instead. After disinfecting a needle with a match, she closed her eyes and gently pricked her fingertip. A flash of white light appeared before her eyes. As a drop of blood fell onto the jade pendant, a swirl of white mist pulled Jiang Ichu inside. When the mist cleared, she saw a vast stretch of dark soil. A floating panel appeared in the air. The land had one-click planting and harvesting functions, free to use as she wished. That was wonderful. Jiang Ichu walked forward and soon reached a winding stream. The water was crystal clear. She crouched down and tasted it. It was cool and sweet. This was the spirit spring, as the panel continued to describe. The spring water could strengthen the body and improve one's appearance. When used to water plants, it could shorten their growth cycle. It could also make food taste better when used in cooking. All of these were very practical functions. The Jiang family, her adoptive parents, favored boys over girls. The original owner of this body had long suffered from poor nutrition and weak health, getting out of breath after just a few steps. She urgently needed to improve her strength. Thinking this, Jiang Ichu quickly scooped up some spring water and drank a few gulps. The cool, sweet water slid down her throat, and she immediately felt lighter and more energetic. It even had beauty benefits. That was something she needed too. The original owner had worked in the fields every day without proper nutrition, leaving her skin dull and marked. Even the most delicate features couldn't hide behind rough skin. In fact, the original owner was very beautiful. Jiang Ichu had seen herself in the mirror. She had large, dark eyes with clear whites and soft lower lids. With just a little improvement in her complexion, she could be a truly soothing beauty. There was no rush, so Jiang Ichu used the spring water to gently wash her face several times. When her fingertips felt cool, she stood up and continued walking forward. In the distance, there was still a 2-story wooden building she hadn't checked. It looked old, as if it hadn't been used for a long time. Jiang Ichu walked up to the house and pushed the door open. To her surprise, it was a storage room. Inside were piles of nourishing herbs and medical books, both traditional and modern. Could the ancestral jade pendant really be connected to medicine? Or did it adjust itself to match its owner's skills after recognizing her? Jiang Yichu paused. A sudden thought struck her. Could the second floor be? She hurried up the stairs. Then she was stunned by what she saw, an entire room filled with medical equipment. Surgical tools, basic medicines, bandages for supplies, everything was there. Though not as advanced as modern equipment, in surgery, skill mattered more than technology. With the space, she could easily keep her hands well trained. Surgeons needed to maintain their precision. Jiang Yichu stayed in the space for a full hour before coming out. Just as she lay down, she was startled by the sound of Jiang Sairu crying next door. Enough, it's not a big deal. Stop crying. Mrs. Jiang was upset too, but she still felt sorry for her daughter. All right, Mom promises you this. Tomorrow I'll send that girl away, okay? Send her away? Jiang Yichu heard everything clearly from the next room. She thought the Jiang family was truly unbelievable. They were ashamed of their real daughter and treated the fake one like treasure. When they needed her to marry in someone else's place, they called her to the capital. Now that she was no longer useful, even though they knew she had no family or place to go, they still wanted to drive her out? Was this her mother or her enemy? The mother and daughter cried endlessly. Jiang Yichu, feeling sleepy, yawned. After hearing a few pointless words, she soon fell asleep. The next morning, the Jiang family of 3 sat neatly at the dining table. Only one seat at the corner was empty. Where is she? Mrs. Jiang frowned and asked the housekeeper. The housekeeper hesitated, looking uneasy. Mrs. Jiang understood and raised an eyebrow. Still not up, is she? Humph, that girl from the countryside really has no manners. Late for breakfast with the family, Mrs. Jiang ordered. Go wake her up. But are you calling me? Jiang Yichu's voice came from the doorway, cutting the housekeeper off. She was neatly dressed, her arms full of boxes of pastries. Mrs. Jiang looked at her and asked, Where did you go so early? Visiting neighbors. Jiang Yichu said casually as she set the boxes down, washed her hands, and sat at the table. I've been here 3 days, and I still don't know any of the neighbor ladies. They wanted to send her away? Then she would make sure all the neighbors knew that the Jiangs refused to acknowledge their real daughter. She wanted to see how Mrs. Jiang, who cared so much about appearances, would handle that. Her tone was calm and light, but the 3 people at the table all looked uneasy. Jiang Sairu, especially sensitive about her background, was terrified the neighbors would find out she wasn't the real daughter. Of course, she couldn't stand Jiang Yichu talking about it everywhere. Jiang Yichu, do you think this is your countryside? Visiting neighbors like that? Her voice was sharp and annoying, louder than a rooster's crow. Jiang Yichu ignored her and quietly ate her breakfast. The Jiang family was wealthy, and their breakfast was far more luxurious than anything served in a hospital cafeteria. She started eating as if no one else was there. Mrs. Jiang's face turned completely dark. Great. Now everyone knew that this bold young girl was her daughter. She would be too embarrassed to play cards with her friends again. Mrs. Jiang swallowed her anger and asked, It's fine to visit others, but what's with all these pastries? Jiang Yichu looked at the boxes and said, They're wedding gifts from the neighbors. Now, even Mr. Jiang couldn't stay calm. He slammed the table hard. Nonsense. Do you think getting married behind your parents' backs is something to be proud of? And you still dare to tell everyone about it? The cups and plates rattled loudly. Mr. Jiang rarely lost his temper, and Jiang Sairu watched with a look of amusement. Mrs. Jiang didn't even want to speak anymore. If she had known Yichu would cause such a scene today, she would have sent her away last night. Mr. Jiang regretted it too. Men cared more about family bloodlines. When his wife suggested sending their daughter to the countryside, he had hesitated. The Jiangs had only one son and one daughter. Their son was serving in the army far away in the south. He thought it would be nice to have his daughter close by. But now his wife had been right. A child who grew up with the wrong attitude couldn't stay, or the whole family's reputation would suffer.
Speak.
Jiang Ziyuan's face was stern. Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Sairu were nervous, but Yichu wasn't afraid at all. She curved her lips into a smile, looked at her father, and asked, "What should I say?" "I saw the sign outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. It says 1 husband, 1 wife, freedom to love." "So, why is it shameful here? Did the government slogan get it wrong?" Jiang Ziyuan's face darkened even more. Ichu put down her steamed bun and turned to her mother. "Or was it not true when you said yesterday that I'm old enough to discuss marriage?" Mrs. Jiang couldn't answer. Ichu shook her head, looking puzzled. "I got married on my own, so you don't have to worry about me. Isn't that easier for you? Why are you so angry? Or is it only acceptable if I marry someone you two choose?" Her string of questions left both parents speechless. Or maybe, Ichu lazily rested her chin on her hand and clicked her tongue, as if she had just realized something. "Dad, is your dark face because you wanted me to marry for the family's benefit?" "I knew it." Jiang Ichu lowered her eyes, her voice suddenly filled with sadness. "I was wondering why the family reunion happened at such a convenient time." If she said any more, the fragile peace they were keeping would be completely broken. Jiang Ziyuan quickly stopped her. "It's not like that," he denied immediately. Mother Jiang glanced at him. Father Jiang gave him a sharp look, clearly meaning, "Why are you looking at me? Everyone in the neighborhood already knows, and we can't just send her away now. The best we can do is keep things calm for the moment. It's just a meal, after all." The Jiang family could afford that much. Breakfast ended with Jiang Ichu completely winning, while the 3 members of the Jiang family were left defeated. Jiang Ziyuan had to go to work at the military factory. He left right after eating, without saying a word. Before leaving, he told Mother Jiang, "Don't rush to send her away yet." Mother Jiang looked frustrated, but could only nod. It was just Jiang Ichu's luck. She happened to visit early in the morning. Luck. Maybe I'm just smart, Jiang Ichu muttered to herself as she lay on the bed after breakfast, listening to the conversation between the mother and daughter next door. Strange. Why wasn't Jiang Sairu crying today? She didn't even announce the cancellation of her usual morning drama. How boring. "Mom," Jiang Sairu called softly from the next room. After 2 days of frustration, even Mother Jiang's patience was wearing thin. Her tone was sharp. "Enough. Calling me won't help. You heard what was said at the table. That girl's been telling everyone about her marriage. The whole neighborhood knows. Even if I could make her divorce, do you think the Liang family would still want a divorced woman? Listen to me. Forget about marrying into the Ying family. I'll go return the engagement gifts later." "No." Jiang Sairu panicked. "Mom, please don't cancel it. I can still marry into the Ying family." "You're dreaming," Mother Jiang sighed, looking at her daughter. "How could you marry him? The Liang family has a written engagement with her. Do you really think the Ying family would offend their old friend just to create some love triangle drama?" Her daughter had been raised delicately, with good manners and grace, but she wasn't exceptionally beautiful. Mother Jiang knew that well. As much as she hated to give up the Ying family connection, there was nothing she could do. She shook her head and sighed. But Jiang Sairu suddenly said, "Mom, I have a way. I can make the Liang family cancel the engagement themselves." She had a way? Mother Jiang didn't react right away. Jiang Sairu quickly began to explain the situation to her. "Mom, think about it. Why did we bring my sister back in the first place? Wasn't it to use the marriage with the Liang family to connect with the Ying family?" Mother Jiang was still confused. Time was short, so Jiang Sairu spoke directly. "Now that we've already built a connection with the Ying family, does it really matter if my sister marries into the Liang family or not? As long as the Liang family cancels the engagement themselves, everything will be fine." That sounded simple enough. But it was a childhood engagement. The higher a family status, the more they cared about reputation and family honor. Cancel the engagement? If it were that easy, would the Liang family still want to be connected with them? Mother Jiang gave a quiet, doubtful sigh. When she looked up and saw the determined look in Jiang Sairu's eyes, she began to waver. Mother Jiang asked, "What's your plan?" If Jiang Sairu's idea was to expose that Jiang Ichu was already married just to make the Liang family back out, that was absolutely unacceptable. At her age, reputation was the most important thing in her life. If the engagement was broken in a shameful way, Jiang Sairu shouldn't even think about it. Seeing her mother's concern, Jong Sairu gently patted her hand to reassure her.
Don't worry, Mom.
My plan will only make the Liang family lose face, not us. Tell me, Mother Jong said, now interested. Jong Sairu leaned close and whispered, Liang Hung gambles. The son of a military commander gambles? Mother Jong could hardly believe it. She looked at her daughter suspiciously. Are you sure? Jong Sairu was absolutely sure. In her previous life, everyone thought she lived a glamorous life. But in truth, Liang Hung was involved in all kinds of bad habits, gambling, drinking, and worse. No one else knew, but as his wife, how could she not? Of course, she couldn't say that now. So she shifted the reason to her prophetic dream. She told her mother, the dream told me. We can check and see if it's true. If they could prove Liang Hung really gambled, it would also prove her dream was real. That was exactly what Mother Jong wanted. Mother and daughter shared the same thought without saying it aloud. Jong Sairu said, Mom, give me 5 days. If I can find proof that Liang Hung is gambling, we'll have a good reason to cancel the engagement.
No.
Mrs. Jong interrupted her, without hesitation. We can't look for evidence. The older generation is always wiser. Mrs. Jong thought for a moment, narrowing her eyes. The Liang family is powerful. It's best if you don't get involved. If this is exposed later, our families will completely fall out. Jong Sairu thought about it and realized her mother was right. The plan might work, but it was too risky. You're right, she said, nodding. Then, a sudden idea came to her.
Mom.
What if Liang Hung gets hurt and can't attend the wedding? There are no real winners at a gambling table. If tempers flare and a fight breaks out, anything could happen. Next door, Jong Ichu was lying down when she overheard this shocking secret. She couldn't help but laugh. Mrs. Jong always complained that her real daughter lacked manners, yet the one she raised herself was even worse. The Liang family's affairs had nothing to do with her, but stopping Mrs. Jong from getting her way had become Jong Ichu's new goal. The bright red cloth on the dressing table caught her eye. She sat up, looked into the mirror, and whispered to her reflection, Don't worry, I'll help you get justice.
She didn't even need to try too hard.
By following Jong Sairu, she could easily find out what she was planning. Jong Ichu followed her out of the house. Mrs. Jong didn't care. As long as her real daughter stayed out of sight, she could go wherever she wanted. Jong Ichu trailed behind until they reached the black market. The wedding day was getting close, and Jong Sairu was more anxious than ever. Relying on memories from her past life, she found a man in a corner. The black market. After Jong Sairu left, she followed the man who had taken her money. He was tall and broad-shouldered, and after walking a few hundred meters, he disappeared into a small house at the end of the market. It wasn't safe to rush in, so Jong Ichu wandered around the market instead, buying some seeds along the way. In those times, food was scarce, and even grain required ration tickets. Since she had her own space now, Jong Ichu had no intention of living a hard life. She didn't have any money, so she exchanged the watch her mother had given her as a first meeting gift for cash. The watch required an industrial coupon, and since hers was brand new, it didn't take long before someone bought it. It was a Shanghai brand watch, originally worth over 100 yuan. Jong Ichu didn't bargain. She simply asked for an even 100. She spent 2 yuan on seeds. For vegetables, she bought lettuce, celery, coriander, chives, cabbage, cucumbers, green peppers, potatoes, and tomatoes. For grains, she bought wheat, rice, corn, black rice, and koik seeds. She also bought seasonings, green onions, ginger, garlic, sesame, and peanuts. She didn't buy much of each, planning to plant a small amount first as a test. After buying the seeds, she spent another 5 yuan on 10 chicks and ducklings, some male, some female. They could be raised for eggs or meat later. Once she found a quiet place, she stored everything in her space and then returned to the small house. A middle-aged woman was sitting at the door, eating sunflower seeds. People in the black market were all sharp and cautious. When the woman saw Jong Ichu walking back and forth near the door, she straightened up and looked at her warily. Girl, is your husband inside? Luckily, her darker skin tone helped her blend in. Otherwise, with her delicate features, it would have been hard to stay unnoticed. Jiang Ichu shook her head. No, I just want to play. The woman's eyes widened. You? You play cards? Clearly, she didn't believe her. She gave a cold snort and asked, They're playing for money in there. Do you have any? I do. Jiang Ichu patted her pocket, pulled out a 50-cent note, and slipped it into the woman's hand. Auntie, is this your place? Can I go in and play a few rounds? The woman didn't answer right away. She rubbed the note between her fingers, looked Jiang Ichu up and down, and after a long pause, shouted toward the house. Who's he? A thin young man came out. Mom, you called me? The woman pointed her chin toward Jiang Ichu. This girl wants to play. Find her a table. A girl? Who's he? Led Jiang Ichu inside. There's no empty seat for now. Stand by the table and wait. When someone leaves, you can take their place. Jiang Ichu took 2 steps forward and stopped behind Liang Heng. Thank you, I'll just wait here. The card game here was played a bit differently. At first, Jiang Ichu didn't understand the rules. After watching behind Liang Heng for a couple of rounds, she quickly learned. With the kind of mind that got her into a top medical school at 15, remembering cards was easy for her. Before an hour passed, one of the players lost all his money and left. Jiang Ichu immediately took his place. Everyone was there to gamble, focused only on winning. No one cared that Jiang Ichu was a girl. For 3 days in a row, as long as Liang Heng was there, Jiang Ichu was too. This is unbelievable. Once again, 3 players were putting money on the table. The man sitting across from Jiang Ichu lost his temper, slammed his cards down, and looked at Liang Heng. Brother Nan, how come your luck's been so good these past 2 days? 3 whole days. Even if Liang Heng was skilled, it didn't make sense for him to keep winning while everyone else lost. There were 4 people at the table. Jiang Ichu had lost the least, just over 30 yuan. The man complaining had lost more than 100 in 3 days. Another big man had it even worse. He'd lost nearly 300. A worker's monthly pay was only 40 or 50 yuan. If Liang Heng kept winning like this, no one would be able to afford dinner. I'm done. The man threw down his cards angrily and left. It was getting dark. Liang Heng stood up too, deciding to stop for the day. At the door, he paused and waited.
Hey you.
Jiang Ichu realized he was calling her and stopped. She had been so focused on the cards these past few days that this was the first time she really looked at him up close. Her mother had been right. Liang Heng was indeed good-looking, with that charming, slightly rebellious air. Were you calling me? Jiang Ichu asked. Liang Heng didn't answer, just tilted his chin slightly, signaling her to follow. They walked into a quieter alley. When no one else was around, Liang Heng finally spoke. You've been helping me win for 3 days. Do you know who I am? He couldn't let his father find out he'd been coming to the black market. Liang Heng had always used a fake name when he came to gamble. The black market was chaotic, completely different from the military compound. He had been there for a month and hadn't met anyone who knew him. But the person in front of him now. Liang Heng liked to have fun, but he wasn't foolish. This girl had been playing cards with him for 3 days, deliberately losing money to him. Unless she knew who he really was, there could be no other reason. Jiang Ichu's silence said it all. Liang Heng smiled, unwilling to dig deeper. Fine, whatever you're planning. He pulled out the 200 yuan he had won that day and handed it all to Jiang Ichu. Take the money and pretend you never saw me. He came to play cards to vent, not to win money. His father must never find out. And he couldn't let anyone use him to get close to Commander Liang. After giving her the money, Liang Heng turned to leave. Wait a moment. Jiang Ichu stopped him, but didn't speak right away. She tilted her head, listening carefully, her expression turning serious. Someone's following you. Liang Heng didn't believe her. Your hearing sharper than a dog's? Her earlier warning now came back to him like a boomerang. Jiang Ichu gave him a sharp look and said, My surname is Jiang. Jiang from Jiang Ziyuan. Now be quiet.
Jiang Ziyuan?
Liang Heng froze. Wasn't that the family his grandfather had arranged a childhood engagement with? He glanced at Jiang Ichu and smirked with mild disdain. So you're the Jiang family's daughter? No wonder they arranged a childhood match. Could she have married otherwise? He didn't say the last part out loud. Jiang Ichu was speechless. Did this man have any sense at all? Didn't he hear her say someone was following them? The alley they were walking through was quiet, and the faint footsteps behind them were getting clearer.
Hey.
You dislike me for being plain, but I dislike you for being foolish. The man Jiang Sairu had sent was tall and broad, easily weighing over 200 pounds. Jiang Ichu had thought the man would at least wait until they were near Liang Heng's home before making a move. But the footsteps were getting closer and closer. He was going to act right here, in the black market. Ignoring Liang Heng's cluelessness, Jiang Ichu asked urgently, "Is there a police station nearby?" Police station? Liang Heng laughed as if he'd heard the funniest thing in the world. You think a black market would be next to a police station? If that were the case, I could just gamble in the interrogation room. Saves the police a trip. This man seemed to think he was funny. Jiang Ichu was speechless. She asked Liang Heng again, "You must be pretty good at fighting, right?" After all, he grew up in a military compound. If no one caught him off guard, he should be fine in a one-on-one fight, right? Fighting skills? Liang Heng looked at her with an even stranger expression. He shook his head. "I don't know any martial arts." Jiang Ichu was stunned. "You grew up in a military compound and don't know any martial arts? Didn't Commander Liang teach you any self-defense or combat skills? People always said like father, like son. But was Liang Heng the exception?" Ignoring Jiang Ichu's curious look, Liang Heng slowly raised his hand. "Look," he said. "These are the hands of a refined young man." Footsteps were getting closer. Jiang Ichu's heart sank. Realizing this fool was unreliable, she held her breath, focused her mind, and quietly took a syringe of anesthetic from the space in her mind, hiding it in her sleeve. Then she took small steps to the side, quietly moving away from Liang Heng. "What are you doing?" Liang Heng asked, confused. Jiang Ichu glanced at his so-called refined hands and sighed. "Probably not for long," she murmured. Jiang Sairu had said Liang Heng needed to get hurt enough to cancel the engagement. If he couldn't fulfill the engagement, the injury had to be serious, maybe a broken bone or two. Whether it would be his hand or leg depended on the mood of the big man behind them. Jiang Ichu silently backed up to the wall. Liang Heng didn't understand her strange words or actions. "I'm saying, are you?" Before he could finish, a heavy punch sent him flying to the ground. "I'm fine," Jiang Ichu thought. "You're the one in trouble now." She took 2 more steps back to a safe distance. The big man pinned Liang Heng down, muscles bulging. He clearly did heavy labor for a living. "Give back the money you just won, and I'll go easy on you," the man threatened, gripping Liang Heng's collar. Liang Heng gave a short laugh. "You really can't handle losing, huh?" Jiang Ichu was honestly impressed. Even now, he couldn't stop talking. "Come on," she thought, "he's the one hitting you. If you're bad at it, practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't gamble." Liang Heng pouted and looked at the man on top of him with a cold sneer. In broad daylight, "You still dare to do this? Go ahead." Liang Heng turned his head. "Hit me if you can." Assaulting a soldier's family member was a serious crime, at least 15 years in prison. Who would dare? How foolish. Jiang Ichu covered her eyes, unable to watch. Why was this young master picking a fight instead of just paying up? Something hard brushed against her face. When she opened her eyes, she realized she was holding the money Liang Heng had just shoved into her hand. Oh, great, he had no money left. Now she was completely hopeless. The strong man, not getting the money, started punching with heavy, rhythmic blows. Jiang Ichu didn't try to stop him. She couldn't. She closed her eyes and listened to Liang Heng's cries, feeling she couldn't take it anymore. Was this man a hired thug or a hitman? Watching coldly, Jiang Ichu noticed the man didn't even know how to avoid vital areas. If this went on, Liang Heng could be seriously hurt. She had no choice. Jiang Ichu moved quietly behind them. Just then, Liang Heng kicked the man hard in the leg. The man grunted in pain, his eyes turning red with rage. He pulled a fruit knife from his waistband. The cold blade glinted against the red bricks. Jiang Ichu squinted instinctively. Oh no, he's got a knife. Liang Hung gritted his teeth, trying to hold the man's wrist. But the man was much stronger and had lost control. He pressed the knife down bit by bit. In another second, the blade would pierce Liang Heng's shoulder. Jiang Yichu didn't hesitate. She rushed forward. She jabbed a syringe into the man's neck and pushed the plunger all the way down. With such a strong dose, the man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted instantly. Liang Heng got up awkwardly, staring at Jiang Yichu in shock. "Did you just kill him?"
Stop shouting.
"It's just a sedative," Jiang Yichu said, tossing the syringe aside and brushing the dust off her hands.
Fool.
"Go call the police, and remember, don't mention me." Jiang Yichu didn't get involved in the police report. She was a lonely orphan with no one to rely on. Helping Liang Heng had two purposes: to make things difficult for Madame Jiang and to earn a favor from Captain Liang. She never liked showing off. If Madame Jiang found out she was working against her, the Jiang family could easily control her. Jiang Yichu walked home slowly. In the living room, the three members of the Jiang family were having dinner. These days, Jiang Yichu had been out almost every day, and Madame Jiang was already unhappy about it. Catching her coming home, she immediately put on the air of an elder and questioned her. "Where have you been again?" "Just wandering around," Jiang Yichu replied casually. Madame Jiang didn't bother to ask further. It had been 3 days, and there was still no word from the Liang family about breaking off the engagement. She was getting anxious. Tomorrow was the day the Jiang and Ying families were supposed to meet to discuss the marriage. The Liang family hadn't given a clear answer yet. How could she explain that to the Yings? That meeting would set the wedding date. If Jiang Sira's plan failed, the Liang family didn't cancel the engagement, and the Ying family still set a date, everything would be ruined. Following the rule of eating light at night, Jiang Yichu only ate half a bowl of rice before going back to her room. She didn't need to go to the black market anymore. She planned to start using the spiritual spring water to improve her skin. Applying it and soaking in it worked the fastest. Even in summer, she wasn't afraid of the cold. Jiang Yichu sank into the spring water and enjoyed a relaxing soak. While she was enjoying herself, Liang Heng was having a terrible night. Gambling again. He almost caused a serious accident. This time, there was no way to hide it from Captain Liang. With a bruised face, Liang Heng slumped in the interrogation room, answering the police's questions without energy. He started it first. "The medicine? Oh, you mean that anesthetic shot? Bought it from the black market. Why buy restricted medicine? Just curious. Why are you all questioning me? I'm the victim. Shouldn't you be questioning that big guy instead? Be careful, or I'll report you." "Report who?" Captain Liang kicked open the interrogation room door and stormed in. Before anyone could react, he gave Liang Heng 2 hard knocks on the head. If the police hadn't stopped him, he would have taken off his belt. A soldier's strength was no joke. When Madame Liang rushed in, Liang Heng was already crying out in pain. None of the officers dared to stop them. Mrs. Liang glared at her son in frustration and whispered, "Old Liang, we're outside. If there's something to say, wait until we're home." Liang Heng nodded quickly. Commander Liang glanced at his wife and forced himself to calm down, swallowing his anger. He chose a stool farthest from Liang Heng and sat down. With pressure from the military, the interrogation went quickly. An hour later, a detective came in with the written report. "Commander Liang, Wang Daniu has confessed. He admitted he lost money gambling and acted out of desperation." Liang Heng didn't believe it. He jumped up from his seat. "Desperate for money? Since when does that mean trying to take someone's life?" Commander Liang shot him a sharp look. Liang Heng shrank back and sat down again. The officer continued. "Wang Daniu also said a young woman approached him first. She asked him to teach Comrade Liang a small lesson at the card table, offering 1,000 yuan. Someone had deliberately targeted him." Commander Liang turned to his son. "Did you upset some young woman?" "Of course not. Why would I do that?" Liang Heng protested angrily. He liked to have fun, but he wasn't the type to flirt around. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be single at 23. Commander Liang knew his son's temperament and didn't press further. He gestured for the officer to go on. You might not know, Commander, but Wang Daniu is a local troublemaker. He's been in and out of the station for fighting. He said the woman gave him a 500 yuan deposit, but he lost it all gambling these past 2 days. That's why he panicked. Even a crime like this has a deposit now, Liang Heng muttered under his breath. Mrs. Liang, afraid her husband might lose his temper again, quickly changed the subject. A young woman, you said? Did he give a name? The officer shook his head. He said he didn't know her. Mrs. Liang frowned. He didn't know her and still agreed? The officer replied, it's the black market. No one asks questions. Wang Daniu said the woman seemed generous. He figured that people who gamble illegally rarely go to the police. Even if they did, spending 6 months in jail for 1,000 yuan seemed worth it to him. He also said he thought it was just a personal dispute between a man and a woman. He didn't realize Comrade Liang had such a powerful background. He said he'd never have dared to offend a military family. By the end, the officer's voice grew quieter. He glanced nervously at Commander Liang. Commander Liang listened, then gave a cold laugh. Background? I'll go back later and teach that brat a lesson. Dad, you're so funny. Commander Liang couldn't hold back anymore and immediately wanted to hit him. In the noisy interrogation room, Liang Heng was chased and scolded by his father for 5 minutes. In the end, the police still couldn't find out anything about the anesthetic. That was exactly what Liang Heng wanted. Before bed, Jiang Yichu soaked in the spiritual spring water for an hour. When she woke up the next morning, she felt completely refreshed. She was so curious about the spring's effects. She quickly ran to the mirror. It really was amazing. After just one soak, the marks and dryness on her face were gone. Her skin tone had also improved, though it was still a bit yellow. Jiang Yichu wasn't worried. She knew a few more soaks would fix that. When she went downstairs, her mother and sister were already eating breakfast. Ever since her mother found out that Jiang Yichu had secretly gotten married and couldn't be sent away for now, she had stopped bothering her about sleeping in. Out of sight, out of mind, she was even happier that way. Breakfast was steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding. At that time, fried dough sticks were a rare treat. They used a lot of oil, and restaurants only sold a limited amount. It was obvious the housekeeper had queued early to buy them. Jiang Yichu picked one up with her hand and took a big bite. Sis, you should use chopsticks. It doesn't look nice, Jiang Sairu reminded her kindly. Always pretending to be proper again. Jiang Yichu ignored her. But their mother's face darkened. Your sister's talking to you. Didn't you hear her? I heard, Jiang Yichu said. She opened her mouth so wide. How could I not? Her mother slammed her chopsticks down in anger.
How can you talk like that?
So rude. Mrs. Jiang. A gentle female voice interrupted her. A middle-aged woman in a yellow Lenin-style suit walked in, led by the housekeeper. Her eyes swept over the 3 of them. Having breakfast? I hope I'm not interrupting, she said. Jiang Yichu immediately saw what it meant to change faces quickly. Her mother's expression turned from anger to a bright, flattering smile. Mrs. Liang, what brings you here so early? The person they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Mother Jiang silently glanced at Jiang Sairu, then led the others to sit in the living room. She had always carried herself with pride. Jiang Yichu's identity had also been carefully kept secret by the Jiang family. Hearing Mother Liang's question, the smile on Mother Jiang's face froze. She hesitated before replying. Yes, my eldest daughter. We just found her a week ago. I was planning to bring her to meet you next time. Was she really bringing her to meet them, or planning to quietly marry her into the Liang family? Mother Liang could see right through Mother Jiang's little scheme. No wonder she had heard that the Jiang family had recently been in contact with the Ying family. So this was her plan, to use both daughters to build ties with 2 powerful families. If her son hadn't come home last night and told her what he found, the Jiang family's dream might have come true. Well, I came at just the right time, Mother Liang said with a smile, looking at Jiang Yichu. She's a lovely girl. I quite like her. What did that mean? The Jiang family had only 2 daughters. If she liked this one, then she clearly didn't like Jiang Sairu. Sitting nearby, Jiang Xiru heard the hidden meaning and dug her nails into her palm in frustration. That Mother Liang. In her previous life, when she was her mother-in-law, she was always finding faults. And now, she was still here to upset her again. She silently wished that Liang Heng would suffer a serious injury, just to see if Mother Liang would still act so proud. Mother Liang, however, didn't take the small tension to heart and turned back to chat with Mother Jiang. After a few polite exchanges, Mother Jiang couldn't hold back anymore. "Did you come today to discuss the marriage?" she asked. The dinner with the Ying family was set for the evening, and she was anxious to know the Liang family's attitude. Mother Liang smiled faintly. I almost forgot the main reason I came. But I'm afraid we won't be in-laws after all." Mother Jiang pretended to be surprised.
What? Why?
"What happened?" Mother Liang replied calmly, "It's nothing serious. Our Heng had an accident yesterday and needs time to recover." "He needs to rest? Is it really that serious?" Mrs. Jiang sounded nervous, pretending well. She pushed Jiang Xiru lightly. "Go upstairs and change your clothes, then go with Aunt Liang to take a look." Out of habit, Xiru almost agreed, but she didn't move. Go see the patient? What if she ran into the Ying family? Mrs. Jiang realized what her daughter was thinking and immediately regretted her words. She slapped her thigh. Of course, if Xiru went there and the Ying family saw her, they might think the Jiangs were sending over a girl who had just been rejected by the Liangs. That would offend both families. No way. Mrs. Jiang quickly dismissed the idea and shot a glare at Jiang Yichu beside her, grinding her teeth in anger. If it weren't for this troublesome girl and her reckless marriage, she wouldn't be in such a difficult position now. She couldn't help thinking that this child had only ever brought her trouble. Fortunately, Mrs. Liang didn't seem to want Xiru to visit anyway. "No need to go see the doctor. It wouldn't be convenient," Mrs. Liang said, taking an old, yellowed contract from her bag and placing it on the coffee table. "It's just that something like this happened right after the engagement. It doesn't feel very lucky." Mrs. Jiang asked, "So what do you mean by that?" Mrs. Liang frowned slightly, ignoring the uncomfortable way Mrs. Jiang had addressed her, and got to the point. "My husband and I think it's best to call off the engagement for now." Mrs. Jiang couldn't agree right away. She had to at least pretend to be reluctant. Mrs. Liang continued, "Since our family is the one breaking it off first, we've already spoken to the old master. He said if your family agrees to end the engagement, the Liang family will offer some compensation." Mrs. Jiang had already been thinking about ending it, and now there was even compensation involved. She was secretly delighted but didn't show it. She hesitated and said, "This is a big matter. I should discuss it with my husband first." Mrs. Liang nodded. "Then let's have both families sit down for a meal and talk it over properly." "Whenever the commander has time," Mrs. Jiang replied politely. Once things were settled, Mrs. Liang didn't stay long. She stood up to leave. Mrs. Jiang walked her out to the car. Just as Mrs. Liang was about to get in, she turned back suddenly. "The young lady?" Her gaze fell on Jiang Yichu. Mrs. Jiang frowned, puzzled as to why Mrs. Liang seemed so interested in Yichu. She turned to look at her daughter as well. Mrs. Liang smiled at Jiang Yichu and said, "That jade looks very nice."
Jade?
Mrs. Jiang frowned. She had never given Jiang Yichu any jade. Without asking where the necklace came from, she reached out to take it off. "If Mrs. Liang likes it, hurry and give it to her." "That's not necessary," Mrs. Liang said softly. "If you're free, you can come shopping with me to buy one like it." Mrs. Jiang froze. Jiang Xiru's face turned even darker. "Do you have time?" Mrs. Liang asked, waving at Jiang Yichu. "Yes." Jiang Yichu nodded and stepped forward. As she passed her mother, Mrs. Jiang gritted her teeth and warned, "Watch what you say." Jiang Yichu ignored her completely. The military jeep drove away. As soon as it left, Jiang Xiru couldn't hold back anymore. "Mom, what did Mrs. Liang mean by that? What does she mean she likes that girl?" And she even asked Jiang Yichu to go shopping with her alone. The housekeeper, who had been about to clear the tea set, quickly retreated to the kitchen in fear. Mrs. Jiang also couldn't understand Mrs. Liang's attitude toward Jiang Yichu. Seeing her daughter's face about to crumple into tears, she pulled her close, patted her shoulder, and said, Enough. You should be happy the engagement was called off. Besides, didn't you hear Mrs. Liang just now? She said she'd make it up to us. When the time comes, I'll ask the Liang family to arrange a job for you in the art troupe. How about that? Mrs. Liang was the head of the troupe, so it wouldn't be difficult. Jiang Sairu's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Of course. Mrs. Jiang smiled at her daughter's childish excitement. When you get the chance, work hard and become a lead singer. Then our family will have more respect. As Mrs. Jiang spoke, a bright future seemed to unfold before Jiang Sairu's eyes.
Thank you, Mom.
Her tears stopped, and she hugged her mother playfully. Mrs. Jiang's heart softened. This was the daughter she had raised with care, sensible and sweet. Swallowing her frustration over Jiang Yichu, Mrs. Jiang smoothed her daughter's hair and urged, "All right, go upstairs and get ready. You still have to meet the Ying family tonight." Meanwhile, the jeep drove all the way to the gate of the military compound. As it passed the checkpoint, the guards on both sides stood at attention and saluted. The steady sound and the solemn inscription on the wall, "Give your all to defeat the invaders," made Jiang Yichu suddenly feel a deep respect. Looking at everything in front of her, she understood why the Jiang family was so wealthy, yet still eager to marry into the Liang family. Tall parasol trees and fields of green military uniforms filled her view. Having lived through 2 lives, this was the first time Jiang Yichu had come here to see it. The deep respect for soldiers ingrained in the hearts of her people made Jiang Yichu curious, so she secretly looked out the window. Liang's mother noticed Jiang Yichu's curiosity. She asked the driver to stop the car by the roadside and said to Jiang Yichu, "Would you like to go for a walk with me?" "Sure," Jiang Yichu replied with a smile. From the way Liang's mother looked at her just now, Jiang Yichu guessed that Liang Heng had told her about what happened yesterday. "Auntie." Jiang Yichu turned her head, and suddenly Liang's mother took her arm. She held Jiang Yichu's arm gently and said, "Chu-chu. Can I call you that?" "Yes," Jiang Yichu nodded blankly. Liang's mother's attitude was very different from when she was at the Jiang family. Jiang Yichu was caught off guard. Just moments ago, Liang's wife seemed so cold and distant. How could she suddenly be a little adorable? "Thank you," Liang's mother said straightforwardly, without beating around the bush, as she walked forward with Jiang Yichu. "Yesterday, that little troublemaker went home and told his family that you saved his life," she added. "It wasn't that serious," Jiang Yichu said modestly, not wanting to seem overly grateful. She didn't want to accept such a big favor. People often praise kindness out of politeness, but if she accepted it outright, it might seem like she was ungrateful. Not knowing Liang's mother's true intentions today, Jiang Yichu didn't dare to agree outright. Liang's mother let out a sigh. "You're so modest, girl." "Saving is saving," Jiang Yichu replied. "All right," Liang's mother nodded. Jiang Yichu didn't refuse further. "Liang Heng owes me a life-saving favor. I'll ask him for it someday," she said jokingly, hinting that she wouldn't hold Liang's mother hostage for favors and easing the awkwardness. Her tone was humble but confident. Very appropriate. Liang's mother liked this young girl more and more. She didn't beat around the bush anymore. She directly asked Jiang Yichu, "Auntie, may I ask you a somewhat bold question?" The timing of her saving Liang Heng was just perfect. Coming from a military family, Liang's mother was very perceptive and sharp. Jiang Yichu had already prepared for Mother Liang to suspect something. Mother Liang asked directly, which made her feel like family. Jiang Yichu nodded, indicating she didn't mind. "Auntie, go ahead and ask. Then I will ask." Mother Liang smiled. "Chu-chu, how did you find out that Wang Dania was planning to harm Aheng? Do you know who ordered Wang Dania to do it?" "Yes, I know." She had no intention of helping Jiang Sairu hide the truth. Admitting it to Mother Liang was because she knew Mother Liang wouldn't do anything. Solving cases depends on evidence. Even if Wang Daniu pointed to Jiang Sairu's photo and Jiang Sairu refused to admit it, the police couldn't do much. Besides, Mother Liang asking this showed she already had a guess. Jiang Yichu's answer was just a confirmation. Hearing the answer, Mother Liang's face suddenly changed. "Is this Luo Wanru sick? She was the one who came to us about the marriage." Now she wants to back out and is causing trouble. Last night, when she learned that the Jiang family had contact with Ying family, Mother Liang guessed Jiang's true intentions. She cursed. She's using our family as a stepping stone. Not afraid of falling. Just wait and see how I deal with her. Jiang Yichu said nothing, silently listening. Mother Liang cursed a few more times, her face flushed with anger, then realized she was outside. She patted Jiang Yichu's hand. Don't worry, Chu-Chu. I know you're a good girl. This has nothing to do with you. By the way, where did you get the anesthetic? From the countryside, used for cattle. Since her previous experience couldn't be traced, it perfectly covered Jiang Yichu's medical skills. Mother Liang believed her without suspicion. She gave Jiang Yichu a thumbs up. Well done. Speaking of looking good, Mother Liang looked at Jiang Yichu's complexion, frowned slightly. I see Jiang Sairu is dressed so lively, but why are you so different? In that era, snowflake cream had a unique scent. Jiang Yichu didn't have it. Her face looked pale and yellow, and her clothes were plain. The girl who had just been found didn't know how to properly thank her, and Mother Liang, who also had a daughter, felt a twinge of envy. Seeing Jiang Yichu's beautiful features, but no pretty dress, she felt a bit sour in her heart. She took her to a service shop, waved her hand, and bought 3 pieces of fabric for Jiang Yichu and some face cream. After buying clothes, Mother Liang took the girl back home and found a complete set of skincare products from inside the house to give to Jiang Yichu. This is a special supply from our art troupe. It's good for your skin. Take it and use it. This box of chocolates was given by someone else. Auntie doesn't like sweets, so you can take it and eat. Holding Jiang Yichu's hand, Mother Liang helped her change into new clothes. Then she picked out a few colorful hairbands from the dressing table. These dresses look better with matching colored hairbands. Mother Liang is very good at dressing people up. At first, Jiang Yichu felt a bit shy. After all, it was their first meeting. But Mother Liang said, my girl is a tomboy and never uses these things. Just consider this as me fulfilling a wish. Since Mother Liang said so, Jiang Yichu didn't refuse anymore. Her hair was styled into 2 buns, fixed at the back of her head. She wore a beige sailor collar blouse, which matched her bright, big eyes. Mother Liang circled around Jiang Yichu a few times. Then she sighed. What should I do? I regret breaking off the engagement with the Jiang family now. Why don't you become my daughter-in-law? Skin color greatly affects appearance. But Mother Liang, working in the art troupe, could easily see that Jiang Yichu was a stunning beauty. And she was exactly the rare type. Jiang Yichu had a pure aura, untouched by dust. It was a delicate blend of Eastern ink painting's elegance and the lively spirit of a young girl. Breaking off the engagement was truly a regret. Mother Liang kept sighing. After all, earlier that morning, she wasn't sure if last night's incident was part of Jiang's family's new scheme. What if the Jiang family's wife was behind it all, intentionally letting Jiang Yichu save someone, then taking the opportunity to switch marriages? Ahung almost lost his life. She couldn't dare to accept the Jiang family's daughter-in-law. If she could use this chance to break the engagement, she would be happy. But after just one day of contact with Jiang Yichu, she genuinely liked her. Chu-Chu, Mother Liang said hesitantly. Auntie, Jiang Yichu smiled and interrupted her. I am already married. Married? Mother Liang's eyes widened in shock. Are you from Beijing too? This question stumped Jiang Yichu. But I think so. We don't know each other very well yet. That's not acceptable, Mother Liang exclaimed in surprise. How is the other person's family background, character, job, and how many people are at home? You don't know anything about these questions. Marriage is a big event for a girl. At this moment, there was no time to ask for details. Mother Liang, looking anxious, asked Jiang Yichu, what is his name? I'll ask Uncle Liang to help you find out more. No need. I will ask him directly when I see him. Forget about investigating behind the scenes. A man who openly shares his salary, Jiang Yichu believes in his sincerity. But seeing that Mother Liang genuinely cares, Jiang Yichu didn't hide the name of the person she was dating. His name is Ying Zheng, and he is also a soldier. Ying Zheng? Mother Liang was shocked when she heard the name, pausing for a few seconds. Then she hesitated and asked, which Ying? Which Zheng? Mother Liang's reaction confirmed Jiang Yichu's suspicion. She thought, with such a rare surname and both being soldiers, it's unlikely they would meet by chance. Worried about Jiang Yichu, Mother Liang asked, "Your mother and sister don't know about Ingzheng, do they? If they found out, today's engagement would definitely fall through." Jiang Yichu nodded. "Not to hide from you, I just guessed it myself. It was obvious." Mother Liang sighed, feeling a bit worried for Jiang Yichu. With how the Jiang family was showing favoritism today, if this news got out, the young girl would suffer a lot of unfairness. "But I have a way." Mother Liang sat down and asked in a planning tone, "If you can't be my son-in-law, how about being my daughter instead? Such a beautiful girl. The Jiang family wouldn't mind, and she liked her." Mother Liang said, "If you agree, Uncle Liang, and I will register the engagement after he gets off work." "Is it really that quick?" Jiang Yichu blinked. Mother Liang didn't rush her. "You can go home and think about it." "No need." Jiang Yichu was straightforward. In her past life, her family ties were weak, and now she had a stepmother who was a troublemaker. Having many people caring for her, she was happier than she could say. She directly changed her words. "Godmother." "Yes," Mrs. Liang responded happily, her heart full of joy. "Ah-hung is in the room and can't get out of bed right now, so forget about him." "How old are you, Chu-Chu?" 21. "When is your birthday?" "Early August. You're younger than Aing." Ah-Ying's birthday is in April. She's been training with the troops these days. "When she comes back, I'll ask her to meet you, little sister." Mother Jiang said that the Liang family has one son and one daughter. "Is the girl named Lianging?" "Such a lovely name." "Okay." Jiang Yichu nodded. She was happy to suddenly have an older sister. "Let's eat dinner first, then go back," Liang's mother said. "Family introductions should have a ceremony. Today is too busy, not enough time to prepare. Let's just have a family meal to celebrate." "Good," Jiang Yichu nodded. Compared to facing Jiang family's mother and daughter, she preferred staying with Liang's mother. Auntie was preparing dinner. Since there was good news, she specially made a dish called, for happiness, meatballs. Liang's mother called Liang's team leader, who was just finishing work, and called him back immediately. Liang Heng had caused trouble, and when Liang's team leader received the call, he was very worried. He hurried home, thinking something serious had happened. Liang's mother smiled and nodded. "Yes, something big, but it's a happy event." She pulled Jiang Yichu over to introduce her to her husband. "Chu-Chu, she's the girl who saved your son yesterday. I want to adopt her as my goddaughter." Liang's team leader, nearly 50 years old, had a square face and looked very tough. When he heard about adopting a goddaughter, he relaxed a little. He looked at his wife with a gentle, loving gaze. "You decide everything at home." After saying that, he patted his pocket. "Since we came back in a hurry, we didn't prepare a gift." "No need to rush with the gift," Liang's mother smiled. "Anyway, the Jiang family still needs to have a formal dinner, acknowledging Jiang Xiro as a relative and recognizing Chu-Chu as a goddaughter. The contrast between these two things made Jiang Yichu feel very happy. She could hardly imagine how angry Jiang's mother would be later. Liang's team leader also realized this and quietly told his wife, "Stop fooling around. You're embarrassing Jiang Jiyuan. Will Chu-Chu have a good life at home in the future? By then, the Jiang family might not agree to Chu-Chu becoming our goddaughter. There's no need to act on impulse." Liang's mother thought about it and agreed. The warm family atmosphere made Jiang Yichu feel very happy. She spoke more freely. "It's okay if he doesn't agree. We can just do things quietly. Anyway, Jiang Xuan never fulfilled his duty to raise her. It's not wrong to say she was raised by her stepfather." Mother Liang was amused. During the meal, the three of them ate very happily. It was too late to stay, so it wasn't good to keep Jiang Yichu for too long. Before sending her home, Mother Liang asked Leader Liang, "Are you free tomorrow night? It's best to settle the family introduction soon. No matter how big the matter, isn't it more important to have a wife?" Leader Liang took Mother Liang's hand. "Let's do it tomorrow." He even teased her with some sweet words before leaving. Leader Liang's driver personally took Jiang Yichu home. The living room was dark. The first floor was completely black. When they heard the door open, Auntie came out from inside. Seeing Jiang Yichu, she casually greeted her and turned to leave. Are they not here? The nanny said they went to eat with the Ying family. That made things interesting. Jiang Yichu put away the things Mother Liang gave her, then went into her space. The seeds bought from the black market had just been planted last night, and today they sprouted. This spiritual spring fruit is truly amazing. She pressed her face entirely into the spiritual spring, thinking that at this rate, her skin tone might improve in about a week. She soaked for half an hour. Hearing the sounds of a family of 3 returning downstairs, Jiang Yichu came out of her space. Are they back? Jiang Xiero handed the gift box to the nanny and looked upstairs. The nanny nodded. They're back. They also brought a lot of things. It should be from Madame Liang.
Huh.
Being ignored really makes anyone complain behind her back. After wiping the water off her face, Jiang Yichu opened the skincare set Mother Liang gave her today. She sat at the dressing table and started applying it to her face. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Xiero pushed the door open and entered directly. Seeing the gift box on Jiang Yichu's dressing table, she frowned with dislike. Jiang Yichu, can you stop being so petty about everyone giving you things? It's embarrassing. If you say it out loud, it'll shame our whole family. If you're so ashamed, why don't you go back to the countryside? You won't be embarrassed there. While speaking, Jiang Yichu's gaze didn't even look at Jiang Xiero. Jiang Xiero's face turned pale from being hit. Footsteps sounded behind her. Mother Jiang came down the stairs. Jiang Xiero's eyes instantly filled with tears. Sister, if you don't want to see me, I'll go back to the countryside tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
Ruru, why are you crying? You were happy when you first came in, but in just a little while you started crying. Mrs. Jiang didn't say a word. She rushed over to Jiang Yichu and asked, Jiang Yichu, what are you trying to do now, Mom? Jiang Sara followed inside, holding Mrs. Jiang's sleeve, pouting. Big sister didn't mean to do it. She's right. I'm not your real daughter, so I don't have a say in her matters. Aunt Liang gave her a gift. Whether she keeps it or not is her choice. In a few words, Mrs. Jiang understood what was going on. Jiang Yichu. There was a set of skincare gift boxes on the table. Mrs. Jiang's face changed color when she saw them. Who told you to accept things randomly? Are you begging for food? Jiang Ziyuan coughed outside the door. Mrs. Jiang finally calmed down and didn't throw the makeup set on the ground. Come out here, she gently urged Jiang Sora to go outside, then stopped at the door and glared sharply at Jiang Yichu. I have something to ask you. The 3 of them sat neatly on the sofa. Jiang Yichu came downstairs, holding Jiang Sora in her arms. She looked over and asked, What's going on with those gifts? Lady Liang gave them. So you took her gift? Haven't you seen better things? Mrs. Jiang, angry, spoke without thinking. After she finished, she saw Jiang Yichu staring at her with a faint smile, her throat tightening. Have I seen better things? Jiang Yichu returned her question. She raised an eyebrow lightly. I remember that when Lady Liang said she wanted to compensate you earlier, you happily agreed, leading by example. Am I doing a bad job? You. Mrs. Jiang was speechless, choked by her own words. Rude people are always sharp-tongued. Jiang Ziyuan's face looked grim, but he was not as harsh as Mrs. Jiang. Enough. Choo-choo, just this once. Next time, don't accept things from others without permission. Jiang Ziyuan took out some bills from his pocket and placed them on the coffee table. Use this first. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Jiang Yichu glanced at the table. 10 big bills, 100 yuan. Really generous. The watch Jiang Sara was wearing probably cost 7 or 800 yuan, right? But money. Well, it's better to take than not. Jiang Yichu said, Okay, tomorrow I will go shopping to check the prices in Jing City. If I don't have enough, I will ask you for more. Jiang Ziyuan frowned. Don't go out shopping these days. Why? Jiang Yichu looked up at him. Jiang Ziyuan said, Ruru's wedding is settled. You should stay at home and help out, and avoid going out. He meant she should stay home to avoid embarrassment or gossip from neighbors or the Yi family.
But
the wedding is settled? Jiang Yichu looked at him.
Wedding?
The Yi family? When the topic of the wedding was mentioned, Jiang's mother seemed a bit calmer and smiled. Yes, with Commander Ye's family. Talking about this marriage, Jiang's mother couldn't hide her pride. It's scheduled for next weekend at Hongbin Tower. The timing is a bit tight, But the Yi family is sincere, so they are not treating Rura badly. Zhang's mother took out a passbook from her pocket, seeming to look at it repeatedly. She muttered, "The bride price of 6,600 isn't much compared to our family, but I heard that in the big courtyard, marriages usually give 5,000. This shows the Yi family values Ruru a lot." "Yes," Jiang Ziyuan nodded. Jiang Sairu, standing nearby, shyly twisted her fingers. "Mom, stop talking." The happiness of the family was only silent in Jiang Ichu's mind. She lowered her head, saying nothing, her thoughts full of what Zhang's mother said about the wedding date and bride price. If she remembered correctly, a few nights ago, Jiang Sairu and her mother talked about this. Today, they're going to have dinner with the Yi family, probably to let the two children meet first, right? Who would set a wedding date on the first meeting? Considering the Yi family's background and Yi Zheng's application form with the blank spouse section, Jiang Ichu quickly understood. This engagement banquet, Yi Zheng isn't even there. The reason for the rush must be Yi Zheng's stepmother's doing. Like the Jiang family, they set the date first and then announced it. When Yi Zheng returns, he will be forced to accept a bride. Such a well-coordinated family. Jiang Ichu became curious. If the Yi family knew Yi Zheng was getting married, how would this wedding end? Who would win in the end, Yi Madam or Zhang's mother? Jiang Ichu remained silent for a long time. Zhang's mother found it strange and raised her chin to look at her. Seeing Jiang Ichu with her head lowered, she thought she was feeling inferior or jealous of Jiang Sairu marrying into a wealthy family. Silent, she rolled her eyes and let out a cold snort through her nose. "Choo-choo. Don't blame Mom for favoring your sister. Mom originally found you a good marriage proposal too. It's because you didn't listen and went off to register your marriage without permission. Finally, I understood where Jiang Sairu's confident attitude of looking down on others every day came from. I didn't want to talk to someone who wasn't very smart." Jiang Ichu shook her head. Before leaving, the phone rang. Zhang's mother answered. She just said hello, and her tone changed immediately. It was full of flattery. "Anytime, anytime. So, how about 5 o'clock tomorrow evening? With the whole family?" "Of course." Okay, no problem." She hung up the phone. Jiang Ziyuan asked, "Is it the Ying family?" Zhang's mother shook her head. "It's leader Liang's family. On the way back, I told you. Liang's wife said during the day that the breakup was their fault first, and they promised to compensate us." "Compensate for what?" Jiang Ziyuan asked. Zhang's mother patted him. "What else?" "For Ruru's work. Don't forget, leader Liang's wife is in the art troupe. Getting Ruru into singing and dancing is easy." Jiang Ziyuan frowned. "Ruru is doing well at the publishing house. Why not give a spot to Choo-Choo? She has no education, no friends, and is unfamiliar with everything. She needs a job more." Zhang's mother looked downcast. "Why give it to her? Is she good at singing or dancing? If she gets in and does something embarrassing, it will shame the Jiang family. It would also affect Ruru's in-laws. And I already thought of a plan. Leader Liang's wife will retire in 2 years. When that happens, the Ying family can help Ruru get some activities. Maybe before she turns 30, she could even become the head of the art troupe." Jiang Ziyuan still didn't say anything. In a man's mind, blood ties always come before feelings. Jiang Ichu is his biological daughter. It wouldn't be fair for the adopted daughter to take all the good things. After 20 years of marriage, Zhang's mother naturally understood what Jiang Ziyuan was thinking. She lowered her voice and reminded him, "Don't forget, your biological daughter still doesn't know who she's married to. Only Rura managed to stand firm at the Jiang family gathering. Your promotion depends on her support and the recent move of the young girl." When Jiang Junqi was in the army, because the Jiang family lacked connections with the Beijing military, he was assigned to a southern province. It has been 3 years now, and a transfer back is still uncertain. A daughter is like water spilled, but a son is the true heir of the Jiang family. Jiang Ziyuan was awakened by his mother's words. "All right, I'll listen to you. Bring it up at dinner tomorrow. Remember, be gentle but firm. It's best to have Ruru transferred before the wedding." Zhang's mother patted her chest to assure him, "Relax. Do you still doubt I can handle this?" At Homri Restaurant. Today, Jiang Yichu wore a red polka dot waist dress. Zhang's mother told her to wear this dress, saying, "You don't have Ruru's fair skin, so no need for a cheongsam." Favoritism is favoritism, and she insisted on saying these lofty words. Jiang Yi-chu wanted to laugh inwardly, but she really didn't want to wear a cheongsam. It was tight and uncomfortable, making it hard to eat. While waiting, Jiang mother and daughter adjusted their collars and whispered, their faces showing a satisfied smile, as if their wish was about to come true. The clock on the wall struck the last circle, and Colonel Liang and his mother entered hand in hand. "I guessed it was you when I heard the car outside," Jiang's mother said smoothly and politely. If Jiang Yi-chu hadn't seen her mother's sudden change of expression in private, she would think her mother was naturally warm and friendly, not just trying to please. Liang's mother was still dressed in the same outfit as the day before. "Have you been waiting long?" "Just arrived. Ruru's publisher has been busy with overtime recently, so we were worried about being late." "Buru, pour some tea for Aunt Liang." Jiang Saira nodded and stood up. Her pouring posture was flawless, as if she had practiced countless times.
"Thank you."
Liang's mother slightly lifted her eyelids and glanced at Jiang Siro's cheongsam. "Even with overtime, you're dressed so elegantly. Madame Jiang has raised her daughter well. Unlike my tomboy, who's always wielding a sword and not following any rules." Jiang's mother looked proud. "Yes, Rura has been steady since she was young." "Idiot." Jiang Ziwan, taking a sip of water, nudged his mother's arm to stop her from continuing. "When a government official speaks, you must listen carefully. She said her daughter is a tomboy to be modest, but you say your daughter is proper. That's showing off." After a few polite words, the waiter came to take the order. Liang's family took the initiative to cancel the engagement, so naturally, Jiang's mother was the one to order the dishes. The dishes were simple and traditional. Jiang's mother wasn't really interested in eating. She casually let the waiter bring a few signature dishes. "Add 4 happiness meatballs." Before the waiter left, Mother Liang added another dish. Canceling the engagement and ordering 4 happiness meatballs? Jiang's mother couldn't understand Liang's intentions and paused in surprise. During the meal, Jiang Sairu and her mother seemed more interested in their thoughts than the food. Mother Liang saw everyone was almost finished eating and finally spoke. "Let's talk about canceling the engagement." "Okay." Finally, the main dishes arrived. Jiang's mother put down her chopsticks, took out their family contract from her bag. The Liang family's contract had been returned the day before. Theirs had not. Jiang's family contract was well preserved. Jiang's mother took it out, not in a hurry to hand it over, but looked at it carefully, flipping it over and over. "It's such a pity. Liang Heng is so handsome. I really like him. Look, everything for the wedding was ready, and in the end, this mess happened. We've let down both families' elders, and it's a shame that our Ro can't call you mother-in-law." She took out the engagement letter but didn't give it to anyone, instead expressing her feelings of grievance. Mother Liang clearly understood Jiang's mother's hidden thoughts. She glanced at Jiang Sairu and nodded. "Yes, Ro is indeed feeling wronged. Our family proposed to cancel the engagement." Old Liang said that even if the marriage can't happen, the friendship between the two families shouldn't end. Mother Liang said, "Before coming here, I discussed with old Liang. We should compensate Jiang's family. Talking about compensation makes things awkward." Jiang's mother shook her head happily, ignoring the part about compensation that followed. She only thought about Jiang's family. "Children's fates are different. As parents, we can't interfere too much," Jiang's mother said, "but old Liang is right. The friendship between the families shouldn't end. Honestly, Ro talks about you every day at home. She admires you more than she does me, her own mother. If we stop seeing each other, I think Ro might fall ill from longing." "Mom." Jiang Saira lowered her eyes, timely echoing her mother. She looked at Mother Liang with admiration. "I really respect Aunt Liang. Auntie Liang, our publishing house has kept several of your interviews." Aunt Liang looked over. Jiang Sairu said, "The Red Youth performance at the Military District Show 2 years ago and last year's Evening Glow, I liked them very much. I even danced them a few times privately. Both dances indeed won many awards." Aunt Liang glanced at Jiang Sairu. "Did you learn to dance?" "Yes, I did." Jiang Sairu nodded. My mom values developing my interests, so I learned singing and dancing when I was young. Zhang's mother looked proud. Girls should be well cultivated. That's very good. Aunt Liang nodded, giving a fair comment. Girls who learn dance can endure hardships, especially those with solid basic skills, which is rare. Yes, Zhang Sairu agreed, nodding. People who can dance usually get into art troupes. It's hard to find friends who do the same. After she finished, she muttered softly. If it weren't for a small setback back then, I also wanted to join an art troupe. Zhang's family background wasn't good. Years ago, during strict political campaigns, she couldn't even qualify to apply. Zhang's mother joined the conversation, sounding guilty and sighing. It was all because of those policies back then. Later, after things were clarified, the art troupe stopped recruiting, so I missed that chance. That's why Xiao ended up working at the publishing house. Mother and daughter spoke in turn. Aunt Liang didn't seem to misunderstand, but she chose not to reply. It's okay. There are still chances at the Beijing City Theater. Could it be the same? Zhang's mother's smile froze. Aunt Liang shifted her gaze and asked, What about Chu-Chu? We've been talking for so long, but I haven't heard her speak. Zhang Yichu, who was focused on eating, was suddenly pulled into the conversation and paused. Swallowing the meatball in her mouth, she thought for a few seconds. Are you asking about my hobbies? Aunt Liang nodded. Zhang Yichu blinked, unsure how to answer. She grew up in an orphanage. The orphanage didn't cultivate hobbies, just having enough to eat, and where was already happiness. To get a scholarship, she had to be first in all exams. After being selected for Beijing Medical University's youth program at 15, it was even more so. Besides studying, she had no time for other interests. Zhang Yichu pressed her lips together. Loving studying, does that count as a hobby? Zhang Sairu heard this answer and couldn't help but laugh. Someone who hasn't finished elementary school can still lie without blushing or feeling guilty. She chuckled softly. Auntie Liang, don't listen to my sister's nonsense. Mother Liang didn't even look at Zhang Sairu. Of course, liking to study counts. Girls should be ambitious. Zhang Sairu was interrupted coldly, and her face looked unhappy. Mother Liang didn't seem to notice and continued asking Zhang Yichu. If Yichu likes studying, how about coming to our arts troupe to learn scriptwriting? Without any preparation, Mother Liang handed the work that Zhang Sairu and her daughter had been thinking about for a long time directly to Zhang Yichu. Zhang's mother's face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly said, Yichu can't do it. She refused stiffly, and Mother Liang didn't say anything, just looked over. Why not? Are you worried our arts troupe's teachers are not professional and can't teach well? No. Zhang's mother was momentarily stunned and answered instinctively. Girls, after learning scriptwriting, they probably won't pursue it further. Mother Liang smiled. Didn't you just say that girls should be better nurtured? I didn't mean that. Thinking about grabbing the opportunity for Zhang Sairu, Zhang's mother's words became a bit confused. I mean, Yichu is shy and learns slowly. I'm worried it might be too tiring for you to teach her. Sairu is smart, so let her learn instead. Mother Liang lowered her eyes and said nothing. She looked at Zhang Yichu. What do you think, Yichu? Zhang's mother also looked over, her face dark and squinting. Sorry. Zhang Yichu shook her head. Her refusal wasn't because of Zhang's mother's threats. She simply didn't like it. Everyone says medicine is a very specialized field, and many doctors don't switch careers because they have no other options. But Zhang Yichu wasn't like that. She truly loved and was passionate about this work. The sense of achievement after each successful surgery, the immersion and focus when racing against time to save lives. Even if she couldn't continue performing surgeries, she still wanted to work in the medical field. Mother Liang pouted her lips in disappointment. All right then, that's really a pity. Zhang's mother also sighed in relief, and her expression eased a bit. You see, I told you that Chu-Chu probably wouldn't like it herself, so it's better to let Ro. Since that's the case, why don't I just become her godmother? Is that okay? The words from Mrs. Liang were like dropping a huge bomb in the private room. What? The three members of the Jiang family all shouted in surprise. The plan had been decided long ago, but Zhang Yichu showed no surprise on her face. Her attention was focused on Mrs. Liang's question. Is that okay? It was clearly a question about the agreement made yesterday. Zhang Yichu understood that Mrs. Liang was protecting her. Otherwise, given her situation in the Jiang family, if Jiang Si-ro and her mother found out she had received such a big favor secretly, she would definitely suffer for it. Even the newly recognized godmother was thinking so much for her. As for her biological mother,
Haha.
Jiang Yichu felt very sorry for the original owner. There was a few seconds of silence in the private room. The Jiang family 3 also reacted. Their fake smiles finally couldn't hold up. Jiang's mother looked at Mrs. Liang and asked, "You mean you want to make our daughter your goddaughter?" "Not your daughter," Mrs. Liang corrected Jiang's mother. "I want to recognize Chu Chu as my and old Liang's daughter." Under the table, Jiang Si-ro nervously tugged at Jiang's mother's sleeve. Since it was made so clear, there was no room left for negotiation. Jiang's mother moved her lips, but silently brushed away Jiang Si-ro's hand. She took a deep breath and looked at Mrs. Liang. "It's like this." Mrs. Liang lost patience and interrupted firmly. "Is Chu Chu inconvenient? Then forget it. Old Liang and I thought we had a good connection with Chu Chu. We discussed it all night yesterday. We wanted to recognize her as our goddaughter, which would make us happy and also give the old master an explanation, but it still depends on your biological parents' opinion. If Lady Jiang doesn't agree, we won't force it, so the engagement breakup will just be like this for now." Mrs. Liang gave a signal to Liang Tuan and said she was about to stand up. Captain Liang, Jiang Ziwan, who had been silent all this time, spoke up and called her to stop. He smiled politely and invited her to sit down again. "There's no need to say that. Recognizing a godmother is a good thing. How could we possibly disagree? Is that so?" Mother Liang looked at Mother Jiang with a half-smile. Mother Jiang's eyes narrowed, and she looked a bit evasive. Mother Liang said, "Maybe I misunderstood. From what Madame Jiang means, I thought that whether it's work or family recognition, we should focus on Jiang Sora first. Annie is so confident." Jiang Yichu silently gave Mother Liang a thumbs up. Mother Jiang hummed and nodded, looking lost in thought. Jiang Ziyuan shot her a look, his face unhappy. Then he looked at the two from the Liang family. "Since we're talking about family recognition, why don't we set a date today?" Mother Liang nodded. "That's exactly what I mean." She glanced at Captain Liang. Captain Liang took out a red cloth bag from his shirt pocket. Mother Liang said, "I gave the clothes yesterday, representing Wio. This peace lock is to hope that our little one stays safe and healthy. The red envelope is for our dear one's long life." Recognizing a godmother doesn't require complicated rituals. Offering tea, changing titles, these take less than 3 minutes. But in those 3 minutes, Jiang Sora felt like a whole year had passed. Her eyes turned red as she watched Jiang Yichu offer tea to Captain Liang. She saw Madame Liang put a long life lock on her, layered with a space jade pendant. She watched the three of them smile together. Her nails dug into her flesh. Nothing in her palm could compare to the jealousy in her heart. She felt her jealousy biting into her veins, spreading through her body.
Why?
Why is it that she, who is reborn, benefits, while that worthless girl gets everything? Why can Jiang Yichu receive Mother Liang's favor? That wicked wife, in her past life, was even stingy with a kind word. They didn't even know they were returning from the restaurant. As soon as they entered, Mother Jiang threw a cup in anger. "Jiang Yichu, why didn't you tell me about the family recognition yesterday? Don't tell me you didn't know in advance." "Enough." No need for Jiang Yichu to answer. Jiang Ziyuan scolded her with a dark face. "The child didn't do anything wrong. If you want to cause trouble, get out." The nanny and the child were all there. Mother Jiang, unable to face the public scolding, was too scared to move. Jiang Ziyuan took a deep breath. He looked at Jiang Yichu, then at Jiang Soro, who looked about to cry. "It's too late. You two go back to your rooms first." "Okay." Jiang Siru covered her face and ran upstairs. The Jiang family's parents' bedroom is at the end of the corridor in a large room. The soundproofing is very good. Once the door was closed, only Jiang Yichu's hearing could pick up what was being said inside. Others couldn't hear anything. "Why are you shouting at me?" Mother Jiang entered the room and started to feel wronged. Jiang Ziyuan pinched his brow hard. "Haven't you seen the situation clearly? They had been married for many years, and he was too lazy to comfort his wife, so he got straight to the point. Liang's family only cares about Chu-Chu. Mother Jiang's lips moved, but she didn't speak. Jiang Ziyuan didn't let her talk. I ask you, since your godmother has accepted her, why were you fighting and making a scene downstairs? Are you trying to make Chu-Chu say you're biased? Should I not be biased? Mother Jiang was so angry she gasped for breath. Ruru is so good, and Jiang Yichu is ugly and uncultured. Why should I abandon the daughter I raised for 20 years and like her, because she's your biological daughter? Jiang Ziyuan was so angry at his wife's inability to see right from wrong that his head hurt. Luo Wenyu, I tell you. I don't care if you dislike your own daughter, and bias is up to you, but since Liang's family has accepted Chu-Chu as their daughter today, we can only rely on her to maintain the connections with Liang's family in the future. Even if you pretend otherwise, once you step out of this bedroom, you have to treat everyone fairly. Mother Jiang pursed her lips but said nothing. Jiang Thuan was so angry, he smashed a cup. Did you hear that? Did I understand? Mother Jiang reluctantly responded in a low voice. Not long after. She still looked unhappy. You don't know. I get annoyed every time I see her now. Since she came back, has anything gone smoothly in the family? Getting married secretly and making the neighbors laugh at us is bad enough. And she even lied. I don't believe when Xinhua took her out yesterday without telling us about the adoption. And what happened? She didn't tell us anything beforehand, and then she started insulting Ruru with that attitude. Jiang Ziyuan frowned and interrupted his wife's endless complaints. Stop complaining, it's annoying to hear. The household was chaotic, and Jiang Ziyuan, who was trying to enjoy a peaceful life, was also upset. He told his wife, if you really can't get along with her, prepare her dowry quickly and send her away. A saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Stay away from her, because of family ties, her and her daughter can at least keep some dignity. If they keep fighting like this, they might end up hating each other. Jiang Ziyuan feels a headache coming on. Jiang's mother takes a deep breath and nods. Yes. I didn't think of that. I'll prepare the dowry tomorrow and send her away, letting her leave for the dowry? Jiang Yichu is eager for that. She keeps thinking about how much the dowry is worth and hasn't slept well all night. At dawn, Jiang Yichu gets up early. After packing her things into her space, she waits for her mother to come and give her money. While waiting, she estimates in her mind that Jiang Ziyuan still relies on the Liang family's connections, so the dowry must be quite large. After 3 days of applying spiritual spring water, the yellow on Jiang Yichu's face has visibly faded mostly. From the distant corridor, she hears the bedroom door opening. Her mother first goes into Jiang Sira's room. Is it really necessary to cry so much over such a small matter? Her mother's voice is both angry and caring. It's just a stepmother, right? I'm your biological mother, and future Commander Ing is your real father. How can a stepmother compare to you? Besides, when Xinhua probably didn't really fall for Jiang Yichu, it's just because of old Master Liang's instructions. She has no choice but to pick someone easy to control, someone inexperienced. This last remark calms Jiang Sira down. She stops crying. That makes sense. People's personalities don't change. In her past life, Liang's mother was so harsh. So how could she look up to Jiang Yichu, a country girl? Jiang Sira sniffs and asks, but Mom, what about my job? Start working at the publishing house. Once you settle in at Thing family, I'll talk to your father-in-law. Okay, there's no other way now, so Jiang Sira agrees. Then, Mom, when you prepare the dowry, can you give me a little more? Of course, you don't need to ask. Jiang's mother smiles at Jiang Sira, who looks simple and naive. What do you want? I'll take you shopping. The Jiang family has an underground storeroom. Decades of savings, including calligraphy, antiques, gold, and silver, are all there. But those things can't be displayed openly. They need to be taken to the Ying family. Jiang Sira understands this. She wipes her tears and says, those things are not urgent. Mom, I want my sister's jade pendant. Mother Jiang was surprised and said, what's so special about a poor-looking pendant brought from the countryside? Yesterday, when Xinhua praised that pendant, Mother Jiang saw it. It looked ordinary, not very green, and she didn't like it. Mother Jiang said, if you like jade pendants, I can find you a royal green one in the storage room. How about a good luck charm? Plus a pair of bangles. No matter how good something is, it can't compare to the magic finger. And that magic finger originally belonged to her. She must get it back. No. Jiang Siru shook her head. Mother Jiang didn't understand. Jiang Siru explained, Aunt Liang only noticed my sister because of that piece of jade. That jade might be a treasure. I want a good luck charm. Mom, I asked my sister, but she definitely won't give it to me. Can you help me get it? Mother Jiang hesitated, but didn't agree. That brat always opposes her. Now, just looking at Jiang Ichu annoys her. She doesn't want to give Jiang Ichu that face. But Rooro was just upset yesterday, and today she only asked for this small thing. If she can't satisfy her, sigh, she's even more reluctant to let her daughter be disappointed. Okay, Mom will think of a way. She was quite curious about what Mother Jiang would do. Jiang Ichu ate 2 big buns for breakfast, but didn't leave any for Jiang Siru and her mother. The maid originally wasn't assigned to serve Jiang Ichu. Seeing Jiang Ichu reaching out to take something, she subtly hinted, this fried breadstick is limited today. Only 3 are left. How about you, Chu Chu? You can have a bun. Otherwise, with 2, it's hard for the 3 of you to share. Hard to share, Jiang Ichu didn't understand. The maid, who initially planned to give her just 1, spread her fingers wide and dunked all 3 into her soy milk. Just don't eat them all, then it's easier to share. Mother Jiang couldn't control her daughter, and the maid didn't dare say more. After Mother Jiang sat down, she quietly complained. Chu Chu ate all the fried breadsticks. Not leaving even one for others? Jiang Ichu, don't you? She kept repeating this, and Jiang Ichu's ears felt like they were getting calluses. Do you have any manners? She asked herself and answered, I'm just a girl from the countryside. What manners do I have? And then, Jiang Ichu glared at the nanny. It was Auntie who said it. The remaining 2 pieces were hard to share, so I ate them all. When did I say that? Jiang Ziyuan went downstairs and saw the family arguing early in the morning. He sat down with a stern face. He loudly placed his water cup on the table. The dining room instantly became quiet. Chu Chu. Jiang Ziyuan spoke. Earlier, our family was busy with Liang's marriage, so I didn't pay much attention to you. Now that Ruru's wedding date is set, I think you should also get yours arranged soon. You said the other family is from Jing City too, right? Let's invite them over for dinner tonight. Jiang's mother frowned. Maybe we should just go to a restaurant instead. She was clearly worried about being left out. Jiang Ziyuan shot a quick look at Jiang's mother. How much could they rely on her? Besides, everyone now knows Jiang Ichu is married. Even if it's not for Liang's sake, just for appearances, they should handle things properly. Not yet. What surprised everyone at the table was that Jiang Ichu actually refused first. He's on a business trip and hasn't come back yet. A business trip? Jiang Sora didn't believe it. Nowadays, workers don't usually go on business trips. Only leaders or special workers do. Could a country girl from the countryside really marry a leader? She couldn't even lie convincingly. Jiang Sora looked at Jiang's mother with a regretful tone. Brother-in-law isn't in Jing City? That's a pity. I was hoping to get married on the same day as my sister. Oh, sister, what kind of job does brother-in-law have? If he's sent on a business trip, it must be a very important position. You also have a very pure tea aroma. Jiang Ichu looked up and said. Jiang Sora's eyes reddened. She whispered, I just care about you. Why do you need to act so petty? Jiang's mother slammed her chopsticks down, her face showing clear disgust. Jiang Ichu, do you have to speak so sharply? Jiang Ichu bit her soup dumpling, blew on it twice, then sipped the juice inside. The first to flirt is the one who's cheap. Jiang's mother choked, her face turning unpleasant. Her chest heaved sharply, and she swallowed hard. Fine, I won't interfere if you and Rura don't get along. But lying? That I won't tolerate. No matter how many bad habits you had before, our Jiang family absolutely does not allow bragging or lying. The words used to criticize her a few days ago, such as vulgar, unrefined, rude, and lacking manners, are much milder than the term bad habits. It's clear that Jiang's mother is trying to hold back her anger. Jiang Ichu gives a small, teasing smile. Her smile seems provocative in this situation. However, because of Jiang Ziyuan's warning last night, Jiang's mother swallows her words and stays silent. She glances coldly at Jiang Ichu and tells her, Like what you said yesterday at the restaurant about loving to study or your boyfriend being on a business trip. Stop talking about such things. It's embarrassing. Jiang Ichu nods, eager to get her dowry quickly. She's anxious, and Jiang's mother is just as eager to send her off. She suggests, I'm going to the mall these days to buy things for your wedding. Come along, okay? Jiang Ichu will take whatever she needs. Jiang's mother says, as for your boyfriend, I'll give you a week to discuss it. Then bring him to meet us. Stop bragging about him being on a business trip. It's just a trip. He should be back in 2 weeks. Unknowingly, a week has passed since they arrived at Jiang's house. Jiang Ichu counts the days and thinks it's about time. She suspects that Ying's family dared to set a wedding date behind Ying's back, probably because they knew Ying would return before then. They wouldn't want Ying's military officer to come to pick her up with a big rooster, right? Marrying into a military compound is a high-status marriage, and Jiang's family has the best conditions in the area. To prepare her dowry, Jiang's mother takes her 2 daughters to the first shopping mall. Choose a wedding dress yourself, she says. Ready-made dresses are more expensive than buying fabric, but Jiang's family can afford it. Jiang Soru's wedding dress is already prepared at home, so Jiang Ichu can just buy one casually. Hurry up, she urges. The saleswoman shows Jiang Ichu several red dresses. Before she can finish explaining the styles, Jiang's mother impatiently starts pushing her to decide. Jiang Ichu rolls her eyes. Mom, are you in such a hurry? She asks. She doesn't indulge her mother and turns to the saleswoman. Sorry, I'm feeling unwell and I can't try on dresses. Just give me a whole row. A whole row. The rack has at least 6 dresses. The saleswoman has never seen someone buy so many at once. Jiang's mother shoots her a sharp look. Jiang Ichu let out a sigh. Fine, then I want 2 rows. She packed 13 pieces of clothing with thin ropes. Jiang's mother frowned and spent a yuan to hire someone to deliver the clothes to the Jiang family. The mother and daughter continued browsing other counters. Although they said they were shopping together, only Jiang Ichu was actually buying. Jiang's mother taught her daughter to be elegant and ladylike. Jiang Soru, even if she liked something, always kept a calm and reserved attitude. Such pretense. Jiang Ichu glanced at her, but didn't care about that. With a benefactor paying and space available, she wanted everything she saw. She bought 3 pairs of shoes for each season: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Mom, you know I came to Beijing alone with nothing. Jiang's mother paid with a dark face. At the cosmetics counter, these days, skincare products and ointments only have moisturizing effects. The only difference is the scent of each brand. Jiang's mother looked at the counter and asked Jiang Ichu, didn't Wen just give you a special set of skincare products? Godmother gave it to me. My real mom wouldn't give me anything, Jiang Ichu deliberately said loudly, attracting the salespeople at the cosmetics counter to look over. For the first time, Jiang's mother was stared at by so many people over money, and her face darkened. Jiang Ichu shook her head, pouted, and put the items down. Fine, I won't buy anything then. Buy it, Jiang's mother said grimly. Jiang Ichu didn't hold back. Then please get me 2 bottles each of Yashuang, Xiefuchen, Modern Red, and Pekoin. I won't try if they are good. Yes, comrade. The salesperson packed Jiang Ichu's items in craft paper. The shoes and these creams filled her hands again. Jiang's mother found someone and paid another yuan. Please help me deliver these to Hepping East Road. Wait, Jiang Ichu called out. Then she quickly slipped into the neighboring household goods counter. In a flash, she came out holding a full load of items. Shampoos, floral waters, soaps, toothbrushes, laundry detergent. Come over and pay, and send these back with the rest. Jiang's mother finally couldn't hold it anymore. Her face turned pale, and her expression twisted. I'm here to buy dowry items for you. Are you going to take all these from your family? What kind of poor man did you marry? If she hadn't been so embarrassed, Jiang's mother wouldn't have spoken so publicly and disgracefully. Jiang Ichu smiled. Ancient sayings say, if you don't drink before death, you don't need to drink after. I see that in old times, noble ladies' families would send people to the groom's house to settle things. Mom, Jiang Ichu whispered softly to Jiang's mother. Our family has been wealthy for generations. Surely we follow these customs. Smack. A big slap was slapped on the counter. Zhang's mother stomped her foot and left. Upstairs was the place Zhang's mother wanted to take her daughter shopping. Nowadays, wedding customs include 3 bows and a loud drum. The Ying family gave generous bride price, and Zhang's family naturally also gave a proper dowry or even more. Zhang Sire's jewelry and watches are plentiful, but for the wedding, she definitely needs new ones. The watch display has many brands and styles, including Peacock, Chonghua, Shanghai, and Beijing brands. Zhang's mother looked around and liked a watch in the middle of the display, asking the clerk, "Is this the latest model?" "Yes, this watch is called Butterfly Love. It features silver enamel cloisonné craftsmanship, which sounds perfect for a wedding." Zhang's mother was satisfied and showed Zhang Siru, "Ro, what do you think? You and him each get one. Listen to Mom." The clerk took the watches to the checkout. Jiang Ichu said, "I want 2 of those 4. Zhang's mother was reluctant but nodded in agreement. Jiang Ziyuan said that the dowry should be fair. It's not worth arguing over a small amount. A wealthy bride's family gives more bride price, so the groom's family won't look down on her. The first department store has everything, appliances, tickets, anything you want." Zhang's mother went from display to display with Jiang Siru. An electric iron, buy 2 of them. Jiang Ichu also wants 2. Great Wall brand fans, buy still 2. Small items like clocks and flashlights are not worth mentioning. Anyway, Jiang Siru wanted something, and Jiang Ichu didn't even look. She just asked for one. Having money is great. She chooses the most expensive things without considering value. In less than an hour, everything was bought, small items included. Only 4 big items remained. The tickets for small appliances are easy to get, but the 4 big items, refrigerator, TV, washing machine, and tape recorder, are rare. Zhang's mother only has 1 ticket for each. Standing in front of the home appliance display, Zhang's mother hesitated, worried Jiang Ichu might rush in and grab everything like before, so she didn't rush inside. "Let's agree first, this isn't favoritism. The only ticket for the refrigerator, TV, and washing machine is just one. Ruru, the one who is getting married, is from the Ying family, and her family is the military commander. The groom's bride price was 6,000 yuan plus some gifts, so this ticket must go to Ruru. Mom, my sister, and I can share it equally." Jiang Siru pretended to be calm. Before Jiang Ichu could speak, Zhang's mother quickly rejected her kind offer. "What are you saying? On the wedding day, Ying family relatives and friends will be there. I can't let you leave without the 4 big items." "But sister." Jiang Siru looked at Jiang Ichu. "It's okay. I understand," Jiang Ichu said softly. Feeling sick and wanting to vomit, Jiang Ichu slightly pulled at the corner of her mouth. In others' eyes, this expression looked like she was eating a bitter pill, but for the sake of face, she had to pretend it was nothing. Jiang Siru smiled proudly. "Huh. Where is that bravado from earlier? Those old clothes and daily necessities are only worth a little money. The country bumpkin from the countryside really has a narrow view. Just wait and see. Now, it's only the difference in the 4 big items. In a few days, when Brother Ying visits, she will let Jiang Ichu see the real difference between men. In her past life, she first met Yingzheng 10 years later. During the New Year's gathering at the military unit, Jiang Siru was with her father-in-law's family. Yingzheng walked at the front, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, followed by a bodyguard. Time had not left a mark on him. A man who had fought on the battlefield, with an expressionless, cold face, was a symbol of authority, as if standing there represented rules and order. His badge on his shoulder was 2 ranks higher than Battalion Commander Liang's. Even her father-in-law couldn't help but marvel, only 34 years old and already a brigade commander, unprecedented. Then Battalion Commander Liang sighed again. Unfortunately, he's too picky. The army introduced many women, but he didn't even look at any. The Ying family lived not far from the Liang family. Jiang Siru had met Ying Huayan, Ying Zheng's brother. Unexpectedly, there was still another son ahead? Battalion Commander Liang said, "Yes." Left by old Ying's first wife. "Oh, and when you married Ah Heng." Old Ying's wife also arranged a marriage for Ying Zheng, but it didn't work out. Because of this, Zheng had a falling out with his family and broke off the engagement. No wonder she hadn't seen him all these years. Jiang Sairu couldn't help but ask her father-in-law. They got engaged but didn't marry. Why? Their family cares a lot about reputation. If they canceled the wedding, it must have been a serious problem. Captain Liang shook his head. I don't know about their family matters, but I guess it's because the other family isn't good, or the person isn't attractive, or has a bad temper. When choosing a wife, those are the main points, right? Captain Liang is older and sees things clearly. He sighed and said, well, a stepmother can't pick a good match for him. Jiang Sairu remembered those words. In her second life, as soon as she opened her eyes, she had only one thought. This time, she would marry Zheng. Let Jiang Yichu marry Liang Heng, the spoiled son. After walking around for a while, she was tired. At dinner, Jiang's mother didn't feel like correcting Jiang Yichu's table manners today. In the afternoon, household appliances were delivered one after another, and the housekeeper was downstairs receiving the goods. Jiang Sairu watched from the side. Jiang's mother knocked on Jiang Yichu's door, holding a jewelry box. Some appliances are missing yours. I picked out a gold necklace for you. Try it on. She pulled Jiang Yichu's arm and sat her down at the dressing table. She opened the box and took out the necklace. This was for replacing the pendant. Jiang Yichu saw through it immediately. She stopped Jiang's mother from reaching for her neck. No need. The gold necklace can't be worn out. Just exchange it for money, really. She kept mentioning money. Her mother was so vulgar for having such a daughter. Jiang's mother paused, her eyes steady. No. She grabbed Jiang Yichu's collar and searched inside. You must wear this on your wedding day. If you take that broken pendant out, you'll embarrass me and your dad in front of our friends. Where's your necklace? She felt around but found nothing. Jiang's mother looked at Jiang Yichu. I think you're right. That necklace doesn't look good outside, so I put it away. Jiang's mother froze. She couldn't ask for it back now, since she had just said it would be embarrassing. She angrily went downstairs. The workers delivering the appliances had left. When Jiang Sairu saw her mother come down, her eyes lit up. Mom, is the necklace here? No, Jiang's mother said with a dark face. This little brat was born to oppose me. Jiang's mother cursed and scolded, and Jiang Sairu's face also looked unhappy. Jiang Yichu is not foolish. This time, she didn't try to take the necklace again, so she probably became cautious. It will be hard to ask for it again later. Jiang's mother scolded her for a while, but didn't hear her daughter speak. She looked over. Enough, stop frowning. It's just a broken piece of jade. Mom will find you 2 better ones from the storeroom. No need to keep thinking about that junk. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Xiao forced a smile, unable to say anything else. Although the space's influence isn't strong, and she already knew the story in advance, for some reason, her heart always felt uneasy. Never mind, there's no rush with the space matter. After all, there are still several days before her wedding. The engagement was arranged quickly, but with money, she didn't have to worry about things not being done properly. The next day, Jiang's mother brought a tailor to their house. She was adjusting Jiang Xiao's wedding dress. Daughters from wealthy families usually have their dresses made early. Since body shape can change, small adjustments are needed as the wedding day approaches. The tailor worked from morning till evening. Jiang Yichu was holding a tray of fruit and sunbathing in the yard all day. Even with good spring water, sunbathing to supplement calcium was important. Laughter and cheerful voices occasionally came from inside the house. Laugh all you want. Jiang Yichu looked over and thought that Jiang Xiao and her mother might only be able to smile for a couple more days. She wondered if they would still smile after knowing that the person they registered with was called Zheng. By the way, she hadn't finished reading this book. Is Zheng a big boss later on? Otherwise, why would Jiang Xiao insist on marrying him? Is her life really that lucky? Getting married in a flash, to the top-tier person? Jiang Yichu. Jiang's mother called her from the window. After recognizing Mother Liang as her godmother, Jiang's mother's attitude toward her worsened. Recently, she didn't even call her Chu-Chu. Come in. The tailor finished adjusting Ro-Ro's dress. Have her look at yours too. No need.
Jiang Ichu shook her head.
I'm in good shape, no point. She was rebellious. Jiang's mother glared at her and waved her hand. Suit yourself. To keep her figure, Jiang Xiao hadn't eaten dinner these days. When Jiang Ichu entered, she was tidying up her wedding dress on the sofa. She heard Jiang Xiao mention her good figure earlier and stopped in her tracks. Jiang Ichu, Mom said to call that man over to see her. It's been 2 days. Where is he? Jiang Ichu glanced at Jiang Xiao with a look of disdain, too lazy to care. She was about to go upstairs. Jiang Xiao caught up and blocked the staircase entrance. Hey, don't go. Are you afraid of being caught lying if you run away? Is it because he's on a business trip again? What? He's on a trip, and his mother is also away. It seems your in-laws aren't that great. No bride price, and they don't even show up. Are you going to say you married an orphan again? Jiang Xiao covered her mouth and smirked triumphantly. Such a foolish appearance. I really don't understand how the original story chose such a clueless main character. Jiang Ichu smiled playfully. I didn't marry an orphan, but I'm worried his parents might come over and you'll be scared to death. You're just stubborn. As soon as Jiang Xiao finished speaking, smack, a loud slap echoed through the living room. With an echo, her face was turned to the side from the slap. Jiang Ichu was surprised that Jiang Xiao dared to hit her at home. She was stunned, turned her head, and stayed still for a moment. A burning, stinging pain spread through her face. She covered her cheek, turned her head, and looked at Jiang Ichu. How dare you hit me? This slap was full of force. Jiang Ichu rubbed her wrist and raised an eyebrow lightly. Are you good at rhymes? Your mother just taught you to be stubborn, not to be a good dog blocking the way. What's wrong? What's wrong? Jiang's mother heard the noise and rushed downstairs. Everyone upstairs heard it too. Jiang Ichu was very satisfied with her strength. It seemed the spiritual spring water was worth drinking. Jiang's mother came down, and Jiang Xiao burst into tears in an instant. Her face was red with slap marks, clearly 5 fingers wide, swollen in a large patch. No need to say what just happened. The answer was obvious. Jiang Ichu. How dare you be so presumptuous here? Jiang's mother didn't expect Jiang Ichu to dare to hit her at home. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to strike back. Rebellious. Today I must teach you some manners. Jiang's mother swung her arm into the air. In the gap, a proud smile flashed in Jiang Xiao's eyes. The wind from her palms stirred the air, and Jiang Ichu's hair floated gently. But the expected slap didn't land. Jiang Ichu pushed away her mother's arm easily, without using much strength. No need for you to teach me. She curled her lips and said, If you dare to fight me today, no one will have a good time. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. A cold, sharp look flashed across Jiang's mother and Jiang Xiao's faces. One was a wealthy lady living a comfortable life, and the other was pretending to be pitiful. Now that she had drunk the spiritual spring water, she could fight 2 people without any problem. I dare you to try. Jiang's mother's cheeks twitched. The housekeeper hurried over when she heard the noise. Jiang Ichu looked at her with a half-smile and said, What? Do you want to join in too? The housekeeper shrank back and shook her head. She was here to earn money, not to get beaten. While they were arguing, someone entered the door. Yesterday, the house was barely quiet, but today it was noisy again. Jiang Ziyuan hadn't even changed his shoes and already started to get a headache. Why are you crying and making a fuss? Jiang Xiao also knew that Jiang Ziyuan cared about blood relations. She timidly called out, Dad. Jiang Ziyuan responded with an, looked at her swollen face for a couple of seconds, then turned to look at Jiang Ichu. He frowned and said, Ichu, you can't hit people at home. Oh. Jiang Ichu replied casually. No one spoke for a while in the living room. Jiang's mother disagreed and hurried down the stairs, grabbing Jiang Ziyuan's arm and asking, Just one sentence, no hitting? What else should I do? Jiang Ziyuan pinched his forehead in pain and asked Jiang's mother, Should Xiao hit back? Or, do you want to hit back? Jiang's mother stiffened her neck. At that time, Shut up, Jiang Ziyuan interrupted coldly. Jiang's mother didn't shut up and yelled, No. Why should I shut up? I can't even discipline the children now. After more than 20 years of marriage, she had always been in charge of raising their 1 son and 1 daughter. But ever since Jiang Ichu came into this family, Jiang Ziyuan had been nitpicking and looking for trouble everywhere. The frustration that had built up over the week finally exploded at this moment. Look at what you've done to Sio. If you hadn't come in, she would have hit me just now. Shut up? Why should I shut up? Today, I want to ask, what did I do wrong as a mother to Jiang Ichu? We've raised her for so many years, brought her from the countryside to Beijing, and worked hard to find her a good family. I taught her the manners of a lady, but she refuses to listen. Even if she secretly married a rough man, I didn't lose a single cent of her dowry. As a result, she became more and more demanding. Jiang Ichu, tell me, as a mother, where did I wrong you? Jiang's mother spoke with tears in her eyes, her scarlet eyes filled with hatred, as if she wanted to swallow her daughter whole. Speak up. Jiang Ichu lowered her eyes, sneered coldly, and looked down. Finally, she understood where Jiang Saira's acting skills came from. Good marriage exchange and manipulation, but in Jiang's mother's words, it became a good family. What was clearly a generous gift from above, she insisted on calling it education. It's easy to see that before the original owner was tricked into marrying that 20-year-older widower, she probably went through a similar brainwashing. But unfortunately, she was not as naive as the original owner. No, she wasn't naive. She was simple. People value different things. The original owner never received love, so after learning about her background, she held on to fantasies about her birth mother. She naively thought that the abuse she suffered in her foster home was because they lacked blood ties. She was too naive. Motherly love is not something everyone has. Actually, Jiang's mother was right about one thing. Blood ties are important, but the way you educate is even more important. Jiang's mother and Jiang Sairu are on the same side. Interests matter, face matters, and whether the blood is real or not.
Haha.
The answer is right here.
Jiang Ziyuan.
Jiang's mother shouted again. In the end, she was just upset because Jiang Ziyuan didn't stand with her on this matter. Now, I don't even have the right to discipline my children. Discipline your children? Jiang Ziyuan said coldly, interrupting Jiang's mother's hysterics. He snorted coldly and looked at Jiang Sairu. So this is the child you've raised. The nanny had already gone back to her room. In the living room, four people stood in different corners. Jiang Sairu was so choked by Jiang Ziyuan's pointed words that her face turned pale. Jiang's mother also stopped. Jiang Ziyuan took a breath and said, Luo Wanru, I've told you more than once, sibling conflicts are caused by parental favoritism. When I just came in, what were you doing? Do you even have the appearance of a mother? Mother Jiang was struck speechless by a harsh comment and couldn't find words to reply. Jiang Ziyuan looked at Jiang Sairu again. Ro, before Chu came back, your parents told you that no matter who comes or goes in this family, the love you receive will never change. Dad doesn't believe it. You haven't done anything wrong today, but Chu will surely hit you. Jiang Sairu pressed her lips together and lowered her eyelashes. Jiang Ziyuan glanced at her, then looked away and turned to Jiang Ichu. And you, where did you learn to hit elders? Can sisters just slap each other during a quarrel? It seemed like everyone was getting a big punishment. Jiang Ichu didn't speak. Jiang Ziyuan didn't expect a reply and warned in a firm voice, just this once, no more after today. Today, forget about you. Go to your room and calm down for the night. Tomorrow, apologize to Mom and Ro, the head of the family spoke. Mother Jiang, despite her reluctance, didn't dare to say anything. After all the fuss, the three of them at dinner had no appetite. Only Jiang Ichu sat there calmly, eating a large plate of food alone. As for apologizing, that was impossible. She had stayed because she had no money. Now that she had money, there was no reason to stay in the Jiang family anymore. But sneaking away wasn't Jiang Ichu's style. So early the next morning, Mother Jiang was still asleep when suddenly she was awakened by loud knocking on the door from the maid. Last night, before sleeping, she and her husband argued over the children. Jiang Ziyuan didn't comfort her before bed, and Mother Jiang only fell asleep after a long headache. The maid's urgent knocking made Mother Jiang's heart race. Annoyed, she opened the door. What now? It's Jiang Ichu, the maid pointed downstairs. She packed her bags and is leaving. The neighbors are in the yard trying to stop her. This little brat, Without waiting for the maid to finish, Mother Jiang put on her pajamas and went downstairs. As she reached the stairs, she heard Jiang Ichu speaking from afar in the yard. "No, I want to leave on my own. The Jiang family has treated me well. It's all my fault."
What did you say?
No. It's nothing to do with my sister. I haven't decided yet. I'm unfamiliar with Beijing. By the way, Annie, is there a guest house nearby? How far is it? In the yard, Jiang Ichu spoke with a tearful voice. Through the crack in the living room window, Jiang's mother saw a group of people gathered at their gate. Even Aunt Wang, the gossip queen, was there. She was furious when she saw this. She pushed open the door with a bang. "Jiang Ichu, what are you causing so early in the morning?" "Mom." Jiang Ichu, who was just talking to everyone, suddenly tensed up, pursed her lips, and whispered, "I'm moving. I wanted to leave quietly, but Auntie saw me. I'm sorry." She looked down at her shoes. Was she supposed to apologize? An apology should be sincere. Like this. Jiang's mother's face darkened. A group of neighbors surrounded Jiang Ichu in the middle. Jiang's mother was so angry she couldn't speak. Aunt Wang is the biggest gossip on the street. She loves to interfere in others' affairs. "I say, Jiang family, isn't this girl the one you just found?"
Why?
"Do you want to send her away again?" "Exactly." Another person quickly chimed in. "If you didn't want to raise her, why did you bring her back? She was living happily at home, and you insisted on bringing her back. Now look at this, early in the morning, she's being chased out. A young girl with her luggage, looking for a guest house. Is this something a real mother would do? When did I chase her away?" Jiang's mother was speechless with frustration. But the onlookers had already formed their opinions and didn't want to hear her explanation. "I tell you, Jiang family, Ichu, is already married. We advise you, no matter how big the conflict between mother and daughter, she can stay a few days at her mother's house." Jiang's mother didn't speak. Jiang Ichu explained first. "Auntie, you misunderstood. It wasn't my mom who chased me away. She's been very kind to me. The day before yesterday, she even took me shopping for my dowry." "That's nonsense." At this moment, the neighbor's aunt finally spoke. Because the two families lived close, she had been holding back, worried about causing trouble. But hearing Jiang Ichu say that, she couldn't hold it in anymore. "Ichu, you're too honest. The day before yesterday, when your mom took you and Xiao Rou shopping for your dowry, I saw it myself." Hearing gossip, the crowd that loved to watch leaned in to listen. The neighbor with 4 sons is very fond of girls. Feeling angry, she loudly told everyone, "The day before yesterday, I saw clearly what Jiang's family gave as dowry for Chu Chu. It was some clothes, pants, shoes, soap, and shampoo. And what did they buy for Xiao Rou? A refrigerator, TV, and washing machine? Really?" The crowd suddenly burst into chatter, accusing Jiang's mother of favoritism. Having lived on the same street for over 10 years, the older Wang aunt knew what was going on with Jiang's 2 daughters. At first, she kept quiet to maintain good neighborly relations. But now, she was furious and thought, "Forget face." Wang aunt stepped forward and said, "Old Jiang's family, it seems your foster mother is spoiled. You don't even love your own daughters. Are you short of money?" "Shut up," Jiang's mother said, but her words couldn't compete with the dozen or so voices in the yard. The chaos pushed people away. "Go away. Stop crowding at my door. It's none of your business." "What? Can't handle the truth and want to fight?" Elder Wang, being quite old, was pushed and nearly lost her balance, but she straightened her neck. The commotion was loud enough that Jiang Ziyuan and Jiang Soro had heard it from inside and came out. Jiang Ziyuan looked at Jiang Ichu with a stern face. "Chu Chu, bring in your luggage. If there's anything, come back and tell me." Jiang Ichu shrank back but didn't move. She lowered her head. "Dad, I just apologized to Mom. Poor child. How could Jiang's family bully her like this? People are naturally sympathetic to the weak." Someone muttered softly. Jiang family's way of doing things is ingrained. They can't change. As the chaos grew worse, a sudden sound of brakes at the alley entrance interrupted everyone's talk. Everyone looked over. A military license plate jeep? Who's it for?" "Shut up, everyone." Jiang's mother couldn't see outside because the crowd blocked her view. When she heard military license plate, She instinctively thought it was someone from the Ying family bringing wedding gifts. That day, only a bank book was given. The rest hadn't arrived yet. There was no time to change clothes before entering. Zhang's mother touched her hair and glared at everyone present. Move aside. The Ying family is here to give Ro her engagement. Why are you blocking their way? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They did know that Jiang Sairu also had a fiancé, but it was the first time they heard who her fiancé was. Someone whispered, didn't they say her childhood sweetheart was Commander Liang? Why is it now someone from the Ying family? Sure. Let's wait and see, the person asked snappily. Who knows about her family's private matters? On this street, the ancestors were all wealthy, but having money and having power are different things. Gossiping is fine, but no one really wants to provoke people from the military district without reason. Everyone made way. When Zhang's mother saw this, she felt proud and confident. She lifted her chin and looked at everyone in front of her, sneering. Ha, just a moment ago, everyone was so talkative. But once they heard Majoring was here, they all shut up. Since her daughter married well, she, as the mother, also felt proud. Zhang's mother swayed her hips and walked to the gate of the courtyard. She smiled and said, Mrs. Ying. Liang. Mrs. Liang? When Xinyue saw Zhang's mother suddenly change her expression and felt a bit confused. What kind of look is that? Is something wrong at home? Why are neighbors all gathered at the door? Zhang's mother's pupils shrank at the question, trying to block Jiang Yichu from view. But she couldn't hide her. When Xinyue didn't hear the answer, she just tilted her head slightly and saw Jiang Yichu in the yard, carrying 2 large bags of luggage. So early in the morning, she was helping her daughter move. Seeing the scene, when Xinyue understood everything. She sneered and nodded, fine. Since this girl doesn't want her things, I'll take her away. The onlookers hadn't left yet, and when they heard Jiang Yichu had another mother, they became curious. They didn't expect when Xinyue to come. Jiang Yichu put away her acting and stepped forward, godmother. Oh, when Xinyue deliberately answered loudly, wanting everyone to hear. The spectators weren't disappointed. Once they heard Jiang Yichu call her godmother, they understood everything. Did I hear right? Old Zhang's family called her Mrs. Liang? From Commander Liang's family? Yes. Liang Xinyue's ears were sharp, and she didn't mind everyone knowing her identity. She nodded at the person speaking. Then she took Jiang Yichu's arm and half-hugged her, saying, My girl, newly recognized. Today is her birthday, and I came to celebrate with her. In everyone's opinion, the wife of the team leader is usually very impressive. Unexpectedly, Lady Liang is so friendly. Aunt Wang, who is older and not afraid of trouble, became angry when she heard it was Jiang Yichu's birthday. She sneered at Zhang's mother. Today is Chuchu's birthday. Huh? I don't think her real mom even knows. Luckily, your godmother remembered. Actually, Jiang Yichu herself didn't know. She looked at Wen Xinyue, who smiled and nodded. I asked you about it a few days ago. Right. That day at the Liang family, when Xinyue asked who was older, her or Jing. It turns out it was just a few days ago. The guard of team leader Liang came over a bit late, carrying a lot of things. Most of these were for Jiang Yichu's birthday and her wedding preparations. There were so many things that he couldn't carry them all alone, so team leader Liang asked the guard to come. When Xinyue turned her head and said, No need. The guard stayed where he was. When Xinyue looked at Zhang's mother with a half-smile, Take the things back to the car. Also, help me carry Chu's luggage to the car. The guard nodded and went to get them. No, Jiang Yuan called out. The kids just had a little misunderstanding. It's nothing serious. Is it really a misunderstanding? When Xinyue looked at Jiang Yuan, she then asked Jiang Yichu what she thought. Jiang Yichu didn't speak. When Xinyue understood and nodded, It seems the misunderstanding is quite deep. Then, let's do this. When Xinyue lowered her head and thought for a moment, then looked into the yard. The 4 big items tied with red strings, just brought back the day before yesterday, were piled in a corner of the yard, looking festive. No wonder Luo Wanru didn't see clearly and called Madam Ying earlier. When Xinyue had a plan in mind. I see that your Jiang family has been busy with Jiang Sairu's wedding lately, so I can't bother you. Why don't I take my daughter home to take care of her? It won't trouble you. This statement was almost like slapping Zhang's mother in the face. Zhang's mother clenched her fists tightly. Even though Zhang's father repeatedly warned not to offend the Liang family, she couldn't care less now. Your daughter? Jiang Ziyuan stepped forward. Zhang's mother glared at him, clearly meaning, can't you see? Jiang Yichu isn't on our side. With the Liang family backing her, what does the Liang family care about? Jiang Ziyuan understood his wife's meaning. He disapproved. But at this point, the situation became stuck, and it was clear there was no way to please everyone. He sighed and stopped interfering. When Xinyue raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang's mother.
What?
You've signed the adoption papers, and Zhang's wife is already over 50 and forgetting things. When Xinyue, Zhang's mother's eyes widened. Jiang Xiao ran forward from behind and held Zhang's mother's arm. The mother and daughter had been acting tough in front of others, which when Xinyue found amusing. Zhang's mother said firmly, I am Jiang Yichu's real mother. Are you taking her away? It's me. Jiang Yichu took a step forward. When Xinyue pulled her back and shook her head, not letting her speak up. She ignored Zhang's mother and looked into Jiang Yichu's eyes. How old are you this year? Jiang Yichu immediately understood what when Xinyue meant. 21, fully capable of making decisions. Many people hadn't heard this term before. They whispered, what does fully capable of making decisions mean? It means she's an adult. She doesn't need a guardian. Oh, I see. Everyone understood and looked at Zhang's mother. Zhang's mother didn't expect Jiang Yichu to say such a sophisticated phrase. She paused for a moment. This girl was smart and pretty, and when Xinyue liked her very much. Holding Jiang Yichu's hand gently, when Xinyue asked softly, then shall we go home with my godmother? Yes. Jiang Yichu nodded firmly. Actually, at first, she planned to stay at the guest house. Although she acknowledged her godmother, in Jiang Yichu's mind, a godmother was like a relative. Living together with her biological parents after they became adults was already inconvenient, not to mention people they just met. They had never been loved by elders before. Is this what it feels like to be loved? Her palm was warm and tight. This warmth flowed from her hand to her chest. Jiang Yichu's throat felt dry and itchy. Silly girl. When Xinyue smiled and asked, is there anything important left inside? No. Jiang Yichu shook her head. All her belongings had been stored in her space, and the clothes and daily necessities she had threatened Zhang's mother with had just been taken away by the guards. Then let's go, when Xinyue said, squeezing Jiang Yichu's hand. Before she could turn around, Comrade, is this number 14 Fengxing Alley? I am here to deliver something. Outside the crowd, a few porters were standing on their toes, shouting into the yard. Everyone turned around. What are you delivering? Oh, the man looked back briefly. A Phoenix brand bicycle, a Mutant brand sewing machine, 3 turns, and a chime. Are you here for a marriage proposal? A marriage proposal? When Zhang's mother heard this, her face, which was dark and green, suddenly brightened. She immediately pulled Jiang Saira forward. Early in the morning, she was being laughed at, and now when Xinyue slapped her face again. Jiang Saira was so angry her teeth itched, but she could do nothing. When she heard about the marriage proposal, she instantly felt proud. She smiled proudly. The marriage gift from the Ying family came just in time. What use does her godmother have? She could only give Jiang Yichu a place to stay. She really thought she was something special. The Liang family taking her in was no different from taking in a stray cat. Only real gold and silver dowries and bride prices are truly valuable. Zhang's 4 main household items, plus the Ying family's 3-turn-1 chime. Jiang Saira straightened her back, pushed through the crowd. She looked at the items, blushing with embarrassment, and asked with a smile, who sent these? What was the message again? The delivery man thought for a long time, but couldn't remember. He took out the delivery slip and looked at it. Right, a marriage proposal, he muttered softly. Such a strange surname. Someone nearby immediately agreed. Exactly. Exactly what? Mrs. Zhang's forced smile froze and she glared. What nonsense are you talking about? Mom. The mother and daughter stood united, and Jiang Saira stepped forward to defend her mother. Don't listen to what they're saying. They don't understand. Soon, She would be leaving this place, and these people wouldn't even be worthy to carry her shoes. Jiang Saira looked at everyone in front of her with disdain and snorted coldly. A bunch of sour cucumbers who don't even know which way the military compound gate faces. How could they understand how busy and hard soldiers' lives are? Oh, come on. Auntie Swanwangwa, who was listening, couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward, hands on her hips, pointing at Jiang Saira's nose and scolding. Are we sour cucumbers? I think your adopted daughter from the Jiang family is just a little sycophant. When Xinhua, who usually didn't hear such harsh words, was amused and couldn't help but laugh. Mrs. Jiang finally noticed that when Xinhua and Jiang Yichu hadn't left yet. Her face darkened. What are you laughing at? When Xinhua rolled her eyes at her and refused to speak. Seeing when Xinhua, Auntie Swanwangwa's eyes lit up, and she suddenly had more to say. She straightened her neck and tooted. Yes, yes, yes. We don't understand how much the Jiang family values Jiang Saira, but we're not blind. So, even if the Ying's son is busy, he still has time for his daughter's birthday? Yet the Ying's son-in-law didn't even show up for the engagement. Looks like they didn't like her and are just pretending for us. No one here could contact the officers directly. But when Xinhua standing here was the best proof of that. Someone nearby quickly chimed in, nodding. I think so too. Maybe the bride price was all bought by themselves, just pretending to be rich. Stop talking nonsense, you old hag, Mrs. Jiang was furious. She forgot about her usual grace and elegance, grabbing the worker who was still delivering goods and demanding, where are the people who sent the stuff? The worker, suddenly pulled into this quarrel, trembled with fear. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Speak up. The worker dared not refuse. That Mr. Ng was supposed to come with the goods, but he was suddenly called away. He said he had to handle some urgent matter. Mr. Ng said before leaving that he would come in half an hour. Are you sure? Mrs. Jiang squinted. The porter nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, I'm sure. Mrs. Jiang snorted proudly, then loosened his sleeve and looked at everyone with her chin raised. Did everyone hear that? My son-in-law has important business. I have important business. Ng Zheng stood up to leave. Stand there. Ying's father frowned and stopped him. You're not going home after returning to Beijing. You need someone to confirm you're back. Now you sit for less than 10 seconds and want to leave again. What's the important matter? Ng Zheng turned back. It's none of your business. Ng Zheng knew how to provoke his father with just one sentence. Sure enough, in the next second, Ying's father angrily slammed the table and shouted, I am your father. What do you mean it's none of my business? The father and son immediately started arguing, which was normal for Madame Fong Yao. As usual, she quickly stepped in to mediate, sat beside Ying's father, and massaged his chest to soothe him. She looked at Ng Zheng. Zheng, be obedient. Sit down first. Your dad has something to tell you. Madame Fong Yao gave Ying's father a look. Your son has come back from far away. Don't just get angry. Let's talk about the important matter. Ying's father hesitated and then, after a moment, took a marriage certificate from the drawer of the coffee table and slapped it on the table. I've arranged your marriage with Aunt Fong. The girl is nice, gentle, and elegant. Both I and Aunt Fong are satisfied. The wedding is scheduled for the day after tomorrow at Hongbin Tower. I've asked the army for leave, so you don't need to report for duty these days. Focus on preparing for the wedding. And those betrothal gifts in the yard, you should have seen them when you came in. You've been delayed on the way, so I'm worried you won't have enough time. Those things were bought with a lot of effort by Aunt Fong. You should take them now. Ying's father finished speaking in one breath. Then, for a full half-minute, no one in the room spoke. If Ng Zheng hadn't been standing there, Ying's father might have thought no one was in the living room. He frowned and looked up at Ng Zheng. I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Talking to me? Ng Zheng looked up lightly, with no expression on his face. His gaze shifted to the red paper on the coffee table. After a few seconds, he sneered and curled his lips. Marriage? Whose is this? The father's face froze, and he said, Do you have to ask such an obvious question? Having been in the military for many years, he was used to hiding his emotions. But this son always managed to make him so angry that his hair stood on end with just a few words. Oh, Ng Zheng said after hearing this, raising an eyebrow and giving a slight smile. So, even when I'm not here, you've already booked the wedding? If you're so capable, why don't you just marry her for me? Aunt Fong is used to doing things her way, and I don't think she would mind. You jerk. The father was so angry that his hands trembled as he grabbed a teacup and threw it at Ingzheng. Ingzheng slightly turned his head and easily dodged. Water droplets splashed onto his chin. He casually wiped them away and looked down at his father with a superior attitude. If you want to marry her, just marry her yourself. I can't believe you're so rebellious. The father's face turned red with anger as he stood up. Fong Yao realized the situation was getting tense and quickly stepped forward to hold his father's arm. Don't hit him. The kid just didn't react in time. You two should talk calmly. Don't get angry. Does this brat even have a proper attitude to talk? The father was so furious he was gasping for breath. He didn't want to argue anymore and shouted towards the door. Deputy Zhang, come in. Deputy Zhang was the man who had just brought Ingzheng back from the street, one of the father's subordinates. Commander, Deputy Zhang stood at attention. The father took a deep breath, veins bulging on his forehead, trembling as he pointed at Ingzheng.
Go.
Pack the bride price in the yard, load it onto the cart, and escort this troublemaker to number 14 Fengxing Alley to get married. Ingzheng's eyes flickered. He rarely showed a reaction. Number 14 Fengxing Alley? All right, he smiled. The noise inside the house was loud enough for Deputy Zhang to hear clearly. Although he didn't understand why Ingzheng suddenly agreed, he also let out a sigh of relief. Ingzheng, the commander of the Divine Machine Battalion, champion of the big martial arts competition, a famous sharpshooter in the army. If he didn't want to go, no one could force him. Fortunately, Ingzheng was willing to cooperate himself. Deputy Zhang asked, "Shall we go now?" The father and son's conflict was affecting the subordinates, and Deputy Zhang didn't dare to speak loudly. Ingzheng glanced at the marriage document on the table and nodded. All right, let's go. At breakfast time, everyone was already busy with their morning routines. When they saw the Jiang family was lively, people quickly gathered around, and more arrived. After receiving a confident answer from the porter, Jiang's mother no longer bothered to chase away the people at the door. It's better to have a crowd. Just in time, everyone could witness her gentle and graceful moment. Later, those gossiping women wouldn't dare to talk about her family anymore. After some fuss, Aunt Wang no longer wanted to talk to Jiang Sijio and her daughter. Seeing Jiang Yichu hadn't left, she started chatting casually, asking, Chu, didn't you also get your marriage certificate? Did your in-laws say when they'll come to give the betrothal gifts? Actually, in this era, the betrothal gifts are usually given before getting the marriage certificate. Jiang Yichu knew Aunt Wang didn't mean any sarcasm, so she replied, Today. Today, too? Aunt Wang and the person beside her exchanged worried looks. Their faces showed concern. They had mocked earlier, but the betrothal gifts from the He family were indeed generous. 3 turns and a bang, plus 6,000 yuan. Few families are so generous when marrying off a daughter. Originally, Zhang's 2 sisters were both getting married at the same time, and now there was tension. If they had the same wedding day, the contrast would be obvious. Aunt Wang secretly tugged Jiang Yichu's sleeve and shook her head, whispering, You're about to move to the Liang family. Do they know? Don't send the betrothal gifts to the wrong place. Aunt Wang was quick to speak, but her heart was kind. Jiang Yichu shook her head, saying, Aunt Wang, no rush. Isn't it urgent? Jiang Sijio mocked. Some things just make you angrier the more you think about them. Thinking about Jiang Yichu moving away soon, the slap yesterday and the morning's humiliation still hadn't been avenged. Jiang Sijio couldn't bear it. Jiang Yichu had embarrassed her. She wanted to retaliate in the same way. Since the He family hadn't arrived and neighbors were all around, this was the best opportunity. She was determined to let Mother Liang and everyone see Jiang Yichu's true character today. Just then, Aunt Wang's big mouth spoke again, and Jiang Sijio refused to miss this chance. She shot a quick glance at Jiang Yichu and sneered, Aunt Wang, you really worry too much. Not to mention you, my parents still haven't met the mysterious son-in-law my sister married.
What? How could that be?
Everyone exchanged surprised looks. Whose family doesn't meet the parents before deciding on a marriage? Haven't met them? It can't be a secret marriage, right? Gradually, quiet discussions started among the crowd. This suited Jiang Saira's plan perfectly. She looked at her mother. Her mother immediately understood her daughter's meaning and continued the conversation. She considered her words carefully, sighed, and said, "Family secrets shouldn't be shared outside. But since it's already out, I can't let the neighbors think I don't accept my own daughter. All right, I'll be honest." Her mother said, "Actually, I and Chu Chu had a disagreement because of her marriage." Early in the morning, the lively talk kept going, and everyone listened carefully. Her mother shook her head regretfully. "Although now people believe in free love," she said, "as a mother, I can't accept my child not talking to the family and secretly getting married." She paused. "Did she really not tell us?" Jiang Yichu watched her mother perform. Her mother said, "Everyone knows that Chu Chu was found after we searched for her for many years. How could we not love her? Originally, we had found many good families for her, but this girl," she sighed loudly. On her way to Beijing, she secretly married a troublemaker. Can you believe it? As a mother, shouldn't I scold her a little? Most of the people around were parents. A few families with daughters nodded in sympathy after hearing this. Her mother's lips moved slightly. Then I just said a few words to her, and she couldn't stand any grievance. She insisted on running away from home. This explained why Jiang Yichu was packing her bags early in the morning to stay at a guest house. What a talent for turning facts upside down. Jiang Yichu admired her mother and almost clapped. Some of the onlookers also started to change their stance and began to speak up for her mother. "Chu Chu, this isn't right. A girl should be modest. How can she secretly get married and run away from home?" "Exactly. Marriage is a big event in life. Listen to your aunt. Explain to your mother who the other person is, and bring him over to meet us." Jiang Yichu didn't speak, but Jiang Cyrus suddenly got excited. "Aunties, if my sister could bring someone here, would my mom be so angry?" Jiang Cyrus watched the lively scene, arms crossed. "Everyone doesn't know that ever since my sister came home, my mom has mentioned several times wanting to meet that person, but my sister refuses, saying he's on a business trip or busy every time. Is he really busy, or is she lying? No one knows." After speaking, Jiang Cyrus snorted. "No matter what, our Jiang family is a respectable family. My mom said that those street troublemakers and thugs are definitely not allowed in." "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt." As soon as Jiang Cyrus finished speaking, a voice suddenly shouted at the door. A car stopped at the alley entrance. Everyone was busy listening to the gossip, so no one noticed more people arriving. They all looked toward the source of the voice. The speaker was dressed in a military uniform. He looked quite mature. Aunt Wang examined him from head to toe and asked, "Ing family?" "Ing Zheng, I'm not." The deputy officer Zhang shook his head. He introduced himself. "I'm the deputy officer of Commander Ing, here to help deliver the betrothal gifts. Didn't you already deliver them? Why is there more?" Aunt Wang was puzzled. Zhang deputy officer didn't understand and was about to ask. Someone from behind pulled his collar. "Don't go in." Ing Zheng's deep voice came from behind. He took a step back and appeared at the courtyard gate, stopping there, sweeping his gaze around the yard. His commanding presence, relaxed attitude, and powerful, attractive build, along with that subtle sense of control, hadn't changed after 10 years. When Jiang Cyrus saw Ing Zheng's face, her eyes lit up. "Ing Zheng," she ran forward happily. "Why is there still more stuff?" Someone already delivered a carload of betrothal gifts just now. Standing in front of Ing Zheng, Jiang Cyrus shyly lowered her head. Then, she waited a long time without a response. In her line of sight, she could only see the second button of Ing Zheng's collar. Ing Zheng took a step back. The distance between them widened. Jiang Cyrus looked confused, raised her head. "Brother Ing Zheng?" Ing Zheng frowned, his cold voice distant and unapproachable. "Who are you?" Jiang Cyrus' smile froze on her face, and her cheeks turned bright red. "I am your fiancé," she said. Before she could finish speaking, she saw the man step around her quickly. Jiang Cyrus' face changed suddenly. She watched helplessly as Ing Zheng walked straight toward Jiang Yichu. Finally, he stopped in front of her.
"Sorry."
"It was an urgent task, and I didn't have time to inform you before leaving. It's my mistake." "What?" The crowd suddenly erupted in noise. Everyone watching was confused. Aunt Wang, who was older and not quick-minded, tugged at the arm of the person next to her. Xiao Lu, did I hear that right? Wasn't that officer from Ying family just now? Isn't Ying family supposed to marry Jiang Xiru? Why is he heading straight for Jiang Yichu now? What's going on? I don't know either. Xiao Lu shook his head like a rattle. We're all just here watching the show. Aunt Wang, you didn't understand, and I don't understand either. Could it be the same name and same family? Someone in the crowd made a bold guess. Nonsense. Aunt Wang felt something was off. Same name and same family. Jiang Xiru doesn't even know who she's supposed to marry. That's true. The person nodded. Then, he took a deep breath and covered his mouth. If it wasn't just a coincidence of names, then this was a huge fuss. It was a case of mistaken identity. And it was between two sisters from the same family. Everyone's eyes naturally split into two groups. One group looked at Jiang Xiru and her mother's reactions, and the other watched Ying Zheng and Jiang Yichu. Their gazes were busy and scattered. Why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Yichu hadn't spoken for a while. Ying Zheng lowered his head and looked at her. Jiang Yichu finally reacted, blinking. What should I say? Her mind was a bit blank. She didn't know how to respond to what Ying Zheng just said. The young couple looked at each other awkwardly. When Xinhua watched, and then smiled. She had waited so long for this moment of comeuppance. It felt great. Taking a deep breath when Xinhua spoke and called out to Ying Zheng. Zheng, what's wrong? You only have your partner in your eyes, and you didn't even notice me? Application for the position. Then it was as if I just saw when Xinhua and I called out. Aunt Wen. When Xinhua shook her head. Aunt Wen isn't right. Now you should call me godmother. I didn't understand. When Xinhua patted Jiang Yichu's shoulder and said, Choo-choo, I just became her daughter the day before yesterday. That look was a bit proud, showing off her treasure. I hesitated for a moment and changed my words to godmother. When Xinhua let out an "oh" and smiled.
Good job, kid.
You're on the right track. Behind us, there was a warm, happy conversation. At the gate of the yard, Jiang Xiru stood there, listening to everything. Her ears buzzed, and her shoulders couldn't help but tremble. What does this mean? Is Jiang Yichu's sudden marriage partner Yicheng? Could it really be Yicheng? No, that's not right. In the past life, Yicheng was 34 and still unmarried. Captain Liang said he doesn't like women. Why is the story changing again? Her mind was a mess, spinning in circles. She had to lean against the wall to stay steady. Only one thought in her mind. It's over.
What should she do now?
Everyone on the street knew she was engaged to the Yi family. Yicheng can't marry her. What should she do? Her throat felt tight and dry. Jiang Yichu stood frozen in place, stiff-necked, turning her head to look at Jiang's mother. Jiang's mother had already collapsed onto Jiang Ziyuan.
Mom.
Jiang Xiru called out. Jiang's mother looked blank and didn't respond. Only Jiang Ziyuan was still awake. He helped Jiang's mother stand up straight. Swallowing hard, he said, Xiao Yi. His voice was hoarse. Let's not stand outside anymore. Let's go inside. After such a big incident, how to solve it was one thing. Now, the most important thing was to make sure no one else could laugh at them. Jiang Ziyuan moved aside to give space at the door, with a pleading tone.
No.
Yicheng didn't hesitate and refused directly. The gate of your family is high. I won't go in.
Exactly.
When Xinhua had been waiting for this moment, she clapped her hands. I was about to take Choo-choo home before you arrived. Going home with me?
No.
Since there was no response to the invitation, Jiang Ziyuan became anxious first. Madame Liang, Zheng, please come inside. Come in and talk before leaving. No one paid attention to him. A small path was cleared in the yard. Ying Zheng waited until Jiang Yichu took a step forward, then followed and left together. When Xinhua's car, along with Deputy Zheng's car, left together, also taking the set of wedding gifts Ying Zheng had sent earlier. Inside the car, when Xinhua sat in the front passenger seat, leaving the back seat for the newlyweds. Happy birthday. The car was quite quiet. Ying Zheng's fingertips on her lap moved slightly as she turned her head to look at Jiang Yichu. Jiang Yichu looked up. A bit surprised, she asked, "You know my birthday? It's on the marriage certificate." Ingzheng explained seriously. "I wanted to personally deliver the wedding gifts, but there was a family matter at the last minute." Realizing Ingzheng was explaining herself, Jiang Yichu still felt a little uneasy. She shook her head. "It's a bit late, but I came personally. Next time, I won't be late." This ordinary sentence was spoken in Ingzheng's stiff tone, sounding strangely like a promise. Jiang Yichu felt her ears itch. She turned her head and gently rubbed her ears twice. The rest of the ride was silent. When Xinhua felt a bit uncomfortable, glancing back through the rear-view mirror now and then. Seeing no eye contact between the newlyweds, she silently shook her head and looked away. The car stopped at the Liang family's house. When Xinhua got out first, after bringing the couple inside, she took Deputy Zhang to arrange the belongings. After tidying up and sending the people off, she called the housekeeper upstairs. "Fang Jie, come help me tidy up the room where Chu will stay." This gave Jiang Yichu and Ingzheng some space to talk. Fang Jie went upstairs. In the living room, the silence returned, similar to the quiet in the car. Jiang Yichu was not a talkative person, and in fact this was only their second meeting. They had just had a disagreement at Zhang's house. Since they had registered their marriage, she thought it was necessary to explain Zhang's current situation to the other party, in the spirit of cooperation. Yes, it was very necessary. Jiang Yichu began to think about her words. She hadn't organized her speech yet. Suddenly, Ingzheng spoke first. When Jiang Yichu was in her first year of high school, she didn't understand right away. She looked confused and asked, "What?" Ingzheng looked at her and asked, "Zhang family, do you need my help?" Jiang Yichu shook her head and said, "No." Ingzheng interrupted her. "It can be useful." She wanted to refuse, but Ingzheng cut her off. Jiang Yichu looked up and directly met the man's deep eyes, which reflected her own image. Although he looked strong and handsome, his eyes now seemed unexpectedly gentle. Her thoughts drifted for a moment, but she quickly brought herself back. She shook her head and said, "Really, I don't need it." She sat up straight, showing she had something important to say. "Ingzheng, we got married too quickly, and I didn't have a chance to tell you everything, including my family background. Since we are already married by contract, I think it's necessary to be honest about some things." Jiang Yichu looked at Ingzheng. She saw his eyebrows furrow slightly, then he nodded. "Okay, go ahead." She didn't like beating around the bush. Jiang Yichu told him everything about her current situation. "You saw the elderly couple from the Jiang family just now. They are my biological parents, but we only met a week ago." Ingzheng frowned. Jiang Yichu explained, "I was switched at birth in the hospital. The Jiang family found out about the switch early on, but they didn't want me because I grew up in the countryside and they thought I was uneducated, so they never came to recognize me. I don't have any feelings for them either. This time they want to bring me back to use my marriage, and that's why I married you. Can you understand?" Jiang Yichu finished speaking quickly and looked at Ingzheng. After a few seconds, he nodded. "Yes, I understand." "So?" Jiang Yichu looked at him. "Therefore," Ingzheng looked into her eyes, "may I correct one mistake in your understanding?" "What?" Jiang Yichu didn't understand. Ingzheng's voice was low. "Jiang Yichu, before we got married, we didn't agree that it was a contract marriage, right? Our relationship is just a normal marriage. It's just that we met differently and our way of getting along is a bit unusual. It's okay. Feelings can develop slowly after marriage." "But Mrs. Ingzheng said, "I never agreed to any contract marriage. Why are you silent?" After a while, without hearing Jiang Yichu's response, Ingzheng asked suspiciously, 60 words. What? Ingzheng didn't catch it clearly, or maybe he didn't expect Jiang Yichu to give such an answer. He chuckled softly. That laugh rolled in his throat, feeling tingly and numb. Jiang Yichu suddenly snapped back to her senses. She shook her head. "It's nothing." Her face turned red quickly. She tends to get nervous and check how many words the other person is saying, an old habit. "Quite cute," Ingzheng muttered quietly, so only he could hear. Then he asked again. "Did you hear what I said clearly?" "Yes, I did." Jiang Yichu nodded. Ingzheng asked further. "Do you agree?" "Yes, I do." She was never someone to hesitate. Jiang Yichu thought for 3 seconds before answering. "Good." Ingzheng smiled slightly. "So, another so." Jiang Ichu paused, thinking, so you understand my situation and I need to understand yours too. Of course, Yingzheng nodded. Let's introduce ourselves again. I'm Yingzheng, 24 years old, active military officer, commander of the Divine Machine Battalion, top marksman, sniper position. I'm 186 centimeters tall and weigh 74 kilograms. My family member is just my grandfather. You've met him before. He said he really likes you. My relatives, my mother passed away early and my father has his own family. Before meeting you, I spent 7 years stationed in the northwest border area. I just returned to Beijing for work, so I have no dating history. As for marriage, although we've only been together for a short time, but don't worry, I will be absolutely loyal. I will respect and give you freedom. If you need, I am willing to share your worries and hope to be your support. I'm looking forward to a bright future with Comrade Jiang. But there's no need to be so formal. Jiang Yichu was amused by Yingzheng's old-fashioned way of speaking. Then he asked, is there more? Yes. Yingzheng nodded. If you don't mind, I'd like to talk about our plans after marriage. Because once we have the wedding, there's no turning back. Actually, there's not much choice now. In this era, divorced women aren't treated kindly. Jiang Yichu looked up at Yingzheng. Although they hadn't known each other long, talking to him felt very comfortable. Okay, Jiang Yichu said. Let's write down our needs. If there's any disagreement, we can discuss it. There was paper and a pen on the coffee table. Yingzheng nodded. Jiang Yichu took the paper and pen. As a science student, she was used to turning every small detail of life into a simple standard. First, she wrote the word career on the paper. Jiang Yichu said, I told you earlier I just arrived in Jing City, so I don't have a job. I heard that the Military Family Support Unit offers placement jobs. I want to ask if I qualify. You do? Yingzheng didn't seem surprised when Jiang Yichu mentioned wanting a job. It was as if he had already planned for her. He asked, did you study medicine? Her quick and confident way of helping people on the road showed she must know medicine. Jiang Yichu nodded. Yes, I studied. Her education and military background could be verified through official checks. She couldn't lie about that. She cleverly changed her words. I learned a lot from the village barefoot doctor. During that special period when college entrance exams were paused, many barefoot doctors were trained through short courses. Yingzheng nodded after hearing this. Got it. I'll try to ask around if there are any vacancies in hospitals. Hospitals? Jiang Yichu hadn't even dared to hope. She had already checked before. Most military placement jobs are clerical or retail positions. The idea of working in a hospital? Her eyes flickered with a hidden joy as she looked at Yingzheng. Yingzheng looked away slightly. Maybe it's possible. Thank you. Having hope is better than having no chance at all. This first thing makes me so happy. Jiang Yichu suppresses her pounding heart and happily squints her eyes. Sunlight streams in through the window. It falls on the girl's curled eyelashes, like Helena's butterfly wings fluttering gently before taking flight. Ying glanced at her, paused, then looked away, his throat moving silently. Shall we discuss the housework again? Ying's voice is a little hoarse. He turns his head. Sure. Although they need to divide the chores, Jiang Yichu actually feels quite worried. She graduated from university and went straight to work at the hospital. As a doctor, she has little private time. So, she's not very good at housework. In this era, women doing housework seems to be a common rule. Jiang Yichu pauses for a moment, thinking. Actually, it's only a few seconds. But Ying seems to see through her thoughts. He asks, are you worried about dividing the chores? Sniper's observation skills are really strong, Jiang Yichu jokes. Ying doesn't reply to her joke, but says, I think housework doesn't need to be specially divided. The home is ours, both of us. We can do it together. I have no problem tidying up, but I'm not good at cooking. Of course, if you don't mind, I can learn. No need. Jiang Yichu quickly says, I can cook. She knows how to cook. If she had to pick a favorite in her plain life, Jiang Yichu would put food at the top. The desire for food is a basic human instinct. Whenever she feels stressed at work, she uses good food to relax. Over time, she's become quite skilled in cooking. And she also notices one thing. Ying. Jiang Yichu turns her head and calls out. I suddenly realize you're a good man. This random remark confuses Ying. Jiang Yichu explains your words just now when you said you do housework with me not just help me with it. Ing still doesn't understand what's different about that. Jiang Yichu looks at him with a smile. This confirms that it's an instinctive thought deep inside Ing. Jiang Yichu says, helping means you assume housework is my responsibility. Understood. Thanks for the compliment, Chu Chu. Both of them speak honestly, which makes the conversation very comfortable. They started off well, so the following communication became much smoother. Jiang Yichu said, about money, you mentioned before that your salary should be handed over. After thinking, I still feel that after I start working, we should open a separate bank account. Then, each month we can save part of our salary there. You can keep your own salary, which is more convenient. No need. Ing Zheng rarely refused Jiang Yichu. I don't need money from the army, and opening another account is trouble. Just keep it all of it for me. Jiang Yichu was a bit overwhelmed. Not to mention they've only met twice. Even couples who have been dating for many years and have disagreements over money are common. Jiang Yichu hesitated. Ing Zheng said, you don't need to worry. Turning over my salary is a family tradition from my mom's side. What a good tradition. Jiang Yichu didn't refuse anymore. All right. From now on, I'll give you some pocket money every month on time. Okay. Ing Zheng agreed without objection. Money, chores, work. It seems all issues have been discussed. But he still felt like something was missing. Jiang Yichu tapped her pen on the paper, trying to remember. Chin resting on the pen cap. She couldn't quite recall. Ing Zheng, help me think. I feel like we're missing something. House. Ing Zheng reminded her. Jiang Yichu suddenly remembered. Yes, the house. This was truly the most important issue. She asked, are we going to live with Commander Ing and your stepmother in the future? If so, she would prefer to stay at the guest house first and then slowly rent a suitable place. No, the army will assign us a house. Ing Zheng said, or, if you don't mind, we can live at my grandfather's house. Grandpa lives alone. Yes, Ing Zheng nodded. I respect your opinion. Jiang Yichu is fine with either. Grandpa is a kind and adorable old man, and Jiang Yichu nodded. Then she suddenly remembered something else. Ing Zheng, your dad and the others, they probably still don't know you're already married. Honestly, I didn't know, Ing Zheng said softly with a smile. But now I think you should know. By this time, Deputy Zhang should have already returned to the Ing family. Major Ing heard the news. It's hard to imagine how lively the Ing household must be right now. The wedding date was set, but the groom was already married. And the bride, she didn't know about this at all. Such a big scandal has erupted. Jiang Yichu didn't believe the Jiang family could keep quiet about this. If the Jiang family made a fuss, the Ing family would be the ones on the defensive. Whoever has more influence, cares more about reputation, is usually at a disadvantage. Understanding this, Jiang Yichu looked up at Ing Zheng. She saw that Ing Zheng had no expression on his face, sitting confidently on the sofa, watching her. His posture was relaxed, and beneath his cold, indifferent look, there was a subtle sense of control in his eyes. Jiang Yichu blinked and said, Ing Zheng, I think you seem a bit scheming. Meeting someone for the second time, calling them scheming, might not be very polite. But since they had just been honest with each other, she said what she thought. Fortunately, Ing Zheng didn't mind. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He supported his chin with one hand, gently tapped his face with his index finger, looked at her, and asked, Is that a compliment? Jiang Yichu hesitated for a moment and nodded. If you say so, then yes. Then it is, Ing Zheng said with a light smile. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly, and a summer breeze rustled through the treetops. Shadows flickered through the gaps and fell on Jiang Yichu's eye corner. Ing Zheng looked at her again before standing up. He took out a passbook from his pocket, along with a note. This is a deposit. The note has my grandfather's address and phone number. If you encounter any trouble, remember to find me. My grandfather hasn't finished his checkup after transferring hospitals. I'll come back the day after tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Yichu accepted the items. At this moment, life was peaceful. But not far away, the Ing family was in chaos. After Deputy Zhang left the Liang family, he first went to the Jiang family. The door was tightly shut. Fortunately, Aunt Wang was still there. After asking a few questions, he learned an important piece of information from Aunt Wang. Jiang Yichu was already married. This combined with what Zheng just said. He was surprised and immediately went back to the army. Then he nervously returned to the Ying family. When he entered, his father was reading official documents in the living room. Fang Yao was watering the flowers by the window. "Did you send the betrothal gift?" "Yes, it has been sent," Deputy Officer Zhang nodded. After answering, he hesitated for a moment, standing there awkwardly, seeming unable to speak. Did something go wrong along the way? Seeing Deputy Officer Zhang hesitate, his father put down the documents and looked over. "Yes, it was a bit unexpected." Deputy Officer Zhang thought carefully before replying cautiously. The betrothal gift was sent to the Liang family now. The Liang family? Commander Ng took off his glasses and looked at him. Deputy Officer Zhang nodded. The person who is supposed to marry Jiang Sairu is not from the Jiang family. It's another daughter. Fang Yao was watering the flowers. When she heard this, she stopped and looked over in surprise. Another daughter. Deputy Officer Zhang glanced at his father. Clearly, both his father and Fang Yao didn't know about Jiang Yichu. He swallowed and said, "It's the daughter Zhang's family just adopted from Lixian half a month ago. Her name is Jiang Yichu." Another daughter? Fang Yao looked over. Deputy Officer Zhang shook his head. "No, it was a mix-up at the hospital when Zhang's daughter was born. The baby was swapped. Jiang Yichu is the real daughter of the Jiang family and Jiang Sairu is the one who was swapped." What? This news hit the Ng family like a thunderbolt. Fang Yao was so scared, she dropped her watering can. She instinctively looked at her father's reaction. His face was grim. Having fought on many battlefields, he never thought a marriage could turn into such a bizarre situation. He took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, and asked Deputy Officer Zhang. "So you mean Zheng already knew about Jiang Yichu? And when he went to the Jiang family to propose, he changed the person without permission? It's more than just knowing." Deputy Officer Zhang shook his head. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly took a report from his uniform pocket and presented it with both hands. "Commander, before I returned, I went to the political department to retrieve the transfer application of Comrade Ng. This marriage registration report was submitted together with the transfer application." What marriage registration? His father could no longer stay calm. He was so shocked that when he stood up, he almost lost his balance and nearly fell. Fortunately, Deputy Zhang quickly caught him, helping him stand steady again. He took the marriage report, and his hands were trembling. He wore his reading glasses for a long time, but didn't put them back on. "Read it. What does it say above?" Deputy Zhang paused, then read aloud. After verification, the applicant and comrade Jiang Yichu formed a revolutionary partnership on July 29, 1977. This complies with organizational procedures. During marriage, they should continue to maintain a good military image and strictly follow national laws, military regulations, and family morals. Approval Unit, Beijing Military District. Date, August 6, 1977. Military personnel should report and register their marriage with their unit's political department promptly. The registration date was August 6. Yesterday? That means the applicant registered by phone before returning. What a clever move. That scoundrel, who approved his marriage application. In anger, the father cursed loudly, veins bulging on his neck. Deputy Zhang nervously reminded him softly, "It was your special approval earlier. Normally, submitting a marriage report requires the woman's documents and a background check before approval. This time, the applicant was transferred from the Northwest to get married. The division commander knew his son and father had a tense relationship, so he thought the applicant wouldn't stay at home long. He was worried about delays causing problems, so he planned this forced marriage scheme. First, submit the marriage report, then go to register with the woman immediately after arriving home. It was mainly to pressure the applicant, but it backfired and ended up hurting himself." Suddenly, there was a clattering sound. The father, furious, knocked over a cup and a tea table. He pointed at Deputy Zhang, his finger trembling. He paced around the living room for a long time, talking, then stopped, breathing unevenly. "Where's that scoundrel? He should still be here. Go. Bring him back to me." Losing patience, the father gave the order directly. "Yes." Deputy Zhang immediately responded. He hurried to the door, his face changing, then turned back. He looked hesitant, wanting to speak, but not quite. Division Commander. What now? The father rubbed his temples and shouted loudly. Deputy Zhang pursed his lips silently,
Pointing outside the yard.
outside. The Jiang family has come to visit, 1 hour earlier, at the Jiang residence. Jiang Yichu and Yingzheng left in a grand way. The messy problems were all left to Jiang Xiro and her mother. Aunt Wang was the first to speak up. She had just been sarcastic and sneering, and now she finally felt proud. She wouldn't miss this great chance to mock. Aunt Wang crossed her waist and loudly stopped Jiang's mother from entering the house. Don't go. I'm talking to the Jiang family. Didn't you say Ying's family was going to marry your little Ro? What's going on? Could it be that you, as a mother, have a bad memory and forget which girl is supposed to get married? I don't think that's the case. Xiao Lu quickly chimed in. Shaking her head, her eyes bright, she said, From what I see, Ying's flattery earlier. It looks like she's trying to steal her sister's marriage. No way. The crowd gasped in surprise. Why not? Xiao Lu said. Otherwise, explain why both sisters want to marry into the same family. Surely it's because Ying's family has good conditions, so they're deliberately ruining Chu-Chu's reputation. Xiao Lu's imagination ran wild. But everyone thought it was very possible. After all, hasn't it always been common for sisters to change marriages? Especially since Jiang Yichu was all alone and without support. Everyone's eyes on Jiang Xiro changed instantly. There was disdain, disgust, mockery, and contempt. Having already been humiliated in front of everyone, now she was being laughed at again. Jiang Xiro was so angry, she stomped her feet. What nonsense are you talking? Her scream was drowned out by dozens of voices. And Aunt Wang's voice was even louder. Isn't it? You want to steal the marriage? Or is Ying's family tricking you into marriage? TCH, look at yourself before talking. Laughter filled the yard like drums. Jiang Xiro almost buried her head in the ground, covering her ears. Jiang's mother felt sorry for her daughter. She wanted to help, but in the end, her voice turned red from shouting, and she couldn't drown out the mocking laughter of those women. Seeing the crowd gather on the street, Jiang Ziyuan's face darkened. He pulled the mother and daughter into the house. What's going on? Jiang Ziyuan entered the room and immediately ordered the housekeeper to draw the curtains in the living room. Then he pushed Jiang's mother onto the sofa. He demanded, What is going on with the engagement? Jiang Sara was crying. Jiang's mother, feeling humiliated, also had tears in her eyes. Her mind was still confused, and she shook her head instinctively, saying, You ask me, I don't know. Wasn't it our family of 3 who went on the day of the engagement, and Commander Ng and his wife said that Yingzheng wasn't married, right? Could it be that Wang Annie was right? The Jiang family didn't like Jiang Yichu as the daughter-in-law, so they want to change her and trick us into marriage. So, when a person's heart is dirty, they see everything as disgusting. Jiang Ziyuan was so angry with Jiang's mother that he was speechless. He crossed his arms and gasped, asking, With Ying's status, do you think he would trick you into marriage? What do you have to worry about? Jiang Saru, feeling wrong nearby, was suddenly insulted indirectly and cried even louder. Jiang Ziyuan shouted at her. Shut up. If you want to cry, get out and cry. Jiang Saru immediately lowered her voice, pouted, and silently sniffled. Just as she quieted down, Jiang's mother started causing trouble again. She stood up and grabbed Jiang Ziyuan by the collar. Then tell me, if it's not a trick marriage, what is it? Jiang Ziyuan was about to be driven crazy by his wife and daughter's stupidity. He pointed to Jiang's mother's forehead and asked, Use your pig brain to think. When did each get married? On the road. Jiang's mother answered instinctively. After saying that, she realized what she had said and sniffed.
So,
does that mean the Ying family didn't know Yingzheng was married? Jiang Ziyuan shot her a glance and nodded irritably. Probably. Considering what Jiang's mother had told him earlier about the Ying family, Jiang Ziyuan said, I guess Yingzheng was unhappy with his stepmother forcing him to come back and get married, so he secretly married someone on the road. That was the most reasonable explanation. The logic made sense. Jiang's mother was a bit shocked. She asked Jiang Ziyuan, Do you think that girl Jiang Yichu knew Yingzheng's status and deliberately married him to disgust our sorrow, or was she just lucky? If she was lucky, that was too fortunate. From Lixian County to Beijing, thousands of people passed by every day. And Jiang Yichu just happened to pick out Ying Zheng's son? She and Ro Ro went to great lengths to get into the Ying family, but Jiang Yichu could easily obtain it without much effort. Mother Jiang didn't believe it. Jiang Ziyuan was so angry, he was speechless. At this point, do you still have the mind to guess about Jiang Yichu? First, think about what to do now. Yes, what should we do now? Mother Jiang's tears suddenly rolled down, and she was so anxious, she couldn't sit still. She patted her thigh. We've already prepared the dowry. Everyone on the street knows Ro Ro's engagement with the Ying family. Now that it's fallen through, old Jiang. Won't our Jiang family become the joke of the whole street? Jiang Ziyuan scolded her. You still have the nerve to mention it. It's all because you're so proud. Talking about this, Jiang Ziyuan got angry. If he hadn't been upset with Jiang Yichu this morning, who would have known Jiang Saira was engaged to the Ying family? Mother Jiang also regretted it terribly. But it was too late to regret now. Being pointed at and scolded, she felt both regret and grievance. Now you're blaming me again. Why didn't you stop me when I said it? Arguing over past matters was pointless. Jiang Ziyuan waved his sleeve and didn't bother to argue with her. Jiang Saira was still crying on the side, sniffling. Her eyes and face were red, making Mother Jiang's heart ache. She reached out, hugged Jiang Sairu, and patted her daughter. Not only is it embarrassing, but what will happen to Ro Ro in the future? The girl's wedding date was set, but now she was suddenly rejected. A more decent family wouldn't want a daughter-in-law like this. Not to mention, she wanted Jiang Saira to marry into a family with a strong background. Forget about that and it's fine. But once mentioned, Jiang Ziyuan couldn't hold back anymore. What to do? What to do? Now you finally asked me what to do. I'm really confused. The Liang family wanted a good match, but you two refused, insisting on causing trouble. Now you're regretting it? Too late. Mother Jiang burst into tears loudly. She had never worked outside and raising children at home was fine. But when big problems came, she had no idea what to do. Enough. Just spouting discouraging words. Help us think of a solution. I can't do anything. Jiang Ziyuan paced around the room twice. Just accept your bad luck, Dad. Jiang Sairu suddenly spoke through her choking tears. I have an idea to try, she said. What did you say? You want to marry Ying Huayan? At first, Jiang Sairu said she had a plan, and Jiang Ziyuan still held on to hope. But after hearing it, Jiang Ziyuan thought he was hearing a big joke.
He was so angry he laughed.
He looked at Jiang Sairu. Are you crazy? Who is Ying Huayan? He's Fang Yao's biological son. Although the Jiang family wasn't officially demoted years ago, they were definitely labeled as capitalists. Just based on this status. Jiang Ziyuan snorted coldly, amused by Jiang Sairu's wild ideas. Do you think, why are we connected to the Ying family? That's because Fang Yao doesn't want Ying Zheng to marry a woman who could help his career. Ying Zheng is 24, a senior officer, though not very high rank. But Ying Zheng is a real potential star. Last year's military competition saw him as an outstanding sharpshooter, even recognized by the commander-in-chief. There were rumors that he was married to the daughter of the commander-in-chief's family. Otherwise, Ying Zheng's marriage would have been decided that day. But the daughter of the commander-in-chief's family wasn't suitable. That doesn't mean the daughters of other division commanders and military leaders aren't available. In front of Jiang Ziyuan, pretending to be pitiful was useless. Wiping away her tears, her face now looked cold and terrifying. Dad, don't forget, the Ying family has no other options now. Do the neighbors in our Jiang family know about my marriage? Do the neighbors in the big yard not know? Following this line of thought, Jiang Ziyuan asked, What do you mean? Jiang Sairu narrowed her eyes and said, My point is, the marriage agreement was approved by them personally. If they try to cheat us, we'll fight to the death with their family. Let's see whether this matter causes a big fuss, and whether it affects the Ying family or us more. Jiang Sairu hardened her heart. Ying Zheng is a future big shot, but so what? She was still reborn. Knowing the key trends of the world for the next 20 years is the most powerful weapon. Getting married is not an option. At worst, she can support Ying and to rise to a high position, just like that. Jiang Sairu quickly made this decision after some deep thought. She said, I don't believe that if the two families fall out, the Ying family can walk away unscathed. Exactly, hearing Jiang Sira's words, Jiang's mother also realized the situation. She stood up, took the marriage certificate from the drawer, and slapped it on the coffee table.
Here.
The marriage certificate clearly states it in red and black ink. If the Ying family dares to break the promise, we'll make a fuss. Anyway, we've already lost face today, so what are we afraid of? Jiang's mother seemed to have given up completely. Ying family. Ying's father heard that the Jiang family was at the door. He was a bit nervous. He told Deputy Zhang, stop them, just say I'm not here. It's too late. Jiang's mother, through the living room window, saw Major Ying and Fang Yao sitting inside. There was no choice but to welcome them in. Deputy Zhang left with Annie first. After Jiang's mother sat down, she spoke directly. I suppose the prospective in-laws have guessed why we are here. The Jiang family sat on the sofa, Jiang Sira's eyes swollen. Ying's father didn't speak, his face dark. Fang Yao, seeing this, could only stand out habitually to smooth things over. Well, it's hot outside, have some cold tea to cool down. No need for cold tea. Jiang's mother straightened up. Before leaving, she had touched up her makeup, and her face showed no signs of distress. Jiang's mother said, in this situation, even drinking a pot of cold tea can't calm my anger. Fang Yao forced a polite smile. Things need to be resolved. Rather than waiting for the other side to speak first and falling into a passive position, it's better to take the initiative. Fang Yao took a deep breath. Dear in-laws, she looked at Jiang's mother, lowering her posture. Honestly, my husband and I only found out about this 10 minutes before you arrived. We were both furious at the time. You say, how could Ying Zheng, this child, secretly get the certificate without telling his family? Although she was the stepmother, she had to pretend to care about the family's reputation. The words spoken were very polite but insincere. Your child hasn't come back yet. When he does, I will personally bring someone to apologize. But as the saying goes, family ties are a kind of fate. Oh, Mother Jiang sneered and looked over. Fang Yao explained. Look, Ajun was only gone for 2 days, and he already took a liking to your daughter Jiang Yichu. Isn't that fate? Honestly, we were quite relieved when we found out Jiang Yichu was truly a daughter of the Jiang family. See, after all this back and forth, we are still considered family. With this long explanation, Mother Jiang finally understood. It seemed that the Yi family wanted to quietly change the marriage plans. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt their family, who Ajun married. They were making clever plans.
Dream on.
Mother Jiang snorted coldly and looked sternly. Mother Yi, let's not go off topic. If I remember correctly, this marriage was originally arranged for our girl Ro. She pounded the table with her hand, showing a strong attitude. Yes, Jiang Yichu is our biological daughter. But don't forget, Ro has been our precious girl for 20 years. Or maybe Deputy Officer Zhang didn't tell you about this morning's matter? Fang Yao's lips moved slightly. Mother Jiang didn't let her speak and continued. Mother Yi. Now, everyone on Fengsheng Lane knows about our Ro's marriage with your family. You suddenly want me to find another girl to marry without any explanation. Basically, your family has taken all the benefits. What about my daughter's future? Do we still have any face? They came with the purpose of forcing the marriage from the start. Their words showed that the stronger their stance, the better. Mother Jiang looked fierce and commanding. Fang Yao was momentarily overwhelmed. She couldn't decide big family matters herself, so she had to secretly look at Officer Yi's expression. Commander Yi kept a stern face, jaw tight and cold. Seeing Fang Yao look over, his eyes showed impatience. Ajun's marriage was first suggested by his wife, and now it was a mess. This was her doing. Fang Yao felt guilty and lowered her head. Commander Yi sighed heavily. What does the Jiang family mean? As soon as his words finished, Mother Jiang suddenly slammed the table. Our family's idea is very simple. Both of your daughters must marry. What? Fang Yao immediately stood up and let out a sharp scream. Father Ying's eyes darkened as he glared. Only then did Fang Yao sit down, pulling at her clothes. She looked at Jiang Ziyuan and signaled him to continue. Before the Jiang family arrived, they had already agreed on a plan. Jiang Ziyuan said, Dear family, if I remember correctly, your Ying family has 2 sons. Exactly, we have 2 daughters. If Jun can't marry Ro, we can accept a swap and your second son can marry her. I will do the work of convincing Ro. We came today just to ask what your family thinks. No way. Before Father could answer, Fong Yao coldly refused. We have other plans for Huayan's marriage. If you want compensation, just tell us what the Jiang family wants. But I absolutely won't agree to a marriage swap. Fong Yao spoke firmly, her tone excited. It was clear who was the biological daughter. Unfortunately, Jiang Ziyuan was not so easy to fool either. Compensation? Does the family think our young daughter's reputation can be fixed with just some compensation? Father didn't speak. Fong Yao's face grew colder. Fine. Seeing there was no room for discussion, Jiang's mother stood up, took back the marriage certificate, and prepared to leave. All right, since you insist on breaking off the engagement, we will go find the military discipline inspection team to settle this. Are they really going to the military discipline inspection office? At the Liang family, when Xinyu spent the whole afternoon tidying up Jiang Yichu's room. Just as she was about to sit down and chat with Jiang Yichu, housekeeper Fong Jie returned from grocery shopping. She brought back this news. Family had an incident. The Jiang family came over, demanding to go to the military discipline inspection office. She guessed there would be trouble, but didn't expect them to go straight to the discipline inspection office. That means they are ready to fight to the end, so they probably didn't reach an agreement. When Xinyu and Jiang Yichu looked at each other and asked, "Have they already gone?" Fong Jie casually handed Jiang Yichu an orange she had just bought. She shook her head and said, "No, Ying's wife was in the yard, holding on to someone." That made sense. The Military Discipline Inspection Committee is responsible for issues related to soldiers' conduct. At the level of a battalion commander and at this age, if he really caused trouble in the army, it would be embarrassing for the entire military district. When Xinyu asked Sister Fong, "Do you know how to solve this?" Sister Fong shook her head. They talked inside. "I didn't hear anything." Letting Huayan marry. At dinner that evening, Battalion Commander Liang brought back an answer. He entered holding a piece of cream cake. For Chu. When Xinyu was surprised, "Did you buy this cake on purpose?" "It wasn't me." Lieutenant Liang slightly bent down to help when Xinyu take off his coat. Zheng bought it. He brought it to my office before leaving work so I could bring it home. He said they haven't had a formal wedding yet and coming late at night isn't convenient. What's inconvenient about that? When Xinyu sighed and continued to gossip about what was just said. "You just said you wanting Huayan to marry. Does that mean it's settled?" "Yes." Lieutenant Liang went to the bathroom to wash his hands. On the way back, I happened to see Olding sending Zhang's family out. I overheard a bit. "You were eavesdropping, right?" When Xinyu followed behind, handing him a towel with a smile. "Good job." Lieutenant Liang smiled but said nothing. Jiang Yichu watched their little actions the whole time. She blinked. Having grown up without a normal family environment, it's impossible not to envy. Her heart was moved. Suddenly, the entire living room light went out. When Xinyu came out holding a cake, Sister Fawn cooperated by singing the birthday song together. After the song ended, when Xinyu brought the cake to Jiang Yichu's face. "Come on, Chu, blow out the candles." Her first birthday in this world. Jiang Yichu had no particular wish. She closed her eyes and wished for smooth work. Sister Fong turned on the light. Everyone returned to the dining table. When cutting the cake, Sister Fong glanced upstairs and asked, "Should we call Hung down?" "No need." Lieutenant Liang spoke. After thinking for a moment, he snorted coldly and asked, "Can that brat get out of bed today?" After 30 years in the army, strength is no joke. Lieutenant Liang's belt struck hard. Sister Fong shook her head, thinking, "You caused this trouble yourself, and now you're asking me. It might take another 2 days to recover. Then let him lie down and remember this lesson." When Xinyu frowned with concern but said nothing. The new room was soft pink. While tidying up, when Xinyu replaced all the bedding with new sheets and covers. The quilt was outside drying all day. Lying on it felt soft and fluffy, with a smell of sunshine. When Xinyu carried a glass of milk and knocked on the door. "Chu, godmother." Jiang Yichu sat up from the bed. When Xinyu placed the glass on the bedside table and sat on the edge of the bed. She took Jiang Yichu's hand and asked, "With the new environment, do you feel uncomfortable?" "No, I feel more comfortable and free here. This is your home after all." Jiang Yichu spoke honestly, and when Xinyue felt a pang of heartache when she heard it. She gently touched Jiang Ichu's hair and sighed. This child, when Xinyue was a caring and expressive elder. But Jiang Ichu was experiencing her first close touch from an elder like this. It was a strange feeling. She slightly turned her head. Not much, but when Xinyue didn't notice. She looked at Jiang Ichu's hair for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Chu-Chu, I feel like your skin has improved so much in just 2 days and you're whiter." Actually, she noticed this first thing in the morning. That morning, she was busy, so she let it go. Opposite the bed was a dressing table. Jiang Ichu glanced at it, pretending not to notice, and touched her face. Really? Yes, when Xinyue helped Jiang Ichu stand up and sat her in front of the mirror. That whiteness makes you look much prettier. Maybe it's because of the skincare set you gave me. How could that be? When Xinyue muttered. I use it myself, but I didn't think it would work so amazingly because it was just an ordinary skincare set, not a spiritual spring. Jiang Ichu thought for a moment and said, maybe it's the way I apply it. Does it have a special technique? When Xinyue, unfamiliar with this, brightened up. Chu-Chu, teach me. Okay. The two sat side by side at the dressing table, sharing skincare tips and chatting. By the way, Chu-Chu, this noon I came downstairs and saw you and Ingzheng drawing on a piece of paper on the coffee table. What were you doing? Is it some kind of couple's privacy? When Xinyue asked. Privacy is not something my godmother asks about. Jiang Ichu smiled. No, I'm just discussing how to get along with Ingzheng after we decided to be together. Decided to be together? When Xinyue didn't understand this word. Jiang Ichu explained it to her step by step. After hearing, when Xinyue felt both happy and worried. She was happy because the couple could speak openly, which is the best way to get along. She was worried because she asked Jiang Ichu, you two are newly married, in the most passionate time, and you already have so many rules and boundaries. Isn't that a bit too formal? They had only met a few times, after all. Being polite is the right thing. But times are different, so it's understandable. Jiang Ichu said, no rush, take it slow, that's true. When Xinyue nodded, and suddenly her ears turned red, as if she thought of something. Actually, when I first married your dad, I didn't know him well either. Now, we're doing quite well. As long as you're comfortable with each other, that's enough. When Xinyue added, and by the way, you and Ingzheng are both quite young. That makes you more understanding and caring for each other. Jiang Ichu listened quietly to Xinyue's advice. Oh, by the way, talking about the wedding, when Xinyue said, on the day of the wedding, I asked the troupe members to do your makeup. At that time, there was no professional makeup artist. Because of a performance, everyone in the troupe did their own makeup and hair. When Xinyue looked at Jiang Ichu in the mirror with a kind gaze. Our Chu-Chu has a good foundation. With a little dressing up, she'll probably dazzle everyone. Jiang Ichu smiled. That's your godmother's filter. Not at all. When Xinyue looked at Jiang Ichu with admiration, as if she was looking at a perfect work of art. It's not just my words. Your facial features and temperament are even better than our troupe's lead dancer. As a father, I can't compare to you. The Ng family. Ng Luzhong waited in the living room until 9:30 before finally seeing Ingzheng return home late. There were crying and shouting sounds from the second floor. It was Ng Huayan and Fang Yao. Ying's father looked upset and called out to Ingzheng as he went upstairs. Stop right there. Do you have nothing to explain to me? The house was decorated with bright lights and festive ornaments from the first to the second floor for the wedding. But for the person involved, it was not a happy occasion. When called, he paused, then walked into the living room. Ng Liwei sat on the sofa, with a slight touch of gray in his temples, his face stern. Ingzheng chose the farthest seat and sat down. He sneered. Explain? Aren't you supposed to ask Fang Yao for something? Ng Liwei angrily slapped the table. You know exactly what I mean. After a whole afternoon of anger, his neck was red, and his chest kept rising and falling. I ask you, since you're married, why didn't you tell me when I asked you to send the wedding gifts? Ingzheng said nothing. Ying's father pointed at him and shouted, did you tell us earlier that things would turn out like this? Are you determined to watch everything fall apart, embarrass the Ng family, and ruin your brother's marriage? Ingzheng still said nothing. But hearing his father, he slightly lifted his eyelids and looked at him. The message was clear. The Ying family's reputation, Ying Huainan's marriage. What does it have to do with me? You. Ying's father was so angry, he nearly fainted. Suddenly, a loud banging sound came from upstairs. Immediately after, Fang Yao, with red eyes, came down the stairs. Having been well cared for in the Ying family over the years, her skin was well maintained. She was still wearing her afternoon guest dress, looking gentle and kind. Seeing Ying Zheng sitting on the sofa, she paused briefly. She sat next to the frowning Ying's father. Ah Zheng, Fang Yao explained, don't blame your father for being angry. If you had told us earlier that you were married, we would have had enough time to go back and cancel the engagement with the Jiang family. Cancel it for what? Ying Zheng spoke slowly. Isn't she the good daughter-in-law you all carefully chose? Fang Yao choked. Ying's father was so angry his hands trembled, but he couldn't argue back. Ying Zheng continued, is it because you're unhappy with Jiang Sijio, or because Dad isn't satisfied? It shouldn't be like that. Let me think, what did Dad say this afternoon? Leaning on the sofa, Ying Zheng tilted his head and casually tapped his fingertips on his temple. I remember now. Jiang Sairu is quite good, gentle and graceful, with a proper personality. You like her very much. Why? Not returning to Beijing means I am unfilial. Then, I, as a filial son, should I give you the daughter-in-law you like to your younger brother? Is that also unfilial? Father Ying's face turned from red to pale. The reason for Ying Zheng's return to Beijing was exactly as he had described. His face looked extremely unhappy. Ying Zheng didn't bother to respond and went upstairs. After we get married, I will move to Grandma's house. Don't worry, I won't bother you. Fang Yao watched Ying Zheng's back, her eyes cold and complicated. She never expected Ying Zheng to come up with such a plan. Ying Huiyan is only a year younger than Ying Zheng. Back then, Ying Lihui lost his wife. For the sake of reputation, she and Huiyan only officially entered the Ying family when they were 6 years old. Although Ying Lihui lost his wife first because she was pregnant before marriage, many people in the big courtyard whispered behind her back, saying she was raised outside. Clearly, she was Ying Lihui's first love. Fortunately, Ying Lihui loved his younger son very much. Ying Zheng also had little presence at home. In those years, she didn't pay much attention to this child. Right after graduating from high school, she found a way to send him to the northwest to join the army. In Beijing, the Ying family's resources should be reserved for Huiyan. Huiyan could just do a clerical job. A clerical position is safe. As long as Ying Lihui helps to connect the right relationships, his promotion wouldn't be slower than soldiers on the battlefield. As for Ying Zheng, the border is dangerous, and he's just a new recruit. Whether he comes back safe depends on fate. At that time, she didn't think Ying Zheng posed no threat to her. But, unexpectedly, in just 7 years, Ying Zheng managed to climb his way to become a sharpshooter. He was personally praised by the commander-in-chief at the big competition. Later, the political commissar, who valued talent, personally issued a transfer order to bring him back from the northwest to Beijing. Ying Zheng had plenty of honors and personal achievements. If only there was a capable Yu family. Following Ying Lihui's old path, Fang Yao felt anxious. Her own marriage had already been overshadowed by Zhu Qisheng, and she absolutely wouldn't allow her son to be overshadowed by Ying Zheng. Who would have thought that, after all her scheming, she ended up shooting herself in the foot? Huiyan was also an unpromising person. If he didn't spend every day partying outside, no good family would look at him when it was time to marry. Forget it. Just marry him. Fang Yao felt headache. Otherwise, Yi Liwei's reputation would be ruined, and Haowen's promotion would be a problem. Just marry him first. Haowen's loss in marriage can be made up later by her whispering in Yi Liwei's ear, so he can help with the child. When Xin Yue went to work, Yi Zheng said he wouldn't come today. Jiang Yichu, with nothing to do, decided to go to the kitchen and learn cooking from Sister Fang. Every era has its special dishes. Sister Fang has worked at the Liang family for over 10 years and is a skilled cook. Every dish is something Jiang Yichu loves to eat. Where's my sister? A loud female voice came from the yard. Sister Fang looked out the window. Ying is back. While talking, Liang Ying had already rushed over to Jiang Yichu like the wind. She stopped and looked her over from head to toe. Then, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness," she said emotionally. "My mom didn't tell me you look this good. Last night, Jiang Yichu used spiritual spring water to wash her face before bed." People who haven't seen her wouldn't doubt her transformation. Mother Liang has already accepted the idea that skincare products brought changes. So Jiang Yichu used a lot. After all, the wedding is in 2 days. A once-in-a-lifetime ceremony. Every girl hopes to look beautiful that day. Maybe her changes reached a turning point. Or maybe she just didn't notice herself every day in the mirror. So when Liang Ying praised her, "Chu, you're glowing so brightly," Jiang Yichu was momentarily flustered. She felt a bit embarrassed by Liang Ying's straightforward words. "Thank you, you look good too." "Of course," Liang Ying touched her face and said, "I'm with my mom, and I'm the prettiest in the whole yard, but now you're the prettiest." Liang Ying is straightforward and honest, a true E-person. Although it's their first meeting, Jiang Yichu didn't feel any awkwardness. "I just made some snacks with Sister Fang. Do you want to try some?" "Yes." Liang Ying grabbed Jiang Yichu's wrist and reached for the snack box. "I haven't washed my hands. Will you feed me?" "Okay." Jiang Yichu picked up a cookie. As she pulled her hand back, Liang Ying suddenly grabbed it. "Your wrist is so thin." Did Jiang Siru always bully you at home? She had seen Jiang Siru before. She didn't like her at first sight. On the way back, she overheard the driver mention the 2 daughters of the Jiang family, which made her think this. Well, maybe. Before Jiang Yichu could finish her sentence, there was a knock on the door. The sisters were busy eating, and Sister Fang went to open it. After a moment, she came back in. "Chu, someone from the Jiang family is here." As expected, the person arrived just as the name was mentioned. Liang Ying looked at Jiang Yichu. Jiang Yichu asked Sister Fang, "Are they outside?" Sister Fang nodded. "In the yard. Let them in." Liang Ying pulled on Jiang Yichu's sleeve, looking a bit worried. In the car, although the driver didn't say what exactly happened with the Jiang family, she knew they were probably not kind to Jiang Yichu. The visitors were Jiang Ziyuan and Jiang's mother. "Is Commander Liang not here?" Jiang Ziyuan glanced at Jiang Yichu. Liang Ying slightly turned her body to block his view. Jiang Yichu pinched Liang Ying's fingertips. She asked Jiang Ziyuan, "Dad, just say what you need." Yesterday, the mother and daughter had a big argument, so Jiang's mother probably wouldn't persuade Jiang Yichu to go back. So Jiang Ziyuan spoke. "It's like this, there was a misunderstanding yesterday. Dad went to the Ying family to ask. Ying Major said the engagement was with his second son. It was just a cover-up." Jiang Yichu didn't want to listen anymore. She said, "Jiang Siru has nothing to do with me." Both Sister Fang and Liang Ying were present. Hearing this, Jiang father's face couldn't stay calm, and he awkwardly smiled. Chu, how can it have nothing to do with you? You're just angry and talking nonsense. You're sisters, after all. As the saying goes, lips and teeth sometimes touch. A little argument is normal. Mom was also wrong yesterday. I criticized her. Jiang Yichu didn't want to hear more. "Just tell me why you're really here." After being interrupted twice, Jiang Ziyuan couldn't continue with polite words. He took a deep breath and said, "Dad is here to take you home. The wedding date with the Ying family has been set. You and Ro will get married on the same day. Be obedient, Chu. When you marry, you leave your family." Jiang Yichu frowned. Liang Ying listened for a while, then saw Jiang Yichu frown and finally spoke. "Mr. Jiang." In their previous meeting, she still called him uncle, but this time she directly called him Mr. Jiang. Liang Ying said, "Everyone recognizes her as family. Jiang Yichu calls me godmother, which shows she's from her maternal family. Liang's daughter, who is in the military, has been tough since she was young, always playing with swords and guns. When Jiang's parents first met her, they didn't like her. But she turned out to be quite fierce with her words too." Jiang Ziyuan snorted and said, "I am her real father. Liang's husband and wife weren't here. This was the best time to take her back." Jiang Ziyuan stood up and grabbed Jiang Yichu's arm. Chu, come home with me." But just before he could hold her, Liang Ying stopped him. "Don't fight in my house. Sister Fang, call the security." Jiang Ziyuan clenched his fists tightly and stared at Jiang Yichu angrily. Seeing that Jiang Yichu didn't seem to want to stop him, he shouted, "Chu-chu, sisters marrying brothers is a good thing. When you get to the Ying family, you should look out for each other. Why are you causing trouble? Did Dad help you that day? Do you even understand anything?" He was talking about the day Jiang Yichu slapped Jiang Sairu. Liang Ying was confused and looked at Jiang Yichu. Jiang Yichu slightly curled her lips and smiled. "Thanks for speaking up for me. But really, you're not just helping me, you're actually helping yourself." Jiang's mother looked over with a puzzled expression. That day, because of that slap, the family was in chaos. She blamed Jiang's father for being biased, and Jiang's father called her stupid. Wasn't he helping Jiang Yichu? Jiang's mother didn't understand. Jiang Yichu looked at Jiang Ziyuan and smiled. "You helped me because you saw through Jiang Sairu's selfish nature. You know that without blood ties, Jiang Sairu will eventually break away from your control. Instead of putting all your hopes on one person, after weighing everything, you think your helpless biological daughter, is easier to handle. After all, I'm from the countryside and I've never seen anything fancy. Small favors can make me remember forever." Jiang Sairu got slapped. "Yes, but you also made it up to her with money. You're pretending to support me on the surface, but I have nothing, no dowry, no money. Dad, is this how you're really helping me?" Jiang Ziyuan stood still, his face pale, unable to speak after being asked. His mind was buzzing loudly. He never expected that Jiang Yichu, a girl with little life experience, could see through his thoughts so clearly. At that moment, Jiang Yichu hadn't said anything. Compared to Jiang Sairu, who was superficial and shallow, he realized for the first time that his own biological daughter, beneath her calm exterior, was hiding such deep scheming. Maybe he had made the wrong choice. "Please leave." Jiang's two elders looked surprised, but Jiang Yichu calmly spoke to see them off. Jiang's mother didn't say a word the whole time. When Feng Jie came to see them off, they were about to be driven out of the Liang family, and she shouted loudly, "Jiang Yichu, don't forget you have no family backing you. In the future, you won't even have a place to cry. Then I won't trouble you anymore." Liang Ying crossed her arms and stood in front of Jiang Yichu. She snorted, "What sisters? Liang Ying, am Jiang Yichu's real sister. Go, go, go." Feng Jie felt satisfied. As she led the guests out, she held her head high. Liang Ying watched the angry, distressed figures of Jiang's elders walking away and clicked her tongue twice. She was furious. "I never thought you had been living like this at Jiang's before," she said. "Don't worry, from now on, your sister will protect you. Jiang's family won't even lay a finger on you," she promised. Seeing this older sister, who was 4 months older than her, Jiang Yichu, for the first time in her 2 lives, felt what it was like to be protected. She smiled and agreed. That evening, when Xinyu finished work early, she was followed by 2 movers. 2 boxes of luggage and 4 large items were brought into the yard. At that moment, Jiang Yichu was practicing military-style punches with Liang Ying in the living room. Hearing the noise, she opened the door. When Xinyu waved to her, "Come here, take a look. Do you like the style?" The refrigerator, TV, and washing machine were all the most expensive brands. It was too extravagant. Jiang Yichu didn't expect when Xinyu to buy these. She asked, "How much did these cost, godmother?" "I'll pay you back."
Don't say such silly things. When Xinyu laughed.
"Isn't it right for a daughter to bring gifts when she gets married?" The Jiang family was wealthy, but the Liang family mostly earned wages. Even if Commander Liang's salary is high, it should be enough for the whole family for 2 years. Jiang Yichu refused to accept anything no matter what. Liang Ying advised her, "Take it. You're the youngest in our family now. As the saying goes, the old maid and the eldest grandson are the backbone of the family. Here, take it. Besides, didn't you save my brother's life once?" That last comment was a joke. When Xinyu looked at her daughter and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Your brother's life isn't worth that much money." After when Xinyu finished speaking, both daughters laughed happily. All the things were ready. On the last day before the wedding, Liang Heng was finally allowed to leave the bedroom by special permission from Commander Liang. The gambling issue was only known to the police. Tomorrow, there will be a celebration at home, and Liang Heng must appear and pretend he wasn't hurt. It's so annoying. He had been lying in bed for a week. Liang Heng was very bored. His bottom still hurt. Every day, he listened to the sounds of laughter and joy outside his door. Finally, he could come out. The first thing he wanted to do was find his younger sister to ask how she knew about Wang Daniu that day. He pushed the door open angrily. Liang Heng supported his waist and walked out. Just as he reached the stairs, he unexpectedly bumped into a sweet, fairy-like girl. Liang Ying was at home. Liang Heng instinctively thought she was a friend of Liang Ying. When did the female soldier team have such a beautiful female comrade? Liang Heng looked at Jiang Yichu, cleared his throat, and quietly took his hand from his waist. He walked up to Jiang Yichu and stood still. Comrade, hello. Jiang Yichu didn't speak. She looked at Liang Heng with a blank stare. Wasn't it just a slap with a belt? Has he lost his mind? While Jiang Yichu was thinking, her face lost its lively expression and became cold and distant, revealing a different kind of beauty. Liang Heng's heart pounded loudly. He stepped closer and said, Comrade, don't be nervous. My name is Liang Heng, Liang Ying's brother. I just want to get to know you. He reached out his hand. Before he could fully extend his arm, a shout came from downstairs. You're dead, Liang Heng. Liang Ying came in from outside, followed by Ying Zheng. Why is Ying Zheng returning to Beijing? No, what is Ying Zheng coming to his house for? Before I could figure it out, Liang Ying hurriedly went upstairs. Recognize what? Recognize your sister? The brother and sister have argued since they were young. Liang Heng is used to it, but because Jiang Yichu was there, he held back. He politely asked Liang Ying, your friend. Didn't I say it's your sister? Seeing that Liang Heng still didn't understand, Jiang Yichu didn't tease him anymore. What? You haven't seen each other for a week, and you don't recognize her? Jiang Yichu. Liang Heng's eyes almost popped out, and his voice trembled with shock. It's so noisy. Jiang Yichu ignored him. She went downstairs to find Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng was still wearing his military uniform today. They had met 3 times, and each time he was either in uniform or combat gear. Jiang Yichu asked him, Godmother bought me many clothes. When we get married, do you think you should buy a few too? No need, Ying Zheng replied. I usually wear combat gear and military uniforms alternately. Okay. Jiang Yichu nodded. I thought you didn't have time to buy, so I was going to write down your size and help you buy some if you can't manage. Husband and wife, helping each other is normal. All right then. Ying Zheng suddenly changed his mind. I'll write it for you later. Didn't he say he couldn't wear them?
Such a changeable man.
Jiang Yichu nodded. Ying Zheng looked at Jiang Yichu's glasses, and his gaze briefly swept over her sweaty bangs. He withdrew his gaze and asked, Were you exercising just now? Feeling his gaze, Jiang Yichu touched her forehead. She nodded and said, Yes, Ying is teaching me self-defense. I'm too thin and want to build some muscle. In this era, there are no fitness equipment. To prevent another dangerous incident like the black market last time, Jiang Yichu asked Liang Ying to teach her some self-defense moves for women. It's a bit difficult, Jiang Yichu said. My coordination isn't very good. Ying Zheng looked at her arms and legs. You're too thin. Self-defense techniques aren't suitable for you. One day, I'll teach you fighting skills. Fighting? She had seen it in short videos before. The beauty of violence. Jiang Yichu liked it and nodded in agreement. Okay. When she smiled, her under-eye bags looked full and soft, with large, dark pupils and clear whites of her eyes. Ying Zheng's Adam's apple moved silently, with a slight tremor. When he spoke again, his voice was a little hoarse and hard to hear. If you're done with your exercise, can you go upstairs and get the household registration book? We need to register today. The household registration determines access to food and supplies. This is an important matter. Jiang Yichu didn't hesitate. She went upstairs and brought down the household registration book. Ying Zheng came by car today. In the front passenger seat, there was a brown paper bag. Inside were the marriage certificate and a letter of introduction from the military. Compared to the marriage certificate, the household registration paper was simple and a bit rough. Not many people go to the police station to register their household. The staff asked Jiang Yichu to fill out a form. After checking her information, They told her to come back in half a month to pick up the new household registration. Jung accompanied Jiang Yi-chu back to the car. He didn't get in. Instead, he said, "Wait for me a few minutes," and then left. He came back holding a box of peach cookies. "Old brand. Try it and see if you like it." "I'm not hungry." "Why did you suddenly buy snacks?" Jiang Yi-chu took the box. Jung didn't speak. He just looked at her with his eyes. Jiang Yi-chu opened the tin box. The old-fashioned pastries didn't have any additives like modern ones. As soon as she opened the lid, the aroma of eggs and peaches filled the air. She wasn't very hungry, but smelling this fragrance made her a little tempted. She took a bite and the peach cookie crumbled easily. Worried about getting crumbs in the car, she stopped after one piece. Jung looked over.
Eat more.
"You're too thin." So he bought snacks because of her comment about being too thin.
Thank you, she said.
Jung didn't reply. On the way back, the only sound in the car was the howling wind. Since she was used to Liang Ying's chattering, the silence now felt a bit strange, but also quite comfortable. As they approached the big courtyard, she thought she should say something. She asked, "Are you usually this quiet? Do you think I talk too little?" In the quiet car, both of them spoke at the same time. It was a kind of silent understanding. Jiang Yi-chu smiled slightly, looked at Jung, and shook her head. "No, it's actually quite nice. A career change can change a person's personality." Actually, when she was in school, she was extremely shy. She also liked boys who spoke little. The less they talked, the more charming they seemed. That's what she used to think.
But
if the voice is nice, saying a few more words is okay. By the way, Jiang Yi-chu asked, "Is Grandpa feeling better? Does he need to stay in the hospital a few more days before he can go home? If you're free later, we can visit him." "No need," Jung said. "Our wedding is tomorrow, so there's no need to go to the hospital." "That's good. Heart conditions need observation and rest." Jiang Yi-chu nodded. Noticing Jung looking at her, she asked, "Is something wrong?" Jung asked, "How do you know he just needs observation?" "Because she's a heart surgeon," Jiang Yi-chu thought to herself. She said, "Just guessing." Jung kept looking at her. Jiang Yi-chu continued, "The book I read before also mentioned that the critical period for heart attacks is within 12 hours. At that time, we were nearly county, and there was no hospital nearby that could perform open-heart surgery, so I guessed." Jung nodded after listening. With admiration in his eyes, he said, "You guessed right. You're very clever. You're also very impressive." Jiang Yi-chu didn't hold back her praise. "Captain Liang told me you won the military competition last year and received a first-class merit."
"Yeah."
When it came to her own matters, Jung switched to being quiet again. The two remained silent until they reached the Liang family's yard. They parked the car. Jung said, "By the way, tomorrow might be a bit inconvenient for you. The restaurant, I'll be with Huayan." He remembered. Although neither of them had brought up Jiang Sairu's wedding plans openly, Jiang Yi-chu wasn't stupid. Changing the bride at the last minute wouldn't sound good. If the brothers held separate weddings, people might gossip behind their backs. The Ng family chose to have the brothers marry on the same day, so the restaurant was booked together. Otherwise, would a father be running back and forth between two places? "No problem," Jiang Yi-chu said. As long as they don't live together, she could tolerate just one meal. She asked, "Can we leave right after the toast?" "Sure," Jung nodded. The car had been parked at the gate for a while. Sister Fong only heard the sound of brakes but didn't see anyone, so she couldn't help but look outside the window. Jiang Yi-chu saw Sister Fong's gaze and prepared to get out of the car.
Then,
"See you tomorrow. I'll walk you in." Jung also got out of the car. Just as they reached the door, before knocking, they heard Liang Heng and Liang Ying arguing loudly in the living room. "What's ugly? It's clearly you who are blind. Darn it. Did you even listen to me?" Jiang Yi-chu hasn't looked like this for a week. Liang Heng was fiercely defending his eyesight. Liang Ying shouted at him, "Shut up. If the child died, you came to nurse him. You can't even handle a good marriage arrangement, and I haven't even said you're useless." Jung turned to Jiang Yi-chu and asked, "Is your arranged marriage with Liang Heng?" Jiang Yi-chu paused, then nodded slowly. "Not hiding it from you. I forgot to tell you. It's okay, I understand. He wanted to pat Jiang Yichu's shoulder but thought it wasn't appropriate, so he raised his hand to knock on the door. Sister Fang came to open the door. Liang Heng and Liang Ying were arguing so fiercely that their faces turned red and their necks thick. When they heard the door open and saw Yingzheng, Liang Heng immediately found an ally. Under Liang Ying's chase, he rushed to the door. He grabbed Yingzheng's arm and, panting, asked, "Brother Zheng, tell me, did Jiang Yichi used to have dark skin and pimples on her face?" Liang Ying followed closely, holding a pillow high in the air, hanging over Liang Heng's head, waiting for Yingzheng to give the signal to throw. Both of them, for eyes fixed on Yingzheng. A breeze carrying the scent of locust flowers drifted in from the yard. Under their intense gaze, Yingzheng shook his head. "No, Chu has always looked good." Jiang Yichu pulled Liang Ying into the room and shared a box of peach cookies with her. "Wow." Liang Ying cried happily from how tasty it was. "Just now, I said you were thin and then I immediately went to buy snacks for you. I didn't realize that Brother Yingzhen is so gentle." Liang Ying angrily stuffed a big piece into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. She also explained to Jiang Yichu, "Don't worry, Chu, I was just joking earlier. I didn't mean for you to think of me as your sister-in-law. That guy, Brother Yingzhen, is not worth it. You and Brother Yingzhen look good together. Eat quickly," Jiang Yichu said, worried Liang Ying might say more nonsense, and she handed her another piece of peach cookie to stop her. "You're sneaking snacks again, Grandpa." When Yingzhen entered the hospital room, he saw Grandpa Zhu with crumbs still on his lips. He walked over, skillfully lifted the pillow, and took out a bag of fried bread slices from underneath. His face sank. "Grandpa, the doctor said you need to eat light food now and avoid fried things. Who would have thought you'd come back so soon?" Caught sneaking snacks, Grandpa Zhu couldn't save face and quickly changed the subject. "Don't just blame me. Weren't you on a date with that girl, Chu? How did you finish the date in just an hour?" "It's for the household registration," Yingzhen corrected. "Once the registration is done, it's better not to stay out too long. What's inconvenient about being a legal couple?" Grandpa Zhu looked at his grandson with some annoyance and sighed. "It's mainly because of my illness this time. Otherwise, your temper might have kept you from even finding a wife." "Grandpa." Yingzhen's expression darkened. Grandpa Zhu immediately stopped talking. All right, don't worry. I'm in good health. I'm a doctor myself, so I know my body." Yingzhen still looked upset. His grandson was good at everything, but he was too cold. Grandpa Zhu worried and said, "Just remember, if you talk less with Grandpa, that's fine. But you can't ignore Chu when you're upset." "No." Yingzhen lowered his head, pinched the bread slice, and broke it. Grandpa Zhu looked at him with concern. "That's right. The girl you like must know how to care for others." "Enough. Stop pinching. I want to eat more." "You can't eat." Yingzhen took the bread slice back, put it in his pocket, and said, following the doctor's orders, "I don't like the food in the cafeteria. It's too bland." Yingzhen said, "Tomorrow, I'll make sure you have a meal that's not bland." That meal would be the wedding banquet. Thinking about seeing Ying Liwei's face, Zhu Xingqian couldn't eat his meal. He snorted coldly, "If I have to eat his food, I'd rather starve." 2 sons holding a wedding banquet at the same time. He really managed that. Poor Chu girl, Zhu Xingqian sighed. But he felt helpless. Soldiers must have a clean record. Filial piety comes first. Yingzheng and Ying Liwei are father and son. They also value marriage highly, with parents making the decisions. So even if they don't get along privately, Yingzheng still has to pretend to be okay. Luckily, it's just for one day. Actually, Zhu Xingqian was wrong about Ying Liwei. The wedding on the same day was also arranged by the Jiang family. They only have one precious son. He's marrying a girl from the Jiang family, and Fang Yao already feels uncomfortable about it. Now, they also have to plan the wedding with Yingzheng. Does she really want that? But it was the Jiang family's request, and they had no choice. The Jiang family reasoned that Jiang Soro's wedding date had already been announced to neighbors, so it couldn't be changed. Otherwise, everyone would think Jiang Soro was changing partners. Fang Yao sneered. Everyone would know if they married on the same day? Are they all fools? Ruru, Jiang's mother checked Jiang Soro's luggage for tomorrow. Xiao, she can't come back. Tomorrow, your cousin will come to take you. Jiang Soro nodded. She sat on the bed, lost in thought. Since her rebirth, so many things had changed. She couldn't understand why. The space jade pendant appeared early. Ingjun got married this lifetime, and Jiang Yichu had strange good luck. Are these all chain reactions from her changing her marriage? She was the one who decided to change her marriage first, which caused Jiang Yichu to be recognized by the Jiang family earlier. If not, what caused all these changes? Jiang's mother saw Jiang Sora was distracted and felt distressed, tears welling up. Ruru, are you really willing to marry Ing Huiyan? Tomorrow is the wedding day, but Ing Huiyan hasn't even shown his face yet. That already shows the attitude of the Ing family. The marriage was forced by their Jiang family. Family couldn't refuse, so they agreed to the marriage. Will this kind of marriage really be happy? Mother Jiang started to regret the childhood marriage with the Liang family. When Xinyu cares so much for Jiang Yichu. If only she had married Ro into the Wen family, she would surely have a life full of family love. But now it's too late. The Liang family has become Jiang Yichu's support. And her Ro. Thinking of Fang Yao, Mother Jiang feels worried. She has a son and knows that her mother-in-law looks down on her daughter-in-law, secretly finding many ways to make her life difficult. Mother Jiang feels sorry for her daughter. Mom, you're my only daughter. I can't bear to see you suffer. Mother Jiang's eyes turn red with tears. Jiang Sairu turns her head, looks at Mother Jiang, and pats her hand. Don't cry, Mom. How could I suffer? If you're really worried, you can take some more dowry with you. More? Mother Jiang looks at Jiang Sierra. Jiang Sierra nods. I'll marry into Jiang Yichu's family tomorrow. We'll stand together. I don't want her to outshine me. How can she compare to you? Mother Jiang finds this unbelievable. She looks at Jiang Sierra in the mirror, proud. Our Ro's temperament and looks are 1,000 times better than hers. Jiang Sierra worries. Really? Too many things could change. She has a vague bad feeling in her heart. But then she thinks she's overthinking. Yes. How can that ugly girl Jiang Yichu compare to her? Jiang Sierra says, Mom, you should go get it for me. With money, I can marry well and have confidence. Anyway, I will pay you back later. Mother Jiang, who is hesitating, hears this and makes up her mind. All right, then I'll go get 2 pieces of jewelry for you. You like jade, right? I'll take that imperial green bead necklace with me. Tomorrow, you'll outshine everyone. When Xinyu entered the room, Jiang Yichu looked over and moved aside to let Wen Xinyu sit down. Godmother, do you think I look very different from when we first met? Not trusting her own judgment, she decided to ask Wen Xinyu. Wen Xinyu looked at Jiang Yichu and honestly said, yes, like 2 different people. Is it that obvious? Jiang Yichu was surprised. Wen Xinyu nodded. Yes, because Jiang Yichu is not naturally a bold-faced type. Her features are delicate, which is true. But what's most special about her is that pure feeling she has, untouched by the world. When Xinyu said, Yichu has a very unique beauty. She looks pure and distant when she's not smiling, but when she smiles, her expression is lively and charming, with a sweet and healing aura. This kind of charm depends a lot on skin tone. So, compared to before, Jiang Yichu, who is now fairer, has changed so much it's like she's a different person. Jiang Yichu felt dizzy from the compliment. She didn't say anything. When Xinyu looked at her and asked, What's wrong? Why did you suddenly ask about this? Jiang Yichu snapped back to herself and shook her head. It's nothing. She just suddenly remembered that when she agreed to marry him, it was during a time when Xinyu said she didn't look very good. Probably she was blind then. If she wasn't, how could Xinyu say she was always beautiful? She has no relatives or friends, so Jiang Yichu didn't have much real feeling about marriage. She slept very well that night. The next morning, she was woken up by the sound of firecrackers. It was just before dawn. Liangming was outside, knocking loudly on the door. Choo-choo, I'm coming in. Liangming was excited and waited all morning. If Liang's mother hadn't stopped her, claiming, the bride needs rest after her first night, she would have wanted to sleep with Jiang Yichu last night. Come in. Due to her profession, she had the ability to get up in a second. Jiang Yichu sat up. Liang Ying and Wen Xinyu came in together. Behind them was a stranger girl. Xiao Su, help make my girl look prettier. Xiao Su was the makeup artist from the troupe Wen Xinyu mentioned. Of course, naturally, Xiao Su promised confidently. The curtains were drawn, and the lights in the room turned on. After seeing Jiang Ichu's face at the dressing table, she hesitated for a long time before starting. Warm group, your daughter looks so beautiful. Why use makeup? There's no need. Jiang Ichu woke up, still feeling a bit sleepy, and sat quietly in front of the dressing table without saying anything. Lianging looked on and thought the bright red eyeshadow was unnecessary. She directed nearby, little sister Sue, no need to put makeup on her face. Just do her hair. Okay, shall we curl it? Jiang Ichu nodded with her eyes closed. The curling tool was a small, red, heated stick. Jiang Ichu felt the heat come close to her face several times. She didn't dare move or open her eyes. After half an hour, Sister Sue put away the tool and clapped her hands. Come, Chu, take a look. Jiang Ichu slowly opened her eyes. In the mirror, her straight bangs had been curled into a corn silk style by Sister Sue's skillful hands. Sister Sue was very pleased with her work. We don't need the pearl hair accessories anymore. When Xinhua had originally bought Jiang Ichu a popular beaded hairpiece, with red beads at the top and flowing down to the ears like a waterfall. Sister Sue said that accessory didn't suit Jiang Ichu's face. From nearby, she pulled a piece of red fabric used for decoration and asked Jiang Ichu, I'll sew a veil for you. You won't mind, right? No. Jiang Ichu had no objections and trusted the makeup artist's judgment. Sister Sue was very happy. 10 minutes later, an exaggerated veil was tied at the back of Jiang Ichu's head. The fabric used for decoration was different from her dress fabric, stiff and firm. This was exactly the effect Sister Sue wanted. With a bold hair accessory, Jiang Ichu's eyes looked bright and clear. Under the bright red, her skin looked pure and porcelain-like. Perfect. Jiang Ichu looked at herself in the mirror. If she hadn't seen Sister Sue make the veil herself, she would have thought she had traveled back to a vintage wedding scene from the 80s or 90s. Are you satisfied? When Xinhua came around behind Jiang Ichu, she didn't dare hug her, worried about wrinkling her wedding dress. Very satisfied. Jiang Ichu turned around, looked up at Wen Xinhua. Although they had just met by chance, Wen Xinhua had given her warmth she had never experienced before. Godmother. Thank you. Don't mention it. When Xinhua's eyes welled with tears. She took out a passbook from her pocket. I haven't given you the money yet, but thank you. It was a passbook with 1,000 yuan. Jiang Ichu refused to accept it. You've already bought me 4 big gifts. I really can't take any more money. When Xinhua also refused. I thought about it. Aheng's life is quite valuable. You can keep this money. I'll deduct it from his salary, as if your brother gave it to you. Jiang Ichu understood that when Xinhua was joking, trying to make her accept without feeling guilty. She still wanted to refuse. At this moment, firecrackers sounded outside. The groom is here. Downstairs, a child shouted excitedly. Jiang Ichu moved the curtain and looked downstairs. The car was parked right below her window. It was a military jeep, decorated with a big red flower on the front. It was the car driven by the groom. When he got out, his straight posture gave a strong sense of confidence and safety. He didn't rush upstairs. He stood downstairs, looked up, and glanced at the window. Their eyes met. Just for a second, Jiang Ichu quickly looked away. Did Aheng see her just now? Did he smile at her? The sound of firecrackers was loud in her ears. The bright red color caught her eye, and her heart started pounding as if in response. The firecrackers lasted about 3 or 4 minutes. When they stopped, Jiang Ichu heard Aheng walking up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The corridor was decorated with red banners. Liang Heng was leaning lazily at the door of Jiang Ichu's bedroom. There was a tradition of blocking the door during weddings. Aheng looked at Liang Heng, then stopped in front of him. Brother-in-law, blocking the door? Liang Heng's mouth twitched at the nickname. His face darkened, and after being elbowed hard by Liang Ying, he forced a smile. No need to block. Just go in. My mom said not to block the door. It means a smooth journey after marriage, no obstacles, Liang Heng said mechanically. Noticing that Aheng's gaze wasn't on him, he looked displeased and coughed. Aheng finally glanced over. Thank you. Inside, Jiang Ichu sat straight on the bed, with her mother and Liang Ying on either side. Hearing the voices outside, Liang Ying whispered to Jiang Yichu. I'm nervous. My palms are sweating. Are you nervous? Chu. Jiang Yichu clasped her hands behind her back and shook her head. It's not nervousness, just backache from sitting. Mother Liang was amused by Jiang Yichu's childish words. Her laughter hadn't finished when the bedroom door was knocked. Jiang Yichu, can I come in and pick you up to go home? Come in. Jiang Yichu felt relieved. She sat up straight again and looked at the door. She watched as the door was slowly pushed open. The first rays of sunlight slipped through the crack, and Yingzheng appeared, stepping confidently into the room bathed in golden light. The warm orange light fell on Yingzheng's shoulders, spreading gentle warmth. Yingzheng's shoulders were broad. He paused for a few seconds at the door before stepping inside. He stopped by the bed, his eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Jiang Yichu. Chu, you look very pretty today. Yingzheng's voice was calm, mixed with a faint mint scent. He was tall and cast a shadow over Jiang Yichu. Jiang Yichu looked up, studying Yingzheng's face closely. Suddenly, she forgot how to breathe. Should I carry you down? Yingzheng asked. Jiang Yichu nodded and reached out her hand. On the second floor, with a 16-step staircase, Yingzheng carried her steadily. The surrounding cheers grew louder, but since it was summer and the clothes were light, Yingzheng moved slowly. Jiang Yichu felt her head getting fuzzy from Yingzheng's body heat. She looked up and urged, "Can you walk faster?" Her palm, wrapped around the man's neck, was slightly sweaty. Because of a height difference, she could just see Yingzheng's chin. His skin was wheat-colored, with neatly trimmed stubble, and the mint scent came from his collar. Okay, Yingzheng gently smiled. At such close distance, Jiang Yichu finally saw clearly and confirmed it. Just downstairs, Yingzheng had been smiling at her. Except in the yard. The car drove straight to the main gate.
There were only 2 people inside.
Jiang Yichu asked Yingzheng, "Are we supposed to go to the Ying family too?" "No need, just go straight to the restaurant." Yingzheng didn't want to play the part of a caring son-in-law with Ying Liwei. Coincidentally, Fang Yao also didn't want Yingzheng to come home. So, they quickly agreed, and both groups went directly to the restaurant for the ceremony. When Yingzheng arrived, Ying Huayan had just gotten there too. Among the guests, some children loved to join the fun and were gathered at the door, waiting to see the 2 brides. Adults naturally stand nearby to watch. A noisy crowd gathers at the main entrance, pushing and shoving, accidentally knocking over a sign. The sign was used by Hongbin Building to write the names of the new wedding guests. The person who bumped into it quickly picks it up. Then they notice something strange. The white characters on the red paper show that both grooms and both brides have the same last name. Someone mutters, "What a coincidence, both brides are surnamed Jiang." "That's not a coincidence," Aunt Wang nearby says loudly. "They're sisters." Aunt Wang's voice is very loud and she didn't speak quietly. Jiang's mother hears this as soon as she gets out of the car. She turns to Jiang Ziyuan and asks, "Why is she here?" Jiang Ziyuan also looks unhappy, frowning and speaking softly. "Isn't it because you insisted on inviting the neighbors?" He had said yesterday not to let neighbors from Fengxing Alley come. But Jiang's mother disagreed. "My daughter is getting married. Why should we hide it?" That day, we lost face. If we quietly handle the wedding, people might gossip behind our backs, saying we're not welcome in the bride's family. But she didn't call Aunt Wang. It was probably brought by Xiao Lu again. Because of the crowd, Jiang's mother didn't get angry. Jiang Xiao was the first to get out of the car. She wore a red embroidered dress made by a skilled seamstress, with a string of jade necklaces around her neck, shining with jewelry, making her look noble and elegant. "Wait for your brother." Seeing Ying Huayan about to go inside, Jiang Xiao pulls him back. "You have to wait for yourself." Ying Huayan didn't give her any face, and he quickly shook off Jiang Xiao's hand. Later, he was scolded by Ying Liwei, and only then did Ying Huayan stand still. The car had been stopped for a long time. Jiang Yichu hesitated and didn't get out of the car. Jiang Xiao, standing nearby, reflected the light and couldn't see inside the car. She looked back at Jiang's mother and exchanged a look, clearly implying, Jiang Yichu knows it's embarrassing and doesn't dare to show her face. Jiang's mother also had a proud smile, gently shook her head, full of pride. Jiang's CEO straightened her shoulders silently a little more. Then she waited another half-minute. Finally, Jiang Yichu pushed the door open and got out. She was wearing a red suit dress. When she stepped out, she initially kept her head down, touching her veil. The veil looked cheap and unfit for the occasion. Jiang Sairu snorted softly. Her fellow soldier's wife, who was here for the celebration, teased her. "Old Ing, your eldest daughter-in-law, seems a bit shy, doesn't she?" Before she finished speaking, her tone changed at the end. So pretty and still shy. Jiang Sairu was originally arranging her necklace. When she heard the word pretty, she suddenly looked up. "Fairy," a little kid nearby also shouted. Jiang Sairu widened her eyes. She looked at the unfamiliar face of the person holding Ing Zheng's arm. "Is that Jiang Yichu? Is that Jiang Yichu?" She had just finished her makeup. She looked so beautiful. Her hand, which was holding the necklace, subconsciously clenched tighter. Creaking sounds of beads rubbing against each other filled the air. But at this moment, no one paid attention to Jiang Sairu anymore. Everyone stretched their necks to look at Jiang Yichu. "I just heard that the bride is also a sister, but they look so different. Actually, the second daughter-in-law is pretty good too." "Good? It's just the clothes holding her up. Wait until the two brides stand together, then see." "Did you see? The eldest daughter-in-law's face doesn't even seem to have makeup." "Yeah, I saw. I'm not blind. With a face like that, is makeup even necessary?" Low murmurs and whispers kept drifting into Jiang Sairu's ears. Her pupils shrank, her senses seemed to amplify dozens of times, and her head throbbed painfully. It felt like 1,000 ants were biting her chest at once. She clenched her teeth, nails digging into her flesh. The cricket sounds nearby continued. "These two look like a newlywed couple. Look, holding hands, standing together. Such a perfect match. You can tell they're in love." "Yeah, unlike the second couple. When they got out of the car, I thought they'd never seen each other before. No one paid attention to anyone." "Exactly. I even thought Ying's family arranged this marriage. Everyone present was a friend or neighbor from the military compound, all of the same rank, so they spoke freely." Jiang Sairu listened for a while, but seeing that they weren't interested in listening anymore, she couldn't bear it. She nudged Ing Huiyan's arm. "Can't you hear?" Ing Huiyan seemed to snap out of his daze after being nudged. He glanced sideways at Jiang Sairu, saw her annoyed face, and actually smiled. "What did you hear? Did I say you're ugly, or that we are not close? Which one is wrong? You?" Jiang Sairu exclaimed angrily. Ing Huiyan snorted. "What's your problem? Didn't you shamelessly ask to marry me? Serves you right." After saying that, Ing Huiyan continued to look toward Jiang Yichu. Jiang Sairu froze in place, her face turning bright red. How could Ing Huiyan be such a scoundrel? In the past life, she had no connection with the Ing family. She had never even seen Ing Huiyan. But she thought, since they were all raised by the Ing family, Ing Zheng was so outstanding, Ing Huiyan must be pretty good too. Even if he was a bit worse than Ing Zheng, it didn't matter. She knew that in the future, even if Ing Huiyan's talent was average, she was confident she could help him succeed. But, unexpectedly, he was not a normal person at all. Guests and the Ing couple entered the restaurant together. Jiang Sairu stood there, her mind buzzing. It was only when Ing Huiyan kicked her shoe that she snapped back to reality. "Are you coming in or not? If not, get lost. I don't want to marry that ugly freak anyway." "What did you say?" Jiang Sairu screamed and looked at Ing Huiyan. Ing Huiyan sneered slightly. He looked her up and down. "Say you're uglier than your sister. No wonder my older brother rejected you and forced you on me. You." Jiang Sairu was so angry she couldn't speak. She pointed at Ing Huiyan with her finger. He slapped her hand away. "Stop pointing at me, darn it. Who the hell wants to marry you? If I get desperate, I might even slap a woman." After saying that, he didn't even bother to look at Jiang Sairu and strode into the restaurant. Jiang's mother came out after a while. Seeing Jiang Sairu standing at the door, her face pale, her heart skipped a beat. "What's going on?" She hugged her daughter and let her inside, blocking everyone's view. Hurrying, she asked Jiang Sairu, "Did Ing Huiyan say something nasty to you just now?" This morning, when they went to pick up her, Ing Huiyan looked very grim. At the restaurant, All four elders had gone into the private room, but the bride and groom were still waiting at their seats. She was worried and decided to come out and look for him. As she reached the door, she saw Ing Huayan walking inside on his own. She acted as if she didn't see her mother-in-law at all. It was obvious something was wrong. Mother Jiang took a deep breath and softly comforted Jiang Sairu. It's a happy day. Don't look so sad. It's not good luck. We can deal with any problems later at home. Mom, Jiang Sairu was already upset and impatient. Did you see Jiang Yichu? When did she become like this? Do you think she was pretending to be ugly on purpose before? Even now, she was still worried about Jiang Yichu. Mother Jiang sighed. She patiently tried to calm her. Her issues can wait a few days. The most important thing now is the wedding. Jiang Sairu stayed silent. Mother Jiang was worried. In the main hall, guests were seated and waiting for the couple to toast. If Jiang Sairu caused a fuss now, the He family might not give her a good life in the future. Be obedient, Mother Jiang said firmly and pulled her inside. Passing by an empty room, Mother Jiang thought about fixing Jiang Sairu's makeup before going in. Just as she reached the door, they heard voices from inside. Ingzheng, check if my veil is torn. Earlier, she hadn't gotten out of the car at the restaurant because her veil had caught on the seat. The veil was made of stiff fabric, and any tear would be very noticeable. Ingzheng bent down, carefully holding Jiang Yichu's head and examining her. It's not torn, just a little wrinkled, not obvious. That's good. Jiang Yichu looked up. Out of habit, she instinctively looked into the other person's eyes when speaking. But she overlooked their current positions. To check her veil easily, Jiang Yichu sat on a stool while Ingzheng stood, bending over, hands gently holding her face. Suddenly, Jiang Yichu looked up sharply. Ingzheng was caught off guard, his hand sliding from her face to her chin. They were still leaning toward each other. Because Jiang Yichu lifted her chin, their noses almost touched. The fresh scent of shampoo was replaced by the floral scent of her snow cream. Ingzheng looked into Jiang Yichu's eyes, and his pupils shrank suddenly. I didn't realize. He quickly stepped back. A cool breeze, mixed with a scent, hit Jiang Yichu's face. She reacted a moment later and looked at Ingzheng. She saw his Adam's apple moving at the collar of his military uniform. He looked down and smiled. Just step out for a moment, then we'll leave? Yes, Ing responded softly. His body stiffened. He took a deep breath before turning around. It's understandable for twins to have a joint celebration. Like the Ing family, having two brothers get married on the same day is quite rare. Everyone was talking about it. After some discussion, no clear conclusion was reached. Some said maybe stepmother Fang Yao was deliberately not giving Ing face. An old neighbor who moved into the big courtyard years ago heard this and started feeling sorry for Zhu Qixing. They said that in earlier years, Zhu Qixing was the one who accompanied Ing Luzhong to eat. In the end, he didn't get to enjoy happiness. He only left behind a son, who was early on sent to the far northwest by his biological father. He finally returned after making achievements, but still had to suffer from stepmother's treatment. The neighbors talked, but since they all lived in the same courtyard, everyone had to give Fang Yao face. When Ing Huayan and Jiang Sairu each offered a toast, everyone responded with smiles. When Ingzheng pulled Jiang Yichu back after 2 rounds of drinks, the wedding banquet was just about eating, with no formal ceremonies or speeches. There were about 10 tables. Jiang Yichu looked around and exclaimed, if they toast everyone, that's like drinking a gene, a Chinese weight measure. She tugged on Ingzheng's sleeve. Are you good at drinking? Pretty much, Ingzheng nodded. Seeing Jiang Yichu look worried, he took her hand and pinched her fingertips. No worries, we're not drinking. Jiang Yichu hadn't yet understood what that meant when Ingzheng pulled her to stand in front of Ing Luzhong. Dad, we still need to visit Grandpa's house. The tables at the restaurant were close together, and Ingzheng didn't hide his words. The people at the neighboring tables heard him. Ing Lihui could only agree, even if he didn't want to. Go ahead. Ing Lihui looked at Fang Yao, signaling her to give a red envelope for the change of address. No need. Ingzheng refused. Grandpa will give it for my mom. After saying this, they left. He didn't expect Ingzheng's plan yesterday to just be a quick appearance, and that's exactly what it was. After getting in the car, Jiang Yichu finally realized. She turned to Ingzheng and asked, "Are we really okay to leave just like that?" "It's fine." Ingzheng inserted the key, shifted gears. "Anyway, we won't be coming back much in the future." He finished speaking without rushing to start the fire, then turned to Jiang Yichu and asked, "Since I have few relatives, do you think it feels lonely?" "No." Jiang Yichu shook her head quickly. Not to mention, she was used to living with just one relative in her past life. Jiang Yichu thought for a moment. If all the relatives were like those from the Jiang or Ying families, it would be better not to have any at all. And how could it feel lonely? Jiang Yichu reminded Ingzheng, "There are also Liang Ying and my godmother, right?" Ingzheng looked at Jiang Yichu and lit a cigarette. The car drove back to the military district. Ingzheng said, "Grandpa's house is right next to the Ying family. We were in such a hurry to come back this time that we didn't have time to ask the logistics team. We'll change it later." Actually, it didn't matter where they lived. Jiang Yichu shook her head. "No need to change. Grandpa is used to his place. If we change it, he will have to get used to a new one, which is too troublesome." Ingzheng looked at Jiang Yichu and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." The sunlight was just right at 10 o'clock. The car stopped at the gate. As soon as they entered the yard, Zhu Xingqian came out from inside. "Little Yichu, Grandpa." It was the first time Jiang Yichu called him that, and she felt a bit awkward. "Hey." Zhu Xingqian squinted and responded. Ingzheng didn't pay attention to the three of them still in the yard and eagerly reached into his pocket, pulling out a big red envelope and handing it to Jiang Yichu. "Money for changing your way of calling." Jiang Yichu looked down at it. Zhu Xingqian then took a passbook from another pocket and handed it to Jiang Yichu. "This is the bride price from Ingzheng's mother." Jiang Yichu looked at the passbook, then looked up at Ingzheng. Ingzheng didn't say anything else. He pressed Jiang Yichu's wrist, signaling her to accept it. He reminded Zhu Xingqian, "Grandpa, we haven't even entered the house yet. No need to be in such a hurry." "Can't be in a hurry." Zhu Xingqian snorted and said, "I've waited so many years. Finally, I found a suitable granddaughter-in-law. I feel at ease after the ceremony." Grandpa was a kind and friendly old man. Jiang Yichu knew this from the first time she saw him. She smiled and took the red envelope, then helped Zhu Xingqian into the house with Ingzheng on either side. "No need to help." Zhu Xingqian shook off their arms. "I'm only 68, not at the point where I can't walk and need help." Jiang Yi first glanced at Zhu Xingqian. The last time they met, he was a sickly old man. After half a month of rest, his complexion had improved a bit. The living room was decorated with red characters for good luck. Not to mention Grandpa staying in the hospital, who decorated the house. Jiang Yi's gaze lingered for a moment on the red paper cuttings on the window. Zhu Xingqian noticed Jiang Yi's look. "Do you like it, girl? Zhan made it. Did you decorate it on purpose?" Jiang Yi turned her head in surprise to look at Ingzhen. Before Ingzhen could speak, Zhu Xingqian answered first. "I said he's been sneaking home in the middle of the night these days." Ingzhen cleared his throat.
"Grandpa."
All right, shy now. Grandpa won't say more. It was just a reminder." After Zhu Xingqian finished speaking shyly, Jiang Yi noticed that Ingzhen's ears seemed to have turned a little redder than before. The family prepared a feast for the wedding. A reunion dinner. Zhu Xingqian said not enough time to prepare, so we ordered from a restaurant. A table full of meat and vegetables. Jiang Yi was hungry, but when she saw Zhu Xingqian reaching for a chopstick, she couldn't help but speak up. "Grandpa, you shouldn't eat such greasy and salty food." Zhu Xingqian's chopsticks had already reached for the pork knuckle, but after Jiang Yi's words, he immediately withdrew and turned to pick a small green vegetable.
"All right."
Zhu Xingqian sighed first, then smiled again. "Yesterday, Zhan just told me something. Today, you're also watching me and not letting me eat. You two are so in sync. Looks like Grandpa's love line is really connected." Jiang Yi's ears warmed. She stirred her rice, feeling a bit shy to reply. It was a warm family dinner. Zhu Xingqian seemed to notice Jiang Yi's discomfort and didn't say anything embarrassing afterward. Instead, he occasionally mentioned a few stories from Ingzhen's childhood. Talking about his grandson, Grandpa's face always wore a kind smile, his eyes shining with pride. This warm family feeling reminded Jiang Yi of her childhood, when she used to experience it at the director's house. For a moment, she felt a little nostalgic. After the meal, with an hour of rest, Zhu Xingqian prepared to return to the hospital. He insisted that the doctor wanted him to stay for a few more days for observation for safety. Following the doctor's advice, they couldn't do otherwise. The two of them saw Grandpa back to the hospital. On the way back home, in the afternoon, the sun was warm. The two of them drove home against the sunlight. Jiang Yichu was in the passenger seat, and the sunlight shone on her face, making it hard to keep her eyes open. Her eyes squinted, and she unknowingly fell asleep. When she woke up, the car had been parked at the door for a while. Ingzheng was sitting in the driver's seat. As soon as Jiang Yichu opened her eyes, he noticed. He turned to look at her and asked, "Are you awake?" "Yeah, I am." Jiang Yichu looked out the window. The sky was orange, and the sun was about to set. She wondered how many hours she had slept. She asked Ingzheng, "Why didn't you wake me up?" "It was nice to feel the breeze," he replied. Her dowry was all on the second floor. After arriving home and having dinner with her grandfather, she didn't have time to pack her things, so she left them here for now. Actually, she didn't have many belongings. Her foster parents in the countryside were traditional and favored boys. Jiang Yichu's clothes were patched many times. None of her clothes were presentable. When she left Zhang's house, she only took a few pieces of clothing. Most of the clothes in her suitcase were dresses bought by Xinu. Summer clothes were made of thin fabric and didn't take up much space. She asked Ingzheng, "Can you take me to the bedroom? I want to pack my things." He nodded, "No rush. I'll do it with you later. Just to get familiar with the house?" Jiang Yichu nodded, "Okay." The house was a small two-story building. The layout of the family courtyard houses was the same. The first floor had a living room, a dining room, and a bedroom. The second floor had the master bedroom, 2 guest bedrooms, and a study. The furniture in the house was plenty, but it lacked warmth. Ingzheng explained, "In the past few years, I was in the Northwest. Grandfather didn't want to live alone, so he moved to Cheongzhou Island to retire. This house has been empty all this time." It was still so clean despite being empty. Jiang Yichu thought about what her grandfather had just said, that Ingzheng often came out at midnight to tidy up the new home. She said, "Next time you clean the house, you can call me to help." After all, they were living together. It wouldn't be right for only one person to do all the work. Ingzheng looked at Jiang Yichu, paused for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I'll let you help me next time." "All right." Jiang Yichu agreed happily. She toured the entire layout of the house. Ingzheng carried Jiang Yichu's suitcase and pushed open the door to a bedroom at the end of the second floor. "We will live in the master bedroom from now on." Jiang Yichu couldn't help but ask, "What about Grandpa?" "Grandpa lives on the first floor." Jiang Yichu's lips moved slightly. Ingzheng seemed to anticipate what she was going to say. "Grandpa is old and finds it hard to go up and down stairs, so he also lives on the first floor." "All right." Jiang Yichu nodded. The bed in the master bedroom is 1.8 meters long. The bed is made with red sheets, satin side facing up, shining faintly under the light. There is a dressing table at the head of the bed. The wood color suggests it was bought recently. On the table, each brand of snow cream is displayed in a bottle. "Did you buy these?" Jiang Yichu picked one up and asked Ingzheng. Ingzheng nodded. "I forgot to ask which brand you prefer, so I bought all of them." Jiang Yichu looked at Ingzheng. She has big, black eyes, and when she looks at someone, Ingzheng's expression shows rare embarrassment. "Did I buy the wrong ones?" Jiang Yichu didn't understand and responded with a, Her fingertips curled slightly at her side. Ingzheng's Adam's apple moved, and he said, "The scent of these snow creams doesn't seem quite right. It's different from the osmanthus flower scent she smelled on Jiang Yichu during the day." The man casually picked up a bottle from the table. Because of this movement, the distance between them was shortened by 1 step. Ingzheng's unique cool fragrance drifted into her nose. Jiang Yichu finally understood what Ingzheng meant by the scent. She casually took a bottle of Pekoin and told Ingzheng, "No, you bought the right ones. I usually use Pekoin. The scent on me is from my godmother's perfume." "That's it." Ingzheng silently relaxed behind her. Next to the bed is a large double-door wardrobe. "Time to pack." Jiang Yichu pulled her suitcase next to the wardrobe for easy access. Ingzheng's clothes only took up a quarter of the wardrobe space. Seeing that Jiang Yichu didn't have many clothes either, Ying said, "You don't need to save money. Liang Ying is on leave these days. Go shopping with her, buy a few more clothes, and also get all the daily necessities. Ying's clothes are very few." Jiang Yichu glanced at his empty wardrobe. "Okay, then give me your size, and I'll buy clothes for you too." Ying took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It seemed he had prepared it long ago, just waiting for Jiang Yichu to say this. Jiang Yichu paused, then reached out to take it. Packing clothes didn't take long. In the wardrobe, winter cups were stacked neatly, like tofu blocks on top. They were very tidy. Jiang Yichu looked at it and sighed. He felt like he had forgotten something, but he just couldn't remember what. The bedroom was already cleaned, so no need to tidy up. After finishing the wardrobe, Ying said, "I see you're tired. Do you want to wash up and go to bed?" Soldiers have a fixed daily routine. Jiang Yichu was exhausted in his previous life, so now he could sleep over 10 hours a day. Okay. There was only one bathroom on the second floor. Jiang Yichu said, "I want to wash my hair first." "Wait, or do you want to go wash up first?" Ying had no objection. Soldiers do everything quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Ying came back, still damp. "I've left your towel in the bathroom for you."
Thanks.
Jiang Yichu just finished washing his hair. He grabbed his pajamas and got up to go into the bathroom. The bathroom was new, with everything neatly arranged in its designated spots. Seeing this, Jiang Yichu suddenly felt a warm feeling he couldn't quite explain. Maybe because he grew up in an orphanage. He really craved a sense of belonging. He envied those who didn't have to write their names on things to prevent mix-ups. The toothbrush cup was new, and the towel was large and soft. He no longer had to take his things back to his room after using them. There was a feeling of stability in his heart. Jiang Yichu took a longer shower. After drying his hair, he pushed open the bedroom door. Then, unexpectedly, he met Ying's gaze. They had a large double bed. Ying was leaning against the headboard, reading a book. Seeing this, Jiang Yichu's mind suddenly went blank. He finally remembered what he had overlooked before. Ying had said they weren't in a contract marriage. So tonight was their wedding night. Wedding night. I forgot about such an important matter when I made those rules earlier. Oh no. If no one is in the house right now, Jiang Yichu really wants to hit her own head. What should I do? It seems hard to bring up. We are familiar, but actually taking off clothes and doing that doesn't seem so natural. Jiang Yichu hesitated as she sat on the edge of the bed. All her movements felt exaggerated, like slow motion. Do you have something to say? Ying looked at Jiang Yichu, who kept opening her mouth but then closing it again, looking hesitant, then put down his book and looked at her. Is there something? Jiang Yichu raised an eyebrow. Our previous talks went smoothly, so there's no reason to hold back now. She mentally prepared herself, took a deep breath, and looked at Ying. I forgot to discuss something earlier. I want to ask you again. How often should we be intimate in a week? Since it's not a marriage based on a contract, that's an unavoidable topic to discuss. Whether or not she's been in love before, she's never thought about a platonic marriage. But too much of anything isn't good either. Her eyes silently gave Ying a kind of X-ray look. Ying was wearing pajamas, with the top button fastened to the second one. The slight reveal of his collarbone and chest underneath the pajamas showed the outline of his smooth skin. Looking straight at him, he seemed like a bow ready to shoot. He looked like he had a very strong desire. Jiang Yichu swallowed hard. She didn't hear an answer for a long time. She looked up in surprise and saw Ying still staring blankly, clearly caught off guard by the question. It was obvious that this question also surprised him. Ying lowered his head and hesitated. After a long pause, it seemed he had thought it through and answered Jiang Yichu. Aren't you tired today? This question sounded like she was the one feeling unsatisfied. Jiang Yichu hurriedly explained, flustered. It's not that I mean you. It's rare to see Jiang Yichu flustered. Ying chuckled softly. I'm not either. During the day, she only saw Ying's smiling lips. But now, looking at him face to face, Jiang Yichu found that his smile was actually very attractive. His amber-colored eyes were very special. It seemed he noticed Jiang Yichu looking into his eyes. He was holding up the bed sheet and moved a little closer. When he reached the closest social distance, he stopped and looked into Jiang Yichu's eyes. "Don't worry, I won't indulge." "Yes, yes, yes." Jiang Yichu blinked and nodded repeatedly. "That's good." She felt relieved inside. She also saw a cute side of him. He looked at Jiang Yichu's fluttering eyelashes. "Rest now. Did I turn off the light?" "Okay." After a long day, Jiang Yichu really wanted to sleep. She pulled the blanket up to her chin and covered herself. The moonlight shone on the curtains, creating a hazy glow. There was no light pollution. In this era, after sunset, the city is almost silent, only the chirping of cicadas and the sound of the wind outside. She had been used to living in a shared dorm since she was young. Jiang Yichu fell asleep quickly. Her breathing gradually slowed on her side, and he turned his head. The moonlight fell on the bedhead, casting a gentle glow. Jiang Yichu's sleeping face was peaceful. Her personality, which was quick to fall asleep after counting to 100, was very different from her straightforward words just now. A few soft strands of hair brushed her eyelids, feeling a bit itchy. Jiang Yichu hummed softly and turned over. She slept early. Overloaded senses plus early sleep made her rest well. The next morning, Jiang Yichu was awakened early by the chirping of birds outside the window. The other side of the bed was empty. A stack of cups was pressed on the pillow, like a tofu block. Was it time to go to work? Jiang Yichu washed up and prepared to go downstairs for breakfast. There was no choice without takeout. She had to do everything herself. Her pajamas were wrinkled, and since no one was at home, she didn't bother changing. She opened the door, but before she took a step out of the bedroom, she bumped into Hezheng, who had just come out of the bathroom. Hezheng was not wearing any clothes. He was holding a tank top in his hand, with his upper body bare. His skin was tan, with clear muscles and a faint layer of moisture on his collarbones and chest. His shoulder blades and back muscles were perfectly defined, with tight lines extending from his shoulder blades to his waist, forming a captivating narrow waist. That waist looked very strong. Sorry, Hezheng didn't expect to bump into Jiang Yichu either. He waved the tank top in his hand and explained, "I went for a morning run. The clean clothes I need are inside." "Understood." Jiang Yichu swallowed hard, still feeling dry in her throat after just waking up. "Your turn. I'll just go downstairs to the bathroom to brush my teeth." Jiang Yichu quickly tried to run away. Zheng Zhen grabbed her arm. "No need. I've finished washing." "Okay." Jiang Yichu lowered her head and hurried into the bathroom. A thin layer of steam remained on the mirror. It was from Zheng Zhen washing up earlier. Through the foggy mirror, Jiang Yichu felt her ears turn red. She was a surgeon. From medical school to performing surgeries, she had seen countless bodies. Why was she still nervous just now? It had been months since she last worked, and her body was not used to it anymore. Jiang Yichu splashed cold water on her face. After entering the room, she sewed 5 pieces of pigskin to calm her nerves. Before marriage, they had agreed on dividing chores. She didn't linger too long in the bathroom. When she went downstairs, Zheng Zhen was also on the first floor. The kitchen was fully stocked. Work at the hospital was busy, and Jiang Yichu was best at making quick breakfasts. Since preparing stuffed dishes took more time, she was a little hungry now. She thought Zheng Zhen must be hungry after exercising too. While opening the ingredients at home, Jiang Yichu asked Zheng Zhen, "Do you prefer noodles or rice?" Zheng Zhen replied, "I like both." "Whatever you make." Jiang Yichu said, "I prefer rice, but we don't have pickles at home now, and making porridge with stir-fried dishes is a bit slow." "How about we have egg water pancakes today?" Zheng Zhen frowned, seeming unfamiliar with the idea. He got up and came over. "I'll help you." Wanting to eat breakfast quickly, Jiang Yichu didn't refuse. She pointed at the cabinet and said, "I see there's a piece of ham inside. Can you help me cut it into small pieces and also chop some green onions?" Zheng Zhen agreed. "Sure." Just as Jiang Yichu was about to remind him to wash his hands first, the sound of running water already started. They had previously agreed that soldiers didn't need to be overly tidy. Zheng Zhen was good about keeping clean. Jiang Yichu felt a little more satisfied with him. Due to habitual tendencies, Jiang Yichu unconsciously looked at the hand of the person applying for the job. His hand was very attractive, with slender fingers and prominent knuckles. It should look even better when holding a gun. Done cutting. I'll handle the rest, Jiang Yichu said, withdrawing her gaze. She poured all the chopped ingredients into the batter and added 3 eggs. The gas stove was hard to control. The first 2 pancakes were slightly burnt on the edges. When she brought the food to the table, Jiang Yichu deliberately placed those 2 pancakes on her own plate. Switch. The applicant glanced at both plates. Not saying anything about the pancakes being burnt, Jiang Yichu felt a little embarrassed. She simply said, I prefer the fire a bit higher. Silently, Jiang Yichu divided her pancakes, giving 2 to the applicant. People who love cooking usually don't like washing dishes. In this era, there was no dishwasher, but it was easy to wash just 2 plates. Jiang Yichu stood up to clear the table. Once again, the applicant took over, saying, Let me do it. You cook, I wash the dishes. Let's divide the work. Actually, she rarely got assigned chores. But she really didn't like washing dishes, and she didn't argue. She remembered a senior sister in the office once said that household chores are like that. If you always volunteer, it becomes expected that you'll do them. Jiang Yichu didn't like washing dishes. She didn't want to compete for the task. The applicant didn't notice Jiang Yichu's subtle feelings. After washing a dish, he remembered and said, Go upstairs and change into something suitable. Are you going out? Jiang Yichu asked. This morning the sun isn't strong. I'll teach you some fighting skills. In this era, snipers weren't yet a separate military branch. They were part of the infantry, with the best soldiers selected and trained in precise shooting skills. This meant the applicant's physical fitness was among the top in the army.
An elite trainer.
Thinking this, Jiang Yichu felt her steps lighten as she went downstairs. Let's test your strength. The applicant hadn't changed clothes. He was still in a white shirt. He stood with one hand on his hip, extending an arm toward Jiang Yichu and opening his palm. Push me. Jiang Yichu followed the command. Then, using all her strength, she pushed, but the applicant's upper body didn't even wobble. She truly felt the strength of a soldier. No surgeon is unfit for exercise. After all, standing on the operating table for at least 10 hours is common. In her past life, Jiang Yichu's physical strength was quite good. She could easily push 100 pounds. However, her current body has been malnourished for a long time, so she is very weak. Jiang Yichu awkwardly asked, Maybe I should use both my hands? Yingzheng nodded. That's fine. 1 minute later. Jiang Yichu's forehead was sweating, but Yingzheng seemed rooted to the spot, not moving at all. Maybe I don't have enough strength, Jiang Yichu said, massaging her sore wrist. Yingzheng took a step forward. He reached out and grabbed Jiang Yichu's upper arm. His palm was large, with his thumb and finger just fitting around her upper arm. Your upper arm strength is okay. Yingzheng pinched the muscle and said, I'll teach you the bear choke. The bear choke? Jiang Yichu had seen this move in a short video. It looked very cool. She nodded happily. Yingzheng then moved behind Jiang Yichu. His palm pressed against the back of her head as he demonstrated and explained. You have an advantage in height but not enough strength. If you encounter a bad person, this is the only move to stop them. Watch my movements. Yingzheng extended his right hand. Jiang Yichu turned her head to watch his actions. Yingzheng said, Use your left hand to press against the back of the enemy's head, then straighten your right arm, with the inside of your arm against the outside of the enemy's neck. Bend your arm and use your palm to grab the enemy's upper arm. He demonstrated slowly. Jiang Yichu watched carefully and understood. The key to this move is the upper arm muscles. It uses technique and bone strength to finish the choke. It just makes up for the lack of strength. Yingzheng was patient in teaching. Jiang Yichu learned quickly. After 3 repetitions, Yingzheng released her hand and left her with his back. If you remember the move, try to do it myself. Jiang Yichu hesitated and didn't move. She had seen the power of this move in a video. If the person applying force uses too much strength, it can press on the neck's blood vessels, easily causing the other person to lose consciousness from lack of blood to the brain. It's too dangerous. Jiang Yichu, with her professional instinct, instinctively refused. Forget it. Yingzheng saw her serious, shake her head, and couldn't help but smile. For the first time, he spoke less politely. Don't worry. I only taught you the move. You haven't exerted that much strength yet.
Ah.
Jiang Ichu suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. That was the shame of a top student. Feeling competitive, Jiang Ichu no longer held back. The height difference between them was nearly 20 centimeters. To make Jiang Ichu easily reach, he had to squat down. That was not difficult. He held a stable horse stance. Easily, his arm pressed against Jiang Ichu's carotid artery. As he moved, Jiang Ichu mentally reviewed the technique he just explained. Your posture is very correct. He patted Jiang Ichu's hand back, encouraging him. Try applying more force. Knowing that he could control the risk made Jiang Ichu less hesitant. She added a bit more strength. Keep going, he said. But Jiang Ichu felt she couldn't continue. Maybe her strength was misdirected, or her arms weren't long enough. When she tried harder, it felt awkward. He patted her hand again and stood straight. You're using the wrong spot. Turn around and feel where I exert my strength. Okay. Jiang Ichu followed his instructions. Once again, she was caught in his embrace. This wasn't a full wrestling hold. This time, he only used his right arm to press against her, bending and straightening it repeatedly. Can you feel it? I think I understand now. Jiang Ichu nodded. Her curiosity as a top student resurfaced. She asked, Can you let me feel the full power of this move? That's dangerous, he warned. Jiang Ichu persisted. Her desire to learn made her eyes shine brightly. You should be able to control the intensity, right? Faced with her eager look, he found it hard to refuse. After a moment, he nodded. I'll use just a little force. You feel it? Okay. Jiang Ichu smiled happily. The full wrestling move was different from the demonstration. This time, there was no distance between them. The moment his arm wrapped around her, Jiang Ichu felt as if her entire body was wrapped in strong muscles. Her shoulder blades pressed against his firm chest. In this position, their heartbeats just happened to synchronize. The feeling of their heartbeats resonating was very strange. She rarely lost focus during study, but she hadn't yet regained her attention. A powerful force pressed against her carotid artery, tightening quickly. Animals are most vulnerable at the neck. Humans are too. In that moment, even though she was mentally prepared, Jiang Ichu was overwhelmed by instinctive fear. She heard herself let out a low, frightened gasp. The terrifying pressure suddenly eased. Ingzhen turned Jiang Ichu's shoulder and looked into her eyes. Did I scare you? No, she replied, taking a deep breath and shaking her head. She smiled. It was quite exciting. The instinctive gasp when her carotid was pressed was just a natural reaction. Knowing Ingzhen was experienced in fighting made her feel safe, not hurt. Instead, Jiang Ichu felt like she was enjoying an extreme sport, the thrill of sudden weightlessness in her heart. Ingzhen looked at her. He reached out and gently rubbed her head twice. Take a break first. I'll teach you again after sunset. But he didn't get the chance that evening. When they returned to the house in the natural light, Ingzhen noticed Jiang Ichu's neck was injured. A shallow red line stretched across her delicate curve. She hadn't been hurt hard. Ingzhen's pupils shrank slightly, and he apologized. I'll put some medicine on it. Ingzhen didn't say much, and Jiang Ichu didn't feel uncomfortable. She looked at herself in the mirror. No injury. It was just that her skin was so fair that the mark looked more obvious. No need for medicine. It'll heal in 2 days. Ingzhen's gaze stayed on the red mark, seeming tense. It's really nothing. Jiang Ichu moved closer to let him see. Look, there's no bruise. Suddenly, a faint scent made Ingzhen's breath catch. He instinctively looked down, almost catching a glimpse of something inappropriate in her neckline. If you're okay, I'll go to the gym, he said quickly and hurried away. The person who was just talking a second ago was gone so fast. Jiang Ichu watched Ingzhen's back and admired his discipline. Even on leave, he was still so diligent. With no work for now and no phones to play with, she felt a bit bored. After lunch, Jiang Ichu randomly picked up a book from the study to read. It was strange. There were many medical books at home. She wanted to ask Ingzhen, who owned these professional books. But Ingzhen was busy and didn't have time. Just moved in, and there are many things still to be organized at home. Today, someone came to install the TV signal, and Ingzheng was watching the workers in the yard. Under the hot sun, the man seemed not to mind the heat and stood straight. Jiang Yichu opened the window, and a burst of hot air came in. Ingzheng. Ingzheng looked up. Jiang Yichu waved the book in her hand. Can I read the medical books in the study? This is your home. Ingzheng didn't answer Jiang Yichu's question directly, but told her that she was also the lady of the house. She felt a little more sense of belonging. Jiang Yichu closed the window. She found a basic medical book. She had read these medical points countless times during her 8 years in university, but since she was free, she decided to review them again. Her eyes felt tired from reading. She got up and went downstairs. Ingzheng was tidying up the kitchen again. Some seasonings were placed in the top cabinets, which made it inconvenient for Jiang Yichu to reach. Ingzheng was rearranging their placement. I'll help you. Jiang Yichu put down her water cup. Ingzheng nodded. He was responsible for fetching things, and Jiang Yichu was responsible for arranging. There were several boxes of tea in the top cabinet. Jiang Yichu sniffed them. They weren't old tea. Is this year's new tea? She asked Ingzheng. A few days ago, a friend of Grandpa who was helping tidy the house brought it. People with heart conditions shouldn't drink tea, so those boxes were placed high up. Don't put them up there. Jiang Yichu pulled Ingzheng's arm. I'll use them tomorrow. The phrase use them tomorrow combined with the tea seemed a bit strange. Ingzheng asked Jiang Yichu, are you making tea eggs? Making milk tea. In her previous life, Jiang Yichu was someone who felt uncomfortable if she didn't drink coffee every day. But in this era, coffee was unavailable, so she could only rely on tea to stay alert. However, tea was astringent and she wasn't used to drinking it. Fortunately, during the 3 years of the pandemic in her previous life, when everyone couldn't go out or order takeout, many people shared recipes on short video apps. Jiang Yichu had seen homemade milk tea recipes. Ingzheng had never heard of it before. Then I'll keep you company tomorrow. This doesn't need any side dishes, Jiang Yichu said. But we don't have any milk at home. Where's the milk station? I want to order some. I'm leaving. Ingzheng took the train ticket and money from the drawer by the entrance. It's hot outside. Just stay at home. He closed the door. The heat outside was cut off. Ingzheng's figure disappeared from the window, and Jiang Yichu lowered her head. Living like this seems easier than being alone. She spent a day getting used to being married. After taking a shower at night and returning to the bedroom, Jiang Yichu was already used to having someone else in bed. By the way, she asked Ingzheng before turning off the light, how many days of your marriage leave do you have? Work starts the day after tomorrow. Ingzheng looked into Jiang Yichu's eyes. If there's something at home, you can stay a few more days. Jiang Yichu shook her head. That's not what I mean. I just want us to go to the hospital and bring Grandpa back before you go to work. Visiting the hospital was a reason given by Zhu Xingqian. Jiang Yichu understood that the old man just wanted to give them some private time. Ingzheng thought for a moment. You decide, Jiang Yichu said. Then let's go tomorrow. Ingzheng's eyebrows moved slightly. Tomorrow, you'll go back to your family. In Beijing, the custom is for the bride to return home for 3 days. No wonder Ingzheng's wedding leave was until the day after tomorrow. No need to go back. Jiang Yichu shook her head. Tomorrow Jiang Sairu is leaving, and my mother definitely doesn't want to ruin a family reunion. You can just go with me to my godmother's house. Then Jiang Yichu remembered. Before we go, we need to stop by the department store. Since she had no experience with marriage, she overlooked the tradition of the bride returning home and hadn't prepared any gifts. Ingzheng shook his head. No need. I've already bought everything. When you get up, we can leave directly. Having such a considerate colleague was truly a blessing in the hospital. Jiang Yichu stared at Ingzheng for a few seconds. After a long moment, Ingzheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Want to say something?" His sharp insight was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Yichu was feeling grateful for having found such a perfect marriage partner. The next second, Ingzheng asked her a question. Jiang Yichu told the truth. "I was thinking, with how thoughtful you are, I really hit the jackpot. You are definitely my husband." Ingzheng was amused and lightly smiled. "Are you praising me?" "Of course." Jiang Yichu pulled the blanket over herself and lay down. She sleeps very well. This time, she fell asleep in less than 2 minutes again. Worried about waking her, Ingzheng lay down gently. Her steady breathing sounded like a small brush scratching near his ear. Ingzheng turned his head to the side. Seeing Jiang Yichu sleeping peacefully, with curled, lifted eyelashes, covered in the cool moonlight, she looked like a porcelain doll. However, today the doll had a small flaw. Her sleeping position with her head tilted revealed a noticeable red mark on her neck. Ingzheng stared at it for a few seconds, then curled his fingers. He really didn't press hard. But still, it made her red. So fragile. Knowing Jiang Yichu was returning home, when Xingyue had her sister Fong prepare snacks early in the morning. Liang Tuan was supposed to attend a military committee meeting today, but took leave to wait at home. Just after 8 o'clock, Jiang Yichu and Ingzheng arrived. At that moment, Liang Heng was slouched on the sofa, watching Liang Ying rush out suddenly. Choo-choo. The female soldiers trained hard, and Liang Ying almost tripped over Jiang Yichu in her rush. I missed you these 2 days. I missed you too. Jiang Yichu handed the thermos she was holding to Liang Ying. I also brought you a gift. And mine. Liang Ying was excited. She immediately took the thermos to see what was inside. She unscrewed the lid. Then she was hit by a sweet, fragrant aroma. What's this? It smells so good. She took a cup and poured herself some milk tea. Took a big sip. Her eyes widened in delight. Milk. Jiang Yichu shook her head. Tea. Making tea doesn't take long. Add 200 grams of tea leaves and a spoon of sugar. Stir until it changes color, then add milk and cook for a while. Strain out the tea leaves, and it's ready. Knowing Liang Ying loved sweets, Jiang Yichu had made a pot early in the morning and brought it over. Is it tasty? Jiang Yichu asked. Liang Ying responded with a big bear hug. Delicious. I love you. Children raised in a loving environment always know how to express their love. Jiang Yichu had already gotten used to Liang Ying's way of speaking. She smiled and patted her on the back, saying, All right, if you like it, I'll make it for you again next time. Okay. Liang Ying smiled and let go of her. Just as she stood steadily, she suddenly screamed, Captain Liang and his wife were talking to Ingzheng when they both looked over at Liang Ying's shout. What's wrong? Liang Ying ignored her parents' questions and pointed at Jiang Yichu's neck, speaking nervously and with guilt. Did I not hold you tight enough just now? Why did I leave a red mark on your neck? Are the red marks still there? Jiang Yichu reached out and touched her neck, saying, It's not you. She hadn't finished speaking, when Xinyue's face suddenly changed, and she shouted at Liang Ying, Awing. Don't say anything careless. Jiang Yichu was stunned by her scolding. Looking at Wen Xinyu, she saw her frowning, her eyes seeming to avoid something. It seemed she misunderstood something. Godmother. She turned her head, wanting to explain the truth to Wen Xinyu. Wen Xinyu didn't give her a chance to speak. She turned her head and gave Captain Liang a meaningful look. He understood immediately. He pressed his fist to his lips and coughed, saying, Let's eat first and talk after. The meal was tense but warm. Warm, meaning Wen Xinyu, Liang Ying, Sister Fong, and Jiang Yichu. Tense, referring to Wen Xinyu and Captain Liang's attitude toward Ingzheng. Although not obvious. But after staying at the Liang family for many days, Jiang Yichu could still sense that Wen Xinyu seemed to have some opinions about Ingzheng. She didn't want Ingzheng to be misunderstood or blamed. After finishing the meal, Jiang Yichu pulled Wen Xinyu into the room to explain. Godmother. Don't misunderstand. My neck was from practicing martial arts. Martial arts? Wen Xinyu looked doubtful. What kind of martial arts could leave such marks? Strangling. Jiang Yichu was worried Wen Xinyu wouldn't believe her, so she called Liang Ying over to demonstrate. Godmother, look, isn't it just right? Seeing this, Wen Xinyu slowly relaxed and cleared her throat, saying, I misunderstood Ingzheng. That's because Uncle misunderstood you. Meanwhile, just as Jiang Yichu pulled Wen Xinyu into the room, Captain Liang, following his wife's instructions, called Ingzheng into the study. Even between father and son, it was hard to discuss this topic. Captain Liang's face was red as he hesitated about how to speak. Ingzheng guessed what he wanted to say and explained it himself. After hearing the answer, Captain Liang also let out a long sigh of relief. Both groups finished their conversations and came out of the room. They met in the corridor. When Xinyue and Captain Liang exchanged a glance, both blushing. A few people went downstairs and sat in the living room to chat for a while. This time, the atmosphere was no longer awkward. When Xinyue was clearly satisfied with Yingxing as her son-in-law. By noon, Jiang Yichu said she wanted to leave. She said she was going to pick up her grandfather from the hospital, since it was an important matter when Xinyue didn't insist on keeping her. At the door, Yingxing stopped and changed his mind. He told Jiang Yichu, bring Liang Ying along. He guessed Yingxing wanted her to go shopping with Liang Ying. Jiang Yichu didn't agree. We agreed to go together to pick up Grandpa. Yingxing said, I have something to talk to Grandpa about alone. Jiang Yichu didn't believe him. Yingxing looked at her and said, I'm not lying, it's about work. Plus, Liang Ying is returning to the team tomorrow. She only has 1 day off a week. You can use this time to go shopping with her and buy what you need. Without a female elder to help buy essentials, Yingxing's thoughts were detailed, but some daily items were still missing. Most importantly, sanitary pads. She needed a female friend to tell her where to buy them. Jiang Yichu thought for a moment and then nodded. She called Liang Ying. Yingxing drove them to the mall. As soon as the car left, Liang Ying pulled Jiang Yichu aside mysteriously. She glanced at Jiang Yichu's neck and whispered, honestly, is your neck really that sore from practicing? Jiang Yichu didn't expect this question to come up again so soon. She smiled helplessly. Didn't I just show you earlier? Liang Ying circled around Jiang Yichu and said, maybe you're too shy to tell my mom the truth. Do I really need to worry about that? Jiang Yichu laughed. Liang Ying paused and then asked, can you tell me secretly, how is brother Yingxing's health? This was in front of everyone. Jiang Yichu looked around. Although no one was nearby, was it appropriate to ask such things in public? She pressed her forehead against Liang Ying's and pushed her away, saying, you're just a young girl. Don't talk nonsense. Who do you call little girl? Liang Ying clearly felt annoyed. I'm a few months older than you. After saying that, Liang Ying turned her head and noticed Jiang Yichu's ears had turned red on one side, though she didn't know when. Liang Ying leaned in to look at Jiang Yichu more closely. Are you shy, Yichu? No, she covered her ears. The redness was because Liang Ying's question reminded her of the scene in the hallway yesterday morning. She turned her body to avoid Liang Ying's gaze. But Liang Ying didn't give up and kept teasing Jiang Yichu. Yichu, if you're not friend with me now, you're already starting to tell lies to my face. What lies? Jiang Yichu teased Liang Ying. I'm afraid if I keep talking to you, everything will be turned into something else. No, Liang Ying promised. I just want to ask how your recovery is going. No need to recover. Jiang Yichu, feeling uncomfortable with the question, told the truth. Nothing's wrong. Liang Ying looked at her seriously for half a minute. She confirmed that Jiang Yichu really meant nothing was wrong. This made her take a deep breath. No way. Brother Zheng looks pretty healthy. Is he? Emotionally cold. Knowing that joining the military can awaken a strong competitive spirit, there's no need to compare everything. Jiang Yichu swallowed her words. However, the topic about Liang Ying was not finished. On a weekday, the mall was not crowded. When Liang Ying heard about a peaceful wedding night, her curiosity turned into concern. So, Chu, tell me what happened. It's not about officering, it's about you. Jiang Yichu was unsure how to answer. She found it hard to explain the difference in thinking between the two eras. In the past, marriage was usually for life. Divorce was considered shameful, so the idea of taking things slowly didn't exist. Now, after many years, women's status has improved, and people prefer to develop feelings first and then marry naturally. Seeing Jiang Yichu hesitate to speak, Liang Ying didn't ask further. She picked up a piece of colorful cloth and held it against Jiang Yichu. This looks nice. Buy it to make a shirt. While the cashier was printing the receipt, Liang Ying leaned close and whispered to Jiang Yichu. Chu, honestly, Ying is pretty good. If you two live happily together, you'll definitely be happy. Liang Ying pretended to be mature, making Jiang Yichu want to laugh. She also teased her. I think I'm the happiest because I have a friend like you who cares about me in every way, from happiness to well-being. Who else would I like but you? Liang Ying linked arms with Jiang Yichu and whispered. Chu, last year during the military competition, my dad said that among all the kids in our big compound, Officer Ng was the most promising. If everyone hadn't looked down on Commander Ng, with his looks and abilities, several division commanders would have already made him their son-in-law. Hearing from Jiang Xiero that Officer Ying's stepmother was not good and didn't like Commander Ng, Jiang Yichu asked, "What's wrong with Commander Ng?" Liang Ng snorted. "He's just burning bridges behind him. According to my mom, Officer Ng got his promotion because he married Aunt Zhu. Aunt Zhu is a doctor. She was very dedicated to her work and didn't have a boyfriend even at 26. Later, her father was worried and introduced her to many good men. Somehow, she ended up being pursued by Officer Ng. Uncle Zhu is an only child. Old Master Zhu loves her very much. After she got married, to prevent her from suffering, he secretly helped Commander Ng a lot. As a result, Aunt Zhu passed away shortly after giving birth. Commander Ng immediately married his childhood sweetheart from his hometown. Her name is Fong Yao." Liang Ng snorted. Jiang Yichu understood. Commander Ng is a man who is not loyal. With such character, no wonder he didn't want to marry his daughter. That's why, since ancient times, the custom of not allowing princes to enter official service is correct. It's just a pity that Grandpa truly trusted the wrong person. Huh? Jiang Yichu thought for a moment and felt something was off. Grandpa was a military officer. Liang Ng was applying perfume, and upon hearing Jiang Yichu's question, she stopped and turned around. "Don't you know, old Master Zhu was the deputy director of the military hospital before he retired. With your status as a retired director, you should still be able to help with small matters." In the hospital room, Ng Zhen stood by the bed, facing the light. Zhu Xingqian was having lunch. The hospital's meal was plain and watery, and he frowned while eating. He put down his chopsticks, looked at the door of the room. Seeing no one, he looked disappointed and withdrew his gaze. He wiped his hands and said, "I told you, you just got married and didn't stay at home to keep your wife company. Why are you running to my hospital?" "So, it's for work with Xiao Chu." Ng Zhen nodded. After nodding, he noticed Zhu Xingqian smiling and added, "It's also to bring you back home." As Jiang Yichu asked, when the old man heard this name, his face immediately changed. Jiang Yichu's calling." He turned away unhappily. "If you call her that, I can't help with this," Xiao Chu asked. Ng Zhen corrected his words. The old man turned around and said, "That's better. Let me help. First, tell me how you've been getting along with Xiao Chu these days." "Very well." Ng Zhen pursed his lips. He didn't say another word. When old Master Zhu asked, "What kind of good relationship is that?" he only replied with 2 words, "Privacy." This made old Master Zhu so angry his blood pressure rose. His gaze swept over Ng Zhen's expressionless face. Always with that sad face, like "I forced you to marry her." Ng Zhen said nothing. The old man was used to it. He muttered, "So, I have a tough life. Your grandmother was fiery when she was alive, your mother is stubborn, and you're also headstrong. Our whole family, even the horses and donkeys, I've gathered them all, then I'll go to my grandmother's grave and complain." He made a move to leave. "Stop right there." Old Mr. Zhu called him back. "I'll help," Zhu Xingqian said. "You didn't need to suggest that. I was planning to ask Chuing in half a month." "Didn't you ask Ng Zhen?" Liang Ng looked surprised. "Who gets married without knowing the other family's situation?" Jiang Yichu shook her head. "Honestly, at that time it was urgent. Ng Zhen looked good, so I didn't think too much." Liang Ng had been looking at Jiang Yichu like she was a fool. But when she heard good-looking, Liang Ng understood completely. She patted Jiang Yichu's shoulder like they were old friends and nodded seriously. "I get it. We judge people by their looks. After all, you have to look at the same face for decades. People can pretend to be good, but you can't fake being handsome." "Exactly." Jiang Yichu shared the same thought, and they agreed instantly. Most of the products in the market at this time were sanitary belts. When Jiang Yichu said she wanted to buy sanitary pads, Liang Ng hesitated for a moment. Then they went to a special counter. Sanitary pads can only be bought at designated counters. I've never bought any. At this time, there were no sanitary pad factories in the country. All were imported. Cotton was in short supply, so they were expensive. The clerk explained, 3 yuan a pack, 10 pieces per pack. Would you like some? Hearing 3 mao per piece, Liang Ng took a deep breath. Jiang Yichu nodded. Yes, 3 packs, please. They spent 9 yuan just like that. Liang Ying felt a pain in her heart. That's a week's salary for me. They didn't carry shopping bags. All they had were the fabric they just bought, and the clothes for Yingzheng. The clothes were wrapped in packaging paper and tied with a string for easy carrying. Carrying just the sanitary pads alone looked too obvious, so Jiang Yichu casually stuffed the 3 packs into the wrapping paper. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal, then we'll head back. A plate of meat, fried chicken, and a steamed river fish were given as a reward for Liang Ying, who had spent the afternoon shopping with her. Fish soup isn't as good as your milk tea, Liang Ying said critically, shaking her head. She never expected her cooking skills to be praised one day. Jiang Yichu smiled and shook her head. I'll make something else for you next time. I'm really looking forward to it. They ordered a lot of food but couldn't finish it all. Jiang Yichu packed the leftovers to take home for Yingzheng. She also ordered 2 more vegetarian dishes. Liang Ying thought the new dish was for Yingzheng. She let out a small sound of surprise. She asked, Yingzheng has enough money to spend freely. He wouldn't mind leftover food. Jiang Yichu explained. It's for Grandpa to take back. Liang Ying suddenly understood and nodded. I knew it. You 2 young couple turn off the lights and start eating each other. They covered their mouths in the same way, just in different places. It wasn't dark yet, and the mall was not far from the courtyard. Jiang Yichu and Liang Ying strolled back happily, chatting and laughing along the way. In her past life, Jiang Yichu was busy with work and had no friends or time for such relaxed walks. She enjoyed this moment very much. Until they reached the courtyard, a sudden screeching sound came from behind. Jiang Sikou got out of her car. Seeing Jiang Yichu carrying bags with mall logos, she snorted softly. What's this? On your homecoming day, your godmother didn't even give you a gift and had to buy it herself. Liang Ying didn't attend the banquet at Hongbin Tower and was meeting Jiang Sikou for the first time. Hearing this, she guessed her identity. She stepped in front of Jiang Yichu, raised her chin, and asked Jiang Sikou, So, are you here to show off the gift from your adoptive mother? Liang Ying glanced at the car and snorted. Or, are you here to show off your forced marriage? Her words made Jiang Sikou speechless. Jiang Yichu pulled Liang Ying's hand and said, Ignore her. Some people just love to cause trouble. The more you show her your life, the more she clings. At the courtyard gate, Jiang Sikou didn't want to lose face, so she didn't want to embarrass herself. Jiang Yichu pulled Liang Ying's hand to leave. Jiang Sikou thought Jiang Yichu was afraid of her, and her expression softened a little. She called out, How about it, Jiang Yichu? Life without support from your family isn't easy, is it? Jiang Yichu stopped in her tracks. Calmly, she turned around and looked at Jiang Siru's proud smile. She smiled slightly and shook her head. That kind of family, only you would want it. Her snobbish father and her indecisive mother, what good are they really? A source of support? Life has taught Jiang Yichu that only she can truly support herself. However, Liang Ying felt sorry for Jiang Yichu. Why didn't you scold Jiang Siru just now? She was the one losing her temper. If I had argued with her, I'd look bad. Besides, Jiang Yichu waved the lunchbox in her hand. If I delay a little, the food will get cold. It's quite expensive. Hearing this, Liang Ying's anger eased a bit. She snorted. Seeing how proud Jiang Siru is, she probably thinks she married some big shot. The original story skips ahead, and Jiang Yichu didn't even see her entrance. So she didn't know what kind of person Ying Huayan was. She looked at Liang Ying. Liang Ying didn't hide anything. Ying Huayan was reported for being a troublemaker before. In this era, causing trouble could land you in jail. Jiang Yichu asked Liang Ying, Does he have a criminal record? No. Liang Ying replied irritably. It was just a rumor for a couple of days, then it disappeared. My mom said maybe the Ying family helped cover for him. In every era, there are bullies with backing. Ordinary people can never compete with the second-generation kids with connections. Jiang Yichu didn't continue this topic with Liang Ying. They arrived home. The lights inside were off. Yingzheng and her grandfather hadn't come back yet. Jiang Yichu poured the packed food into plates. She hadn't finished when she heard a noise at the door. She put down what she was holding and went to greet them. Grandpa. Hey, Zhu Xingqian sniffed. It's been years since I've been home. with lights on and the smell of food in the air. Earlier in the day, Lianging had mentioned the Zhu family, so Jiang Yichu looked up at Yingzheng. Yingzheng didn't speak, just looked into Jiang Yichu's eyes. "Did you enjoy your outing?" Jiang Yichu was unsure why Yingzheng suddenly asked that. She nodded. "Yes, I had fun. Ying and I bought a lot of things." "Oh, and the food was packed from outside." Hearing that the food was takeout, old Master Zhu's eyes lit up. But then, the look in his eyes darkened again. Jiang Yichu stood nearby, watching the old man's changing mood and laughing at him. "Grandpa, tomorrow I will cook you something tasty and light. No need for you to cook." Old Master Zhu refused. "Marrying a wife is for caring, and our family doesn't expect girls to do chores. Let us Zheng cook." Jiang Yichu shook her head. "He doesn't cook well." "Oh." The old man seemed to remember this point and nodded worriedly. "That's true. He shouldn't cook." The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Actually, Jiang Yichu had another reason for wanting to cook for her grandpa. She wanted to use spiritual spring water to help improve his health. Her grandpa was nearly 70 years old. At this age, surgical procedures hadn't been common yet. Heart disease was a tough problem to solve. It could be controlled with medicine or treated with open-heart surgery. The surgery involved cutting through the ribs, which required a long recovery and had risks after the operation. Given her grandpa's current age and health, surgery was not realistic. Luckily, she had spiritual spring water. There weren't many relatives willing to help, so if she could help her grandpa stay healthy, that would be wonderful. Jiang Yichu thought about this, and her grandpa was very kind to her. She also wanted to enjoy a few more years of family warmth. The family kept the same daily routine. After dinner, her grandpa watched TV for a while and then went to rest in his room. She remembered that he would return to the army tomorrow. Back in her room, Jiang Yichu took out the clothes she bought for her grandpa earlier that day. "I bought mostly undershirts for you to wear inside, so it's easier to change when you sweat. Try if they fit." The packaging was tightly tied with a knot. She found scissors and cut the string open. Inside, there was a piece of cloth and some boys' clothes. Zheng frowned. "Didn't you say you bought clothes for yourself?" "I didn't see anything I liked." There really weren't any styles she liked. Growing up in a tough environment, Jiang Yichu learned to love herself once she had money. She couldn't bring herself to buy nice things for her family by saving every penny. She casually pulled out a piece of clothing and handed it to Zheng. "Try it on." A small paper package rolled out from the clothes and fell to the ground. Jiang Yichu bent down to pick it up. Another pair of large hands reached out before him. "Is this also for me?" Having never seen female products before, Yingzheng didn't recognize it. He turned it over in his hand and looked at it from different angles. Honestly, that hand was really nice to look at. The veins were just right, the bones were clear, the fingers were long, and the nails were neatly trimmed. Jiang Yichu glanced at it, cleared her throat, and politely reminded him. "Dunno, that is a feminine hygiene product." Yingzheng seemed to react for a moment, then finally understood what a feminine hygiene product was. Then his neck turned red visibly and quickly. As if it was hot, he hurriedly put the item into Jiang Yichu's arms. "Sorry, it's okay." Jiang Yichu didn't think much of it. In fact, Yingzheng's reaction made her find it quite interesting. She turned her head slightly to look at him. The lighting wasn't very bright, but it was clear that the redness on his ears and neck had merged into one. He looked tough, but was so innocent. Even snipers could sometimes lose control of their emotions. The more Jiang Yichu thought about it, the more curious she became. After all, her understanding of this profession was only from TV dramas about male protagonists and Olympic shooting competitions. She remembered a sports channel host once said that professional shooters usually have calm emotions. That was a characteristic of the profession. And staying calm at all times was also a necessary quality for doctors. Jiang Yichu asked Yingzheng, "When selecting snipers in the army, what kind of tests do they have?" Yingzheng felt his breathing was a little uneven. He silently placed his right hand on his left wrist, feeling his pulse, hiding it under his clothes. His heart rate was also unstable. He took a deep breath. There are requirements. Beyond normal physical fitness, they need excellent dynamic vision, good endurance and stability, and precise judgment. Jiang Yichu asked, like requirements for breathing and heart rate. Yingzheng paused for a moment. Resting heart rate should be 40 to 60, and after exercise, 120 to 150. Oh, Jiang Yichu nodded. Seeing Yingzheng's face look a little uncomfortable, she explained, "Don't overthink it. It's just that I didn't know much about your profession before, so I wanted to ask. Didn't expect the selection requirements to be so strict." "You're really impressive." The applicant curled their fingers and said nothing. "Should I go change clothes?" "Yes." Jiang Yichu nodded. Then she waited a little longer in the room until the applicant returned. He was holding the new clothes he bought, his hair still wet, looking like he had just taken a shower. "Thank you. The clothes fit well." The applicant turned his back to her and put the clothes into the wardrobe. This time, his face was a little red all over. Jiang Yichu glanced at the clock on the wall. It seemed he took more than half an hour to shower today. Or maybe she was mistaken. Jiang Yichu shook her head and said, "You're welcome." After Jiang Yichu fell asleep, she had a dream. In the dream, she was living in a happy family with caring parents. At that home, everyone gathered around the table for meals, talking and laughing, and life was warm and lively. It was very warm and lively. In the middle of the night, the applicant was suddenly hugged from behind, which woke him up instantly. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Yichu's small hand wrapped around his waist. He couldn't understand it. The past 2 nights, Jiang Yichu had been sleeping very properly. Why was she different today? And today was the day. The red mark on Jiang Yichu's neck was lighter than in the morning. The applicant watched her, and his mind started to wander uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, gently moved Jiang Yichu's hand aside, and adjusted her sleeping position to be proper. Finally, he managed to fall asleep again. But then, a thigh pressed against him. He couldn't move anymore. If he moved again, he would have to sleep on the floor. The applicant stared at the ceiling with wide eyes. The moonlight was faint, and with his night vision and hearing as a sniper, he could clearly hear Jiang Yichu's breathing pattern. The cold shower before bed was useless now. Fortunately, after an hour, Jiang Yichu seemed to feel he was too hot and turned back again.
Phew.
The applicant let out a sigh of relief. He finally managed to sleep for 2 hours before dawn. When Jiang Yichu woke up, she felt her back and waist sore. Does shopping really drain so much energy? She sat up on the bed and talked to herself, concluding that her body was still too weak. She needed to exercise more. Just then, the sound of someone brushing their teeth came from the bathroom through the door. The applicant came out of the bathroom and almost bumped into Jiang Yichu, standing outside the door. "Did I wake you up?" The scent of locust flowers on Jiang Yichu's body had been hidden under the quilt all night and became even stronger. This smell had lingered with him all last night. Yingzheng's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he silently took a half step back. Jiang Yichu shook her head. "No, I slept well. Are you going for a morning run?" Yingzheng nodded. Jiang Yichu said, "That's perfect, I'll go with you. Summer in Beijing is hot and humid. Even without moving during the day, you can easily sweat. Exercising in the morning is the best. Also, running can be boring, so having someone with you makes it easier to keep going." Yingzheng nodded and glanced at Jiang Yichu's pajamas. Then he said, "Change into loose clothes." "Okay." At this time, there were no sports vests or quick-drying running clothes. Jiang Yichu looked through the wardrobe for a while before finding a suitable outfit. She thought to herself, luckily she bought fabric yesterday. During the day, she planned to find a tailor to make a set of running clothes. The old man doesn't sleep much. She went downstairs. Grandpa Zhe was sitting in the yard. Seeing the young couple about to go out together, he asked Yingzheng, "Where are you going so early?" "Morning run," Jiang Yichu said. "Grandpa, do you want to come along?" Hearing this, Zhe Xingqian chuckled and laughed twice. Grandpa's health can't handle that anymore. Jiang Yichu was just joking. "Then you wait at home. If it's too hot, go back inside." "Okay." Zhe Xingqian nodded. He thought to himself, his daughter is so thoughtful. Then, as Yingzheng walked past him, he pulled him gently. "Run slowly. Don't overexert yourself and tire out Yichu." "Okay." Yingzheng nodded. He left the yard and caught up. In the large yard, there were 2 rows of phoenix trees, and sparrows sat on the branches, chirping loudly, as if unafraid of people. Although there was no sun, the summer heat was still intense. Jiang Yichu ran for a few minutes, and sweat was dripping down her forehead. She turned to look at Yingzheng. Yingzheng wasn't sweating. Good, a sharpshooter can control not only emotions but also sweat. Impressive. Seeing Jiang Yichu look over, Yingzheng's breathing became a little uneven. What's wrong? It's nothing. Jiang Yichu withdrew her curious gaze. She asked Yingzheng, "Is my pace too slow for you?" Just resumed training. Jiang Yichu was running slowly. This pace is quite slow for fitness enthusiasts, let alone for competition. Sweat dripped down her neck, crossed her collarbones, and soaked into her shirt. Yingzheng looked at Jiang Yichu's pale skin covered with tiny droplets of water. It reminded him of hot summer days and chilled soda in the fridge. The clear glass bottle, warmed by the palm of his hand, would soon be covered with small water droplets. Yingzheng hurriedly looked away. He handed her a towel. "Take it easy. I didn't sleep well last night, so I wanted to run slower today," she said. "Not sleeping well?" Jiang Yichu wiped her sweat and looked at Yingzheng. She still remembered the discomfort of overwork death from her past life. Not sleeping well is a big problem. Especially in this hot weather, Yingzheng still has to train. Jiang Yichu asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "No," Yingzheng replied, feeling a bit dry in his throat as he looked at her caring eyes. "Maybe it's just the heat and a stiff neck. It will get better in a few days." "Okay," she nodded. As the sun came out and the temperature rose, they decided not to run anymore. "Let's go home and cook for Grandpa." Yingzheng had no objections. They strolled back home. As soon as they entered, they saw someone else in the house. "Is that Xiao Xiao?" Aunt May, wearing an apron, came forward. She was about 50, kind-looking, with a cheerful smile. Yingzheng introduced Jiang Yichu. "This is Aunt May. Aunt May has been taking care of my grandpa's health all these years. The military hospital also belongs to the military system." According to Liang Ying, Grandpa was a deputy director and a colonel before retirement. Because he lived alone and had no one to care for him, the army arranged someone to look after his daily needs. "Aunt May," Jiang Yichu called out, "I'll go take a shower and then come down to help you." That girl, Aunt May, who found Jiang Yichu very pretty, looked at her with admiration. Old Zhu once said that his granddaughter-in-law is beautiful, but I thought he was just being polite. She looks like a porcelain doll. Aunt May circled around Jiang Yichu and Yingzheng, repeatedly saying, "Such a good match." Her words made Jiang Yichu feel a bit anxious and unsure of what to say. "Aunt May, can I go upstairs to change my clothes first?" "Go quickly," Aunt May said, her eyes seeming to be drawn to Jiang Yichu. She watched her go upstairs. When Yingzheng also wanted to follow, she suddenly grabbed him. "Don't go yet." Yingzheng was pulled so suddenly that he was stunned. Then, Aunt May mysteriously dragged him into the kitchen. The door slammed shut. It looked like an interrogation. "I say, what's wrong with you, kid?" Yingzheng was scolded without understanding why. "What's wrong, Aunt May?" Aunt May's face turned red. She trembled as she pointed at Yingzheng several times, then said with her hands on her hips, "You still have the nerve to ask me?" The red mark on Chuchu's neck. Yingzheng's temperature rose quickly. The red mark on Jiang Yichu's neck was barely visible after a good sleep. After morning exercise, it was more obvious. Yingzheng wanted to explain, "Aunt May, you misunderstood," but Aunt May didn't give him a chance to speak and cut him off. Yes, I understand. You newlyweds are in that sweet, loving stage." Yingzheng shook his head. "No, Aunt May." Aunt May was lost in her own imagination, not knowing what the world was. "Then you shouldn't touch her neck. It's exposed outside, and it's not good if others see." Yingzheng couldn't listen anymore. "Aunt May, why are you shouting?" Aunt May looked up the stairs, covering her chest. Yingzheng sighed helplessly. "That was from exercise. Aunt May, you don't know it was from evening exercise." Yingzheng. He didn't want to say anything more. But Aunt May kept talking. "Yingzheng, I warn you just this once. Think about how strong you are from the army and how delicate Chuchu's skin is. If I see any injuries on Chuchu again, I'll have your grandpa scold you." Yingzheng took a deep breath. "Aunt May, the exercise I mean is martial arts." "Huh?" Aunt May was stunned for a moment. Then, after a few seconds, she reacted and chuckled twice. She pushed Ingjing upstairs.
Oh, and my misunderstood.
All right, go wash up and come down for dinner. Ingjing went upstairs. The bathroom door was open, and there was noise in the bedroom. Am I coming in? Worried that Jiang Yichu was changing clothes, Ingjing asked at the door. There was no response inside for several seconds. Instead, there was a faint sound of shallow breathing. Jiang Yichu, Ingjing knocked on the door. After a while, Jiang Yichu softly replied, "Come in." Ingjing pushed the door open. Jiang Yichu was sitting at the dressing table, bent over, pressing her lower leg, looking pained. Ingjing walked quickly over and asked, "What's wrong with your leg?" "Just cramping a little." Jiang Yichu was gasping loudly from the pain, rubbing her muscle hard. It didn't help much. "I'll do it." Ingjing pressed on the cramping spot, replacing her hand and applying firm pressure. "I forgot to stretch earlier." Jiang Yichu didn't expect even a small amount of exercise could cause a cramp. She muttered softly, "I forgot myself." Jiang Yichu sat in front of the dressing table. In this position, seeing Ingjing's height of over 1.80 meters, she felt a bit helpless sitting half-squatted, and it was hard to press hard. She said, "Maybe I should get a stool to rest my leg on." "No need." While Ingjing was speaking, Jiang Yichu suddenly felt her body lift off the ground. She was picked up and placed on the bed, and Ingjing sat down beside her naturally. "I'll just change the sheets later." Jiang Yichu nodded. The cramping spot still throbbed painfully. Tense muscles need to be massaged firmly to ease the pain. Ingjing pressed harder, saying, "It might hurt a bit." Jiang Yichu understood. She whispered, "Just press directly, no need to warn me beforehand. If you tell me in advance, I'll just get more nervous." It hurts, it hurts." In that moment of firm pressure, Jiang Yichu felt her scalp go numb from the pain and couldn't help but cry out. It was just bad timing. Jiang Yichu was still shouting when Aunt May came upstairs. Seeing the bedroom door open, she headed straight in. "Chu-chu, Zheng, do you want your eggs fried or boiled?" It hurts, it hurts." A sharp female voice came from inside the room.
And my frosch.
After standing still for a few seconds, she snapped out of her surprise, turned quickly, and ran down the stairs. While running, she muttered softly, "These two kids." Not even closing the door in broad daylight, Jiang Yichu, with sensitive hearing, paused when she heard Aunt May's words. Looking at the eyes of the person applying, "I hoped they didn't hear me." But that was unlikely. Snipers not only have good eyesight but also better hearing than most people. The applicant was also watching her. Jiang Yichu bit her lip and asked, "What should we do?" Aunt May seems to have misunderstood. "Yes." The applicant continued with her hand movements as if nothing was wrong. After a few seconds, she responded quietly. Jiang Yichu looked outside the door and asked, "Maybe I should pretend I just had a leg cramp when I eat later?" "Don't." The applicant looked up, reacting strongly. Jiang Yichu looked over. The applicant closed her eyes, pinched her forehead with a pained smile.
"No need to say anything. Let's just leave it at that."
Thinking about what happened downstairs earlier, the applicant chose to hide her true feelings from Jiang Yichu. Jiang Yichu didn't understand. After a few seconds, she slowly nodded. As Jiang Yichu stepped down the stairs, she smelled a bitter scent. The hospital has a traditional Chinese medicine department, and Jiang Yichu was very familiar with this smell. She turned to ask the applicant, "Grandpa is drinking Chinese medicine?" She used to work at a top heart pain center, serving patients from all over the country. Many patients, afraid of surgery, drank all sorts of strange herbal remedies at home. Jiang Yichu admits that traditional Chinese medicine can be useful to some extent. But if the heart and blood vessels are blocked, drinking Chinese medicine can't really clear the blockage. Seeing this bitter smell, Jiang Yichu instinctively thought Grandpa was drinking some home remedies. Medicine has its side effects, so it's unnecessary. The applicant thought for a moment and shook her head. Grandpa doesn't like bitter things, he wouldn't drink that. Then where did the strong medicinal smell in the house come from? Jiang Yichu finally found the answer in the kitchen. There was a pot of Chinese herbs boiling on the stove. Aunt May was watching the fire. She hadn't asked whether Jiang Yichu wanted fried or boiled eggs earlier, so Aunt May had prepared both. The applicant asked Jiang Yichu to choose first. "Do you prefer boiled or fried?" "Those are all for Chu-Chu," Aunt May said, placing the pot of herbs on the stove next to the applicant. Suddenly, a loud bang. This is your real meal. A huge clay pot. The boiling herbs emitted a bitter smell, making the throat feel dry and bitter. Jiang Yichu quietly shrank back, covering her mouth with her hand. Don't make the taste worse. Yingzheng was confused by the food and asked Aunt May, what is this? A soup to help your body. Good stuff. That dark, unappealing pot was hard to associate with the words good stuff. Yingzheng sat still without moving. Curious, Jiang Yichu looked into the pot.
Huh?
What kind of health-boosting soup is this? It contains forsythia, mint, bamboo leaves, and coptis. All of these are herbs to reduce heat. But Yingzheng was the one who didn't want her to explain earlier. Now, he had to face the consequences himself. Fortunately, the bitter result was something Yingzheng had to eat. Jiang Yichu lowered her head, secretly feeling relieved. Aunt May saw Yingzheng hadn't moved for a while, so she started urging him. I've been cooking for a while. Since you just returned from the northwest, you might have trouble adjusting to the climate. Drink it quickly. Yingzheng looked at his grandfather. Grandpa Zhu had also just returned from the south. Didn't he? Grandpa immediately lowered his head and sipped his coarse rice porridge. He shook his head and said, Don't look at me. I'm too old to handle bitter things. Hey, Aunt May, why is today's coarse rice porridge so tasty? Yingzheng looked at Jiang Yichu again. She also lowered her head, giving him a helpless look. In the end, he still drank that bitter herbal soup. In some ways, he really needed to reduce his heat. The taste of traditional medicine was hard to get rid of. After dinner, Yingzheng went upstairs to brush his teeth twice. He looked grim when he came out of the bathroom. He changed clothes in his room. On his first day back in Beijing, many procedures needed his signature, so he planned to leave half an hour early. Just as he was heading downstairs, Jiang Yichu ran out of the kitchen, holding a small bowl. Seeing the bowl again, Yingzheng instinctively felt a bit afraid. But he still stepped forward and gently supported Jiang Yichu's arm. Be careful. Don't burn yourself. You underestimate me. As a surgeon, I have steady hands. Some habits are deeply ingrained and hard to change. After saying that, Jiang Yichu realized what she had said. Worried Yingzheng might probe further, she quickly changed the subject. It's not hot, just warm. Jiang Yichu handed him a spoon. Your mouth might still taste bitter. I just finished making this. Try it, it might help ease the bitterness. He lowered his head when called. There was solid milk in the bowl. A thick layer of milk skin emitted a sweet, tempting aroma. Like yesterday's milk tea, it was a new treat he had never seen before. Being 5 minutes late didn't matter. He looked at Jiang Yichu, nodded, and they returned to the dining room. This was the time Grandpa watched the news. Only the two of them were in the dining room. He scooped a small spoonful into his mouth. The milk pudding was very different from what he had eaten before. It was smooth and delicate, with a faint sweetness. Very tasty. He glanced at Jiang Yichu. Is the milk pudding hot? Double-layer milk. Getting praise for cooking was very satisfying. Jiang Yichu said. It's also good cold. Put it in the fridge for 3 hours, then take a bite to cool down. If you're busy with work today, you might not have time to eat it, Jiang Yichu said. If you like, I can make it for you tonight. Okay, he nodded, then swallowed another bite and asked, Is it hard to make? Not hard. Jiang Yichu explained, boil the milk, let the skin cool, then mix it with beaten egg whites and sugar, steam it again, and it's ready. She added, Luckily you ordered the milk yesterday. He looked at Jiang Yichu, affirming, It's also lucky that you know how to make it. Did you see? Did you see? In the living room, Zhu Xingqian twisted his neck into a 90-degree angle, sneaking a peek into the dining room. Aunt May stretched her neck to follow. Yes, I saw. Ajan is smiling. Exactly, Grandpa patted his thigh. Usually, I never see Ajan with a smile. Fortunately, I have good eyes and immediately chose Miss Chu as my granddaughter-in-law. Yes, your eyesight is sharp, Aunt May echoed. Zhu Xingqian felt proud. He quietly sipped his half-eaten double-layer milk and said, A few days ago, I was worried in the hospital. Ajan doesn't talk much. Can the young girl handle it? Will she find him boring? It looks like there's no need to worry now. Grandpa let out a breath of relief and made a face toward the kitchen. See how the young couple talk back and forth. Beautiful. The spoon scraped the bottom, and after finishing a bowl of double-skim milk, the old man wasn't satisfied. Later, when they come out of the restaurant, secretly go to the kitchen and get me another bowl of that milk. There's none left. Aunt May shook her head. 1 bowl per person. We didn't make extra. The old man sighed, reluctantly glancing toward the kitchen. That's a pity. Just then, he saw the two finish eating and stand up, but he quickly sat upright again. Jiang Yichu took Yingjing to the yard gate. His face looked better now that he wasn't feeling bitter. Before getting into the car, he thought for a moment and said, "Don't make that double-skim milk tonight." "Is it not tasty?" Jiang Yichu asked. Yingjing shook his head, lowered his eyes, and looked at Jiang Yichu's wrist. "Surgeon's hands are very precious. You shouldn't use the stove carelessly. You might get burned." This showed he remembered how Jiang Yichu had trouble controlling the heat the day before, and also remembered what Jiang Yichu, the surgeon, had just said. "It's okay." Jiang Yichu shook his head. "You handle other chores, but I'll do the cooking. Aunt May takes care of Grandpa, and her cooking tends to be light in flavor." After eating a few meals with Yingjing, Jiang Yichu noticed that Yingjing preferred sweet and strong flavors. And she liked that too. Jiang Yichu said, "Since you work hard and also help me with fitness, I can make some desserts within my ability. This is to ensure our quality of life. Our life." Yingjing hadn't heard that phrase in a long time. He was used to being alone in the military camp. He thought he had long since gotten used to not forming bonds with others. Jiang Yichu didn't realize Yingjing was lost in thought and kept explaining. "It's like snipers each having an observer. At home, we have clear roles." As soon as Jiang Yichu finished speaking, a gentle breeze suddenly blew through the yard that had been quiet all morning. The breeze carried a coolness, making the leaves rustle and sway a few times. In the corner there was a phoenix tree. In front of her, Jiang Yichu's smiling eyes curved, with dark, deer-like eyes, pure gaze, and full under-eye bags. Yingjing felt his heartbeat synchronize with the leaves swaying on the branches, trembling slightly. He looked into Jiang Yichu's eyes, serious and calm. Snipers and spotters are not just working together, they are mutually dependent. The spotter is the sniper's third eye. They are also the sniper's shield. Mutually dependent? Jiang Yichu tilted his head and thought carefully. This word is a step above cooperation, but not as cold as just working together. That makes sense. Jiang Yichu nodded and was about to speak. Suddenly, a strong wind blew past. Jiang Yichu's hair was blown into disarray. A few strands danced in the air before sweeping across his face, carrying a unique osmanthus fragrance. His heartbeat pounded loudly in his chest. He curled his fingers in relief, thankful for the wind to hide his nervousness. Amid the howling wind, he heard Jiang Yichu's voice. "Mutual dependence is right." Jiang Yichu tilted his face to the side, tucking his messy hair behind his ear, and turned around with a smile. "Partners, sharing honor and disgrace." Jiang Yichu's honest expression made people feel at ease. Yingjing was momentarily stunned. His fingertips were gently caught by softer fingers. Jiang Yichu reached out and held Yingjing's hand. "Commander, I look forward to working with you in the future. Brother Zheng, your hand is hurt, he's Sun." Yingjing's spotter had been brought back from the northwest with Yingjing this time. Seeing Yingjing staring at his wrist all morning, he felt something was wrong. He put down his ballistic watch, stepped closer, and looked around Yingjing. "Is it serious? Let me check your arm." Having worked together for 5.5 years, he soon knew Yingjing disliked being touched, so he didn't act rashly. He was very anxious inside. Top snipers are rare in each military district, and someone like Brother Zheng is among the best in the entire army. His hand is more precious than gold. It can't be injured. It's fine. Yingjing raised his hand, showing it to Hisun and himself. He twirled his fingertips, feeling a lingering warmth from this morning, probably just his imagination. Jiang Yichu's body temperature was low. Holding his hand felt cool and very comfortable. "Brother Zheng," Hisun shouted loudly, snapping Yingjing out of his daze. "I said, why are you staring at your hand if you're not hurt? You wouldn't understand." Yingjing said nothing more and walked away. "Forget it, Aunt May. You wouldn't understand." Jiang Yichu lowered her head and sighed. The two of them stood in the yard. At first, Aunt May watched the car for half a day, but Jiang Ichu still hadn't gone back inside. She came out to ask her, "Chu-Chu, are you feeling reluctant?" They were both young. Just 3 days after getting married, she went to work. Aunt May thought Jiang Ichu wasn't used to it, but that wasn't the case. Jiang Ichu hesitated and looked at Aunt May. What she was reluctant about was the feeling of having a job. That's just how jobs are. You can choose not to go, but you cannot have a job. Jiang Ichu looked longingly in the direction where the job applicant had left, sighing. Just a few months ago, she was also working diligently. But then she got transported into a book world, lost her medical license, and no longer had a job. It was upsetting. "Don't be upset." Aunt May patted Jiang Ichu's shoulder with a motherly smile to comfort her. "You'll see him tonight." "Forget it, Aunt May. You don't understand." Jiang Ichu lowered her head and went back inside. As soon as she entered, she was called by Grandpa Zhu. "Chu-Chu, come here."
Grandpa.
Jiang Ichu sat on the edge of the sofa. Zhu Xingqian straightforwardly said, "Zheng told me yesterday that you want to work." Jiang Ichu paused for a moment. The job she applied for yesterday, which she discussed with Grandpa alone. "Is it her job?" She nodded. Zhu Xingqian asked, "Is it because Zheng's salary isn't enough?" "Grandpa's salary is quite good too." "No, Grandpa." Seeing Zhu Xingqian misunderstand, Jiang Ichu quickly shook her head to explain. "It's just that I want to do something myself." "So you want to realize your personal dreams?" Zhu Xingqian understood her meaning and nodded. "Grandpa understands." His eyes showed admiration as he asked Jiang Ichu, "Zheng said you learned medicine from barefoot doctors for a few years." Barefoot doctors were a special product of that era. They weren't formal doctors, but were assigned by the production team as semi-medical, semi-farming personnel. This conveniently gave Jiang Ichu a good excuse for her medical skills. Jiang Ichu nodded and said, "Yes, I studied for 8 years." 8 years? Zhu Xingqian was surprised when he heard this number. He knew Jiang Ichu could perform emergency first aid, but he didn't expect her to have studied medicine for 8 years. How old was Jiang Ichu 8 years ago? 13 years old? "No, I am 15. Jiang Ichu was quick to speak earlier and didn't realize her mistake. She is now 21. Fortunately, Grandpa didn't dwell on this issue. Poor children often have to grow up early. Zhu Xingqian frowned. 13 is the age when most kids are in middle school, but Jiang Ichu was already learning medicine with her mentor. It shows that Jiang Ichu had a hard life in her early years. Her granddaughter also had a tough childhood. Seeing 2 young girls with hardships together, Zhu Xingqian felt twice as much sympathy. He paused for a moment before speaking again. "Grandpa will test you. What have you learned?" Actually, he hadn't planned to test Jiang Ichu at first. But when he heard she had studied medicine for 8 years, he changed his mind suddenly. Jiang Ichu nodded. "Yes, Grandpa. I am good at surgery." "Oh," Zhu Xingqian's eyes lit up instantly after hearing that. "Surgery requires talent. He's been a doctor all his life, and only a few talented surgeons can do it with one hand." He called out to Aunt May, "Aunt May, go to my room and bring the medical kit." The kit was a characteristic medical toolbox from the 70s and 80s, a rectangular white enamel metal box with blue edges. Many people's childhood nightmares. Aunt May carried the box and placed it on the coffee table. Zhu Xingqian opened the lid and asked, "Girl, can you sew?" "Yes, Grandpa." He nodded and picked out tweezers, a needle holder, and a thick round needle from the box. "Show me then." In the kitchen, there was ready pigskin, which Aunt May brought over. Jiang Ichu reached out and took it, placing it on the table. Both hands worked at the same time, left hand holding tweezers, right hand gripping the needle holder. She pinched the thick round needle, passed it through the wound, and quickly pulled the stitches. Her hands moved without hesitation, pinching the suture with her left hand, wrapping it around the needle holder twice, then gripping the end of the thread with her right hand and pulling tight across the cut. Both hands released the thread. She repeated the same movements in the opposite direction. In just a second, a neat triple knot was finished. No pauses, no slow movements. Jiang Ichu's fingertips danced, moving so fast it was astonishing. Neither Aunt May nor Zhu Xingqian expected this. After a moment of shock, he asked in a surprised tone, "Little Ichu, did you practice this yourself?" "Yes." Jiang Yichu nodded. If surgeons are judged by talent, then cardiothoracic surgery is the most talent-dependent department in surgery, without exception. The heart is the body's engine. Even a 1-second delay in its beating can cause serious harm. So heart surgery is all about speed. Jiang Yichu happens to excel in this quickness. That's why she can stand out in such a large surgical department where few female doctors work. Exceptional talent can truly break stereotypes. After several months without practice, Jiang Yichu's skills felt a bit rusty. But that was enough to surprise Zhu Xingqian. His eyes widened with shock, full of amazement. After a moment of thought, he changed his initial idea. Girl, I recommend you go to a short training course. A short training course. In recent years, the college entrance exam was abolished. New doctors are either graduates of short training programs or are trained by senior doctors. Jiang Yichu was willing to attend a short course. But the problem was, she didn't even finish middle school. Is that okay? Seeing Jiang Yichu's expression, Zhu Xingqian guessed what she was thinking.
It's okay.
Practical skills are more important than theory in surgery. Our military hospital emphasizes practicality. Zhu Xingqian said, your hands-on skills are excellent. Now you just need to improve your theoretical knowledge. Next month, the Logistics Health Department will start a new short training program. How about your grandpa recommending you? How about? Of course, it's fantastic. When she told Yingzheng she wanted a job related to medicine, she didn't have high hopes. No degree, wanting to be a doctor. How could that be possible? Who would have thought her grandpa would surprise her so early in the morning? You've given grandpa a big surprise. Having worked in frontline positions for 40 years, he had never seen such a promising talent. Zhu Xingqian patted Jiang Yichu's shoulder, his tone full of excitement. Study hard. In the future, our girl Chu will achieve great things. The short training program starts next month. There's a month left, which is perfect for Jiang Yichu to help Grandpa Zhu improve his health. After reading several hours of the medical books her grandpa found for her, as lunchtime approached, Jiang Yichu planned to go help Aunt May cook. No need you. Aunt May was preparing vegetables, blocking Jiang Yichu's way with her arm. I'm used to doing it myself. You should sit in the living room. If you accidentally touch the knives or forks in the kitchen, how will you treat your hand or help others in the future? It's not that serious. Jiang Yichu smiled. She turned her gaze and saw the soup pot on the stove, which was used to boil traditional medicine in the morning. She walked over and looked at it, then asked, Aunt May, where did these herbs come from? Aunt May looked back and replied, recently I had some heatiness, so I went to the pharmacy and bought some leftover herbs. This morning, I boiled them all for Ajeng. Jiang Yichu lowered her head and looked at the herbal residue. Aunt May asked, Yichu, do you know traditional Chinese medicine? She had heard that some barefoot doctors could not only do acupuncture, but also prepare herbal medicines. So, does Yichu know both Western and Chinese medicine? That's impressive. Jiang Yichu nodded and told a small lie, a little. I can't prescribe medicine, but I can make medicinal dishes. That's still very good, Aunt May praised with an always smiling face. Medicinal herbs shouldn't be eaten all the time. Making medicinal dishes to improve health is more useful than just treating illnesses. Jiang Yichu felt a bit shy from the compliment. Aunt May, next time you go grocery shopping, call me along. I happen to be going to pick some herbs to make medicinal dishes for Grandpa. Having seen Jiang Yichu's stitching skills, Aunt May trusted her medical skills very much. She looked over and asked, are medicinal dishes bitter? Grandpa doesn't like bitter food. It's not bitter. Jiang Yichu shook her head. The herbs themselves are not the key. Her spiritual spring is what really helps. Just by some mild, nourishing herbs. Jiang Yichu said, in winter, the temperature in the north is low and the elderly's cardiovascular system is fragile. We should prepare and adjust their health a few months in advance. All right, Aunt May nodded with a smile. With Aunt May at home, Jiang Yichu no longer had to do household chores. She spent her days reading or researching food. She promised Yingzheng she would let him taste her cold double-layer milk pudding tonight. As the sun set, Jiang Yichu started busying herself in the kitchen. Grandpa Zhu also loved sweet things. When he woke up from his nap and saw Jiang Yichu entering the kitchen, his eyes lit up. He stood at the door, watching her. What is the girl making now? Ingjing's double-layer milk pudding and your coconut-flavored millet cake. The coconut was brought back from Cheongjo Island by Grandpa. Jiang Yichu just looked at it earlier. It was still usable. Hearing this, Grandpa Zhu was a bit unhappy that the double-layer milk pudding didn't include his. Why is mine different from Zhang's? Jiang Yichu was mashing soaked millet into a paste and looked up. You're older now, you shouldn't eat cold food. Hot is fine too, Old Master Zhu said with a thoughtful tone. The phrase, old child, refers to how the old man is acting like a child now. Jiang Yichu smiled and put down her rolling pin. Grandpa, you're a doctor yourself. You should know to control your sugar intake. The old man pouted. All right, I'll listen to you. Coconut-flavored millet cake is fine too. Ingjing parked the car, pushed open the door, and immediately smelled the rich coconut aroma in the yard. He had just transferred to a new unit, so he was busy. He was delayed after work today and only just got home. The sun had set, and the sky was a bit dark. The living room and kitchen on the first floor were both lit. The warm yellow light made the house feel cozy. Ingjing saw Jiang Yichu's shadow on the window. It was like what Grandpa said yesterday. The house was lit, and there was a smell of food, which felt very homey. He stood at the door for a moment before pushing it open. The TV was playing the evening news. Grandpa was sitting on the sofa, eating something. Grandpa, Ingjing called out, next time I work overtime, you all eat first. Don't wait for me. Who's waiting for you? Old Master Zhu shot him a look that said, don't flatter yourself. He proudly waved the coconut millet cake in his hand. Coconut millet cake just out of the oven. My girl made it for me. No wonder the whole yard smelled like coconut. Is it tasty? Ingjing asked casually. Grandpa sensed a hint of danger and protected the cake. Not yours. Are you back? Jiang Yichu came out of the kitchen when she heard the door. Ingjing's gaze shifted away from the millet cake. Yeah, I was late today. It's okay. Jiang Yichu glanced at the time. Eat first. After you're done, there's also cold double-skim milk. Okay. Happy. Ingjing walked cheerfully toward the dining room. Aunt May and Grandpa had dinner at 5:30.
He didn't join them this time.
Aunt May cooked the meal and set aside a portion just for Ingjing. As soon as he took a bite, he could tell. He slightly furrowed his brow, barely noticing, and slowed down his swallowing. Jiang Yichu was just lowering her head to eat her bowl of double-skim milk when she looked up and happened to see Ingjing's subtle expression. She glanced at Aunt May in the living room. Aunt May was leaning on the table, leaning close to Ingjing's ear, whispering, Is it not tasty? Is it too bland? Fearing that Aunt May might hear and feel sad, Jiang Yichu asked almost in a hushed tone. Her cool, milky breath brushed against Ingjing's ear. Ingjing's breathing paused for a moment. His eardrum hummed softly. His hand, holding chopsticks, tightened slightly. After a few seconds, he slowly turned his head. Jiang Yichu's features, enlarged, pressed close to her face, with a faint white ring of milk stain at the corner of her mouth. The distance between them, Ingjing could clearly see his reflection in Jiang Yichu's eyes. His Adam's apple moved, and Ingjing hurriedly looked away. He lowered his head, his breathing uneven. It's okay. Okay, means just so. Jiang Yichu thought for a moment and said, I'll cook dinner tomorrow. Okay. Ingjing nodded, taking a subtle breath. The study was filled with medical books. Many textbooks had been revised multiple times. Now, many of the knowledge points in the books were different from what Jiang Yichu learned in school. He needed to use Grandpa's recommended spot to enter a short training class. Jiang Yichu didn't want to embarrass Grandpa. After dinner, she went straight to the study to continue reading. Soon after, Ingjing knocked on the door and came in, holding a notebook, standing at the doorway. Will I disturb you if I study with you? No, reading didn't really depend on whether it was disturbing or not. The study desk was large enough, and Jiang Yichu moved half of her space aside for Ingjing. The sound of pen nibs scratching paper created a gentle white noise. Jiang Yichu finished half a book in 2 hours. Without a reading lamp, focusing for so long made her eyes sore. She put down the book, massaged her acupoint at Qingming, and pressed her neck. Turning her head, she saw that Ingjing was not disturbed at all and was still writing his stuff. His side profile was firm and sharp. Even while working at his desk, his back was straight, very pleasing to look at. This was the first time Jiang Yichu looked at Yingzheng from this angle. She propped her chin on her hand and watched. She noticed that Yingzheng's eyelashes were actually quite long. His deep eye sockets, straight brow bones, and a hint of mixed-race features could be seen if looked at carefully. He works very seriously. When he encounters a difficult problem, he just slightly frowns for a moment and quickly returns to normal within a few breaths. His emotions are really stable. Jiang Yi initially thought to herself. Then she felt quite reassured. Her upbringing made her dislike lively environments. But strangely, she also fears being alone, despite not liking noise. It's quite contradictory. Jiang Yi also described herself this way. So, in her past life, no matter how excellent the boys her teachers introduced were, she never looked at them. Because she didn't believe there could be someone in the world who was completely in sync with her. Someone who appears on time when she wants to talk, and leaves thoughtfully when she wants to be alone. If they can't be in sync, then she can only compromise. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi doesn't like to compromise with others, nor does she like others to compromise with her. Work is already tiring enough. There's no need for that. But after coming here, meeting Yingzheng, Jiang Yi found that it seems like there really are people who are in sync. At least in terms of routines, tastes, and work attitude. Currently, she and Yingzheng are very compatible. Ink has been on the tip of Mo's pen for too long, forming a big droplet that falls onto the paper. Huh? Noticing that Yingzheng hasn't put down his pen for a long time, Jiang Yi turned her head to look. Yingzheng took a tissue to wipe the ink stain. A blue smudge was very obvious against the neat writing. Yingzheng wiped twice and gave up. He sat up straight and asked Jiang Yi, "Do you have something to tell me?" Huh? Jiang Yi was caught off guard. Yingzheng lowered his eyes. "You stared at me for 4 minutes and 17 seconds. I thought you had something to say." He said this without even looking at the clock on the wall. Impressive. Jiang Yi felt like giving Yingzheng a thumbs up. She cleared her throat, remembered what her grandfather said during the day, and thanked Yingzheng. "I want to thank you for helping my grandfather find a job." "You're welcome." Yingzheng stared intently into Jiang Yi's eyes. It was already agreed upon before. He paused, "And you also said this morning that honor and disgrace are one." Although he said that, Jiang Yi still wasn't very comfortable with Yingzheng always helping her. "Then if you help me, I have to say thank you." This time when I was asked to thank, I didn't say "you're welcome," but instead fundamentally rejected Jiang Yichu's mistaken idea. "I said you don't need to thank me because I wasn't really helping you." Yingzheng corrected Jiang Yichu's words. "Your good medical skills are your own achievement. Whether or not I have Grandpa, you'll still find a good job." It seems Grandpa told Yingzheng about the exam in the afternoon. Jiang Yichu asked, "Did Grandpa praise me to you?" "Not just praise." Yingzheng didn't say more. "It's not just praise." When Grandpa called him inside, he was burning incense for the late grandma and mother. He was muttering that the family's ancestral grave was emitting green smoke, so his son-in-law married such a good wife. He cares about face. Yingzheng didn't say anything. Jiang Yichu wasn't curious either. It's 10 o'clock. Way past her usual bedtime, Jiang Yichu yawned and put the book back on the shelf.
"I'm tired."
"Do you want to work a little longer?" "Done." Yingzheng shook his head. They each tidied up their side of the desk and then left. In the evening, after cooking dinner, Jiang Yichu took a shower first. She went back to her bedroom. Yingzheng went to shower. It was hot, and after dinner, he took a cold shower, lasting half an hour. When he returned, Jiang Yichu was already asleep. A dim light was left on by the bed, just enough to illuminate the bedside. Jiang Yichu was sleeping in the middle of the bed, lying flat, breathing steady, nostrils flaring slightly. Her hair spread over most of the bed, thick and black like seaweed, contrasting sharply with her skin tone. She always seemed to fall asleep quickly and eat happily. She seemed to give a sense of peace at all times. Yingzheng walked to the bed and looked silently for half a minute. Under the light, Jiang Yichu's curled eyelashes cast a fan-shaped shadow under her eyelids. Yingzheng looked a few more times, but his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the pair of suddenly close eyes at the dinner table. He couldn't think about it anymore. Thinking more would make the bath pointless. He took a deep breath. turned off the light, and got into bed. With experience, he lay close to the edge of the bed. Tomorrow's training would be intense, and he couldn't afford to sleep poorly for 2 days in a row. So today, he deliberately kept half a body's distance from Jiang Yichu. The sound of breathing beside me is slow and gentle. It's very calming. Ing Zheng is sleeping with his eyes closed, feeling the drowsiness wash over him. Before returning to Beijing, he hadn't slept peacefully for more than 7 hours in a long time. The training was intense, and the pressure was high. Every time he lay in bed, his body rested, but his mind kept racing. It was rare for him to feel at ease and to fall asleep so quickly. Ing Zheng gradually drifted into sleep. Just before falling into complete darkness, a familiar, warm body wrapped around him. It was hot and stuffy at night, and they were covered with a blanket. Jiang Yichu was getting hotter as she slept. In her dreams, she unconsciously turned over. Then, it felt like she bumped into something cold. Holding onto something firm and cool felt quite comfortable. The courtyard is beautifully landscaped. Since moving in, Jiang Yichu had gotten used to waking up every morning to the sound of birds outside the window. Last night, she slept late and woke up, but she didn't have the strength to open her eyes. She felt a little unrefreshed. Maybe she shouldn't go for her morning run today? The thought just appeared in her mind, but Jiang Yichu quickly shook her head. No way. Laziness only happens once or countless times. How can a qualified surgeon not have a strong body? Get up. Jiang Yichu took a deep breath, opened her eyes. The moment her mind cleared, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Huh? Why is there an arm across her waist? Jiang Yichu slowly opened her eyes. Before she could look down, she was startled by the sight of a man's Adam's apple in front of her. Can someone tell her why she and Ing Zheng are sleeping together, holding each other? The heat from the breath above her head. Ing Zheng's pleasant mint scent wafted out from his sleepwear collar. At this distance, Jiang Yichu closed her eyes briefly, took a deep breath, calmed herself, then opened her eyes again, staring at Ing Zheng's Adam's apple just a few centimeters from her nose. Having worked as a doctor for over 10 years and seen thousands of patients, she had to admit, Ing Zheng's Adam's apple was the most perfect, most attractive, and most full of vitality she had ever seen. She didn't have one, so Jiang Yichu looked at it a little longer. She noticed that Ing Zheng's Adam's apple was not only beautiful but also had a tiny, tiny mole hidden on the side. It made him even more attractive. Her breath trembled slightly with excitement. Then, I watched as that small mole moved slightly up and down. Good morning. In the next moment, a deep, sleepy voice came from above, sounding lazy as if just waking up. There was no time to separate before he woke up. Good morning, Jiang Yichu replied awkwardly. They were pressed close together, and she didn't dare move. In case she accidentally triggered the typical morning awkwardness that adult men sometimes have. That wouldn't be appropriate. But holding him seemed even more inappropriate. Just as Jiang Yichu was feeling unsure, he responded with a breath, naturally pulling his arms back. He turned over and got out of bed. The distance between them widened. He stood by the bed without moving, looking down and asking Jiang Yichu, "Want to go for a morning run together?" Like her, he was just waking up, and facing the awkwardness of being pressed close, he looked much calmer. Jiang Yichu gathered her thoughts, thinking she still needed to work on her mental strength. She nodded. Yes. Of course, she wanted to run. All those silly thoughts in her mind needed to be pushed down with exercise. He nodded in response. Then I'll brush my teeth. You can change your clothes first. After saying that, he walked straight to the wardrobe, undressed without caring about anything, and put on a running vest. When he crossed his arms and showed the muscles in his back, Jiang Yichu couldn't help but notice. No wonder snipers are considered some of the best in the army. His muscles were so well-defined, like a textbook. She also needed to run and train. Leaning against the bathroom door, he finally took a breath, feeling relieved. It had been a long time since she felt this way. He actually slept so deeply, even later than Jiang Yichu. Soldiers need to be sensitive to their environment. Light sleep is fundamental. He had also heard older comrades say before that only when lying beside their wives could they sleep well and feel secure. So this was what that feeling was like. His body responded to this question with rationality. He thought he sensed something awkward stirring in a certain place. No need to look down. He knew exactly what was happening there. The strange feeling from yesterday morning could be blamed on long periods of unrelieved tension.
But now,
it had been less than 8 hours since his shower before bed. Except for those 2 years of youthful energy and strength, he had never experienced anything like this before. The military training is intense, and physical exhaustion is at its limit. People don't have extra thoughts during such times. It's very bad. Ing poured a splash of cold water on his face to calm the restless heat in his mind. Jiang Yichu felt very anxious inside. Today, Ing was silent during the run, and his expression showed nothing. He kept his feelings bottled up all the way home, not intending to speak. This was unusual. Jiang Yichu is not someone who usually keeps things inside. Before entering the house, he finally couldn't hold back and asked Ing, "Did you not sleep well last night? Did I disturb you when I was noisy last night?" "Just a little," Ing nodded. Jiang Yichu shyly bit his lip. "Sorry, it was an accident. If I sleep on your side again next time, remember to push me away, or maybe there's a spare room upstairs. We could also split rooms." Ing slightly frowned and interrupted Jiang Yichu. "What I meant by just a little was in response to your question about whether I slept well. I didn't say you disturbed me. No disturbance." Jiang Yichu didn't quite understand Ying's meaning. Not sleeping well, but not because of him? Could it be that he didn't sleep well because of something else? Is that what he meant? Jiang Yichu couldn't figure it out. Ing didn't explain further on this point. He simply turned around and said seriously, "And Jiang Yichu, I have no plans to sleep in separate rooms from my wife, child." After experiencing that passionate morning scene, Jiang Yichu's pupils trembled suddenly, and his mind became chaotic. He looked up directly into Ying's eyes. Ing looked at him, his gaze deep. When those amber eyes fixed on him so intently, it felt like even looking at a dog with deep affection. Jiang Yichu's breath caught, and he took a slow step back, stopping in place. Ing also stood still. From the backlit angle, the sun shone from behind him. His tall shadow fell on the ground, wrapping around Jiang Yichu as if embracing him. Ing said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with couples sleeping together. My poor sleep is my problem, not yours. If you think I disturbed your sleep, then I say I didn't." "Oh," Jiang Yichu nodded. "My mind isn't working well. I asked you to push away because I'm not used to it," I said. Ing paused for 2 seconds, then continued to answer based on this habit issue. "It's normal because we haven't slept like this before. This is simple. After sleeping together a few times, you'll get used to it. So I still won't push you away." "Huh? Is that how he's used to it?" Jiang Yichu looked at Ing Zheng's face and suddenly remembered something she saw online before. It said that science students are straightforward and think simply, always focusing on results. Jiang Yichu considers herself a science-minded person. But she didn't expect Ing Zheng's way of solving problems to be even more direct. She swallowed and asked, "Is that how you get used to it?" Ing Zheng nodded seriously. "Yes. Just like how we get used to each other's tastes, morning runs, and working together in the study." After saying that, Ing Zheng turned and asked Jiang Yichu, "Do you think something's wrong?" Jiang Yichu felt everything was off. Her lips moved, but then she thought, if building feelings is the goal, Ing Zheng's way might not be a problem. Ing Zheng also thought it was fine. He looked at the door and said, "We're home. Is that okay?" His straightforwardness was no different from their pre-wedding talk. "Yes," Jiang Yichu nodded. Since she couldn't think of a better solution, she decided to follow her teammate's advice. Jiang Yichu said, "Let's go with that." Ing Zheng nodded. They entered the house one after the other. The smell of Aunt May's cooking drifted from the kitchen to the living room. Hearing the door, she turned around with a spatula. "You're back. Go wash up and get ready to eat." Laughter and chatter filled the house. No one noticed that across from Ing Zheng's house, a mocking gaze had been fixed on Jiang Yichu for a long time. Although there is a nanny at home, this dead wife insists on bothering her to make breakfast. She is the daughter-in-law, not a servant. On the day of the family visit, her mother was right. Some people, when they are young and a daughter-in-law, have a hard time. When they become a mother-in-law, they will surely take revenge on their daughter-in-law. The nanny bought some small green vegetables with dirt on the roots, which are hard to wash. Yet Feng Yao wouldn't let her use a knife, insisting she pick them by hand. Before the wedding, her well-maintained nails were broken. Jiang Sairu became angrier the more she thought about it. Just as she was about to lose her temper, she looked out the window and saw Jiang Yichu. He was walking and talking with Yingzheng. Yingzheng was walking ahead, only wearing a vest. No matter when, that man always stood out in the crowd. It was just a pity for Jiang Yichu, that despicable woman. Looking at Jiang Yichu's transformed skin tone, Jiang Sairu's eyes turned red.
Ha!
What whitening cosmetics from the art troupe are supposed to be effective? Jiang Yichu clearly used the space spiritual spring. She only realized this on her wedding day. That's why Jiang Yichu's personality was so different from before. Because Jiang Yichu was also reborn, and she stole her lucky charm. Thinking of this, snap. A small green vegetable was broken in half by her hand. Jiang Sairu's teeth itched with hatred. Since rebirth, so many changes and uncertainties made her uneasy. Ying Huayan's stupidity, Ying Zheng's loss of control. Fortunately, Jiang Sairu looked out the window again. Ying Zheng had stopped somewhere, turned sideways, and was scolding Jiang Yichu with a cold face.
Ha!
Jiang Sairu smiled. What's the use of stealing her space, spiritual spring, and marriage? What doesn't belong to her? Jiang Yichu still can't get it. That day, at Zhang's house, they acted out a deep couple scene. In reality, Jiang Yichu was just Ying Zheng's tool to leave the family. What's the use of rebirth? In her previous life, Jiang Yichu was still feeding pigs in the countryside at this time. Without the missing perspective information, what could Jiang Yichu use to fight her? Relying on desperately flattering Yingzheng? Just look at Yingzheng's cold face outside the window. It's just a waste of effort. In her previous life, Commander Liang said he was a ruthless and desireless person. No matter how handsome his face was, he couldn't be tempted. Thinking this way, Jiang Sairu finally felt a bit calmer. Aunt May had made celery and pork dumplings for breakfast. Old Master usually reads the newspaper in the morning. He waited until his granddaughter-in-law came downstairs before they all started eating together. They only ate 2 dumplings and then stopped.
Aunt May was puzzled.
Usually, Old Master loved the celery and pork filling and could eat 4 or 5 of them. She asked him, "Are you feeling unwell today?" Ying Zheng and Jiang Yichu looked over at him. Old Master looked guilty, as if he had done something wrong and been caught.
His face tightened.
"I'm not feeling unwell. I'll save some for Miss Chu's snack after dinner." Ying Zheng glanced at Jiang Yichu. Jiang Yichu shook her head at Old Master. "Grandpa, I really don't want any today. Will you make some for him during the day?" "All right." Old Master was disappointed just a moment ago, but he immediately smiled again. Ying Zheng left on time, as usual. They agreed she would cook dinner later. When Ying Zheng was about to leave, Jiang Yichu called out to him, asking, "Are we having coconut chicken tonight?" "Yes, that sounds good." Aunt May was washing dishes at the window, which faced the yard. Seeing the young couple talking and laughing, she lowered her head and smiled too. During the day, Jiang Yichu needed to study. Because it was hot, she didn't like to move around, and Aunt May was even more afraid of the heat. After the sun set, they finally went out to buy groceries. "Yichu, I'm going to buy some vegetables. Do you want to come with me to the pharmacy?" "Yes." Jiang Yichu turned her book upside down and opened the study door. "Let's buy a chicken today. How about making coconut chicken tonight?" Old Master stretched his neck in the living room. When he heard this, without waiting for Aunt May to agree, he immediately said, "Good, I love coconut chicken." Jiang Yichu smiled. First, they went to the pharmacy. The pharmacy didn't have many kinds of herbs. Over the past few days, Jiang Yichu had been reading and asked the clerk to get herbs that promote blood circulation and reduce blood stasis, according to her book. Huangqi, Sanqi, Dangshen, Fuling, Guqi. "Oh, we don't have ginseng." The clerk weighed the other herbs. Jiang Yichu then followed Aunt May to several nearby pharmacies. Sometimes they didn't have ginseng, or the quality was poor. Thinking of a market stall she had seen before that sold wild mountain goods, Jiang Ichu decided not to buy ginseng right now. Let's wait a few days for the ginseng. First, we'll buy the chicken, okay? Aunt May didn't think much about it. Since there are many family members, Aunt May chose a live chicken. Jiang Yi initially paid the vendor 2 extra dimes to help kill the chicken and pluck its feathers. To save us the trouble at home and avoid the smell, Aunt May thought the same and nodded. Ajung and the old man both like to keep things clean, so it's perfect. After preparing the chicken, Aunt May weighed it in her hand. It's quite fat. They walked side by side toward home. Aunt May said, I'm not good at making coconut chicken. I'll help you when we get home. Aunt May, you're not just helping. Jiang Yi couldn't chop meat, so she linked arms with Aunt May. If it weren't for your help with the prep, we wouldn't be able to enjoy this chicken soup. Aunt May was delighted to hear this. Ree is so sweet. Just as Aunt May finished smiling, a light snort came from behind. The street was wide, so it was obvious that this hostility was directed at the two of them. Aunt May turned around. Looking at Jiang Sairu, she asked, Comrade, do you have something to say? On the day of the wedding, the old man didn't go to the restaurant, so Aunt May and Jiang Sairu hadn't met before. But she saw Jiang Sairu glaring unfriendly at Jiang Yi. Aunt May immediately understood. This was Jiang's adopted daughter. A spoiled daughter who jumps around and acts proud. Already unhappy with the Jiang family, Jiang Sairu challenged her openly. Aunt May didn't hold back her words. Why are you snorting? If your mouth is full of gas, go see a doctor. Jiang Sairu wanted to say a few words to Jiang Yi, but before she could, an old woman retorted. Her face darkened. She lifted her chin and shot a mocking look at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, just trying to please Yingzheng isn't enough? Now you're also bothering a nanny. Mom's dislike for you is completely justified. Jiang Sairu sneered. You lowly girl, you're born to flatter people. Bringing you back is just embarrassing our Jiang family. Ugh, are you sick, Jiang Yi? A chicken butt was stuffed into Jiang Sairu's mouth. In these times, meat was precious. When preparing chickens, the butcher would often give the chicken's tail or butt to customers to take home. It was convenient for Jiang Yi. Still raw and bloody, it was just the right size to stuff into Jiang Sairu's mouth. To treat your asthma, just hold this. Jiang Sairu immediately gagged in disgust. When she looked up, Jiang Yi had already walked far away. She furiously cursed. Jiang Yi, you better watch out. Wait until I report you to the parents' committee. I don't think the person in charge will support you, and you still dare to be so arrogant. The parents' committee is responsible for political work and conflict resolution in the community. Aunt May pulled Jiang Ichu forward and patted her hand. It's okay. Zheng will definitely support you. Not needed. Jiang Ichu was amused by Aunt May's words. She confidently said, Jiang Sairu won't dare to cause trouble. Aunt May looked over. Jiang Ichu explained, she just got married recently and is worried about establishing herself in the Ying family. She wouldn't cause trouble now. Aunt May nodded. That makes sense. Grandpa brought back 6 coconuts from Cheongzhou Island, and 3 are left. 1 coconut will be used to make coconut jelly. The other 2 will be used for coconut chicken. Aunt May chopped the chicken, while Jiang Ichu scraped the coconut meat with a spoon nearby. Grandpa lived on Cheongzhou Island for 2 years. He has had coconut chicken a few times, but always at restaurants. This is the first time seeing it made at home. He stopped reading the newspaper and came over to help wash the dates. Old people staying active is good. Jiang Ichu didn't stop him. Coconut milk was poured into a clay pot, shredded coconut meat and dates were added, then boiled for 10 minutes. When the water boiled, marinate the chicken with flour and cooking wine, massage it a bit, then rinse with clean water. Once the water boiled, add the chicken to the pot and cook for 20 minutes. When returning from grocery shopping late, Yingzheng just arrived home, and the coconut chicken was ready. Grandpa heard the door and came out of the kitchen. He walked over to Yingzheng and gave him a disapproving look. You sure know how to time your meals, Yingzheng. He just entered and received a strange look, feeling a bit confused. He glanced at the kitchen, where Jiang Ichu was turning off the stove and serving the soup. Everything seemed fine, but Grandpa was clearly angry. Yingzheng didn't understand. Grandpa took him by the arm and pulled him into the bedroom. After the soup was ready, The grandfather and grandson came out of the room. Aunt May served the rice, and Jiang Yichu was chopping vegetables. Ingzheng washed his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and went to help. Is there any other dish to be prepared? No. Jiang Yichu looked up at Ingzheng. We prefer strong flavors, so we make a separate dipping sauce. Garlic, small chili peppers, sesame, soy sauce, cilantro. Jiang Yichu doesn't eat ginger herself, so she didn't cut any at first. When mixing the sauce, she remembered and asked Ingzheng, I didn't put ginger in. Do you want to add some separately? No. Ing responded softly with a frown. All right. She doesn't like ginger. Jiang Yichu smiled again, sharing the same taste. The old man sat at the dining table, waiting. When the two sat down, he couldn't wait to start eating. The chicken was tender and flavorful. After finishing a large piece of meat, the old man lowered his head and took a sip of soup. It was sweet and refreshing. So delicious that it made his tongue feel like it was about to fall out. Delicious. Aunt May also praised enthusiastically. I've never had such good soup when I was with the old man on Cheongjo Island. It wasn't about cooking skills, but the added effect of spiritual spring water. Jiang Yichu took the opportunity to ask, Grandpa, from now on, I will cook medicinal meals for you based on this standard. Then I will eat 3 bowls at one meal. After dinner, Aunt May accompanied the old man for a walk outside. Jiang Yichu poured 2 glasses of water and waited at the staircase for Ing. Will you study with me in the study today? I have no work today. The battle plan from yesterday was finished. Ing looked at Jiang Yichu, hesitating for a moment, and asked, Grandpa said that Jiang Sara had a conflict with you last night? She didn't ask Aunt May to help hide it, and guessed Ing would find out. Jiang Yichu nodded. That girl. She's not herself when she's not causing trouble. Jiang Yichu spoke lightly. She looked up and saw Ying's face was quite displeased. She asked, What's wrong? I didn't suffer any loss. It's not about suffering, Ing replied, frowning. Ing looked over and asked, I have the weekend off. Do you have something to do? No. Jiang Yichu shook her head. Ing nodded. Good. Then shall we go out on a date? A date? Jiang Yichu looked at him. Just now, they were talking about Jiang Saro, and now the topic suddenly shifted to a date. Ing met her gaze and said, Just want to please my wife. Please. Ing remembered Jiang Saro's words clearly. Is that okay? Ing asked. Jiang Yichu nodded. Yes. You're always frowning during meals. No wonder why Anning prefers to sleep in the study and doesn't even want to go into your room. Without knocking, Fang Yao strode into the study confidently. On the desk was Jiang Soro's English manuscript. Fang Yao walked over and glanced at it, showing disdain. If you have the ambition to be a successful career woman, why are you trying to marry into our family? Now you're just pretending, just to impress someone. Jiang Yichu didn't dare to argue. She forced a smile and explained, Mom, I heard from our company president that if the policies open up in the future, knowing English will be a big advantage. Both Huayan and I work in administrative roles. I think he could learn English too, especially with the military reforms and the trend of younger leaders. It would be a big plus. Fang Yao crossed her arms and glanced at Jiang Sairu. She snorted coldly. Military reforms? Neither your father nor I know about this policy. How does your company president know first? This was about something that would happen a year later. Jiang Sairu could only use hearsay as an excuse. She whispered, My company president also heard about it. Anyway, Huayan has free time, and learning some English will definitely be useful. The policy of younger military leaders would be implemented after the college entrance exam was restored. Knowing English and having connections with commandering, Huayan could easily access resources related to military diplomacy. He originally entered the military through this route. Thinking about this, Jiang Sairu believed that as long as Fang Yao wasn't stupid, she would ask commandering about it. But it turned out Fang Yao was really quite foolish. Useful? What's useful or not is none of your business to decide. Mom, Enough. I tell you, Jiang Sairu, this is the Ying family. Don't bring over those scheming thoughts from the Jiang family. The draft wasn't finished yet. The next day, Jiang Sairu arrived at the office early. Only Li Chong was there. It was half an hour before work started. Li Chong had come early because she took her younger brother to school. She didn't expect Jiang Sairu to arrive so early either and greeted her. Little Sairu, still working hard after your wedding? Jiang Sairu didn't reply, just nodded. Li Chong walked over, sounding envious. Little Sairu, you don't know how everyone secretly admires you. Ing family's daughter-in-law, with a car and everything. So impressive. By the way, I heard the basketball court and library in the military district compound have everything you could want. Is that true? Jiang Sairu's expression softened a bit. She put down her pen and smiled as she looked up. Whenever there's a chance, I'll take you to see for yourself. When Li Chong heard this, she smiled happily and said, Sister Xiaoro, we agreed. It's settled. Okay. Someone praised her, and Jiang Sairu couldn't be happier. They said it was just a habit to hug. But Jiang Ichu didn't feel comfortable trying it. Before sleeping at night, she kept reminding herself to be honest and behave well. Her hints seemed to work. In the morning, when she opened her eyes, she was indeed on her own pillow. It seemed that Ing Zheng had slept a little more on her side. People naturally move around when they sleep. Jiang Ichu didn't think much about it. She went out for a morning run, and today Ing Zheng increased the pace a bit. Let's gradually speed up, so you can get used to it. Jiang Ichu didn't like the word get used to. She paused and nodded. The speed didn't increase much, but she persisted and finished the run. When they entered the yard, Ing Zheng stopped her. Since you ran fast today, you need to stretch. Last time she had a cramp because her body wasn't used to it. Jiang Ichu followed the instructions. Then she twisted her waist to the left but noticed Ing Zheng hadn't moved. He leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, watching her. Don't you need to stretch? Jiang Ichu felt a little shy, being watched. No need. Not much exercise today, Ing Zheng said casually. Jiang Ichu was secretly jealous. What a top athlete. For breakfast, Aunt May cooked porridge. Compared to yesterday's coconut chicken, it was a bit bland. After eating, Jiang Ichu went upstairs to shower, and Ing Zheng went to change clothes in his room. I have a special training session today, so I'll be back late. You can eat first, no need to wait for me. In the past few days, Ing Zheng's return time was unpredictable, but he never mentioned it in advance. Jiang Ichu reacted for a second, wondering if Ing Zheng was informing her. Little Ichu. Before she could think further, Zhu Xingqian called her over to the living room. Don't read books this morning. Grandpa has friends coming over later, and he wants to introduce you. This meant they were elders from the military hospital. Jiang Ichu said, Then I'll make some desserts for you, and we can eat together later. Sure. Hearing there would be something tasty, the old master immediately became happy. Aunt May bought peaches yesterday. There are eggs, milk, honey, and sugar at home. Beat the eggs, pour them into the milk, add sugar, and mix well. Set aside. Line the bottom of a bowl with peach flesh, then pour in the prepared egg and milk mixture. Since there is no oven, Jiang Ichu used a steamer instead. She steamed it on low heat for 20 minutes, then let it sit for another 5 minutes after turning off the heat. When it was ready, the whole room smelled of peaches and milk. Can I eat it now? Zhu Xingqian stood at the kitchen door, looking inside. It needs to be refrigerated for 2 hours, Jiang Ichu replied. Zhu Xingqian looked a little disappointed. The two of them went back to the living room to talk. They discussed what Jiang Ichu had been reading in her medical books these days. He didn't expect Jiang Ichu to understand everything in the book. He originally wanted to help her learn anatomy by explaining the human skeleton. But when he asked her questions, he was once again surprised. The human body has 206 bones, including the skull, the torso, and the limbs. Whether he asked about the shape or function of the bones, Jiang Ichu could answer quickly. The grandfather and granddaughter talked more and more excitedly. They didn't even notice when Fong Hong came in. What's so interesting that you're so into it? He asked. Seeing the guest, Jiang Ichu stood up. Zhu Xingqian quickly introduced her. This is Grandpa Fong, the chief logistics officer at the military medical school. Grandpa Fong, Jiang Ichu greeted. Fong Hong nodded, took a red envelope from his pocket, and said, I heard you just got married? Congratulations. I was on a business trip last week, so I'm giving you a gift now. No need, Grandpa Fong. Take it. Fong Hong looked at Jiang Ichu, then sat down and looked at the human skeleton standing nearby. He asked Zhu Xingqian, Old Zhu, is your granddaughter-in-law also a doctor? That's why I brought you here. Zhu Xingqian chuckled. He said to Fong Hong, Next time, leave a spot for my girl in the short training program. It's easy to reserve a spot. Fong Hong looked at Jiang Yichu and asked, Are you planning to study medicine? It's a tough field. Has she looked into it before? More than just looked into it. Before Jiang Yichu could speak, Zhu Xingqian answered for her proudly, I guarantee she's the best surgical talent you've seen in decades. He spoke so confidently. Fong Hong was stunned. They graduated at the same time. Zhu Xingqian went to work in a hospital, and Fong Hong went into teaching. There is a natural talent, clearly seen on the operating table. In this regard, Zhu Xingqian is much sharper than him. Such a delicate young girl. Thin arms and legs, the best candidate for surgery training? Fong Hong glanced at Jiang Yichu and asked Zhu Xingqian, Are you joking with me? Young Miss Chu, show Grandpa Fong your skills. It seemed he was just waiting for Fong Hong to say that. Zhu Xingqian didn't explain anything and directly asked Aunt May to bring out the same medical kit from that day. Single-handed suturing, instrument tying, double-handed tying. Jiang Yichu demonstrated each one to Fong Hong. After watching, Fong Hong was speechless for a moment. He looked at Jiang Yichu's hands again, then glanced at the clock on the wall. 130 knots in a minute. He must have counted right? No, he couldn't be wrong. But those numbers are really incredible. 4 student assessments, 60 knots per minute is passing, 80 is skilled. Such a gentle, fragile girl, and she easily made 130 knots? She didn't even seem to be using her full strength. While Fong Hong was lost in thought, Zhu Xingqian's smile stretched from ear to ear. How about it, old Fong? Did I brag? No lie. Fong Hong was so impressed he didn't know what to praise. After a moment, he finally said, Your family's luck is really good. Generations of famous doctors. Isn't that just good luck? Zhu Xingqian's expression changed slightly. That touched on a sad topic. Old Fong quickly changed the subject. By the way, you asked me for help, and I have something to ask you today. The elders were discussing serious matters. Jiang Yichu went to the kitchen to get the prepared pudding. Zhu Xingqian's gaze drifted away, and he asked Fong Hong, What help? It can't be that I need to use a surgical knife, right? I can't do that. No, Fong Hong shook his head. With the college entrance exams coming back, my son's publishing house recently took on a project, an interview series with well-known scholars from various fields. For the medical school, could you help out? Zhu Xingqian had worked at the military hospital for 40 years, performed tens of thousands of surgeries, big and small. No one was more suitable than him. Fong Hong said, In return, I'll take good care of your daughter-in-law. Zhu Xingqian looked at him. Such a talented person. You must be the one asking me, right? Fong Hong smiled. In the end, Zhu Xingqian agreed. Let him come over this weekend. When my grandson and the young girl are not at home, it will be just right. Okay, Fong Hong said. Thank you in advance. Little Ro, did you hear the news? Since promising to take Li Chang to visit the big courtyard, Li Chang has been sticking close to Jiang Sairu. She often comes to sit near her desk, whether there's something to discuss or not. Jiang Sairu is happy to accept her company. Li Chang is very talkative and well-informed. Jiang Sairu enjoys being the center of attention. What news? Jiang Sairu asked. Li Chang stood up, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and whispered, The chief editor is planning to do a feature story, and the first interview will be with an old leader from the big courtyard. After saying this, Li Chang looked a bit puzzled. Have you heard about this, Sister Ro? Jiang Sairu rolled her eyes inwardly. There are hundreds of families in the big courtyard. I'm not part of the neighborhood committee, so I don't know all the gossip. Wow, so many people, Li Chang exclaimed. Seeing her naive expression, Jiang Sairu felt a bit embarrassed, but kept her composure. She asked Li Chang, Has the interviewee been decided? Li Chang shook her head. Not yet. Sister Ro, I actually came to talk to you about this. If the chief editor asks you to go, can you take me along? Li Chang rubbed her hands nervously. Jiang Sairu looked at her with a neutral expression. You just said no one was chosen yet. Li Chang smiled flatteringly. If you fight for it, it will definitely be you. Since you live in the courtyard and have a connection with commandering, Jiang Sairu snorted and raised an eyebrow. That's true. All right, I'll ask the chief editor later and tell him to bring you along. Thanks, Sister Ro. Li Chang cheered happily. Jiang Sairu thought to herself, she's still inexperienced. She secretly sneered. But then she considered that bringing Li Chang along might not be a bad idea. This loudmouth would surely boast about it to her colleagues for days, and it would make her look good too. Special training. Ying-jung had been returning home quite late over the next few days. At first, Jiang Yi-chu didn't deliberately wait for Ying-jung to come back so they could sleep together. One day, after finishing her reading, she came out of her study, intending to go downstairs for a glass of water. I found only a small lamp in the living room, and the whole house was empty. I decided to wait an extra hour each day for the interview. The old man sleeps early. There are no other family members for the interview. Having a lamp on might bring him some comfort. Jiang Yi-chu thought of herself. She stayed at a boarding school during middle school, in a dorm with 6 people. She was quiet and only focused on studying. So she often returned to her room late after studying. No one would leave a light on for her in the dorm. It was as if she was invisible, walking outside of friendship. "Why didn't you sleep today?" When Yijing entered, he saw Jiang Yi-chu standing at the door, lost in thought. Jiang Yi-chu snapped out of her trance and looked at Yijing, who had a few unbuttoned buttons on his collar and was standing in front of her. His pants were stained with dirt. Aunt May said Yijing liked to keep things tidy. Maybe he was tired and looked so messy? Jiang Yi-chu said, "I stayed up late reading. By the way, I made coconut jelly. Want to try some?" After saying that, she glanced at the time. "Oh no, I didn't notice. It's already 9:40. You probably don't want a late-night snack. The army emphasizes punctuality." Jiang Yi-chu thought Yijing probably wouldn't eat. "Let's have it tomorrow morning. Eat now." Both spoke at the same time. Yijing looked into Jiang Yi-chu's eyes and said, "It's a bit hot today. I want to eat." Okay then, she had just finished reading and her mind was clear. She also wanted something sweet. Jiang Yi-chu smiled and ran to the kitchen, opening the fridge. "It's just enough for 2. This is the last coconut. Should we secretly eat it without telling Grandpa?" Her light yellow pajamas looked simple and pure on her. As she ran, her clothes lightly lifted. "Keep going." Jiang Yi-chu didn't know when she had returned beside him. She held her bowl and accidentally bumped Yijing's wrist. "We agreed on 1 bowl each," she said with a bright smile. Yijing took the bowl from her, their fingertips briefly touching. He felt her cold fingers. He frowned slightly. "It's too cold. You should eat less." "It's okay." Jiang Yi-chu shook her head. The dim yellow light revealed a faint tiredness on Yijing's face. Jiang Yi-chu asked, "Have you been training a lot these days?" Yijing nodded. "It's okay. The training was the same every day." Compared to the harsh natural environment in the Northwest, returning to Beijing felt surprisingly easier. Ying-jung pressed his lips together and didn't say he was tired, mainly because he had been eager to go home every day lately. He was used to being alone during those previous years. But recently, something felt strange. At 6 o'clock, his mind would involuntarily drift to Jiang Yi-chu's smiling face as they ate together. Jiang Yi-chu nodded without saying more. Ying-jung suddenly realized his answer sounded a bit perfunctory. He added, "Our training is divided into 3 parts: physical fitness, grip stability, and focus training. Recently, we've been focusing on concentration, so it's okay." This was a profession he had never encountered before. Jiang Yi-chu immediately became interested. "Focus? What kind of exercises do you do for that?" Ying-jung said, "Long-term stealth, resisting distractions, and improving visual focus. Today, I was in the wild for 8 hours. Jiang Yi-chu gasped in disbelief and looked out the window. 30 degrees Celsius, 8 hours outdoors. Ying-jung nodded. "There are cover in the woods, so it's manageable, but you have to endure mosquito bites." He spoke casually, as if it was nothing. Jiang Yi-chu kept marveling. He had thought being a doctor was already a tough job, but it turned out sniping training was even more extreme. "Did you get heat stroke?" Jiang Yi-chu, out of habit, checked Ying-jung's condition with his eyes. Ying-jung smiled faintly, pinched the edge of his bowl, and shook it. "No, this coconut jelly was very timely. No wonder Ying-jung was having late-night snacks tonight." Jiang Yi-chu immediately pushed his own bowl forward. "Then, you can have mine too." Ying-jung glanced at the remaining amount in his bowl, but didn't move. Jiang Yi-chu suddenly realized it wasn't appropriate. He withdrew his bowl and awkwardly smiled. "I was just joking." Ying-jung grabbed his wrist. His body temperature, 2 degrees higher, made Jiang Yichu's back instantly prickle with goosebumps. Didn't you say it was for me? I took it seriously. Before Jiang Yichu could react, he saw his bowl suddenly snatched into Ingzheng's hand. It wasn't as slow and relaxed as before. Ingzheng quickly ate half of the jelly in the bowl in a few bites. Wasn't he supposed to have a cleanliness obsession? Let's go upstairs to rest, it's too late now. Ingzheng placed the empty bowl into the sink. He then returned to Jiang Yichu and urged her to rest. Okay. Jiang Yichu nodded mechanically. Maybe because she ate half a bowl less, she felt a bit hot and thirsty. The topic of sniper training was brought up again during their Sunday date. The weather was perfect. They had agreed that the day would be cloudy and cool. Aunt May only prepared breakfast for 2. Jiang Yichu changed her clothes and went downstairs. Ingzheng was sitting on the sofa on the first floor. This was the first time Jiang Yichu saw Ingzheng in casual clothes. His well-fitted white shirt showed off his broad shoulders and slim waist, and his long legs, covered by dress pants, looked strong and powerful. His back looked very commanding. He also looked very formal. We're going out to eat, Ingzheng said as he turned and stood up. On Sundays, the streets were much busier than usual. At that time, the city's road planning was still quite basic. On the narrow 4-lane road, cars, bicycles, and pedestrians were all crowded together. Someone's coming from behind on a bike. Come inside with me. Ingzheng grabbed Jiang Yichu's arm and pulled her inside a bit for safety. His tall figure gave a sense of security. Sure enough, after 3 or 4 seconds, a bicycle rode past from behind. Jiang Yichu couldn't help but ask Ingzheng, "You didn't turn your head just now. How could you hear the sound of the bike from so far away?" She herself hadn't heard it. The noise on the street was too loud. Ingzheng nodded. We usually practice noise resistance training. This made Jiang Yichu think of an unfinished topic from that day. Noise resistance training also includes listening skills. Ingzheng nodded and replied, yes, it does. Sometimes snipers shoot in noisy environments. Jiang Yichu understood. Suddenly, she thought of a scene from a TV show, a hostage situation with police and criminals. A crowd watching, a loudspeaker at the command center. Ingzheng said, so, in our training, we wear noise-canceling headphones and focus only on our heartbeat and breathing to build mental strength in stressful or lonely situations. Focusing on breathing and heartbeat, Jiang Yichu caught the key words and said, that sounds interesting. They continued talking as they strolled along. The road leading to where she brought him was lined with snack stalls outside the shopping mall. Every 2 steps, there was a tempting smell. There were chestnut cakes, sesame crispy candies, fried dough rings, and the aroma of freshly squeezed tofu juice from a tofu shop. A large steaming bucket of soy milk made with real ingredients. Want some soy milk? Jiang Yichu tugged at Ingzheng's sleeve. This was an instinctive action. Ingzheng stopped, looked down, and glanced at her sleeve. Sorry, I forgot to tell you about your shirt. Jiang Yichu reached out to smooth out the wrinkle. Ingzheng shook his head. It's okay. Next time, just hold my wrist. Huh? That's the answer? Jiang Yichu was momentarily stunned. Ingzheng set an example by reaching out and pulling her wrist. Like this, okay? Jiang Yichu nodded. Got it. Outside the soy milk shop, there was a makeshift table set up by the vendor. Next to a bun shop, a pot of big buns was just ready, with white steam drifting in the breeze. Hey! Jiang Yichu tilted her head to avoid the steam. Then she sniffed and caught a very unfamiliar smell. Back in the Northwest, the army had adopted a small stray cat. Every time the mess hall served food, it would sniff and come over. Seeing Jiang Yichu sniffing the smell, Ingzheng smiled slightly. It's wild celery filling. Wild celery? Jiang Yichu knew it could be used as filling, but she had never tried it. Wild celery was hard to prepare, and the welfare home only focused on feeding the children, not on variety. Restaurants definitely wouldn't make it. Curious about the taste, Jiang Yichu asked Ingzheng, have you tried it? Yes, when I was a kid. Ingzheng nodded. This should be the last batch for the season. The soy milk shop owner brought over 2 steaming bowls of soy milk and explained. They make it really well here. You should try it. Jiang Yichu hesitated, seeing that one portion had 5 buns. Eat it all and give me the rest, Ingzheng said from beside her. One more bun? Jiang Yichu immediately remembered the double-layer milk pudding from a few days ago. But since they were just buns, eating one portion was fine. She nodded and followed Yingzheng to the stall next door. The freshly steamed buns were hot, so Jiang Yichu didn't touch them. Yingzheng took the paper bag from the boss's hand. The two turned around. Before they could stand steadily, they were bumped into by a small child. The child, about 7 or 8 years old, was strong and rushed forward carelessly without watching the road. Yingzheng reacted quickly, blocking Jiang Yichu with his hand. His arm was shaken slightly. If the freshly steamed buns fell, they would either burst or turn red from the heat. Jiang Yichu instinctively reached out to help. Unexpectedly, Yingzheng's arm shook, but his hand stayed still. "Watch the road," Yingzheng said in a deep voice. The child was startled by Yingzheng's serious face, apologized quickly, and hurried away. Back at their seat, Jiang Yichu was still lost in thought. "Wait a bit before eating. What are you thinking about?" Seeing Jiang Yichu staring at his hand, Yingzheng looked up at her. Jiang Yichu honestly said, "I was thinking snipers really have steady hands, or maybe Chu is even better." The same day, the old man told Yingzheng that he had practiced 130 surgical stitches in a minute. "We only train for steadiness and precision, not speed." Jiang Yichu felt her ears heat up when Yingzheng called her, a tingling sensation spreading. She cleared her throat and continued, "Precision? Like sorting rice grains or stacking shells. It's all shown in TV dramas." It was clear Jiang Yichu was genuinely interested in her work. Yingzheng smiled slightly. "Sometimes I practice threading needles." Jiang Yichu nodded. "All right, maybe we can have a competition sometime. People always shine brightest in their own fields." Yingzheng looked into Jiang Yichu's sparkling eyes and nodded. "Let's have a match another day. First, eat the buns. They'll get cold." The wild celery and pork filling was prepared by blanching the celery first, which made it taste excellent. Jiang Yichu took a bite and immediately felt the fresh aroma of celery fill her mouth. "Delicious," she said excitedly, nodding at Yingzheng. Her lively expression made Yingzheng unable to look away, and he smiled along. Little Road Jia, the gate and the wall are quite impressive now. At the entrance of the military district compound, Jiang Sairu came out to pick up Li Chong for an interview. She was already annoyed about working overtime on the weekend, and Li Chong, who was inexperienced, kept shouting loudly next to the guard post. Jiang Sairu frowned impatiently. Li Chong was busy exploring and didn't pay attention, just talking to herself. She looked around left and right. Seeing that Jiang Sairu didn't seem to be waiting for anyone, she went straight into the yard. Li Chong felt something was wrong and grabbed Jiang Sairu. "Xiao Rou, shouldn't we wait for group leader Su? The chief editor said we need to do a joint interview." "A joint interview?" Jiang Sairu snorted impatiently. She remembered what the chief editor said in the office the day before and felt annoyed. What does joint interview mean? When was the last time two people hosted an interview together? Who would get the credit at the end? Jiang Sairu rolled her eyes at Li Chong. "Is it your business? She can compete with me for an exclusive interview, so she must be capable," Li Chong replied confidently. "Hey, who are you talking about?" A female voice came from behind. Li Chong turned around, and it was Su Fong, the person they mentioned earlier. "Group leader Su," Li Chong greeted. Su Fong nodded slightly in response, raised her eyebrows, and walked past Jiang Sairu, stopping in front of her. She lowered her head slightly. Su Fong is about 1.7 meters tall. Even if Jiang Sairu stands straight, she still looks half a head shorter. "Editor Jiang," Su Fong called out, her tone flat but clear about her authority. Jiang Sairu clenched her teeth, grinding them loudly. She remembered that she and Su Fong started at the publishing house around the same time, both trained by the same mentor. They should have been equals in promotion, but thanks to a few lucky choices of topics, last year Su Fong suddenly became her team leader. There is a clear difference in rank, so for this interview, the chief editor specifically asked Su Fong to do it. If she hadn't gone to the chief editor's office in time, the credit would have gone to Su Fong again. Everyone knew this interview before the college entrance exams would be a big hit. Jiang Sairu's eyes darkened. She raised her chin and looked at Su Fong. "Su Fong, the chief editor asked us to do this interview together, but I didn't tell you to lead the way." Why are you acting so high and mighty? Are you blaming me? Su Fong smiled after hearing that. She circled around Jiang Saira twice. Editor Jiang, your status has changed now. You're very sensitive. Jiang Saira was furious. Su Fong didn't give her a chance to speak. All right, I know you have a father-in-law who is a brigade commander. You always rush to get interviews. I dare not let you lead the way. That day, when she barged into the editor-in-chief's office to fight for an interview, the editor agreed to let Jiang Saira join too. The reason was that they lived in the same compound, had a good relationship, and could discuss some issues more deeply. Su Fong couldn't argue back either. She was already holding back her anger. This statement was almost like openly saying, Jiang Saira got this interview because her husband's family used their influence to force the editor-in-chief to include her. Jiang Saira's face changed when she heard this. After a while, she let out a sneer. Su Fong, you're just jealous. Jealous? Su Fong was not used to Jiang Saira. She snorted coldly, looked her up and down, and asked, what do I have to be jealous of? Your looks are average, your speaking is shaky, and your work skills are just so. When it came to work skills, Jiang Saira felt like she was being painfully hit. You think you're capable. Do you not know how you became the team leader? I certainly do. If it weren't for our mentor's favoritism, giving you those interview opportunities, you wouldn't be able to stand here and boast about your abilities. Su Fong found this amusing. She was too lazy to argue with Jiang Saira. She shook her head. Let's just see the articles. I hope you really can promise the editor-in-chief and produce an interview that surprises everyone. Her tone was full of sarcasm, not hiding her disdain. Jiang Saira held back her anger. Just don't mess with my article. Su Fong seemed to hear a huge joke. She snorted. Jiang Saira, you really are as confident as ever. Don't worry, I'll write my own article. I don't care for your trash. Good. Jiang Saira loudly called out to Li Chong. Li Chong, did you hear? It's not that Su team leader doesn't want to work with us. After the interview, we each write our own article. When the editor-in-chief asks, remember to vouch for me. One was the brigade commander's daughter-in-law, and the other was her direct superior. Li Chong didn't dare offend either of them. He shrank back and nodded. At home. The old man watched TV in the living room for a while, then found it boring and turned it off. Do you want some water? Aunt May asked him. Zhu Xingqian shook his head and got up to walk to the yard. No, I'm feeling stuffy inside. I want to go outside and get some fresh air. Aunt May guessed his thoughts. She smiled and said, it's not just boredom. You're probably feeling a bit lonely, right? Zhu Xingqian smiled but didn't say anything. Before, when Chu Girl was at home, she was quietly studying upstairs. I felt the house was lively then. Aunt May nodded in agreement. Yes, Chu is clever and thoughtful. She makes delicious food for you every day, and Ajan has been talking more lately. Zhu Xingqian looked at Aunt May. Talking about Ajan is fine, but why bring me into it? It's not like I'm craving snacks or something. I'm not craving snacks. Aunt May shook her head and sat comfortably with the old man in the yard. All right, you sit here. I'll go inside and get you something to drink. No need, I'm not thirsty. The old man waved his hand. Aunt May looked at him. Dandelion and hawthorn tea, made by Chu before she left. Are you sure you don't want some? Go get it quickly. The old man changed his mind immediately. The small team of 3 found the yard entrance by the house number. Jiang Saira saw the familiar door, and her face suddenly changed. Standing at the door, she felt like her legs were made of lead and couldn't move. Li Chong pushed her gently, asking, Xiaorou, what's wrong? Su Fong was walking ahead, about to knock on the door, but turned around when she heard Li Chong. Seeing Jiang Saira distracted and lost in thought, she sneered and asked, What? Only know how to be mean? You haven't even seen the person and you're already scared? Jiang Saira looked at Su Fong's moving lips, then shook her head hard. Her ears were buzzing. She couldn't hear what Su Fong and Li Chong were saying clearly, her eyes fixed on the house number on the wall. Old Zhu lives here. How is that possible? She must have the wrong place. She rushed to the wall with the house number, wishing she could burn a hole through the wood with her gaze. She slammed her fist hard. People from the publishing house, hearing voices at their door, the old man peeked over. Since Zhu was already talking, Su Fong didn't bother to pay attention to Jiang Saira's strange behavior. I knocked gently on the door and adjusted my collar. Hello, Director Zhu. We are here for an interview. Is it a good time? I had called ahead and was helping old Fong. Zhu Xingqian stood up from the rattan chair. No problem, come in. The four of us walked into the house one after another. Su Fong walked beside the old man. Usually, Jiang Sairu, who never missed a chance to show herself, was walking slowly at the back, staying far behind. She was from the publishing house. Su Fong frowned impatiently and looked back with her peripheral vision. Jiang Sairu felt sweat running down her back. The person from Yingzheng family. Yingzheng's grandfather was the director of the military hospital. There were no notes on the interview materials. Last night, she stayed up most of the night practicing for this interview, memorizing Zhu Xingqian's life story. But there was no information about his family on the documents. And in her past life, Commander Liang never mentioned this either. What should she do now? They were 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter away from the door. No, at the last step, Jiang Sairu decisively stepped back. She couldn't run into Jiang Yichu. She couldn't meet Jiang Yichu in such a subordinate position. Li Chang. Jiang Sairu quickly pulled the person beside her.
I don't feel well.
You, take the script I prepared and go do the interview alone. Li Chang looked at Jiang Sairu's pale face and panicked eyes. She didn't understand how she suddenly changed like this. But being able to do the interview alone meant she was giving her the chance. Li Chang nodded happily, as if she had caught a big opportunity. Then you go back and rest, Sister Xiaoro. Don't worry, I promise to do a good job. Okay? Yes, you, a higher-pitched voice interrupted Jiang Sairu's unfinished words. Aunt May heard voices from the yard while in the kitchen. She put the tea in the living room and came out to open the door. As soon as she opened it, she recognized Jiang Yasho's adopted daughter from Jiang's family by her side profile. When she called out, Zhu Xingqian immediately looked over and asked, May, what's wrong? That family person. Zhu Xingqian's face darkened instantly after hearing this. Go away. Stay far from my house. Su Fong's foot hadn't stepped into the house yet, so she was once again pushed out into the yard by a dismissal order. Aunt May slammed the door with emotion. Director Zhu said we can do an interview, but please send a more professional person next time. Su Fong and Li Chang were both confused. Following Aunt May's gaze, they looked at Jiang Sairu. In front of colleagues, being publicly dismissed, Jiang Sairu looked embarrassed. She stubbornly said, refusing the interview at the last minute, Old Zhu isn't very professional either. Hearing Jiang Sairu say this, Su Fong glared at her sharply, signaling her to be quiet. Aunt May smiled after hearing this. Our old master doesn't care about professionalism. He only cares about supporting his daughter-in-law. The words, supporting, were emphasized. The meaning was clear. She was responding to Jiang Sairu's earlier sarcastic remark. Su Fong and Li Chang didn't understand these words. But from Jiang Sairu's expression, they guessed that she had a conflict with old Zhu before, which was why Aunt May was so rude to them. Jiang Sairu clenched her fingers around her bag strap until her knuckles turned white. Aunt May glanced at her and chuckled softly. She raised her chin. Look, the He family is right next door. If you're unhappy, you can also call your parents-in-law to support you. Our old master is waiting at home. After saying this, Aunt May went straight inside. Did she go in? Or leave? Call me when she leaves. Jiang Yichu covered her eyes tightly. What misunderstanding does Yingzheng have about dating? His first date was to watch a horror movie. That bloody, gory face, seriously? Jiang Yichu didn't dare look and could only cover her eyes, waiting for Yingzheng to spoil the plot. Not gone yet. I'll call you when he leaves. A big hand covered Jiang Yichu's hand, helping her block the light even more. In her ear, there was a breath, then a scream. Without sight, the audience around them occasionally made frightening sounds, making the atmosphere in the cinema even more tense. Jiang Yichu's palms sweat. Their hands were clasped together. Yingzheng sensed her pulse under his palm and paused. This movie doesn't seem very good. Should we leave first? Yes. Jiang Yichu didn't hesitate for a second. After hearing this, she turned and rushed toward the door. She took small, hesitant steps forward, both timid and adorable. He nodded in agreement and quickly caught up with her. Sorry, I didn't know it was a horror movie in advance, The title of the film sounded quite artistic. Looking at the ticket stub, Jang Ichu couldn't tell it was a horror film either. So, she didn't blame Heejung. Jang Ichu shook her head. It's okay, just a waste of 2 tickets. It's too scary. When Jang Ichu said this, her eyes widened in surprise. In her pupils, a faint mist seemed to linger, as if after being covered by a hand for a long time. Heejung looked at her a bit longer, then swallowed and said, I thought you medical students are used to blood and wouldn't be afraid. Oh my. Jang Ichu felt that this was the biggest misunderstanding about medical students from the outside world. She said, I'm a doctor, not a priest. Human matters are our business, but ghost stuff is handled by other departments. Heejung couldn't help but laugh. He looked a bit embarrassed and quickly turned his head away. But Jang Ichu still heard it. This man, every time he laughed before, was either just slightly smiling or lowering his eyes with a soft voice. This was the first time Jang Ichu heard Heejung laugh out loud. She tilted her head, curious, and looked at him closely. Heejung, are you secretly laughing? Yeah. Caught in the act, Heejung simply admitted openly. You say funny things, I like listening. He then straightened his expression and added seriously. This man. Jang Ichu noticed that Heejung seemed very good at pretending to be serious while saying surprising things, like calling her wife or calling her choo-choo. Jang Ichu thought, speaking sweet words with a cold face, this kind of man probably fits that description. She paused for a moment, and the two of them went downstairs along the stairs. Just as they reached the resting platform. Hey, Hwaiyan, be gentle. I'm pregnant. A light gasp came from around the corner of the corridor. Hwaiyan?
Cheating?
Jang Ichu immediately stopped, turned her head to look at Heejung. For a moment, she didn't know which feeling to express first. Hwaiyan, maybe a mistaken name. But by a stroke of luck, Jang Ichu vaguely felt that this person was Hwaiyan. Liang Ying had said that Hwaiyan had almost committed a crime of assault before. But sneaking around downstairs in the cinema. Buddy, you must be too desperate. Eavesdropping is not good. Jang Ichu looked at Heejung with her eyes, asking whether they should go back the same way. The cinema was on the 3rd floor. There were stairs only on the east and west sides. If they went back the same way, they would have to take a big detour to the east stairs. Heejung nodded and reached out to Jang Ichu. Her mind was filled with the low moan from earlier, and Jang Ichu didn't react immediately. When she saw Heejung reach out, she instinctively took his hand. After leaving the cinema, Jang Ichu sighed in relief. She asked Heejung, now that the rules are so strict about proper conduct, they're still inside the cinema. Not just now, even decades later, this would be criticized online thousands of times. In a public place. They weren't paying attention to their impact at all. Above, a ghost movie was playing. Below, an adult love film. Jang Ichu said angrily, why can't they go to a guest house? Heejung gently reminded her, you can't book a room unless you're married. Jang Ichu finally understood and exclaimed, oh, no wonder. No wonder they dared to do this openly in public. They must have known that tickets were rare, and no one would leave halfway, so they dared to be so bold. But they're pregnant and not married. Jang Ichu remembered what she overheard earlier. She quietly leaned close to Heejung's ear and whispered, do you think it's a coincidence of names? The names in Hwai is not an unusual one. Sharing a name is common. But being pregnant before marriage, plus what Liang Ying said earlier about Hwai having a criminal record, Jang Ichu increasingly thought that person was Hwai. If that's true, then Jang Sire's rebirth might get really interesting. Jang Ichu curled her lips slightly. Then she heard Heejung suddenly say beside her, I'll tell you in a few days. Jang Ichu responded softly, turned her head, and only then realized Heejung was answering her earlier question. This man. Talking about gossip is just talking, no one really digs for details. But Heejung actually answered her seriously. Jang Ichu was amused, stared at Heejung for a few more seconds. What's wrong? Heejung looked into her eyes calmly, with no visible emotion. Jang Ichu withdrew her gaze and shook her head. Nothing. I'm just curious about what the cold-face cute expression looks like. It's a new phrase, so I didn't understand it at first, but it's easy to get the meaning. When we reached the roadside, I said, if you're tired, let's take a bus home. We didn't watch the movie all the way through, and I wouldn't want to tire everyone out. No need. Jong Ichu shook her head. After a week of morning runs and drinking spring water, I now feel much stronger and more energetic. That steamed bun in the morning was really tasty. When we go back, let's stop by the snack street and buy some for Grandpa and Aunt May to try. I wanted to bring the buns home for Grandpa to taste. Hearing this, I momentarily felt a bit lost. The last time I heard such words was when I was very young. That year, Fong Yao had just married into the Yi family. During the new year, there's a tradition to visit the bride's family on the third day, so Fong Yao prepared a bunch of gifts for Yi Huan to carry back, saying he should give them to Grandpa to try. Later, when I was in the Northwest during the annual family visit, He Sun would also prepare special local products to bring back to his parents and siblings before returning to Beijing. Back then, I was too young and once envied the warmth of sharing delicious food with family. As I grew older, I gradually got used to living alone. The soft feelings in my heart were worn away by time. Jiang Ichu's words were like a stone thrown into a calm pond, stirring gentle ripples in my usually peaceful heart. I didn't hear Yizheng speak for a while, so Jiang Ichu turned to look at him. Why aren't you talking? Is Grandpa not used to wild celery? Those thoughts sounded a bit pretentious. Yizheng swallowed and looked into Jiang Ichu's eyes, saying, I'm used to it. Then he added, thank you. When he said this, his eyes showed strong emotions. Maybe he was recalling something from the past? Jiang Ichu didn't ask further and just smiled. No need to thank me. Couples should do that. Yes, Yizheng replied with a faint smile. To prevent the buns from getting cold and losing their taste, the two of them bought some and took a bus home. On the way, they passed the community service area. At a fork in the road, Jiang Ichu gently tugged Yizheng's wrist. Go home first. I need to pick up some things from the tailor shop. The big courtyard is like a small community. To meet the daily needs of the officials, the service area has a barber shop, a service center, a laundry, and a tailor shop. Aunt May is good friends with Zhao, the lady who runs the tailor shop. So when Jiang Ichu said she wanted to make a set of running clothes, she brought over some fabric. Aunt Zhao said it would be ready by Sunday. Since it was on the way, Jiang Ichu thought she could take it home and wear it the next morning. Yingzheng said, it's not far. I'll go with you. That's fine. Jiang Ichu nodded. Aunt Zhao's tailor shop is the third one down the street. She's getting older, and sometimes her ears aren't as sharp when she works. At the shop entrance, Aunt Zhao tied a small bell. When the bell rang, Aunt Zhao looked up from her sewing machine. Seeing it was Jiang Ichu, she smiled and asked, Chu, are you here to pick up your clothes? Hello, Aunt Zhao. Jiang Ichu left the door open for easy access. Are the clothes ready, Aunt Zhao? Yes, they're done. Hearing the bell ring again, Aunt Zhao looked over while talking. She saw a young man entering, standing beside Jiang Ichu. Uncertain, Aunt Zhao asked Yingzheng, is that the young man from the Zhu family? They last met about 7 or 8 years ago. Hello, Aunt Zhao. Yingzheng nodded. Aunt Zhao patted her thigh happily and said, wow, you've grown so tall. Look at you two, standing together. You both look very handsome. Your build is great. You've trained well. Aunt Zhao's smile stretched wide with pride. Her eyes moved back and forth between Jiang Ichu and Yingzheng with a motherly smile. No wonder Xiao Mei told me you two are close. That look, with its meaningful gaze. All right. I won't keep you two. Go home. Wait a moment, I'll go inside and get your clothes. After saying that, Aunt Zhao happily went inside. Jiang Ichu stayed where she was, feeling a bit uncomfortable under Aunt Zhao's lingering gaze. She praised Yingzheng's health and mentioned that Aunt May said they were close. Together, those two comments sounded a little strange. Aunt May probably shouldn't tell others about the misunderstanding where she saw Jiang Ichu injure her leg that day, right? She turned slightly, giving Yingzheng a questioning look. In his eyes, she saw the same suspicion. After a moment, Yingzheng shook his head and said, no, Aunt May is very careful. That's good. Jiang Ichu sighed in relief. Just as she finished speaking, Aunt Zhao came out holding a drawing and some clothes. Chu, come over and take a look. Anne didn't do anything wrong to you, did she?
Aunt.
Suddenly, I remembered that besides the short-sleeved shirt I wore while running, Zhao Aunt also made me some underwear. Jiang Yichu immediately reached out to take it, but it was too late. Zhao Ant was very quick. Just as Jiang Yichu raised her hand, she quickly shook out the clothes and laid them flat on the sewing machine. This is the pattern you gave me. I made it according to that. Take a look and see if the size fits. 2 small pieces of fabric about the size of a palm. Jiang Yichu asked Zhao Ant to make a few more. Zhao Ant made 5, laying them out in a row on the table. Look at this. You young people always have new ideas. Annie has never seen something like this before. Jiang Yichu felt her head drooping toward her chest in embarrassment. But Zhao Ant didn't notice and looked up at Yingzheng. That look clearly showed that Zhao Ant thought of this underwear as something secret or private. Jiang Yichu. It's really not what you think. This is just normal underwear. She now wished she could find a hole to hide in. But then she thought, it's normal that Zhao Ant hasn't seen this kind of thing. In those days, women's underwear styles were simple. Most women either wore homemade vests or bought ready-made underwear from the market. Jiang Yichu had looked around during her shopping trips. The current ready-made underwear was very basic, still in the era, without steel rings or padding. This was not very friendly to women with fuller figures. And Jiang Yichu herself was one of those with a fuller figure. In summer, the fabric was thin. To protect her privacy, she drew the pattern herself and asked Zhao Ant to help make it. Zhao Ant was indeed skillful and did a very good job. If only her mind were a bit more innocent and pure, it would be even better to just give it to her directly. Why aren't you saying anything? Zhao Ant didn't seem to notice Jiang Yichu's embarrassment and pointed at the underwear on the table for her to check. It's hard to find a good steel ring, so Zhao Ant made the shoulder straps with a buckle design to ensure lift. Without foam padding, Zhao Ant thought of a way to sew some soft gauze inside the underwear as a substitute, making it soft and breathable. Choo-choo, look at this. How did I do? Are you satisfied? Zhao Ant's eyes were full of pride in her craftsmanship. After leaving the tailor's shop, Yingzheng didn't speak on the way home. Usually, he never let Jiang Yichu carry things by herself. But today, he didn't take the cloth bag from her. Well, Aunt Zhao had already lined up all the items earlier, and Yingzheng wasn't blind. Of course he saw them. Jiang Yichu closed her eyes, wishing she could disappear from the world. It wasn't just that Yingzheng had seen it. What really made her embarrassed was the look Aunt Zhao gave them. That knowing smile, that curious gaze. Jiang Yichu was sure Aunt Zhao must have thought she wanted to wear that for Yingzheng to see. How frustrating. If time could go back 10 minutes, if she had remembered before entering the house that besides regular clothes, she had also asked Aunt Zhao to make some undergarments, she would never have let Yingzheng come in. The walk home was awkward for both of them. When they entered the yard, they almost bumped into each other. Because of their height difference, when Jiang Yichu looked up, she saw Yingzheng's ears were bright red. She felt relieved. All right, at least she wasn't the only one embarrassed. That made her feel better. When they entered the house, the atmosphere felt a bit cold. The old man was sitting on the sofa. Just from his back, Jiang Yichu could tell something was off. Grandpa, she called softly. He seemed to notice them only then. Not pleased, he said, didn't you say you were going on a date? Why are you back so soon? Yingzheng looked uneasy under his gaze. Jiang Yichu quickly answered, we got tired from walking. Oh, and we brought you some buns. Wild celery flavor. The brown paper bag was still warm from the heat outside. Jiang Yichu said, Yingzheng said this is the last batch of the season. In a few days, there won't be any left. The fresh scent of celery came through the bun skin, light and pleasant. The old man took one, bit into it and looked satisfied. See? The girl is thoughtful. If I relied on this boy, he's been away for years and never remembered to bring me anything to eat. Yingzheng looked up and reminded him, you were on Cheongzhou Island, and I was in the northwest. How could I bring it to you? The old man glared at him. Listen to him, still talking back. Yingzheng wasn't usually talkative, but in front of the old man, he showed a bit of childishness. Jiang Yichu found the scene amusing. After her grandfather finished eating and rested for a while, she finally asked about the strange atmosphere she had felt when they came in. Grandpa, was today's interview not smooth? Old Mr. Zhu snorted upon hearing this. No interview. I didn't let them in. Jiang Yichu went to see Aunt May. Just then, Aunt May brought over a cup of red date water and said to Jiang Yichu, "The visitor is Jiang Sairu. Is it a publisher's interview?" That day, when Director Fong talked with Grandpa, Jiang Yichu wasn't nearby. This morning, when she left home, she only heard someone was coming to do a special interview for Grandpa. She thought it was a TV station, but it turned out to be a publisher? Or Jiang Sairu. No wondering Huayan had time to sneak off to the cinema for a secret meeting, Jiang Yichu immediately understood. "Yes," the old man replied coldly. "3 people came, and I told them to leave." Aunt May secretly gestured to Jiang Yichu from the side. Jiang Yichu understood part of it. She smiled and asked Grandpa Zhu, "Grandpa, are you venting your anger for me?" Grandpa Zhu smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Yichu asked again, "Did you feel better?" "Somewhat." Zhu Xianqian paused and spoke honestly. After all, his status and age were obvious. He couldn't curse like he used to when he was young. But he didn't curse. Thinking about Aunt May learning to speak that day, and Jiang Sairu's rude words, and today he just told them to leave, he felt a bit unsatisfied. Seeing Grandpa's thoughts, Jiang Yichu asked, "How about I cook you a bowl of longan and lotus seed soup tonight? Will that help you feel better?" "That would be good." Grandpa immediately nodded. He was comforted. Meanwhile, outside, it was a different scene altogether. For such an important feature, the publisher had reserved the largest space. But on the day of the interview, a big problem suddenly arose. They had to cancel at the last minute, which was a rare accident for the publisher in a year. The chief editor, who was relaxing at home on a Sunday, was forced to be called back to the office to work overtime. It was uncertain whether Grandpa Zhu's interview could proceed smoothly tomorrow. The office quickly formed a small team to brainstorm backup plans. If Grandpa Zhu refused future interviews out of anger, the empty space would need to be filled with new articles. The editorial department was responsible for contacting the next scheduled interviewee and seeing if the interview could be rescheduled earlier. The administrative department is responsible for organizing the interviewee's information. The photography team is preparing new equipment for a reshoot. The entire publishing house is paying the price for Jiang Sairu's mistake. All afternoon, the phone at the publishing house kept ringing nonstop. Meanwhile, Jiang Sairu had nothing to do. The chief editor only glanced at her and told her to go home. As she left the publishing house, her colleagues' gazes and Su Fong's smug expression felt like sharp knives, stabbing her face again and again. Back at the courtyard, passing by the Zhu family's gate, she heard joyful laughter all around.
Why?
Why was her carefully planned marriage, which she had been working on for months, taken away by Jiang Yichu? Why does that old man always defend Jiang Yichu? Now, with the dean's grandfather around, Jiang Yichu must be even more proud. She clenched her bag, strapped tightly. Inside her bag was the interview script she had prepared all night yesterday. But now it was useless. Jiang Sairu vented her anger by pulling out those scrap papers from her bag and tearing them apart fiercely. Suddenly, someone from behind forcefully bumped into her shoulder. She slipped forward and almost fell. "Can't you watch where you're going?" she snapped, turning around angrily. Ing Huayan stood there with a cold smile, arms crossed, watching her with a mocking look. "Standing at Zhu's gate and still thinking about my brother," he said openly in front of everyone. It was simply crazy. Jiang Sairu was so angry she lost her mind, rushing forward to cover Ing Huayan's mouth. "Shut up. Stop acting crazy too." Ing Huayan frowned and stepped back as she lunged at him. "Jiang Sairu, I tell you, this isn't the Jiang family. If you're going to act crazy, go back to your own home." Midway through her outburst, Jiang Sairu suddenly stopped. She leaned toward Ing Huayan's collar, sniffed, and said, "Ing Huayan, why does your clothes smell like lady's snow cream? Today, don't expect me to explain everything clearly or you won't leave. I think you're really crazy." The two of them argued from the street all the way into the yard, until Fong Yao pushed open the door and stopped them with a bad mood. "What are you doing?" "Just hearing you two arguing inside. What's going on?" "Jiang Sairu is the one causing trouble." Ing Huayan spoke first. Fong Yao ignored him, looked around, and whispered quietly, "Can't even have a peaceful day. Truly married a spoiled rich girl." Leaning by the door, she glanced at the two and said, "Come inside and talk." Huan slightly tilted his head and smiled. That angle seemed like he was deliberately showing Jiang Sairu. "You." Jiang Sairu was furious, but Fang Yao gave her a sharp look and she swallowed her words. After entering, she told the maid to leave and hurriedly complained to Fang Yao. "Mom." Huan's clothes smell like a girl's lotion. Fang Yao was stunned for a moment, turned to look at Huan. He looked indifferent, with his coat still hanging crookedly on the sofa, sitting awkwardly. Fang Yao silently frowned, took a breath, and turned away. "Just smelling a bit of lotion. Is that worth making a fuss outside? Jiang family really hasn't taught you any manners." Fang Yao's voice was soft, but Jiang Sairu still heard it. Her chest felt tight, and her eyes reddened. "Making a fuss? Mom, do I only count as making a fuss if I see Huan with another woman?" Fang Yao was annoyed by her retort. She shouted, "Enough. Stop making a fuss at home. What's wrong with a bit of lotion smell? Are there no female soldiers in the army?" Huan chuckled when he heard that, looked over and repeated, "Exactly, Jiang Sairu, are there no female soldiers in the army?" The mother and son were in sync. Jiang Sairu's forehead veins bulged with anger. She thought Fang Yao just liked to act like a bossy mother-in-law. Family is a military family with a proper background. Huan's temper was bad, but he was just unhappy about the marriage. With time, feelings could develop, but she didn't expect Fang Yao to be so unreasonable. Jiang Sairu loudly exclaimed, "It's the weekend, no need to go to work, so why do we need to see any female soldiers?" Fang Yao's face darkened. "You work overtime and Huan can't do the same. Is she really trying to smooth things over?" Jiang Sairu looked at Huai. Huan was nearby, watching the scene with great interest, his eyes carrying a teasing look. Fang Yao said, "I'm not the one blaming you. It's the weekend, and you're still going out. Is that really so busy at a small publishing house?" Before she finished talking about the snow cream issue, she suddenly blamed her for working overtime again. Jiang Sairu felt helpless and couldn't say anything. But Fang Yao seemed to have found a reason and clung to it tightly. "I ask you, if you don't go out, can Huan go out and wander freely? Newly married." Fang Yao looked at Jiang Sairu with a sarcastic tone. "Have you ever seen a young wife who stays at home all the time? I'm working normally." Fang Yao didn't let her finish. "All right, I remember I already warned you once. Since you married into our family, don't think about being a career woman anymore. Take care of the family and look after your husband. That's your main duty." Ha! Jiang Sairu was so angry she almost laughed. Huan really needed her to take care of him. She couldn't help but ask, "Is your son the kind who always follows orders? Don't you know that yourself? Are you really trying to argue with me?" Fang Yao's eyes sharpened. With that attitude, Jiang Sairu almost blurted out more, but swallowed her words. She lowered her head, unwilling, and said, "No." Huan watched the scene with a teasing smile and said coldly, "All right, Mom. Maybe your daughter-in-law is upset from working overtime. Don't bother her." This was deliberately twisting her anger today into a tantrum caused by work stress. Seeing Huan's carefree attitude nearby, Jiang Sairu felt a wave of nausea rise in her. Unconsciously, her mind recalled the scene of old Master Zhu supporting her during the day. Compared to the current siege by Ying's mother and son, it was truly ironic. Jiang Sairu pressed her forehead and forced a bitter smile. What kind of family had she married into? Her fists clenched tightly beside her. "What are you laughing at?" Fang Yao looked over confused. In the yard, the sound of a car braking came through. Liwei had returned from a military district meeting. There was no time to think too much. Fang Yao composed herself and quietly warned Jiang Sairu, "Whatever you want to say, wait until tomorrow. Your dad is back. Don't cause trouble in front of him. The old man has a weak heart, so he usually takes a nap in the afternoon." Jiang Yichu promised to make longan and lotus seed soup tonight. After her bath, she helped Aunt May in the kitchen. The soup is easy to make but takes time. Wash the longans, soak the lotus seeds, then cook on low heat for an hour. Seeing Jiang Yichu's face turn red from the sun, Aunt May told her to rest upstairs. "I'll call you when it's ready. I'm not tired." Jiang Yichu shook her head. She saw fresh vegetables Aunt May bought on the ground. Since I have time, I'll also make a cold chicken dish. It's hot, and we don't have much appetite, so we'll eat something cold tonight. It's another new dish. Aunt May nodded. All right, I'll help with that. There's plenty of meat at home. The leftover half of a coconut chicken is frozen in the fridge, waiting to thaw. Aunt May prepared broccoli, cabbage, potatoes, and wood ear mushrooms. Jiang Yichu was in charge of making the sauce. 1 spoon of Sichuan pepper oil, 3 spoons of soy sauce, 1 spoon of sugar, 1 spoon of salt, and 1 spoon of sesame. In another small bowl, she put 4 spoons of dried chili powder, then poured hot oil over it and mixed it into the sauce. The kitchen filled with a spicy, fragrant aroma. It was so strong it made your throat tingle. The sweet aroma of longan and lotus seed soup complemented it perfectly. Aunt May, who isn't used to strong flavors, felt her stomach rumble twice. Aunt May, help me serve half of each dish. I need to go to my godmother's house. Lianging was at home today. She promised to make her something delicious last time. And Zhaoshen's homemade underwear. Jiang Yichu planned to give Lianging 2 pieces. The female soldiers train hard. Lianging needed this even more. When she thought of underwear, Jiang Yichu couldn't help but remember Zhaoshen's meaningful look. No. She shook her head, decided she needed to go out for a walk and clear her mind of these messy thoughts. The bedroom door was slightly open. Without thinking, Jiang Yichu pushed it open. Suddenly, she bumped into Yingzheng, who was shirtless. Yingzheng was working out in the room. It was too hot, so he took off his tank top and was only wearing black pants. When Jiang Yi first entered, he was doing push-ups on the ground. He supported himself with his hands, and his shoulders moved rhythmically as he lowered and raised his body. His side ribs and shark muscle were clearly defined. His back muscles were thin but strong, with perfect lines from the shoulder blades down to the waist, highlighting a narrow waist that was very attractive. From the back, he looked very powerful. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and stepped back, not surprised that Aunt Zhao praised his good health. With this body, who wouldn't be captivated? Sorry, Yingzheng said as he stood up. He looked down and casually wiped the sweat from his palms. I didn't hear you go upstairs. No problem. Jiang Yi shook his head. He blinked, watching the thin layer of sweat on Yingzheng's collarbone form beads and roll down his chest into his pants. There was a subtle, attractive charm in his calmness. Jiang Yi swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry, then took 2 steps to the wardrobe. I'm going to change clothes. Then go ahead. Yingzheng turned aside, making space. I'm going to take a shower. And then what? Liang Ying's eyes sparkled. Jiang Yi didn't even look at her twice, knowing what she was hoping for, and sighed with a smile. Then I'll come find you. The romantic scene in his mind suddenly stopped. Liang Ying, more eager than Jiang Yi himself, shook her head. Choo-choo, you're so clueless about romance. Afternoon workout, such a good atmosphere. While talking, Liang Ying turned her head and noticed Jiang Yi's ears turning bright red. She only realized it afterward. In disbelief, she asked Jiang Yi, I mean, you two have been together for so long. Aren't you still just good friends? Jiang Yi didn't answer directly. Young girl, don't ask about this every week. Liang Ying clicked her tongue and shook her head. I just feel sorry for you. Such a great body, and you see it every day but can't enjoy it. The words became more and more nonsensical. Jiang Yi reached out to grab the bowl of longan and lotus seed soup in her hand. Just give me the soup back and I won't feel sorry anymore. No. Liang Ying sidestepped to avoid. She quickly swallowed a large bowl and eagerly opened the cloth bag Jiang Yi brought. Is this a vest you made for me? Liang Ying shook out the fabric and looked at both the front and back. Seeing the shape of the cloth on her chest, I finally realized what it was. My face turned red, and I quickly shoved the clothes into Jiang Yichu's arms. How can you go out like this? You should keep it on. As expected, whether it's white or black, Liang Ying always ends up calling it yellow. Jiang Yichu sighed and explained, this is sports underwear. I wear it during training because it's comfortable and reduces shock. Wearing it underneath, Liang Ying looked surprised and took the item back from Jiang Yichu's hand. She looked at it for a moment, then compared it to herself. She looked very happy. Did you design this yourself? Jiang Yichu nodded. I drew the design and Aunt Zhao helped make it. Although the female soldiers don't have male colleagues, so privacy isn't a big issue, this underwear isn't as comfortable as the ones on the market. Liang Ying received her new gift, looking stunning. She immediately closed the door and changed clothes. It fits perfectly, just my size. She touched the shoulder strap and then asked Jiang Yichu, "But how did you know my size, Chu? It fits so well, I guessed," Jiang Yichu replied. "My eyes are pretty accurate." Hearing this, Liang Ying immediately covered her chest with her hands in shock. But after a few seconds, her eyes twinkled, and she moved closer to Jiang Yichu again. "With such sharp eyes, when you look at brothering, don't you see anything you shouldn't?" It seemed the previous topic had a continuation. Jiang Yichu looked at Liang Ying and thought of the romantic scene in the bedroom before she left. She honestly commented, "You have a good figure. Slim waist, smooth skin, that's my type." Liang Ying's face immediately turned red after hearing this. Jiang Yichu noticed and teased her. When she was joking, Liang Ying would get shy and stop listening. Liang Ying covered her ears. All right. You two lovebirds should go home and talk behind closed doors." "I won't listen." Jiang Yichu chuckled. "Want me to tell you something more embarrassing?" Liang Ying put down her hand and looked at her curiously. Jiang Yichu said, "Next month, I'll go to the military medical school for a short training course. I'll have a job." The female soldiers only go home once a week, but Jiang Yichu had wanted to share this good news with Liang Ying for a while. A short training course? When Xinhua brought fruit and just reached the door when she overheard her daughter's words. "Did Uncle Zhu help find this?" Jiang Yichu nodded. When Xinhua happily said, "I've been thinking these days about asking Lao Liang if there are any good military family positions available. Now it's all settled. We don't need to worry anymore." "Don't worry too much, godmother," Jiang Yichu replied. Thinking about the incident with Ing Huayan today, Jiang Yichu said, "Maybe in a few days, something will really require your help." At this time, unmarried women couldn't have children. If that person today really was Ing Huayan, then this matter would eventually come to light. When that happens, it will depend on how the Ing family handles it. Unlike before, when they suppressed the scandal about the black market and the King of Bulls, this time, the Ing family still has Jiang Sairu. She doesn't believe Jiang Sairu will quietly accept this loss. This reborn woman, relying on her foresight, is quite proud. She wonders if the trouble will reveal Jiang Sairu's past involvement with the black market and the hired thug. Not sure. Jiang Yichu didn't say everything. She only mentioned it was related to Jiang Sairu. When Xinhua immediately understood. She wasn't impatient either, nodded and said, "All right, godmother will wait for your news." After spending a little more time with Liang Ying, Jiang Yichu didn't stay long and prepared to go downstairs. The first room at the staircase was Liang Heng's. Just as Jiang Yichu reached the staircase, Liang Heng's door opened, and he came out. They didn't have much interaction. Jiang Yichu nodded at him and continued downstairs. "Hey, Jiang Yichu, you saw me but didn't even say hello," Liang Heng called from behind. Jiang Yichu ignored him. Liang Heng kept chasing. "At least we are comrades who have gone through life and death together, right?" Hearing this, Jiang Yichu stopped. She paused on the stairs, turned around, and looked at Liang Heng with a complicated expression. "Are you trying to say we're sworn brothers?" Liang Heng was momentarily stunned, blinked, and rubbed his chin. "Isn't that the same thing?" "Not at all," Jiang Yichu shook her head. "The black market incident was me helping you alone. We are not sworn brothers." "Who said that?" Liang Heng was unconvinced and followed Jiang Yichu all the way out. "Not counting our sibling relationship right now. Just a while ago, our family still had a childhood engagement." Jiang Yichu frowned, wanting to correct Liang Heng's careless words. Unexpectedly, a man's voice spoke first. "Your childhood engagement is with Ing family." Ing Zheng stood at the gate, looking coldly at Liang Heng. Ing Zheng's eyes were light, and when he didn't smile at people, there was an unexplainable sharpness in his gaze. Combined with his cold tone right now, Liang Heng didn't say much. He called out, "Brother Zheng," and then went back inside. "He seems pretty afraid of you." Jiang Yichu looked at Liang Heng's back and asked Ing Zheng. She couldn't quite understand why Ing Zheng would be afraid. He clearly seemed like a good person. Ing Zheng was non-committal. "Maybe. Summer days are long, and today was cloudy, so the temperature was still quite cool. The two of them strolled leisurely side by side toward home. Ingjung smelled of nice soap. He had finished working out and taken a shower. Jiang Yichu asked him, "Did you come specifically to pick me up?" Ingjung didn't answer yes or no. "Grandpa woke up and is craving your delicious cooking. Grandpa probably isn't that eager, right?" Jiang Yichu held her answer in her mind and turned her head to look at Ingjung. She saw his eyelashes flutter slightly. She understood her answer. She asked again, "Then why didn't you knock on the door and come in to find me? Lianging only has 1 day off each week and I didn't want to rush you." So he chose to wait silently? Jiang Yichu looked at Ingjung, feeling admiration for the delicate mind beneath his tough exterior. She appreciated how well they matched. Then she looked up and saw Ingjung also looking at her. Without any preamble, Ingjung spoke. "Did you have a hard time at the Jiang family before?" Jiang Yichu was caught off guard by the abrupt question. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Ingjung's gaze was steady. He paused before saying, "Because I think you care a lot about family. Someone who cares about family now only considers the Liang family as her own. She doesn't mention her biological parents or her adoptive parents." So, he thought Jiang Yichu hadn't had an easy time in those years. Ingjung's eyes showed concern for her. For the first time in her life, she felt someone caring and feeling sorry for her. Jiang Yichu's thoughts swirled, and she took a deep breath, trying to suppress her emotions. She brushed her wind-tousled hair behind her ear and said, "It wasn't very good, but it's over now." She's not good at showing weakness, nor at being sentimental. She saw her frown after hearing her say, "Not very good." Jiang Yichu calmly comforted him, saying, "You should thank my foster parents for being greedy and selling me to the Jiang family for that 1,000 yuan. Otherwise, how would I have met you on the road?" It was a light-hearted remark, but after she finished, she saw that Yicheng's brow furrowed even more. "Jiang Yichu." Yicheng looked at her face and said seriously, "Hardship is never something to thank for." Her words touched her fragile heart, making her feel stuffy inside. "But it's really in the past now." Yicheng gently took her wrist. This was their first proper hand-holding. Yicheng's palm was very warm, and their grip was a bit awkward. But Jiang Yichu could still feel that, beneath the awkwardness, Yicheng wanted to comfort her. The old man woke up from his nap, and the two kids were not at home again. He asked Aunt May and learned that Yicheng had gone to pick someone up. His mood instantly improved. He said to Aunt May, "That's how it should be. When a young couple is close and affectionate, life feels warmer." "Yes," Aunt May nodded with a smile. They heard the door open. The old man peeked out from the living room. "Did you bring them back?" Yicheng's face looked a little awkward for a second. "Grandpa, you must be hungry. Wash your hands and come eat." "Huh? It's only 4 o'clock. Why rush?" Zhu Xingqian glanced at the time. Jiang Yichu guessed Yicheng's thoughts and just smiled without saying anything. They had a light diet for a month. Finally allowed to eat spicy food, Zhu Xingqian was very hungry at dinner. "This hot pot chicken looks a lot like a cold hot pot." "It's cold but tasty." Aunt May nodded nearby. "That's right. Since Choo-Choo has been cooking dinner these days, you can eat half a bowl more each meal. Feeling good makes you eat more," Zhu Xingqian said, "but I have to say, Choo-Choo's herbal medicine really works. I didn't feel palpitations when I woke up today." Aunt May smiled and said, "It's only been a week, and it's just some nourishing herbs. It's not that effective. I think you just want Choo-Choo to cook more meals for you." "Pure nonsense," Zhu Xingqian snorted. This reminded Jiang Yichu to buy ginseng quickly. Otherwise, as the spiritual spring water's effects become more obvious, it will be hard to hide. After running around outside all day, Jiang Yichu was a bit tired today. Early in the evening, she went to bed early. Her sleep schedule was completely in sync with Yizheng's. After taking a shower, she lay back in bed. "Should I turn off the lights?" "Wait a moment." Jiang Yichu didn't answer and moved closer to Yizheng. "Before you leave tomorrow morning, tell Grandpa so the publishers can come for another interview." Yizheng looked at Jiang Yichu. She said, "Since it was agreed in advance, if they use this as an excuse to blame me and delay the publisher's work, it would hurt Grandpa's reputation if it gets out. This was a big feature story, the first of its kind. If any rumors spread, it would cause trouble. Grandpa was defending her, and she didn't want to make things difficult for him. Yijing looked at Jiang Yichu and said, "Okay, I'll tell them." They shared a pillow, turned off the light, and soon only the steady breathing of the man could be heard. It was very calming. Jiang Yichu fell asleep after a short while. She was going to the black market. In the morning, Aunt May was staying home to accompany Grandpa for an interview. Jiang Yichu went out alone. Worried her appearance might be too striking, she took a detour to a department store before heading to the black market and bought some makeup. Last Monday, the black market was quiet. She only bought herbs, with a clear purpose, heading straight to the herbal stall. The seller was a young man in his early 20s with dark skin, clearly someone who had been collecting herbs in the mountains for years. Living off the land, as long as it wasn't obvious, no one would bother. Buying herbs? When the young man saw Jiang Yichu stop in front of the stall, he stood up. Jiang Yichu looked around but didn't see anything she liked. "I want ginseng. Do you have any?" Nowadays, better quality herbs were mostly taken by state-run pharmacies, so there weren't many customers buying from the black market. The young man looked at Jiang Yichu and said, "Yes, I do. But they need to be freshly picked. If you're not in a hurry, I can go to the mountains and find some. We can trade here in a week." A week was fine. Jiang Yichu immediately paid a 2 yuan deposit to the young man. Opposite, the small house where people used to gamble was unusually quiet today. After paying, Jiang Yichu asked, "Is no one playing cards in that house now?" "They reported it, so they're not daring to open it anymore," the young man replied. He clicked his tongue and said, "Ever since that house stopped accepting gambling, the black market hasn't been safe at night." He took the money and specifically warned Jiang Yichu not to come during the dark hours. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yichu asked. Seeing that she was a customer and a young girl, the young man explained. He said that recently, after dark, this alley often gets robbed. Both buyers and sellers are targeted. Jiang Yichu asked, "Does no one report it to the police?" "What's the use of calling the police in the dark?" the young man replied. "Even if no one sees their faces clearly, it's definitely those gambling troublemakers doing it. They won't get away. That group is just a bunch of unemployed street kids who rob and fight for quick money. In short, it's better not to come here at night." Jiang Yichu thanked the young man and nodded before leaving. Jiang Yichu hurried away. If she had stayed a little longer, she would have seen Jiang Sairu at the same stall, wrapped in a scarf, also shopping. The seller was the same young man. Seeing another young girl shopping, he muttered to himself. Strange today, 2 customers in a row, both girls. Jiang Sairu, worried about being recognized, kept her scarf tightly wrapped and didn't hear the young man talking to himself. She looked around the stall and shook her head. The young man saw this and smiled. "The stuff you want isn't here either," Jiang Sairu nodded. "I want something to boost male vitality." No wonder she was so covered up. She was buying tonic for her husband. The young man rummaged through some herbs and handed a few to Jiang Sairu. "Goji berries, epimedium. 1 herb is missing, ginseng. If you're not in a hurry, come back in a week." "I'm in a hurry," Jiang Sairu said, glancing at the herbs. "Get me something that works immediately, the strongest one." "Price isn't an issue." The young man paused and looked carefully at Jiang Sairu. "Are you looking for something to boost vitality, or are you after aphrodisiacs?" "Comrade, those are illegal. Isn't collecting herbs illegally also a crime?" Jiang Sairu side-eyed him, annoyed. "Just tell me if you have it or not." "No," the young man said, putting the herbs back. Gathering herbs isn't legal, but in times of shortages, who in the mountain villages hasn't secretly caught a few wild animals to eat? Selling harmful medicine is not the same thing. Jiang Sairu was so angry at this foolish young man who wouldn't make any money that she felt a headache coming on. She took a deep breath and said, "Fine. Since you seem to live in the village, I want to buy 2 packs of medicine for my animals." "What medicine?" the young man asked, confused. Jiang Sairu gritted her teeth and said, "Breeding medicine for animals. I'll pay 50 yuan for it." The young man was tempted by the price. He hesitated and asked, "You're not planning to use it to harm anyone, right?" Selling medicine and being so cautious was annoying, but Jiang Sairu was desperate to buy it. She replied, "No, I'm a woman. I wouldn't hurt anyone. I'm giving it to my husband." The young man looked at Jiang Sairu carefully again. "All right, wait here." I'll bring it back around 3 in the afternoon. The medicine was handed over.
It was a small paper package.
While counting the money, the young man warned Jiang Siru, you can only use a tiny amount, like a fingernail size. Too much might be too much for the animals. Okay. Jiang Siru took the medicine and was about to leave. Since she had already made 50 yuan profit, the young man kindly called her back. He repeated his warning, and, as a woman, don't come here after dark. There have been more robberies and fights lately, so it's not safe. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Siru was already gone. She left the black market. Jiang Siru found a restaurant and sat down. She took out the medicine to check it. The medicine was strong. Only a little should be given. The young man's words echoed in her mind. She clenched the paper package tightly. It wasn't that she wanted to cause trouble for herself. She just had no choice. This morning, she went to work as usual. As soon as she entered the office, the editor-in-chief called her into his office. He asked her to write a self-criticism report. It needed to be deep and concise, reflecting on the interview accident caused by her personal reasons on Sunday. What was she supposed to reflect on? This had nothing to do with her. But the editor-in-chief insisted. He said if she didn't write it, the publishing house would publicly announce her negligence in her work. There was nothing she could do but agree. In the office, everyone was looking at her strangely. She knew it was probably because Li Chang, the big mouth, had told everyone about Sunday's incident. Just the incident on Sunday wasn't too bad. Someone must have spread the news, because now the entire publishing house knows about her relationship with old Master Zhu. They also know about the rumors that the Jiang family is forcing her to marry. The publishing house and the military compound are from different social circles. Originally, people at the publishing house wouldn't know about these things. Even if they did, no one would dare to talk openly out of respect for the Ying family. Now, people are spreading these rumors because old Master Zhu gave her a warning and the Ying family isn't supporting her. That's why these people are so reckless now. But they're talking behind her back. Jiang Siru has no chance to defend herself. She can only silently swallow her frustration. Su Feng, the editor-in-chief, said, coming out of the office after taking a call, looking angry. Go back to old Master Zhu's house again. Has old Master Zhu agreed to the interview? It's best if no one changes the plan. The editor nodded. Choose 2 people to go. There are 7 people in her team, and Su Feng picked 2, who are usually close to her. Before leaving, they deliberately went over to Jiang Siru's desk to show off. See, this mess is caused because some people insist on using their family power to grab everything. If not for that, we would have finished the interview yesterday. Now it's time to review the articles, but everyone has to stay late. This was originally a problem within their team. When they said they had to work overtime, other members from different departments in the publishing house also glared at Jiang Siru angrily. The team couldn't continue like this. As soon as the interview team left, Jiang Siru took leave and went home. She didn't want to see Feng Yao's face. She went back to the Jiang family. On Monday, Jiang Siru didn't go to work and entered the house looking gloomy. Jiang's mother was worried when she saw her. She hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Jiang Siru was very upset. She told her mother everything from the past 2 days, the interview with the Ying family, and the chaos caused by Ying Huayan. The Jiang family has always been respectable, so Jiang's mother couldn't believe that Ying Huayan, who is newly married, would dare to act so recklessly before even going on their honeymoon. She was furious and wanted to go to the Ying family to demand an explanation. But Jiang Siru stopped her. "Mom, it's useless. Don't go. That's true. The Ying family is still considered outsiders, and the Ying family isn't supporting her. When it comes to her own son, Feng Yao, how could she expect her daughter to be supported?" Jiang's mother sighed and sat down. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." During training, Yingzheng suddenly gave Hesun a task. "Ying Huainan, your stepmother's younger brother." Hesun was so surprised that he almost spat out his water. Yingzheng rolled his eyes and moved aside, nodding. "Don't ask too many questions. Just do as you're told." "Yes, sir." Hesun was used to Yingzheng being quiet, but he was surprised that he was so bossy when asking others to do things. He complained on purpose. Who was really asking whom for help? Yingzheng asked, "Are you going to do it or not?" "Yes, I will." Since Jiang Yichu started making medicinal meals at home, the old man felt healthier every day. After his illness, he often felt tightness in his chest at night. But after eating the medicinal meals, that feeling improved a lot. Feeling better, he also liked to move around more. Every afternoon after sunset, he would go for a walk. Sometimes Mei Yi would accompany him, sometimes Jiang Yichu would go along. The people living in this courtyard had been neighbors for decades. Sometimes, when they met acquaintances, Zhu Xingqian would introduce Jiang Yichu to everyone, saying that their family's ancestors must have had a good fortune to marry such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Jiang Yichu listened and tried to stop him a few times. But she couldn't stop him. Later, she just went with the old man. During this time, Director Fong visited their home again. When he heard about the publishing house, he wanted to come and talk to Zhu Xingqian. Old Zhu, this is my fault. Ziweng doesn't know about the old family grudges. Zhu Xingqian stopped him from speaking further. Director Fong's family didn't live nearby. The two old men had a good relationship, but their children didn't understand each other, which was normal. Zhu Xingqian said, "This small matter doesn't need you to come all this way to explain. It's too distant." "It's not about distance," Director Fong replied. "It's because I heard you have a weak heart lately, and I was worried it might upset you." Zhu Xingqian chuckled twice. "That can't happen. I'm living quite comfortably now." After saying that, he picked up a plate of green bean cakes on the table and pushed it toward Director Fong. "Green bean cakes are delicious. Try some." It was hot outside, and green beans are good for cooling down and satisfying cravings. The elderly are careful about sugar intake, and his wife usually kept a close eye on that at home. Director Fong really wanted to eat some. He didn't refuse. He picked up a piece and took a bite. Nodding in agreement, he said, "Sweet and not greasy, that's good. Where did you buy it?" "My daughter-in-law made it for me this morning." It seemed like he had been waiting for Director Fong to ask that question. Zhu Xingqian paused thoughtfully and asked, "Oh right, old Fong. I remember your grandson is also of marriageable age, isn't he?" With a teasing tone, Director Fong's face darkened as he quickly lost his appetite for the green bean cake. Let's not talk about that. Let's discuss your daughter-in-law's school plans. Her classes start next Tuesday. Is she ready?" Zhu Xingqian didn't answer directly. He glanced at the coffee table. Director Fong didn't understand and picked up an egg. He asked Zhu Xingqian, "Did your daughter-in-law cook this for you too?" Zhu Xingqian smiled mysteriously. That girl brought it for practice. Recently, he had been finishing work early in the evenings. He had mentioned wanting to practice hand skills during the movie night. Jiang Yichu had almost forgotten about it. It was Zhu Xingqian who remembered first. One evening after dinner, Jiang Yichu was lying on the bed with a book in her hand. He finished his shower and walked over, asking, "Earlier, you said you wanted to compare skills with rice grains. Do you want to try?" This was an invitation from a top sniper. Jiang Yichu, who was a top student in school, naturally couldn't resist the temptation. "Yes," Jiang Yichu said, "but we need to change the way we compare." Zhu Xingqian looked at Jiang Yichu, confused. Jiang Yichu explained, "Snipers compare accuracy, but we doctors compare speed and steadiness. So, you wear rice grains and I peel raw eggs." Zhu Xingqian was confused, as peeling raw eggs wasn't part of sniper training. Jiang Yichu explained further, "Eggs have shells and membranes. I only peel off the shell. If the membrane around the egg white isn't broken, it's a success." That sounded interesting. Zhu Xingqian nodded in agreement. They went to the kitchen to get ingredients. Neither returned to the study. Instead, they started working in the living room. At the same time, Zhu Xingqian and Aunt Mei weren't asleep. Seeing that the young couple wasn't reading today and instead doing manual work, they both curiously gathered around. A 10-minute timer started. Zhu Xingqian threaded rice grains, while Jiang Yichu used tweezers to peel raw eggshells. One practiced precision, the other practiced steadiness. The egg in front of Director Fong was the last one they had left from yesterday's challenge. Zhu Xingqian asked his old friend, "How is it? Is my daughter-in-law quite impressive?" Director Fong was momentarily stunned but didn't deny it. "Yes, she's talented. After school starts, I will definitely take good care of her." "Please don't." Zhu Xingqian was proud but had no real intention of asking his friend for help. In this line of work, every case involves a life, and skill is everything. "What does taking care of her have to do with you?" Besides, Zhu Xingqian glanced at Director Fong and sneered, "With my daughter's talent, do I need your help? Stop tarnishing our girl's reputation. Sometimes having a background isn't a good thing." Like the children in this big estate, many achieved excellent results in the military, but because of their parents' fame, people thought they got ahead through favoritism. To prevent such misunderstandings, before Director Fong left, Zhu Xingqian specifically warned him, "Don't let anyone know about your relationship with my daughter or me. Understand?" The day after Director Fong left, Aunt May and Old Master Zhu started preparing for Jiang Yichu's first day at school. What preparations? Even buying a few things 4 or 5 days early seemed a bit much to Jiang Yichu. But Old Master Zhu didn't think so. He said, "It's been many years since we had students at home. Studying is a serious matter, and it should be taken seriously." So, one afternoon, he personally went to the store to buy a fountain pen, a school bag, and notebooks for Jiang Yichu. Aunt May handled the household chores. After working in the kitchen for several days, she made a bunch of dried fruits and snacks, packing them into small bags, saying she could take a little each day to school as snacks for when she was hungry. Having no family before, Jiang Yichu felt warm being cared for like a child for the first time. This feeling of being wrapped in happiness was very addictive. Time quickly passed to the day before school started. After dinner, Aunt May brought a dress for Jiang Yichu, freshly ironed, a white blouse with navy collar and red polka dots. It was knee-length and very fashionable. When she entered the room, Jiang Yichu was looking at herself in the mirror, holding the dress and trying it on. Her slender ankles were exposed, and her skin looked as smooth and porcelain-like as jade under the light. Very pretty. Zhizheng brushed his hair back and walked behind Jiang Yichu. "The general logistics department is not far from our base. I can pick you up in the morning and evening from now on." "No need," Jiang Yichu said as she hung up her skirt. Aunt May asked about the shuttle bus. "I can just take the bus back myself." Zhizheng frowned slightly, seeming a bit unhappy with her refusal. "We are married. No need to worry about trouble," he said. "It's not that I mind," Jiang Yichu smiled, understanding his misunderstanding. She explained, "Director Fong said that this training program is for outstanding individuals recommended by various subordinate units. My spot was added later. If you keep picking me up and dropping me off, it might attract attention. It's a new unit and environment. A person with no degree and overly noticeable looks, connected to someone important." Jiang Yichu didn't want to be targeted on her first day at school. Zhizheng understood and thought for a moment. Then he said, "I'll take you to the station in the morning. The station is about 60 or 70 meters west of the compound." "Is that really necessary?" Jiang Yichu instinctively wanted to refuse. She looked up at his furrowed brow and changed her mind. "Okay, then you can take me." On the first day, she wasn't familiar with the bus schedule. The school required her to report at 9. Worried about being late, Jiang Yichu prepared to leave at 7. Aunt May got up early to buy fried dough sticks outside, saying they would help her have a smooth day. During breakfast, Zhu Xingqian asked Jiang Yichu, "Did you sleep well last night, little one?" It was just a short training class, so there was no need to be nervous. Her grandfather was overprotective, treating her like a child. Jiang Yichu nodded. "Very well." After saying that, she instinctively looked at Zhizheng. Suddenly, her gaze met his deep eyes. He looked straight at her face, with no attempt to hide his gaze. Did she get dirt on her face? Jiang Yichu used a tissue to wipe her face, but found nothing. She looked up again and saw that Zhizheng was still watching her. "What's going on? Do you have something to say?" Jiang Yichu tilted her head and asked. "No." Zhizheng shook his head. "Take your time eating. Come back early tonight." His words sounded as if she wasn't going to school but leaving for several days. Could Zhizheng be feeling separation anxiety? The short training class at the medical school has a total of 56 students. There was just enough students for one class. The list of students was posted on the notice board with red paper. Early arrivals stood on the playground, waiting for the teacher to come and take attendance at 9 o'clock. All the students were from the same system, so they knew each other. They gathered in small groups, chatting quietly. Jiang Yichu and a few colleagues from the nearby county were alone, finding a shady spot to rest and listen to others talk. She hoped to hear some useful teaching information. But somehow, As they talked, the conversation turned to herself. Hey, look over there, that woman in the red polka dot dress. When Jiang Yichu realized she was the only girl wearing a red polka dot dress, she also noticed the gaze from across the way. Wow, she's quite eye-catching. Which organization recommended her? I don't recognize her. Have you seen her before? That's a good question. If I had seen her, I'd go say hello. Since she's not from the city, if our military district had such a pretty person, it would have been known already. But she doesn't look like she's from the local county either. Her appearance and demeanor don't match. I just remembered. I heard that the niece of Director Yang is in this group. Could that be her? No, I've met Director Yang's niece. Look, the one in the blue checkered dress in the northwest corner is the real one. Their voices were soft, barely loud enough to hear. Only Jiang Yichu's sharp hearing caught the words. She was about to stand up and move to another spot. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in a beige fitted suit dress came out of the office building. Everyone's here, right? She stopped under the notice board, looked around, and introduced herself. I am your class teacher for the session, Yang Lan. Come on, sign your names. Once everyone is here, I'll take you to the classroom. Yang Lan held a list of students and began calling out names. Zhang Lingling, Xia Xiaoxin, Wu Meifang, Yang Bei, Jiang Yichu. When she reached Jiang Yichu's name, she looked up. Everyone wondered about her pause, then turned to look. Suddenly, they all took a deep breath. This Jiang Yichu, standing among the crowd, looked a bit too different from everyone else. Not just in beauty, but also in her pure, untouched aura. No wonder the teacher paused halfway through calling names. Jiang Yichu didn't think Yang Lian looked at her because of her appearance. She stood confidently and calmly. After half a second, Yang Lian clapped her hands and said, All right, everyone is here. I will take you to the classroom. Since the short training program only runs once a year, there are no separate teaching areas. Yang Lian walked and introduced the students. Our training lasts 6 months, divided into 2 parts, theory and practice. The theory classes are here. A few students looked around curiously. Yang Lian, with a serious face, reminded them, Don't look around randomly. The buildings nearby are offices of the logistics department. Your job is to learn, so don't be curious about things that don't concern you. The students who were scolded looked away shyly. The classroom could hold 60 people. Yang Lian asked the students to find seats and sit down. Standing at the front, she tapped the blackboard. I believe everyone heard before that the top 2 students in this short training class can go directly to work at the military hospital after graduation. Can we really get into the military hospital? Jiang Yichu sat next to a local official named Xia Xiaoxin, who was recommended from nearby county. At this time, boys and girls couldn't sit together. There were 6 girls in the class. When choosing seats earlier, others didn't want to sit with Jiang Yichu, but Xia Xiaoxin didn't mind. Jiang Yichu nodded and said, I heard so. Let's work hard together. Xia Xiaoxin smiled, showing a dimple. Jiang Yichu nodded. Yang Lian suddenly hit the blackboard twice loudly. Stop whispering. This is a school, not a place for chatting. In 6 months, we will learn 4 courses. Basic medicine, clinical practice, preventive medicine, and practical skills. Basic medicine covers the fundamental knowledge of the body's organ systems: heart, liver, lungs, digestive system, bones, muscles, and their basic functions. It also includes basic pharmacology. Clinical practice is divided into internal medicine and surgery. Internal medicine covers common diseases like pneumonia, bronchitis, gastritis, and ulcers. Surgery involves wound cleaning, suturing, fracture fixation, and treatment of abscesses, burns, and scalds. Preventive medicine teaches about vaccinations, health education, and campaigns to eliminate pests and diseases. The practical class, taught by Yang Lan, is about learning diagnosis, first aid, and treatment skills. During this time, doctors need to know how to give injections. A key part of the practical lessons is learning basic care tasks like injections and foredrips. There are 4 courses, with 2 classes in the morning and 2 in the afternoon each day. The other 3 teachers are very kind, but Yang Lan, the head teacher, is quite strict. In class, students are expected to ask questions. If they can't answer, she scolds them before letting them sit down. Let me remind everyone, I dislike students with poor attitudes. If anyone is just here to get a degree without caring about learning, I suggest they don't come back tomorrow. When Yang Lan speaks, she mostly looks at Jiang Yichu. Even a fool can see Jiang Yichu is being targeted. During break, Xia Xiaoxin asks Jiang Yichu, "Did you offend the head teacher before?" Jiang Yichu shakes her head. No. If Yang Lan hadn't mentioned the degree-faking comment, Jiang Yichu wouldn't have understood the meaning of her special look during roll call this morning. Now she realizes that classmates' names are marked with their recommended units and degrees, but her resume is blank. So, Yang Lan probably thought she was connected to someone important. Jiang Yichu doesn't care much. The short training period is busy and fast-paced, but it's not difficult for her. After school, half the students stay in the dorms, and the other half take the bus home. The bus hadn't stopped yet. Jiang Yichu saw Yingzheng waiting for her at the stop from afar. Yingzheng. Everyone feels happier when they start work. Jiang Yichu jumps off the bus with a smile on her face. This is the first time Yingzheng sees Jiang Yichu so outgoing, and he pauses, asking, "Are you adjusting well on your first day?" "Pretty well." When it comes to her marriage, Jiang Yichu has shared good news but not worries. Yingzheng is a bit doubtful. He asks again, "Did the head teacher cause you any trouble?" Yingzheng asks this. Jiang Yichu turns her head to look at him and stares for a moment. "Why do you ask?" Yingzheng lowers his eyes and meets Jiang Yichu's gaze. "I heard that your class teacher isn't very easy to get along with, so I wanted to check." "Heard what?" "Even the intelligence corps can hear about the logistics department?" Jiang Yichu doesn't believe it. He secretly smiled and quietly moved closer to Yingzheng. "Did you secretly ask Grandpa to find out something for you?" The sweet scent of her sudden approach made Yingzheng's back muscles tense instinctively. The late autumn breeze lifted the girl's hair, and Jiang Yichu's skirt hem brushed against Yingzheng's pants. The man's Adam's apple moved up and down. "Yes, I asked Grandpa to help me find out." Jiang Yichu didn't notice Yingzheng's unusual mood. After a whole day at school, she just wanted to find someone to talk to now. Just like in school days, girls would gather in small groups after class to chat and have snacks. "Why did you ask Grandpa about that?" Jiang Yichu asked Yingzheng. Yingzheng looked away from her eyes. "Grandpa said that after graduation, 2 students would be specially selected to enter the military hospital. But it was said that the choices for these 2 spots had already been decided." "Huh?" Jiang Yichu looked at him in surprise. "They had already decided on the first day of school?" Yingzheng nodded. "Yang Bei and Li Chang'an. Yang Bei is your class teacher's niece, and Li Chang'an is the son of Captain Li. So, it was like a competition for the spots, and the remaining 50-plus students were just competing for the leadership's children?" Jiang Yichu chuckled bitterly. Seeing her reaction, Yingzheng awkwardly comforted her. "But you have the ability, so one of those spots will definitely be yours." "Thanks," Jiang Yichu said, feeling comforted. At home, Aunt May made a meat and vegetable soup in the evening, saying that eating more meat helps with studying and brain power. After the old man recovered his health, his appetite also improved a lot. He finished a whole big bowl and asked Aunt May to serve him more. He said it was because he had been playing chess with an old comrade all day and his brain was tired. Aunt May refused and snorted. "With your attitude today, you'll soon have no chess friends." "Grandpa is so impressive." Jiang Yichu looked up at him. Aunt May complained, "It's not that he's good at chess. During the day, the old man took the green bean cakes you made to the activity center to show off." Wow, that made a few old regiment leaders drool. They said they wouldn't play with Grandpa anymore. Unexpectedly, this serious elder had such a childish side. Jiang Yichu couldn't help but laugh. "It's okay, Aunt May. After dinner, you can soak some beans. I'll make more for Grandpa tomorrow morning to share with everyone." All right. "No, I won't." 2 voices spoke at the same time. Zhu Xingqian looked at Yingzheng unhappily. "She was asking me." Yingzheng ignored that. "Chu is tired from school. You can wait until the weekend to make your snacks." Old Master Zhu disagreed. But he couldn't argue with Yingzheng. He could only look at the TV with a sad face, holding back his anger. Aunt May prepared a glass of milk and placed it on the coffee table. Old Master Zhu's appetite had been spoiled by Jiang Yichu. When he saw it was just an ordinary bowl of milk, he immediately turned away. "I won't drink it. I want to eat that milk pudding." Aunt May looked at the old man. "Old master, do you want the milk pudding or your great-grandchild?" Zhu Xingqian immediately sat up straight. Aunt May glanced upstairs meaningfully and said, Did you hear what Ajung just said? Choo-Choo is tired at night and can't get up early to make snacks for you. Can't you understand that? Zhu Xingqian suddenly realized. Huh? Did Ajung just say that? Yes, Aunt May said firmly. Old Master Zhu believed Aunt May completely. Then I want a great-grandchild. Quick, pass me the milk. I want to drink it. Don't just sit around. Boil some wolfberry water for Ajung too, upstairs. Jiang Yichu finished her shower and was drying her hair as she returned to her room. As she entered, Yingzheng was staring blankly at a bowl of wolfberry water. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Yichu asked. Yingzheng snapped out of it. No, Aunt May was worried you'd be tired, so she brought this for you. She handed the bowl of wolfberry water to Jiang Yichu. It's good for girls to drink more wolfberry to boost energy. Jiang Yichu took 2 big sips, pouting. Just wolfberries aren't that tasty. Tomorrow I'll ask Aunt May to add some dates. It'll help my stomach feel better during my period. Her body was too weak. She had been here for over half a year, but only had her period once. Recently, with this spiritual spring water therapy, she didn't know when her next period would come. After a few sips, Jiang Yichu wiped her mouth. She turned off the light and left. In the last bit of daylight, I wonder if I saw it wrong, but Jiang Yichu always feels like Yingzheng's ears seem a little red. She didn't think much of it. After a tiring day at school, she lay down for about 2 minutes before falling asleep. Her biological clock told her to go for a morning run. Thinking about her grandfather's love for mung bean cakes, Jiang Yichu didn't go for her usual morning run. Instead, she was busy in the kitchen early in the morning. Young girl Chu, aren't you tired? Grandpa was pacing around the stove, looking left and right. Jiang Yichu didn't understand what her grandfather was worried about. Was he worried that she got up early to cook? No, I'm not tired. She shook her head to reassure him. Don't worry, Grandpa. I have good stamina, she said. Grandpa exchanged a glance with Aunt May behind her back, both sighing. From their eyes, she could tell they shared the same thought. Ajung isn't working hard enough. Just then, Yingzheng came back from his morning run. He had run 20 minutes less than usual. Grandpa heard the door and initially thought a guest had arrived. But then he thought, who would visit so early in the morning? Yingzheng entered the kitchen with a gloomy face and drank some water. Why did you only run for half an hour today? Grandpa asked. Tired. Yingzheng frowned and moved closer to Jiang Yichu. Grandpa and Aunt May both clapped their thighs in surprise. No wonder Chu didn't look tired. It turns out, Ajung was tired. This is terrible. Chives, yam, lamb, get them ready quickly. Yingzheng then went upstairs for a shower. When he came down, he saw a rare feast on the table for breakfast. Stir-fried eggs with chives, black bean pig's trotter soup, yam and goji berry porridge, walnut stir-fried kidney and loach stew with tofu. Yingzheng asked, Are we eating this for breakfast? Aunt May nodded while crushing garlic. Yes, yes, yes. You and Chu both work hard in the mornings, so from now on, this will be our breakfast. As usual, after leaving, Yingzheng insisted on seeing her off to the station. He looked grim the whole way. Jiang Yichu tried to hide her smile. After leaving the compound, she cautiously asked Yingzheng, Grandpa probably misunderstood what you said this morning. Yingzheng couldn't have guessed. Jiang Yichu's lips twitched and said, Maybe. I should tell Aunt May not to make those things. She remembered the disaster scene when Aunt May was caught off guard. He refused the invitation. If Jiang Yichu had gone to speak, she might have been misunderstood again. He shook his head. Jiang Yichu also seemed to realize this. She tried a different approach. Then I can make breakfast tomorrow. Forget it, he sighed. It's okay, eat up. A good breakfast gives you energy for training. Jiang Yichu chuckled softly. Getting a bit carried away, she was originally walking along the curb. With that laugh, she lost her balance and wobbled, almost falling. Hey! She shouted in surprise. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist from behind. He held her waist and lifted her feet off the ground. And, in this effortful position, he only used one hand. His arm muscles, through the thin fabric, pressed tightly against Jiang Yichu's skin. Warmth flowed continuously between them. His usual arm strength looked powerful, but not exaggerated. At this moment it was just right. Put me down, I'm fine. Jiang Ichu blinked. At this level, she was seeing his light-colored eyes from this angle for the first time. They looked as clear as a pool of water. He crouched slightly and gently set Jiang Ichu down on the ground. "Thanks," Jiang Ichu complimented him. Her face felt a little hot, but she didn't want him to notice, so she forced herself to change the subject. You know, when other guys hug girls like that, they usually let the girl slide down on her own. This was her first time being hugged by a girl. She thought carefully and found it hard to describe what kind of pose Jiang Ichu meant. Jiang Ichu explained, "It's like you stand straight, loosen your hold, and then I slide down along you." Halfway through, Jiang Ichu realized how strange her words sounded. "Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything." She looked down, feeling a bit embarrassed. Talking about this on a busy street could get her into serious trouble. From the corner of his eye, he saw that his ears were slightly red. This time, Jiang Ichu clearly saw that his ears were indeed red. So, he probably didn't think she was being inappropriate, right? "I didn't mean it that way," Jiang Ichu hurriedly explained. The interviewee's gaze was fixed on her head, and he spoke seriously. "I understand. Then you still what? Still blush? Still look at me?" Jiang Ichu couldn't say the words. During the half-minute of silence, the redness on Ing Zheng's earlobe faded slightly.
"So,
before, was there someone else who hugged you like that?" When he spoke, his eyes stayed fixed on Jiang Ichu's. "Huh?" Jiang Ichu made a sound of surprise. She shook her head. "No, I saw that in TV shows." "Movies? What movie?" Ing Zheng asked her. She couldn't remember any such movie from this era. Jiang Ichu shook her head and tried to change the subject casually. "A love story." "I suddenly can't recall the name. Can you think about it carefully?" Ing Zheng was unusually persistent about this question. Jiang Ichu didn't understand. "You want to watch it?" Ing Zheng shook his head, then nodded. "Next time we can watch it together on our date." He was still thinking about that failed movie from the last date. "Okay, I'll try," Jiang Ichu replied casually. Maybe Yanglan was too strict on her first day. When Jiang Ichu arrived at the classroom, her seat was the only one empty in the entire class. The first lesson was Yanglan's. She had arrived early and was preparing her lesson at the podium. The classroom was very quiet. This made Jiang Ichu's footsteps sound especially loud. Disturbed from preparing her lesson, Yanglan looked up impatiently. Seeing Jiang Ichu come in with her bag, she snorted. "Add a new rule. From now on, our female students should focus on their studies and not come to class dressed up fancy." This comment was obviously sarcastic, and Jiang Ichu couldn't hold back. "Teacher Yang means that in our school, not washing your face or combing your hair is considered a proper attitude towards studying." As soon as Jiang Ichu said this, everyone was stunned. No one expected that on the second day of school, Jiang Ichu would dare to openly challenge the homeroom teacher. Remember, yesterday Yanglan had just said that after graduating from the short training class, 2 top students could go to work at the military hospital. This top score was based on the total of 4 subjects. Offending Yanglan means losing this job opportunity. Xia Xiaoxi nervously tugged at Jiang Ichu's sleeve under the table, signaling her to stop talking. Jiang Ichu ignored her. Since the spot had already been decided in advance, Yanglan would never give her a high score anyway. So, why should she suffer this frustration? On stage, Yanglan was silenced for a moment, then she sneered with anger. Chasing beauty is a capitalist tendency. Do I need to remind you, a student from a military industry school? This special period makes things complicated. Clothing, hairstyles, excessive consumption, any of these can easily be labeled as bourgeoisie style, if she really accepted that label. Forget going to the military hospital. Jiang Ichu might even be expelled today. Jiang Ichu stood up confidently, looking directly at Yanglan. "Teacher, which of my words said I want to pursue beauty?" Changing the subject and raising the issue is the easiest way to distract during an argument. Jiang Ichu refused to take the blame. She lifted her chin slightly, facing Yanglan's gaze. "I hope you see this clearly. I just wore a clean dress, the same style as many girls in our class. So, what exactly do you mean by dressing up extravagantly?" Please clarify. Yanglan's criticism, compared to the medical disputes she faced in her previous hospital job, was minor. Jiang Ichu paid no mind. She followed a principle. When things can't be resolved properly, making a fuss or elevating personal interests to a public level is the best approach. As soon as she said this, all the girls instinctively lowered their heads. Then someone noticed that Yang Bei's dress was even more elaborate than Jiang Yichu's, with ruffled cuffs. Yang Lan glanced at the students below, clearly realizing her criticisms had no solid ground. Her face darkened and she snorted, "I'm just using you as an example. From now on, for the sake of easier learning, no female students are allowed to wear dresses to school. Actually, this rule isn't really necessary. Doctors wear pants for easier treatment. But now they are just students. Their main task is to learn in the classroom. Occasional practical classes don't involve emergency medical procedures." Yet, Yang Lan's words made it hard for Jiang Yichu to argue back. Still not sitting down, seeing someone standing out like a crane among chickens, Yang Lan glared at Jiang Yichu with a bad mood. Jiang Yichu smiled and sat down after being scolded for no reason. She smiled and said, "There's one thing I want to correct the teacher on. The idea that capital and beauty are linked was first proposed by Western Marxist scholars. Capitalist societies turn aesthetics and fashion into commodities, making pursuing beauty part of consumer culture. This theory mainly applies to developed capitalist countries, not our country's situation. So, your other point is also not correct." Today, she chose not to publicly deny this statement. If Jiang's background ever comes out, Yang Lan will have more reasons to criticize Jiang Yichu. Then, she might be labeled as someone with an unstable revolutionary stance, which could cause trouble not just in the hospital but also affect her grandfather and her enlistment. Jiang Yichu doesn't want to leave this hidden danger. Yang Lan sat on the stage, her face changing from dark to pale. Clearly, she didn't understand what Jiang Yichu had just said. "Huh, what a sharp-tongued girl. You're so good at showing off. I want to see if you're also that good at studying." The matter ended without incident. But it was unlikely to be brought up again in the future. During the break, Xia Xiaoxin secretly asked Jiang Yichu, "Chu, what did you mean just now?" Fart. Hearing this word, Xia Xiaoxin shrank back in fear. She whispered in grievance, "I don't understand what you said, but don't scold me." Has she already become a bully in the short training class in everyone's eyes? Jiang Yichu chuckled and pulled Xia Xiaoxin's arm. "I mean, if you don't understand, that's right. Just pretend I'm farting because I'm talking nonsense. They say you can tell a lot about a person by their eyes." From the first glance, Jiang Yichu thought Xia Xiaoxin was easy to get along with. She didn't hide anything and told her, "This is my life experience. When someone tries to pressure you with a bunch of fancy titles, respond with a bunch of confusing, obscure words that she won't understand. She'll definitely be silenced." Xia Xiaoxin looked a bit confused. "Because she doesn't understand." Jiang Yichu nodded. "Yes, treat writers with writers' methods. If the other person doesn't play fair, then this approach doesn't work. Just scold back directly." Summer Xiao Xian was stunned. "Like that fart you just did." Jiang Yichu nodded. Summer Xiao Xian smiled. "I thought people from the city wouldn't swear." The break was only 10 minutes. They didn't talk much before the teacher for the prevention class arrived. This class was purely textbook-based. Thanks to the development and widespread use of vaccines in later times, many of the knowledge points Jiang Yichu learned now she had never studied before. She had only heard about them. After all, diseases like smallpox, poliomyelitis, filariasis, malaria, and leprosy, which seriously affected people's health in this period, had disappeared in later times. Jiang Yichu not only had to learn about how these diseases spread, but also about investigation methods and control measures. Compared to classmates who had seen these symptoms, she found it hard to keep up. She took a lot of notes. Fortunately, the teacher for the prevention class was a kind old lady. Her teaching style was to lecture for the first 40 minutes and then spend the last 5 minutes answering questions about confusing topics. No one asked questions. Everyone was just waiting for class to end so they could go to the cafeteria to eat. Jiang Yichu quietly raised her hand. "Teacher, I didn't quite understand the spread pattern of filariasis and the medicine used to treat it. Then you can go eat later, and I'll explain it to you again." Since she could get a special explanation, and Jiang Yichu wasn't very hungry anyway. At 11:30, during lunch break, Teacher Xiao talked to Jiang Yichu until 11:50 before stopping. "Do you understand now?" Jiang Yichu nodded. Thank you, teacher. By this time, the cafeteria probably had no good dishes left. She put her notes back on the desk and took out the snacks her Aunt May had brought her in the morning from her bag. When she went outside, Summer Xiao Xian was waiting in the corridor. Jiang Yichu asked her, "Why aren't you eating yet?" "I'm not hungry." Summer Xiao Xian smiled, her dimples sweet. Familiar now, she naturally linked her arm with Jiang Yichu and said, "Eating alone is boring. I want to wait and eat with you." Used to the lively atmosphere at home, Jiang Yichu didn't really like eating alone now. Okay. The two walked side by side toward the cafeteria. Since they weren't part of the military organization and due to confidentiality rules, they couldn't share a cafeteria with the logistics department staff. So, they ate in a small house next door, specially for short-term trainees. When the two of them reached the door, inside, a group of people had already finished eating and were talking while clearing their trays. "Teacher, I don't understand the pattern of filariasis," someone said, deliberately imitating Jiang Yichu's voice. Everyone burst into laughter.